think we'd learned the unmuting thing by now after all these years of Zoom. Thanks so much, Eliza. I'm Maritza Giorgio alongside former Senator John Tester, and we host the Grounded podcast Substack. And we are so honored to participate in this cover up marathon of leading these files, because as we've seen, there is no shortage of news and headlines from this administration. And there's been such an effort to make this story go away. And we, the people, are not going to let it go away. Senator?
Yeah. Why is it doing that? Okay.
Any headphones, Senator?
So.
Room, if you want to weigh in on what we should do here. I will get us.
Let's just keep going, Maritza. You keep driving and we'll see.
I'm going to keep driving the bus here. So we just heard Nina read from some court documents, some testimony. And the pages that we have to read from are excerpts from a court hearing that took place on August 27th. 2019 at 10:30 a.m. That date is important because it was 8 days after Jeffrey Epstein's death. So this was a hearing to consider the government's motion to dismiss the indictment in this case. And what's remarkable and historic is that the judge allowed survivors to speak in open court during this hearing. More than 15 women who accused Epstein of abuse testified and confronted an empty chair. And it was really their only chance to speak in open court because Epstein's death removed the possibility of a criminal file. So we are picking this up mid-sentence, mid-testimony from a survivor who addressed the court on that day. And I will start us off, and hopefully we can get Senator Tester's microphone working so it's not echoing. So we're going to start here. To continue, because I had been taken advantage of my entire life and had been conditioned to just accept it. It took me a long time to come forward, too long maybe, and all that it took to bring this man to justice has been robbed by his death. Every day, every week I've spent in the hospital since, I've suffered and he has won. Every job offer that's been offered to me and then retracted because of my connection to this case, I have suffered and he has won. Every public humiliation I have endured, I have suffered and he has won. Every relationship that I've had to end because of the abuse that I have endured by the hands of this man, I have suffered and he has won. Every woman sitting in this room today and all of the women who have yet to come forward and who have not yet to come forward and whose lives have been affected by Jeffrey Epstein's sick abuse of young girls, we have all suffered, and he is still winning in death. I refuse to let this man win in death. I couldn't fight back when Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused me because I hadn't yet found my voice. Well, I have found my voice now. And while Jeffrey may no longer be here to hear it, I will not stop fighting and I will not be silenced anymore. I needed him to hear the pain he's caused, what I've gone through because of him. I wrote a 350-page book of all that pain that I have endured at the hands of this man that I really needed him to hear. His death has robbed me of that justice. Please don't rob us of justice again. Thank you. Senator, did we figure your microphone out?
I don't know. Does it work? Mr. Edwards says, Your Honor, I think I have one more client that is going to speak today, and that client is redacted. The court says, would you prefer to spell that? And obviously it was spelled and redacted. Good morning, Your Honor. The court says, good morning. A redaction. My name is spelled and it's redacted. Thank you, Your Honor, for giving us this opportunity to be heard this morning. And the court responds, sure. A redaction. And then when I was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein, I was young and full of hope and the foolishness of a teenager. I was idealistic and I saw the good in people. Jeffrey Epstein manipulated me, coerced me, and sexually abused me. Something I think is very important to communicate is that loss of innocence, trust, and joy is not recoverable. The abuse, spanning several years, was devaluating beyond measure, and affected my ability to form and maintain healthy relationships, both in my work and my personal life. He could not begin to fathom what he took from us. And I say us because I am every girl he did this to, and they're all me. And today we stand. You're going to have to go, Marisa.
I'll pick it up. Today we stand together, those that are present and those that aren't. I was a victim, and it has taken me many, many years to stand here and say, yes, it was me. I was a victim, but I will not remain a victim and be silent for one more day. Although I think it's tragic when anybody dies before their time, I'm extremely relieved that Jeffrey Epstein will not be in a position to hurt any more children or any more women. And I'm glad to be part of a group of women who are now bonded forever in the trauma that we endured at the hands of this man. Thank you. The court says, thank you. And Mr. Edwards says, Your Honor, we had one client who is not able to be here, but sent a message through a letter. Her name is redacted, last name redacted. And Brittany Henderson of my office is going to read her letter as instructed. The court says, sure. And Miss Henderson says, thank you, Your Honor. The court says, yep. And Miss Henderson says, she starts to read the letter. What happened to me occurred many years ago when I was in high school, but it still affects my life. I was told that when Jeffrey Epstein was going to be held accountable, but he was not. In fact, the government worked out a secret deal and didn't tell me about it. The case ended without me knowing what was going on, without him being held responsible, without any explanation, without a chance for my voice to be heard. I was treated like I did not matter. Did you find it, Senator?
Many years later, he was arrested again. These investigators and attorneys representing the United States have been completely different. I am still mad, concerned, and confused about how he committed suicide and escaped responsibility again. But I know it is not the fault of the judge or the government attorneys. I was allowed to be a part of the process this time. My attorney was able to tell me what was going on at every stage because they kept him informed. Thank you for inviting me. It means more to me than you can ever know. I was not able to be here this time, but I know that I was allowed to be, and I had the chance to attend this hearing, which is helping me in my healing process. The fact that I mattered this time and the other victims mattered is what counts. For that, I'm grateful. And the court responds, thank you. Mr. Edwards says, Your Honor, finally in 2008, when I filed this case under the Crimes Victim Rights Act, it wasn't me alone. I did it with Paul Cassell and Jay Howell. Paul Cassell is here today, and I think Your Honor even cited to a piece of an opinion of his from when he was on the bench, and he has some remarks to make. Once again, Your Honor, I really do believe that this is a model for how victims should be treated in the criminal process, and we really do appreciate it. Thank you. And the court responds, thank you. Go ahead, Marisa.
Cassell says, I'll be very brief because I know there are others that want to speak here. I'm Paul Cassell, Cassell, previously served as a federal judge at the District of Utah, currently a law professor where I teach crime victims' rights at the University of Utah College of Law. I just wanted to take 1 minute to address some suggestion that there would be no need for a hearing this morning. I think, having heard already from these powerful victims and recognizing how important giving those statements will be in the trajectory of their lives, makes clear that Your Honor has followed exactly the right path. Legally, there is one precedent, which is U.S. v. Heaton, a case that you cited that I wrote about a decade ago. And as explained in that opinion, victims have important interests in the criminal justice system that can only be recognized if they're given their day in court. With all due respect to other law professors that have recently written an article, I think transparency is one of the overriding objectives in our criminal justice system. And the one substantive action that I would urge Your Honor to take today is to publish your remarks as a published opinion. The Heaton case is, to my knowledge, the only reported decision on this particular issue, even though it's more than a decade old, and yet we can see today that these problems recur in many other cases. Your remarks today, I think, should be published so that they can serve as a guide for other judges around the country.
I encourage you to add into your remarks a reference to the Crime Victims' Rights Act. The Crime Victims' Rights Act promises victims the right to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect. And the process that we see unfolding this morning is a clear example of how victims can be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect. So I know that Your Honor is wondering, what is the appropriate action here? Unfortunately, it seems like there are no other legal options, but there was a legal option for you to decide to exercise, which was to allow these victims to come forward. And if there's been one positive thing that has come out of these tragedies, the abuse and other events of this case, it's been your decision to allow these victims to be heard this morning. And I encourage you to publish your decision and to encourage other judges to follow what is clearly a model for crime victims' rights and is clearly an example that should be followed in other cases down the road. The court responds, thank you very much. I appreciate your being here. I had no idea that you would be here when I wrote the remarks, but it was clear from the literature that you are the leading expert formerly of the District Court of Utah, I believe, and it's a pleasure to have you here today. Mr. Cassell says, thank you, Your Honor. The court responds, thank you. And then Mr. Boyes is called.
Mr. Boyes says, thank you, Your Honor. David Boyes of Boyes, Schiller, Flexner. We have with us today 5 of the victims that we represent. There are a number of additional victims who either were unable to attend or are still unwilling to come forward publicly. This has been an enormously traumatic aspect of their lives, something that, as you've already heard and will hear more today, is something that they can never entirely escape from. I want to, as prior counsel have, commend both the court and counsel for the Department of Justice for the consideration and respect and attention that they have paid to the victims. We believe that it is not only right as a matter of human dignity, but we think that it is exactly what the law requires and intends. I will be more blunt than the court has been, or Professor Cassell has been, about Professor Green's article. I'm going to pause here for a moment and explain Professor Green's article. So there's a Fordham Law professor, Bruce Green, who co-authored this article with attorney Alan Dershowitz, and they were criticizing this federal judge for allowing Jeffrey Epstein's victims to speak in court following his death. I'll continue with this document. Mr. Boyes continues, that is an article that cites no authority, and I believe there is no authority for his proposition. I entirely respect his right to advocate on behalf of his client, Alan Dershowitz, who has retained him in connection with litigation that we've brought against Mr. Dershowitz. But why I would have expected that the law journal or Professor Green himself would have disclosed that connection, which I think is a conflict. But regardless of the appropriateness of his disclosure or lack of disclosure, I think that his article opposing allowing the victims to have a voice in this proceeding is inconsistent not only with the policy that underlies the Crime Victims' Rights Act and the very statute that Mr. Epstein is being prosecuted under, but it ignores the actual language of those statutes and many other statutes in which Congress has made clear that the purpose of the criminal law is no longer simply to punish the individual defendant, but it is to find some way of trying to mitigate the damage that has been done to the victims through restitution and economic mitigation, but also through the ability to confront and to have the court system and justice system and prosecutors treat these victims, as they are human beings, and they are entitled to the respect that our society needs to give every human being. So I think this is not only commendable, but I think it is what the law requires.
In response to the question the court asked, I have discussed this hearing with my clients. I have told them that under the applicable law, the government has no alternative but to dismiss this case. And I believe under the applicable law in this circuit, the court has no alternative but to grant that motion. Suggested in some of its remarks, I think there will come a time when either an appellate court or the Congress will make clear that just as it's possible to continue civil cases against someone after they have deceased, it is possible, at least for the purposes of things like restitution, to continue criminal cases, but we are not there now. And fortunately, in this case, there are other ways, and perhaps even more efficient ways, to vindicate the interests of the victims here. We greatly appreciate the remarks of the representative of the Department of Justice today, and we, too, on behalf of the victims, are not going to stop while we walk out of this courtroom. We're going to continue to seek vindication against Mr. Epstein's estate and, in some senses, perhaps even more important, against the people who worked with him and enabled him. As you have already heard and will hear more, Mr. Epstein did not act alone. He could not have done what he did on the scope and scale of what he did for as many years as he did without the activities and support and the co-conspirator activities of a number of other key individuals. And these individuals also need to bear their share of responsibility, and those people need to have a reckoning as well. My partner, Sig McCauley, who has been working with me for more than 5 years on this case, is going to, with the court's permission, introduce 5 of our clients who will speak briefly to your court. Thank you very much. The court responds, thank you very much, Mr. Boyes. Pleasure to have you here.
Ms. McCauley starts speaking and says, "Thank you, Your Honor. The first victim that would like to speak today is," and their name is redacted. The court asks, "Can we have the spelling of your name?" Ms. McCauley says, "Sure. Sigrid, Sigrid, and the last name is McCauley, Mccawley, and I'm a partner at Boyes Schiller Flexner." The court says, "Thank you." The redacted name, the victim says, "Good morning." The court says, "Good morning." And the survivor goes on to say, "Thank you. Prosecutors and judge and the court, my name is redacted. I note today I do feel respected and listened to, so I appreciate that. And I have to say that I commend the boldness of the New York prosecutors for pursuing a man that has, and others that have clearly taken a lot from a lot of people. 17 years ago, I knew him only as Jeffrey. I was recruited and brought from redacted to New York. And that experience for the last 17 years has been a dark corner in my story, in my life story. And that has been definitely made worse by my own self-shame and anger for normalizing all of the red flags. I feel like we are conditioned to do that. And that's something that needs to change. So I'm here today, I'm coming forward because it is time to bring light to that darkness, and it's time to replace that darkness with light. And I am a survivor of this, and I do aim to progress further from being a survivor. I feel like I worked quite hard to get where I am at now. And I'm definitely at a place in my life where I will no longer cover up. I'll no longer cover up what needs to be brought to light. Jeffrey's no longer here, and the women that helped him are Ghislaine Maxwell, my experiences with Ghislaine Maxwell, and redacted. And they definitely need to be held accountable for helping him, helping themselves, helping one another carry on this huge, almost like a system. So they need to be held accountable, all of them. And I would like to see that certainly on behalf of myself and for everyone here. Thank you. I will send it to you, Senator Tester, but I want to note again that we have a name of somebody that this survivor is naming as a conspirator, a co-conspirator. That name is redacted in this file. Go ahead, Senator.
The court responds, thank you so much. Ms. McCauley says our next client who is going to speak this morning is, and that name is redacted. That redacted person says, "Good morning, Your Honor." The court says, "Good morning, how are you?" A redacted name, "Okay, thank you, my name is," and it is redacted. A lot of redaction. I am victim of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in the dark and cruel and criminal acts they committed against me and hundreds of other girls and young women for years and years unstopped. Thank you for allowing me to address the court and speaking the truth. I commend the prosecutors from the Southern District of New York for the ongoing investigation that is pursuit of justice for us victims. It has given me hope, and I will not let go of that hope. When I was recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell at Mar-a-Lago just before I was 17, I thought I was given a big break. I thought I was able to reset my life and become an actual real massage therapist. My hopes were quickly dashed, and my dreams were stolen. Jeffrey Epstein is no longer alive, but this is not about how he died. This is about how he lived. He will not have his day in court, but the reckoning of his accountability has begun. Support by the voices of these brave and beautiful women in this courtroom today The reckoning must not end. It must continue. He did not act alone, and we, the victims, know that. We trust the government is listening and that others will be brought to justice. Thank you, Your Honor. And the court responds, thank you very much. Ms. McCauley goes on, the next client of ours that will be speaking this morning is, and of course that name is redacted. That redacted person says, thank you, Your Honor. My name is redacted name. I am a victim of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's international sex trafficking ring. I would like to thank the court for the dignity and the respect you are showing me here today, as well as the other victims. I would also like to acknowledge and extend my gratitude to the prosecutors from the Southern District of New York for pursuing justice on behalf of the victims. Please, please finish what you have started. I struggle to find the words to adequately say how important your work is to us. For a very long time, Jeffrey Epstein gamed the system at every level. And when he realized he could do that any longer, he showed the world what a depraved and cowardly human being is by taking his own life. But we, the victims, are still here, prepared to tell the truth. And we all know he did not act alone. We are survivors, and the pursuit of justice should not be a bait. Thank you, Your Honor. And the court says, thank you. You're very welcome.
Collie says our next client who's going to be speaking this morning is redacted. And the redacted person says, good morning, Your Honor. And the court responds, good morning. And the redacted name says something that is redacted. I had the opportunity to speak at Jeffrey Epstein's bail hearing, and I really appreciate that you heard me and listened to me that day. I'm so sorry that others will not have the opportunity to stand before him the way that I did. But I'm here today to speak on behalf of my sister, name redacted, who could not be here. Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, not only assaulted her, but as we're hearing from so many of these brave women here today, they stole her dreams and her livelihood. She risked her safety in 1996, so many years ago, to report them to no avail. And it is heartbreaking to her and to me that all of this destruction has been wrought since that time. We were deeply disappointed and disturbed by Epstein's death and the fact that that was allowed to happen while he was in the government's custody. And I'm encouraged to hear that there will be a full investigation into how that was allowed to happen. But it is extremely important, as others are saying, that he did not act alone and that the other people that were part of what he did are held accountable and that the investigation continue. So we are at the end of our section of these files that we're reading. A couple of things stood out to me, Senator, and I'll give you the final word. But, the women who came forward during this hearing, they talked about how important it was because they felt like they finally mattered. And they begged and urged the court and the justice system to keep going, to finish what you have started, please. And this last piece of testimony talks about their sister reporting him in 1996, which was 25 years before this hearing took place. And they urged them to keep going, that they felt hopeful that there was going to be a full investigation into his death. This was in 2019. 7 years later, we still have very muddy answers as to what happened. Still a lot of questions as to what happened. And the last thing I'll note is that we came across a few redacted names of alleged co-conspirators, and those names were redacted. And I think we deserve to know why.
The only thing I would add, and you've been pretty comprehensive on this, Marisa, is that it is obvious the victims want their story to be heard. And it's obvious that their story hasn't been heard. And even to this day, that's the case. We're reading what happened in a courtroom, but the fact is their justice still has not been served yet. And why? And that's really the reason I think it's important we read all this. Why are these folks who are the folks who committed horrendous crimes on young women and girls not being held accountable? And until that answer is given in a way that respects the rule of law in this country, these victims are going to continue not to have justice served.
These are the brave victims and brave survivors, we should call them, who came forward, who put themselves out there, who risked a lot to have their voice heard. And there, as we know, so many others. And that's why it's so important to be part of this reading today, to help remind everybody who has both spoken out and who has not yet spoken out that their voices matter, and we're paying attention, and we're not going to let this story die. So I think if Eliza is ready, we will send it back to her for the next block of speakers.
Thank you so much, John and Maritza. We really appreciate you joining us. And joining me now is one of my favorite people, actor, advocate, and RuPaul's Drag Race Season 9 finalist, the one and only Peppermint. Peppermint, we are so glad you're here. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Oh, all right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Eliza. And Senator and Maritza, that was, thank you so much for that reading. It was really impactful. Hi, everyone. I am Peppermint, and I just want to say that I'm absolutely horrified by what little I have read about the Epstein files and experience in trying to read through them previously, and the extent to which there's been so much put into a cover-up. And I'm not involved in law. I'm an actor. I'm an entertainer. And I think everyone has the responsibility when the rest of the system isn't working to step up. And so anything that I can do to contribute to shining a light and sort of redirecting the light back onto these victims, I'm happy to do. I absolutely stand with each and every single one of the victims and survivors. And yeah, I'm really grateful for the opportunity from cover to cover up to shine a light on this and keep this in the spotlight. So I'm going to be reading from what I believe is a deposition in the court. I don't have the date marked at the top of this document, but I'm just going to jump right in. And this is a cold read, so hopefully all the information will reveal itself. Miss Gloria Allred says, "By the way, thank you, Your Honor, for allowing some of these victims to be called Jane Doe. What number the court affords to them will accept whatever it is. Thank you." And the court says, "We're up to 9. Miss Allred says, "Thank you." So this is one of the people testifying. "Hello, my name is Redacted." That is, I'm guessing this is how they spell their name, Redacted. "I was going to start this statement by saying that I was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, but that is not the case. I'm still a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm still a victim because the fear of not being heard stopped me from telling my story for so many years. This lingering fear almost stopped me from attending this monumental movement of strength and power. I'm still a victim because I'm fearful for my daughters and for everyone's daughters. I'm fearful for their future in this world where the predators are in power, a world where people can avoid justice if their pockets run deep enough. I'm still a victim because the 17-year-old Redacted version of herself was manipulated into thinking that she had found someone who cared, someone who wanted to help. Jeffrey knew that I had nowhere to go. He knew that I was vulnerable, and he took advantage of that poor girl who will never be the same. I cannot eat at the thought of what Jeffrey Epstein, she gets emotional here. I cannot eat at what the thought of Jeffrey Epstein at the thought of Jeffrey Epstein not surviving the time he needed to realize the pain and suffering that he caused so many vulnerable young girls. He thought he was untouchable. And honestly, so did I. I thought he was the most powerful person that I would ever meet. But the end is here, and here I stand becoming more powerful than he will ever be. Thank you. The court says thank you. Jane Doe says thank you. In 2004, when I was 15 years old, I flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane to Zora Ranch, where I was sexually molested by him for many hours. What I remember most vividly was him explaining to me how beneficial the experience was for me. Okay, I have to read that again. What I remember most vividly was him explaining to me how beneficial the experience was for me and how much he was helping me to grow. I remember feeling so small and powerless, especially after he positioned me by laying me on his floor so that I was confronted by all the framed photographs of his on his dresser of him smiling with wealthy celebrities and politicians. After he finished with me, he told me to describe in detail how good my first sexual experience felt. That was the first of many lies that I was forced to carry for him, the weight of which proliferated my trauma. I felt powerless, not merely because one man wanted to strip me of my innocence, but because I was the victim of a system that just enfranchises human beings, making them vulnerable to pedophilic exploitation. As unjust as what happened to me was, I believe that experience to be a symptom of insidious and pathological violence that extreme wealth yields. A violence which ultimately stays hidden through channels of extreme power that serve it. I first identified with this feeling the night after I was molested by Epstein, when another girl and I took out two of his ATVs and raised them across the mesa. I crashed mine and expressed concern to the other girl of getting in trouble, which she replied to me, "Don't worry, no one gets in trouble for anything around here." Even as a child, I understood in a sad and precocious way what I had hoped we have the ability of changing now. Even though Epstein is dead, there is still justice to be brought for the crimes that we felt powerless against concealing for him and the system that supported him for all these years. Thank you. The court, you're very welcome. Ms. Allred says, thank you. Your Honor, may it please the court, I would like to read a statement from Jane Doe, my client, who is present in the court, but requested that I read it. We only have one opportunity and she goes on to say, we only have one opportunity at childhood, one opportunity to develop, one opportunity to find direction for our lives. Jeffrey Epstein robbed and denied me at each opportunity he had. I came from a small Texas town, not far from the New Mexico border. My mother died when I was 11 after suffering from cancer for many years. My father was devastated, as were my siblings and I. My father was saddened. My father was saddled with debt. My only hope for college was to get a scholarship. So when I was 15, I was a blossoming freshman in high school, and was trying to carry my mother's dream. She wanted me to master the violin. After school, I would often go to the mall in a nearby city. A lady approached me and saw that I had a violin case with me and asked if I was any good. We talked about the violin, my family, and why I had clothes that looked like hand-me-downs. The lady told me that she works for a very rich man who had a home close by, and that he would pay for me to play. He would pay to hear me play. And I was told that if I could get away, she could arrange for transportation to and from his place and have me back before anyone knew that I was gone. After some hesitation, I agreed. This decision was the beginning of the end of my childhood. The man who only identified himself as Jay or Jeff had asked if I would give him a massage. And over 4 visits, eventually progressed, redacted. The money he gave me further placed my young soul into a perverse sense of hell. I was so utterly disgusted with myself and what he did to me that I stopped going to see him. I documented the events with the Texas Rape Crisis Center about the man that I now know as Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein targeted and took advantage of me, a young girl whose mother had recently died a horrific death and whose family structure had deteriorated. His actions placed me, a young girl, into a downward spiral to the point where I purchased a gun and drove myself to an isolated place to end my suffering. A voice that could only have been from my mother told me, quote, "I am not the victim. I am the victor, and I dare not pull the trigger." I returned the gun days later. Epstein is a coward. He lived his life leeching off the souls of inspiring young girls due to the fact that he could never know how it feels inspired to live. Like a leech, once Epstein had his fill, he would unlatch and seek out another victim. The only sense of justice I had hoped to see was Epstein being sentenced. However, Epstein died as he lived, taking the easy way out without any responsibility. Your Honor, my next statement is also a statement of a Jane Doe. May it please the court. I was a 16-year-old virgin when Jeffrey Epstein first raped me. I was naive and gullible. He was a pillar of finance and a giant in the world that I was an insignificant part of. I was so impressed that this great man would even talk to me and impart any of his wisdom on me. I gladly jumped at the chance to meet him when he told me how impressed he was with my personal story and my maturity for my age. When I was in his presence, he made an effort. When I was in his presence, he made an effort to call celebrities and influential people on the speakerphone, like Academy Award-winning actresses and supermodels who always answered his call. Sadly, I was impressed. He was friends with former and future heads of state and every other fixture in the New York social scene and beyond. He knew important people in my world. He knew important people in my own world that I looked up and revered, but he spoke about them like they were sweet distractions far beneath his stature. He could easily reach down from his position and influence the people directly involved with my daily life of future prosperity. I was the perfect victim. My whole life was extremely turbulent. One of my mother's greatest wishes was that all her children would graduate from respectable universities. He promised me that he would write a letter of recommendation for Harvard if I got the grades and the scores needed for admission. His word was worth a lot, he assured me, as he was in the midst of funding and leading Harvard's studies on the human brain. And the president of the university was his friend. The fact that all of you already know these next details, which I'll share, should ignite fire instead of induce the complacency they did in the past, when heard repeatedly over the years. But yes, an innocent massage turned sexual almost immediately. Here, come help me with a kink in my shoulder while we finish our discussion. And a couple of $100 and a couple of $100 discussed and a dirty secret, more praise and impaired wisdom from a godlike figure, a deliberate diabolical depression of grooming and submission for his pleasure and release. Oh, God. Even if I resisted, I was no match for him. I felt powerless, ashamed, and embarrassed. I wanted to vomit remembering these moments. What I learned in those depraved sessions, staring up at the dome ceiling in his private massage room, tore a violent hole through any normal sexual awakening. I'm haunted forever, having learned everything there is to know about sex through a vile criminal. Every time a new molestation would bring a new lesson, the progressive and constant unwinding. I was nothing more than a teenage prostitute. I was his slave. I'd never even kissed a boy before I'd met him. Never throughout the horrific abuse did Jeffrey Epstein kiss me, even once. This goes on to what I think is a description of some more of what he did to her and his abuse. It's heavily redacted. It is about 2 paragraphs of redactions. But I'll finish up here. I got a few $100s as usual, as he led me out of his. So after that horrific redacted exchange, she goes on to say, I got a few $100s as usual, as he led me out of his mansion with assurance that I was on the right path, guided by him. I lied to myself and tried to believe him. I became a hollow shell. If I missed an appointment, he threatened me and let me know who was in charge. Do you know how important my time is? I'll bury you. I owe this. Won't say the word. Oh, I own this effing town. He would hang up. I would stand there frozen in the street, terrified that his assistant would call to reschedule. I made sure to stay in line and not disobey him. I was in complete denial. Being paid after every scheduled meeting felt routine and disgusting. He was the master of the universe and the world bent to his will. He would eventually brag to his assistants about my ability to pleasure him sexually right in front of me, leaving me feeling grotesque and worthless. Everything in my outside life was falling apart. I distanced myself from friends, grew further away from family. I felt less human after each ordeal. My psyche broke down completely and wouldn't let me continue. One day I walked out of his residence and passed a girl similar to myself. And when I turned around, she was entering Jeffrey's residence. He no longer had tried to schedule his appointments with other girls in secrecy from me. Maybe he never did. I was too stupid to see. My world shattered. I'd been so naive. I had an epiphany in a cavalry of desperation. I realized that I was just one of many young girls he had in rotation to come and perform for him for money. I went into a deep depression and never lifted completely. I wanted to inflict pain on myself. I was humiliated. I was angry. I was suicidal. I locked myself away from everything. I cut myself off forever from the world that I had known. I endured the daily agony of knowing that my life would never be the same. I could never go back to New York City, to the wonderful life that I had taken for granted before I met this demon named Jeffrey Epstein. This creature had manipulated and outwitted the whole system, including some of the most intelligent scientists, political people, prosecutors, and power players. How easily it was to manipulate a 16-year-old virgin who had never had a boyfriend and came from a background of hardship with no parental guidance or support. I went to therapy and I was given antidepressants for my anxiety and depression. My only solace years later was my desire to succeed on my own terms. I immersed myself into my studies and was accepted to every college that I applied to, graduating from a top university. And to this day, there is still an ache in my being that I did not apply to Harvard in fear of his influence there. To say that you never forget your first, they say that you never forget your first. I'm in a never-ending nightmare of trying to do just that. I'm forever suffering because of everything that reminds me of that horror. This new wave of worldwide publicity only worsens my despair. It was only many years later that I was finally intimate with a man again. And those moments were marred by my actions as a child with Jeffrey Epstein. Even now, it's impossible to separate his treachery from any care from a good man. One brief moment, there was elation when he was recently arrested. I would finally get my chance to see him again face to face and show him what I had become, that I had succeeded on my own, and that I was worth something in spite of all of his abuse, and that I had surmounted the monumental obstacles that he had laid before me throughout my entire life since falling prey to him. I had hoped humanity would prevail, but it seems to me that he outsmarted everyone so far, and his ghost is still laughing at us. I appeal to all of those just and true that his evil legacy and his death not stand in the way of resolution and justice for all his underage victims. Thank you, Your Honor. And then one last one. Okay, I'm going to stop there. I think it's okay. Yeah, I'm going to wrap up. I got the message. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm going to toss it back over to Eliza. Oh, my camera's gone. Sorry about that, folks. Hope you could still hear my voice.
Peppermint, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for reading. Thank you for being here. For those who are just checking in, we are here. We are almost at our 11-hour check-in. This is Cover to Cover, a 24-hour filibuster-style reading of the Epstein files live from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room here in Lower Manhattan. And while we read, we are raising money for World Without Exploitation, which fights sex trafficking and the systems that enable it, including the ones in these files. There's a QR code on screen, so please scan it to support this crucial organization. And I am joined now by my friend, by writer, poet, speaker, and activist, Robert Arnold. Robert, thank you for being here.
I think that was great. That was way better than I can do. Hi, my name is Robert Arnold. Like Eliza said, I'm a writer. And when asked to do this, I jumped at the opportunity. So I'm going to read from, oddly enough, a poem written by a 17-year-old survivor. To send you away and to take your life, ticking time with shortened schedules and waving all my absent days to fit the scheduling of vile men, was worth it? No, don't answer that. I know I never have been. I will never be able to forgive myself for not being able to tell you what Mrs. Vicky does and what really happens in Florida and California, and I hope you don't ever meet Fat Pig Weinstein or the rest. It doesn't matter how far away you are, no matter how good you think they are. Even the old president, they will get you. He should have been thinking of Chelsea. in a plane, on a yacht, in New York, in D.C., at the vineyard, on the island, in Palm Beach. It doesn't matter. Disgusting pigs like Alan Dershowitz and Mr. Carruthers and even Mr. Islam will hurt you, especially if Ghislaine is busy or not with you. I feel broken and exhausted. I am so fucking tired of this sick and twisted game that is causing such physical and emotional pain. These pigs that call themselves smart and talk about Harvard act much worse than animals. They make a bad name for animals. Just fucking sick. Mr. Sauerkraut Krause and Martin Minsky are gross, and I felt sort of sorry for Mr. Novak. He was as uncomfortable as I. Ivy League schools do not equal smart or good. It seems more like trash. Yucky, but they can't behave. The disgusting Mr. Staley, if anyone ever calls me Tinkerbell again, I will lose my mind. He left bloody marks on my arms from his belt and thought he had the right to call me with ears as big as his, to call me Dumbo. I should have called him that in return. You've been a very, very naughty girl, he said. I think I'm going to break. Why would they allow Mr. Leonsis wait this long? Why would he bring a friend and make a video? I am so broken, and the procedure was so painful and blood all over the sheets. I can't play this game anymore. I'll have to ask Elaine for help. If anyone can make it stop, would it be her? She was so scared because I got so sick and was burning up with fever. She put me in a freezing cold shower. I can't do this. Mr. Rails and Mr. Ian, blood on their hands, but so does Jeffrey and Mr. Jacobson and Mr. Conway and Mr. Vradenberg and Bill, all of them who don't care if this happens. The game stopped, but not in the way I thought. I did not have to go with anyone except Jeffrey, and now he and Ghislaine are fighting because I am now over 20 weeks of the baby we are certain is his. And I had to go to the Bahamas like this. And for some reason, no plan has been made because he does not want a procedure and she does, and I am certain this is the time critical, but they won't stop fighting. I do not want to be tied to Jeffrey for the rest of my life. Playing the piano well is not a good reason to think someone has had good genes or should have a baby. What about Ghislaine? I am too young and he is too old. Why is no one doing anything? I don't understand. I don't want this. I don't want another painful procedure, but I do not want this. That company does not protect kids. They use it to find us, and they are everywhere. I cannot escape. Glued to this was 2 photos of a girl that she was with. The white female on the left side of the page says they talked about ballet because she danced on point in ballet shoes. And so did this girl. She says sometimes they called her by 2 names. She thinks it was, but is not absolutely certain. But she was sometimes called, both of those names have been redacted, but is not sure how it was spelled. The girl on the right side said she was insanely beautiful and exotic looking. Her name sounded foreign and said it was a peculiar name. She would not even guess how to say or spell it. She did not believe the girl was foreign because she spoke like an average American girl. Next, I'll be reading from a text message sent to Leon. Hi, I would like to have a copy of the NDA I signed. Can you please email it to me? Thank you. Leon, you sexually harassed me, sex trafficked me, raped me, and eventually blacklisted me. I don't know for how much longer it will take me on my own to process the pain you caused to me and my family. The least you can do now is to give me that document that I was forced to sign under duress and wasn't able to read before signing. Unfortunately, I am still tied to you. This is a letter with Doug Wigder to Leon Black. Did ChatGPT search related to Leon Black's settlement dealings with Brad Edwards? The results Black retained Edwards as part of a legal settlement of allegations filed against him. In 2022 Jane Doe settlement. Edwards was involved in negotiating a settlement. DW thinks this could have been the Jane Doe case that settled. There have been other instances where a victim's attorney have been hired by a defendant, happened in the Bill O'Reilly case. DW asked for sources for that answer, cases involving Jeffrey Epstein, some confidential. In follow-up questions, ChatGPT responded that there was no reliable sourcing information linking Edwards as counsel for Black. Let's discuss if you have a minute. I'm around now if you want to call, or happy to chat whenever. Do you think either of these Epstein victims would be worth following up with in regard to Leon Black in terms of your general impressions of the interviews? I'm not inclined to open based on the other victims, but for a variety of reasons, just wanted to make sure I'm doing my due diligence. And attached here are 302 pages referencing Black. Let me know if you have any questions. I hope you're doing well and staying cool. I just wanted to follow up about getting copies of the 302 pages referencing Black. I'm talking with the chiefs tomorrow, and I'm going to give them our impressions of the interview. We should all be there around 10:30. Do you mind sending me your cell number so I can let you know when everyone is there? Okay, I reserved the conference room. I'm surprised we need an interpreter. When I interviewed her, I did not need one. Just FYI. They would prefer the conference room, so let's start at 10:30. I'm going to work on getting an interpreter. Give me a call anytime beforehand if there's anything you want to discuss. Thank you with your help with the room. There's a meeting being held from 2 to 3 p.m. in our conference room, so we would have to work around that. But yes, we can schedule something here. We also have a soft room with a couch and chairs we could use. Let me know your thoughts on the timing. And I've just spoken with the attorney, and they are both available on Tuesday the 18th. Would you be able to book the conference room? The space is better than our office, and I wouldn't have to get special permission to have it in person. This email communication and any files transmitted within it are privileged and confidential with the New York County District Attorney's Office. Sorry, I got to refine my place here. I received a voicemail yesterday afternoon, but it was cut off. But I did hear and assumed it was you. I hope your trial is going well. I have some limited time to chat tomorrow between 1 and 3 p.m., and then I am pretty open Thursday and Friday if any of those times work. We are reaching out to see if you have some time this week for the next week. This is from the call with Jean Christensen. The victim was in her 30s at the time of the conduct, met Black at Epstein's New York townhome sometime in the early 2000s. Was working giving massages for a few months at Epstein's townhouse. Victim is supposed to be sending a photo of the woman who introduced her to Epstein, described as blonde and young. She met Epstein at his office in his townhouse, and he knew that she needed money, and he talked about how he could help her out with any money problems that she was having. She says that Epstein never forced himself on her. He tried to get her to take off her clothes, and when she said no, he didn't force it again and still paid her the $300 cash. She also gave massages to other men at the townhome, including Leon Black. She may have had sexual contact with others, but that's not clear. Epstein introduced her to Black as someone who could help her get a job. He was introduced as Black. She remembers details of where they were in the townhouse when they met. Describes clearly the room where she gave the massages. She was giving him a massage. He was on his stomach, and at some point he turned around and said it was his turn to give her a massage. He got her on her back on the table, recalls having difficulty breathing, was violently sexually assaulted, including by being bitten. Afterwards, he got dressed as if nothing happened. She was asked whether or not she was paid for the massage, but she didn't know. And after that, Black called her and asked to meet her for drinks. She thinks they met at the hotel. He talked to her about her credit card debt, her family, etc. And at some point, he gave her an envelope with $5,000 in cash and said, "I hope this helps." He called her again, but she never met again privately. They may have had lunch on another occasion. JC doesn't know how she extracted herself from the Epstein scene. She said that Ghislaine Maxwell a number of times at the townhouse had met, and JC didn't have more details on that. The victim disclosed to a friend what had happened after the fact, very soon after. She is willing to speak to law enforcement, but she's very concerned about redacted name. JC asked about phone messages unsealed in Maxwell civil case that included messages from Leon Black, case number 15CB733, Judge Preska. Is that good? Okay, perfect. This communication may contain confidential or attorney-client privileged information. Let's discuss tomorrow. If you have a few minutes, let me know when would be a good time to talk. I'm attempting to take my first time off since COVID and may be out on Monday, but we'll still be back in the office on Tuesday. Would you be open to a Zoom conference call, or would you need to travel up there? Gene. Well, around 9:30 this morning, I received a call from a woman who now lives in Redacted, who told me she wanted to speak to me and said that Leon Black had raped her violently years ago and has never told anyone about it other than her redacted friend. In short, the details she told me about what he did to her are almost a perfect match about what my client told me. He violently bit down on her vulva, labia, and clitoris. The biting would get harder and his teeth clamped down more, and when she yelled out in pain. The woman this morning basically told me about the same biting ritual and that she could not breathe. She was in so much pain. It's too abnormal to make up. She does not know my client. The person is redacted and says it happened in 2001 at Epstein's townhouse. She gave massages there, and Black was one of them. She said she never had sex with Epstein. There is nothing publicly out there about the details of his specific acts with our client, so there is no way she could know. She works at Redacted, sounded otherwise together. Anyway, if she agrees to speak to you, would you be interested in talking with her? Yes, can you give me a quick call on this at some point before tomorrow morning? I am meeting with the victim tomorrow and got a call from District Attorney New York and want to make sure my understanding of that background is correct. Once you are ready to set up the interview, let me know. I know C20 wants to sit in, but she is totally swamped, so it may take a while to find a day when she's available. I do not want you to think I was sending anything that was under seal. The attached is on the docket in this order, 1-524, Rakoff, after receiving a confidential list of allocations and reviewing the factors, approved the allocations of each victim and ordered Simone to distribute the funds. He also ordered that he has a right to review. However, there is not a single docket entry from 224 except for an NYT motion to unseal transcripts. Nothing. I am not available 3:15 to 4 p.m., but otherwise available. That's the end of what I have marked. You bet. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Robert. And you took us officially over the 11-hour mark. So thank you, everyone who is still with us or who is newly with us. I'm only marginally in worse shape than I was 11 hours ago when we started this. But we are doing this because it is so important that we draw attention to this, the biggest cover-up in American history. I'm standing here with nearly 4,000 volumes of the Epstein files printed out behind me. And even though we're going to be reading for 24 straight hours, we are still going to be not making a dent in reading all of these volumes. We could read for 24 hours a day, and assuming we were reading at a good clip, it would still take us 4.5 years to read through the Epstein files in this room, and these aren't even all the files. So anyhow, not to say that what we're doing doesn't matter, it really does. So please keep watching, keep sharing, keep donating. There's a QR code on screen to donate to World Without Exploitation. And thank you for being here. You may recognize my next guest. Ariel is better known as Mrs. Frazzled online. She is a dear friend of mine, and she is a real life talent, a real life teacher, and a popular character and, person on the internet. I absolutely adore her. She has been using her voice to fight for survivors. Ariel, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for joining us, and I will let you take it away from here.
Am I live? You can see me, huh? This is crazy. I am so glad to be here. This is really hard work, but it's such important work. I just can't believe that we are in a world where this is, I think Eliza just said it, the biggest cover-up in history. This is just so critical. So today I'm going to be reading. It says this is a transcript of a non-prosecution agreement, and says that while the AUSA handling the case was on vacation during the final stages of negotiation in September, other experienced counsel helped finalize what we're going to read, I guess. All right. So here we go. It starts with a question. It says, fair enough. Did you read it? Answer. I would assume that I read it, or else I wouldn't have edited it. Question. All right. So we have a draft from a working draft on September 10th with a small rewrite from you. There is in the Exhibit 17 series indication that of the kind of activity that blank was going through to come up with a federal plea. But eventually, she and the defense attorney who was most actively working on this, Jay Lefkowitz, turned back to the NPA. And if you look at 17D, just to make the sort of staffing clear, of course, blank has left. Blank is going on vacation as of September 15th. And so blank, Lori, has helped finalize. So the finalizing of the NPA, the final version of which is in Exhibit 22, falls to blank with blank, right? Answer, yes. Question, okay. And blank puts you on notice in 18B in that process. This email in 18B is sort of a follow-on to 18A. Do you see it comes 1 minute after your email in 18A? It's a response from her to you, only in which she makes note that the defense tried to reopen all the loopholes that I had sewn shut. Answer, yes. Question. So it's fair to say that you're on notice that they're being difficult. Answer, that's fair. Question, okay. In the course of that being difficult, 19A is an email to you from blank on September 18th in which she represents that or explains that the defense is that things are kind of falling apart with negotiations, and she fears the deal is going to fall apart completely. Mr. Todd, should we take a quick break here? You're losing your voice. Blank, I'm fine. Mr. Todd, you could probably use a minute. Blank, all right, we'll take a break. The witness, all right. A 4-minute break. Mr. Todd, 4 minutes, that's blank, okay. And then there's something off the record by blank. And it says, question, back on the record. Looking at Exhibit 19C, you say, you write to blank blank regarding whether you're available to, at a time when she's going to be hashing out language, you advise her that, but I don't think I should be part of negotiations. I'd rather leave that to you if that's okay. Answer, yes. Question, why did you say that to her? Answer, because she was the line lawyer involved, and I think it's important for a U.S. attorney to absent truly exceptional circumstances, to not get involved in this sort of the negotiations. You can meet, like I did in September, reaffirm the position of the office, back your AUSA, but ultimately, I think your trial lawyer needs discretion to do their job. Question. At this point, of course, we know blank is on vacation. Answer. Right. Question. And you were aware, were you not, that blank Lori was about to decamp for Washington? In other words, he left at the end of September. Yes. Question. To become the chief of staff and principal deputy assistant attorney general. Answer. Correct. Question 4. Answer. Yes. Question. Who headed the criminal division? Okay. So it was really just the two of them at this point, and with nobody apparently involved between them and you. Answer. So fair. But when you say just the two of them, blank is an incredibly experienced lawyer. So to say just the two of them is should not imply that there was an experience in that, and they're going to go back and forth again. I certainly in no way intend to write to fair, suggest that. Fair enough. Question. Looking at 19D, in which blank blank is on page 2, looking at the latest draft from blank, meaning blank blank, and this is in the throes of negotiating the NPA. Blank blank is essentially telling you he agrees with blank observations that the defense are just up to all kinds of nonsense in this deal and completely changing their terms, not just apparently negotiating or dealing with these warring drafts, with the drafting process in good faith. Again, that's my characterization, but blank says to you in this email, I suggest we tell him, blank, that his counteroffer is rejected and that we intend to move forward with our case, right? And then your response is interesting. You say to him, why don't we just call him? Tell him, 1, you agree, and then change things. 2, answer, you being blank agrees and changes things. They're going to go back and forth again. Correct. Tell him you agree, meaning blank agrees. No. I see. Yeah. Tell him you blank agree and you change things. I see. That is not acceptable to us and is in bad faith. Stop it or we'll just indict and then try to work it out. Question. So is the try to work it out if numbers 1 and 2 are what you think you should tell, what blank should tell blank, is number 3 something blank should tell blank, or what you're telling blank? Try to work it out. Answer. It's what I'm telling blank. Question. Okay. So just to be clear, you say tell him, meaning you blank tell J number 1. Answer says so. And number 2, but number 3 is then what you're instructing blank to do. Yes. I'm just trying to understand. Yes. So, okay. So my understanding of this is they're being difficult. Hey, this isn't the first time that an attorney agrees to something and then goes back and tries to pull a fast one. So tell him you're on to this, that they need to stop it or we'll indict, but then that will try to, blank should try to work it out. Okay. But they need to stop this tactic. Did you really think that was going to be effective with this defense? I don't know. Team, I think one of the hard things with this is if it was right on September 6th, it remained right irrespective of really, I think, say, sorry, I know it's a pain. You do. This negotiation was a pain, but if it was the right position, the fact that you've got annoying counsel on the other side doesn't make it less of a right position. You tell them to stop being annoying, you try to work it out, and if not, then you indict the question. All right. And is that sort of, you had a question? I was going to, but blank was going ahead. Is that consistent with your sort of way of doing business, being even and working it out? Answer. Yeah, this is our position. It's not a bluff. It's what we want. You work it out. People yell and scream on the other side. You work it out. If not, then we indict. Question. What would have been the tipping point for you? What would have caused you to say, okay, I agree with you blank. I agree with you blank. Let's indict. Answer. So it's really difficult to speculate, but I think the tipping point would have been a failure to reach It was pretty clear. Jail time, registration, restitution. Okay, we moved from 24 to 18 months. That was a give and take. But ultimately, if they came back and said, we can't agree to these terms, then we indict. Question. All right. It seemed like your troops were telling you, we've reached the end of our rope. We really want to just go forward and indict. Answer. Right. Question. And you were coming with, tell them again that the defense is being difficult, but I want you to work it out. Does that tell your troops basically that where your priority is, you want them to get to this resolution? And if they have to give up stuff, it's okay. It's really okay. But you want this resolution. Answer. So it's not if you have to give up stuff. I'm not telling them to give up stuff. I'm not telling them to negotiate things away. But I think the dynamic from my perspective is incredibly. So there's a tactic that counsel sometimes takes, where they negotiate and then they try to come back and renegotiate. And that is, to my thinking, one of the most annoying tactics that you can have. And it creates a lot of frustration. And what I'm trying to say is, look, they might be frustrating folks, but if this had been worked out, so looking at this, we thought we had an agreement and then they changed things. And I'm saying, sorry, that's my dog, everyone. And I'm saying, look, if you thought you had an agreement, tell them you had an agreement. Don't let them change things. I understand it's frustrating to you, but if it was right 2 weeks ago, the fact that they are frustrating attorneys doesn't change the underlying legal analysis. The attorney's behavior doesn't inform the rightness or wrongness of a certain disposition to a point. Question, what's that point? Answer. So I think after now I'm calling it an NPA, I was personally very frustrated with the failure to report on October 20th. And I had envisioned that entire collateral attack, I think, would have, and had I envisioned that entire collateral attack, I think I would have looked at this very differently. Question, in what respect? Answer. To the extent that this was going back to, for example, the public corruption prosecutions that we had, one of the values of it was to have a public figure stand up and say, I did this, and plead. One of the values was avoiding a long and messy legal process. And so when you put all that together, this is why I say it's not quite, this was the factor that we'd consider, that it's all of this put together, and something that could have been very positive for the victims for sending a signal, as it dragged on, became exhausting and negative for the victims. It put us in a position of, what do we do with notifications? It put us in the position of a lot of appeals to Washington. It put us in the position of having to deal with complicated legal issues that actually got more messy in terms of how does a federal 2255 relate to a state charge. And had all of that been known, I do think this would have proceeded differently. Question, differently in what way? Answer. So if I had factored all of that, like, I can't predict it's right, what I would have done, but I think if I had known all of that, this could have proceeded very differently. I was very frustrated with the October to June time period. Question. So if you had been back in that time frame in early September looking at this with, I don't know what Harry Potter character it is, right? But whoever can see into the future and anticipated or foresaw, right, what would have happened? Would you have simply said, look, we're not going to go the state route, we'll go to the federal route? Answer, quite possibly. Question, all right. And let me we'll probably get into it, but at some point, I do think the post versus the pre-signature time period was different for any number of reasons, and we'll probably want to talk about that. Question, all right, he will, but now I'd like to turn to some of the terms of the FAIR. Question, the NPA, because you did let me make sure that this is correct. You skipped this one. Oh yeah. Before that, thank you. My colleagues remind me that 19E is an exhibit that has an exchange between you and Lori about at a time when the plea agreement, the federal plea agreement, right, was still in play. And the issue is whether you should sign it. And right, you didn't want to because you never do, but you say at the bottom, we should only go forward if the trial team supports and signs this agreement. What did you mean by that? The first part of it. Answer. So what I meant by that was I got something that the document was unusual. So my signature appearing on this document is not in and of itself unusual. Question. And this would have been the plea agreement, not the federal plea agreement, or was this about the NPA? Answer. This was about the NPA. Okay. And right. And so the NPA had my signature. Now the NPA is almost too generous. So that in and of itself is not indicative of something, but it does raise my concern. Is this something that ultimately the trial team does not feel comfortable with? And if it's something they don't feel comfortable with, then they should speak up and let me know, because we shouldn't go forward with it. Question. And did you ever have a conversation or a discussion about that issue other than mentioning it? Answer. Not to my recollection. I would assume based on this that blank would read it and would take me at my word and say, look, I think you're going in the wrong direction, Alex. Oh, his name's Alex. It's not question and answer. See, sometimes you're just reading things in the Epstein files and you don't even know. I think you're going in the wrong direction, or I'm uncomfortable with it. Whoever Q is. All right. Did you ever have a direct conversation with blank blank about wanting her to sign the agreement as opposed to yourself? Alex, I did not. This was my communications with blank. And I really meant that if at the end of the day, my team isn't comfortable, then you shouldn't go forward. Q, you never recall hearing from blank that she was not comfortable moving forward with the plea agreement. The NPA, I do not recall hearing from blank that she was not comfortable. I know that at various points she became frustrated. At various points, blank became frustrated, but they were negotiating this. If at some point they thought this was a mistake or wrong or unjust, I would think that they would tell me. Q, what would you have done? A, sit down and really have a serious conversation about where this is going and sit down and hear them out again, even if at this late phase, Q, right? A would be, I would think that's what I would have done. Q, all right, let's turn to the NPA. What is it? Exhibit 22. Did you read it? We know that you made some final tweaks to it. 22. So is the final as signed? A, 22. And so I would, again, I don't have an independent recollection of reading it. I would not have made tweaks to it without reading it. Q, okay. A, and so I think you can infer that I read it. Q, all right. And let me say you were clerk to an appellate, a very eminent appellate judge, and did you do appellate work yourself? A, I did. Q, so you are somebody who's an appellate lawyer who has that experience at a high level, is often more sensitive to words and phrasings and to documents' contents than might be, again, to caricaturize a little bit, but more of a shoot from the hip trial attorney who spends his days, in a rough and tumble courtroom. And is it fair to say that you were more of a former and more A? So I would push back. I think that's not respecting the talent of the trial lawyer, and particularly on these types of agreements or documents, these folks that have this sort of expertise, because even if this was sui generis, they have seen a lot of this. Q, I am not suggesting that blank blank and Lori were not up to this. A, right. Q, because certainly she also had a lot of appellate experience. I'm simply noting that this seems to be sort of in your wheelhouse. A, look, I apologize, whether I'm not sure what in my wheelhouse means. I appear to have read this. I suggested some edits. As I would have approached this document, my assumption would have been, I'm looking at it from my earlier concerns, that the policy level concerns. Does it capture that we're deferring to the state, going back to the put in the petite policy versus not? Does it capture the policy concerns of appropriately understanding that we can't force the state to do something? And does it capture the essential elements of the terms that we had looked for, the imprisonment, registration, and restitution? Q, all right. So one of the things that is a little striking, that's different from the original draft MPA, even as amended by you, let's pull from 16B, is that what I would call the non-admission of guilty. So in the first page of 16B, the first paragraph, that's the first clause after the 1 through 5 statutes listing in 16B reads, it is appearing that Epstein has accepted responsibility for his behavior by his signature on this agreement. A, I'm sorry, you're on 16B. Q, 16B. A, okay, it's appearing, yes. Q, okay. So his is, and this is not, I mean, This seems to be fairly typical sort of plea agreement language, right? A, yeah. Q. And if you look at the top of the final MPA 22, the third, it appearing clause, A, I'm sorry, where are you? Q, 16B. A, right. The third, it appearing. Q, it appearing he has the down at the bottom. It says refers to at the, it has accepted responsibility. Second up. Oh, okay. Yes, he's accepted responsibility. Right. And then above in the fourth, it appearing, it references the fact that it appearing Epstein has committed offenses against the United States. Wow. Okay. This is a really wild document. Thank you guys so much for having me. This is such important work, like I said, and I'm just so grateful to all of you. And thank you to Eliza for doing it and for having me.
Thank you, Ariel. So grateful for you. So next up, before I introduce our next guest, I have to give a little bit of context. Now, we've been live for 11 and a half hours, and I feel like, our viewership, it's really the loyalists who are still here. So I want to give a little bit of context to this. Fun fact, in case you didn't know, yes, I'm a career public defender for 15 years, but I appeared on 2 seasons of the CBS reality television show Survivor. And back in the day, the reality TV community was quite small. And I met our next guest, Ashley Spivey, because we were both on reality television shows. She appeared on The Bachelor and I appeared on Survivor. And we were 2 of the few people who were reality TV contestants who were using our platforms for something much bigger than television. So I have always been a huge admirer of Ashley, who has consistently spoken out about sexual violence, about institutional failures, and about the way that powerful people have protected survivors. And the way that powerful people are protected while survivors are ignored, attacked, or pushed into silence. And this is exactly why I wanted Ashley here for this. These files are not abstract. They record all of this harm and complicity and the repeated failure to protect young people. And so reading them out loud matters. And I'm so grateful for all of you who are here watching. And I'm so grateful for Ashley for being here and for lending your voice and for making sure that people don't look away. Thank you. I love you.
All right. Like Eliza said, my name is Ashley Spivey, and I wanted to be here today because Eliza's my hero. I've known her for 15 years. I also wanted to be here today because I'm a survivor myself. I was raped in college, and it ruined my life to the point where I changed colleges, and, this is something that I never saw justice. I will never see justice, and hopefully I can take part in something that will bring a little bit of justice to the survivors today. So I'm going to start reading from an indictment. This is the United States of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell, and I'll just go ahead and start reading it. Count 1, conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts. The grand jury charges. The charges set forth herein stem from the role of Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, in the sexual exploitation and abuse of multiple minor girls by Jeffrey Epstein. In particular, from at least in or about 1994 up to and including, can't hear me, up to and including at least in or about 2004. Maxwell assisted, facilitated, and contributed to Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of minor girls by, among other things, helping Epstein to recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse victims known to Maxwell and Epstein to be under the age of 18. The victims were as young as 14 years old when they were groomed and abused by Maxwell and Epstein, both of whom knew that certain victims were in fact under the age of 18. As a part and in furtherance of their scheme to abuse minor victims, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, and Jeffrey Epstein enticed and caused minor victims to travel to Epstein's residences in different states, which Maxwell knew and intended would result in their grooming for and subjection to sexual abuse. Moreover, in an effort to conceal her crimes, Maxwell repeatedly lied when questioned about her conduct, including in relation to some of the minor victims described herein when providing testimony under oath in 2016. During the time periods charged in this indictment, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, had a personal and professional relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and was among his closest associates. In particular, in and or about 1994 and in or about 1997, Maxwell was in an intimate relationship with Epstein. Additionally, between in or about 1994 and in or about 2004, Maxwell was paid by Epstein to manage his various properties. Beginning in at least 1994, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, enticed and groomed multiple minor girls to engage in sex acts with Jeffrey Epstein through a variety of means and methods, including but not limited to the following. Maxwell first attempted to befriend some of Epstein's minor victims prior to their abuse, including by asking the victims about their lives, their schools, and their families. Maxwell and Epstein would spend time building friendships with minor victims by, for example, taking the victims to the movies or shopping. Some of these outings would involve Maxwell and Epstein spending time together with a minor victim, while some would involve Maxwell or Epstein spending time alone with a minor victim. Having developed a rapport with the victim, Maxwell would try to normalize sexual abuse for a minor victim by, among other things, discussing sexual topics, undressing in front of the victim, being present when a minor victim was undressed, and or being present for sex acts involving the minor victim and Epstein. Maxwell's presence during minor victims' interactions with Epstein, including interactions where the minor victim was undressed or that involved sex acts with Epstein, helped put the victims at ease because an adult woman was present. For example, in some instances, Maxwell would massage Epstein in front of a minor victim. In other instances, Maxwell encouraged minor victims to provide massages to Epstein, including sexualized massages during which a minor victim would be fully or partially nude. Many of those massages resulted in Epstein sexually abusing the minor victims. In addition, Epstein offered to help some minor victims by paying for travel and or educational opportunities, and Maxwell encouraged certain victims to accept Epstein's assistance. As a result, victims were made to feel indebted and believed that Maxwell and Epstein were trying to help them. Through this process, Maxwell and Epstein enticed victims to engage in sexual activity with Epstein. In some instances, Maxwell was present for and participated in the sexual abuse of minor victims. Some such incidents occurred in the context of massages, which developed into sexual encounters. Between approximately in or about 1994 and in or about 2004, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, facilitated Jeffrey Epstein's access to minor victims by, among other things, inducing and enticing, and aiding and abetting the inducement and enticement of multiple minor victims. Victims were groomed and or abused at multiple locations, including the following: a multi-story private residence on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, New York, owned by Epstein; an estate in Palm Beach, Florida, owned by Epstein; a ranch in Santa Fe, New Mexico, owned by Epstein; Maxwell's personal residence in London. Additionally, beginning at least in or about 2001, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, and Jeffrey Epstein enticed and recruited, and caused to be enticed and recruited, minor girls to visit Epstein's Palm Beach residence to engage in sex acts with Epstein, after which Epstein, Maxwell, or another employee of Epstein's would give the victims hundreds of dollars in cash. Epstein and Maxwell encouraged one or more of these victims to travel with Epstein with the intention that the victim engage in sex acts with Epstein. Moreover, and in order to maintain and increase his supply of victims, Epstein, Maxwell, and other Epstein employees also paid certain victims to recruit additional girls to be similarly abused by Epstein. In this way, Epstein and Maxwell created a network of underage victims for him to sexually exploit. Between at least in or about 2001 and in or about 2004, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, and Epstein encouraged and enticed one or more victims to engage in paid sex acts with Epstein through a variety of means and methods, including but not limited to the following. Epstein's employees, including at times Maxwell, would call a victim to schedule an appointment for the victim to massage Epstein at his Palm Beach residence. Maxwell placed at least some of those calls while with Epstein in Manhattan, New York. Epstein would often travel from New York to Florida, where he would then have the scheduled appointments. When a victim initially arrived at the Palm Beach residence, she would be greeted by an employee of Epstein's, including, at times, Maxwell. The victim would then be escorted to a room with the massage table. Once inside, the victim would provide a nude or semi-nude massage for Epstein, who would himself typically be naked. During these encounters, Epstein would escalate the nature and scope of the physical contact to include sex acts such as groping and direct and indirect contact with the victim's genitals. Epstein would also typically masturbate during these encounters, ask the victim to touch him while he masturbated, and touch the victim's genitals with his hands. Sorry. In connection with each sexual encounter, Epstein or one of his employees or associates, including at least, at times, Maxwell, paid the victim in cash. Each victim was typically paid hundreds of dollars for each encounter. Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, facilitated Jeffrey Epstein's access to minor victims, knowing that he had a sexual preference for underage girls, that he intended to engage in sexual activity with those victims. Epstein's resulting abuse of minor victims included, among other things, touching a victim's breast, touching a victim's genitals, placing a sex toy such as a vibrator on a victim's genitals, directing a victim to touch Epstein while he masturbated, and directing a victim to touch Epstein's genitals. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay. Among the victims induced or enticed by Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, were minor victims identified herein as minor victim 1, minor victim 2, minor victim 3, and minor victim 4. In particular, and during time periods relevant to this indictment, Maxwell engaged in the following acts, among others, with respect to minor victims. Maxwell met minor victim 1 when minor victim 1 was approximately 14 years old. Maxwell subsequently interacted with minor victim 1 on multiple occasions at Epstein's residences, knowing that minor victim 1 was under the age of 18 at the time. During these interactions, which took place between approximately 1994 and 1997, Maxwell groomed minor victim 1 to engage in sexual acts with Epstein through multiple means. First, Maxwell and Epstein attempted to befriend minor victim 1, taking her to the movies and on shopping trips. Maxwell also asked minor victim 1 about school, her classes, her family, and other aspects of her life. Maxwell then sought to normalize inappropriate and abusive conduct by, among other things, undressing in front of minor victim 1 and being present when minor victim 1 undressed in front of Epstein. Within the first year after Maxwell and Epstein met minor victim 1, Epstein began sexually abusing minor victim 1. Maxwell was present for and involved in some of this abuse. In particular, Maxwell involved minor victim 1 in group sexualized massages of Epstein. During those group sexualized massages, Maxwell and/or minor victim 1 would engage in sex acts with Epstein. Epstein and Maxwell both encouraged minor victim 1 to travel to Epstein's residences in both New York and Florida. As a result, minor victim 1 was sexually abused by Epstein in both New York and Florida. Minor victim 1 was enticed to travel across state lines for the purpose of sexual encounters with Epstein, and Maxwell was aware that Epstein engaged in sexual activity with minor victim 1 after minor victim 1 traveled to Epstein's. Maxwell interacted with minor victim 2 at least one occasion in or about 1996 at Epstein's residence in New Mexico when minor victim 2 was under the age of 18. Minor victim 2 had flown into New Mexico from out of state at Epstein's invitation for the purpose of being groomed for and or subjected to acts of sexual abuse. Maxwell knew that minor victim 2 was under the age of 18 at the time. While in New Mexico, Maxwell and Epstein took minor victim 2 to a movie, and Maxwell took minor victim 2 shopping. Maxwell also discussed minor victim 2's school, classes, and family with minor victim 2. In New Mexico, Maxwell began her efforts to groom minor victim 2 for abuse by Epstein, among other things, providing an unsolicited massage to minor victim 2, during which minor victim 2 was topless. Maxwell also encouraged minor victim 2 to massage Epstein. Maxwell groomed and befriended minor victim 3 in London, England, between approximately 1994 and 1995, including during a period of time in which Maxwell knew that minor victim 3 was under the age of 18. Among other things, Maxwell discussed minor victim 3's life and family with minor victim 3. Maxwell introduced minor victim 3 to Epstein and arranged for multiple interactions between minor victim 3 and Epstein. During those interactions, Maxwell encouraged minor victim 3 to massage Epstein, knowing that Epstein would engage in sex acts with minor victim 3 during those massages. Minor victim 3 provided Epstein with the requested massages, and during those massages, Epstein sexually abused minor victim 3. Maxwell was aware that Epstein engaged in sexual activity with minor victim 3 on multiple occasions, including at times when minor victim 3 was under the age of 18, including in the context of a sexualized massage. Minor victim 4 was recruited to provide Epstein with sexualized massages for which minor victim 4 was paid by Epstein and or one of his associates, including at times Maxwell at the Palm Beach residence beginning in or around 2001. Maxwell met minor victim 4 at Epstein's Palm Beach residence when minor victim 4 was approximately 14 years old. Maxwell subsequently interacted with minor victim 4 on multiple occasions at Epstein's Palm Beach residence, knowing that minor victim 4 was under the age of 18 at the time. During these interactions, which took place between approximately 2001 and 2004, Maxwell groomed minor victim 4 to engage in sexual acts with Epstein through multiple means. For example, Maxwell asked minor victim 4 about her family and other aspects of her life. Maxwell also sought to normalize inappropriate and abusive conduct by, among other things, discussing sexual topics in front of minor victim 4 and being present when minor victim 4 was nude in the massage room of the Palm Beach residence. On multiple occasions between approximately 2001 and 2004, minor victim 4 provided nude massages to Epstein at the Palm Beach residence, during which Epstein engaged in multiple sex acts with minor victim 4. Epstein's employees, including at times Maxwell, called minor victim 4, including from New York, to schedule appointments for minor victim 4 to massage Epstein. After each massage, Epstein or one of his employees, including at times Maxwell, paid minor victim 4 hundreds of dollars in cash. At some point during this period, both Epstein and Maxwell invited minor victim 4 to travel with Epstein and offered to assist minor victim 4 with obtaining a passport for purposes of such travel. But minor victim 4 declined the invitation. On multiple occasions between approximately 2001 and 2004, Epstein's employees, including at times Maxwell, sent minor victim 4 gifts, including lingerie, from an address in Manhattan to minor victim 4's residence in Florida. Epstein and Maxwell also encouraged minor victim 4 to recruit other young females to provide sexualized massages to Epstein. In response, minor victim 4 brought multiple females, including girls under the age of 18, to provide sexualized massages for Epstein at the Palm Beach residence. On such occasions, both minor victim 4 and the girls she brought were paid hundreds of dollars in cash. In or around 2016, in the context of a deposition as part of civil litigation, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, repeatedly provided false and perjurious statements under oath regarding, among other subjects, her role in facilitating the abuse of minor victims by Jeffrey Epstein, including some of the specific events and acts of abuse detailed above. From at least in or about 1994 up to and including in or about 2004, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others known and unknown, willfully and knowingly did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together with each other to commit an offense against the United States, to wit, enticement in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 2422. It was part and object of the conspiracy that Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others known and unknown would and did knowingly persuade, induce, entice, and coerce one and more individuals to travel in interstate and foreign commerce, to engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense, in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 2422. In furtherance of the conspiracy and to effect the illegal object thereof, the following overt acts, among others, were committed in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. Between in or about 1994 and in or about 1997, When the minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, Maxwell participated in multiple group sexual encounters with Epstein and minor victim 1 in New York and Florida. In or about 1996, when minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, minor victim 1 was enticed to travel from Florida to New York for purposes of sexually abusing her at the New York residence in violation of New York Penal Law, Section 130.55. In or about 1996, when minor victim 2 was under the age of 18, Maxwell provided minor victim 2 with an unsolicited massage in New Mexico, during which minor victim 2 was topless. Between in or about 1994 and in or about 1995, when minor victim 3 was under the age of 18, Maxwell encouraged minor victim 3 to provide massages to Epstein in London, England, knowing that Epstein intended to sexually abuse minor victim 3 during those massages. Between in or about 2001 and in or about 2002, when minor victim 4 was under the age of 18, Maxwell and Epstein invited minor victim 4 to travel from Florida to a place outside of Florida with Epstein. The grand jury further charges. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 9 of this indictment are repeated and realleged as if fully set forth within. From at least in or about 1994 up to and including in or about 1997 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, knowingly did persuade, induce, entice, and coerce an individual to travel in interstate and foreign commerce to engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense, and attempted to do the same, and aided and abetted the same. To wit, Maxwell persuaded, induced, enticed, and coerced minor victim 1 to travel from Florida to New York on multiple occasions with the intention that minor victim 1 would engage in one or more sex acts with Jeffrey Epstein in violation of New York Penal Law, Section 130.55. The grand jury further charges the allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 9 of this indictment are repeated and realleged as if fully set forth within. From at least in or about 1994 up into and including in or about 2004 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others, known and unknown, willfully and knowingly did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together and with each other to commit an offense against the United States, to wit, transportation of minors, in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 2423A. It was part and object of the conspiracy that Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others known and unknown would and did knowingly transport an individual who had not attained the age of 18 years in interstate and foreign commerce, with intent that the individual engaged in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 2423. In furtherance of the conspiracy and to effect the illegal object thereof, the following overt acts, among others, were committed in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. Between in or about 1994 and in or about 1997, when minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, Maxwell participated in multiple group sexual encounters with Epstein and minor victim 1 in New York and Florida. In or about 1996, when minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, minor victim 1 was enticed to travel from Florida to New York for purposes of sexually abusing her at the New York residence, in violation of New York Penal Law, Section 130.55. In or about 1996, when minor victim 2 was under the age of 18, Maxwell provided minor victim 2 with an unsolicited massage in New Mexico, during which minor victim 2 was topless. between in or about 1994 and in or about 1995, when minor victim 3 was under the age of 18, Maxwell encouraged minor victim 3 to provide massages to Epstein in London, England, knowing that Epstein intended to sexually abuse minor victim 3 during those massages. Between in or about 2001 and in or about 2002, when minor victim 4 was under the age of 18, Maxwell and Epstein invited minor victim 4 to travel from Florida to a place outside of Florida with Epstein. The grand jury further charges. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 9 of this indictment are repeated and realleged as if fully set forth within. From at least in or about 1994 up to and including in about 1997, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, knowingly did transport an individual who had not attained the age of 18 years in interstate and foreign commerce, with the intent that the individual engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense, and had attempted to do so, and aided and abetted the same, to wit, Maxwell arranged for minor victim 1 to be transported from Florida to New York on multiple occasions with the intention that minor victim 1 would engage in one or more sex acts with Jeffrey Epstein, in violation of the New York Penal Law, Section 130.55. All right, I think that's it for me. That seems like it took a really long time. That was really tough. I'm sorry I cried.
Apologize at all. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you.
Do I leave this up here? Or?
You could take it.
Okay. Oh, so what, Sammy? Thank you for letting me do that.
Thank you. Thank you. This is very real. This is, Ashley herself is a survivor, and it's just, we're so lucky to have so many people here today to whom this is so personal. And so we're just so grateful. And we, I think, are about to hit the 12-hour mark. We will be halfway through our 24-hour filibuster live reading the Epstein files from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan. We are raising money for World Without Exploitation, which fights sex trafficking and the systems that enable it. There is a QR code on screen, so you can donate to this wonderful organization. And I am, I'm very glad we're here. We're halfway through. Joining me now, you ready? Is Sammy Sage, who is the co-founder of Betches Media and the author of Sammy Sage Says Substack. She does daily morning announcements every day, so you can catch her online. And she's fantastic, a dear friend. Are we live? You're live. And so I will let Sammy take it away. Thank you for being here. So good to have you as part of this.
Thank you. You are seriously the champion here. I mean, Eliza, thank you. Thank you so much for arranging this. Thank you to the Save America movement for taking part in this, and thank you everyone who's tuning in. It is late, and this is some really grueling information. So, I can't believe what Ashley had to read. What I'm reading is a phone interview between the attorneys Brad Edwards and Jack Scarola, who were attorneys for victims. So this is from a phone interview with, the person's name is redacted, but I'm going to presume they are a victim. Okay, so I'm going to read. The first question is, okay, hi Jack, hi Brad, blah, blah, blah. You don't care about that. Okay. Jack asks, I have gotten some information from Brad about conversations that you've had with him, and that will enable me, hopefully, to make this a little bit more efficient and take up a minimum amount of time, blah, blah, blah. Okay, guess what her name is. Then there's a question that's missing, but I presume, I don't know what it is. It's just going to be, they ask something. She says, Yes, he did. He being Jeffrey Epstein. He did all the time. The worst one that I heard from his own mouth was this pretty 12-year-old girls he had flown in for his birthday. It was a surprise birthday gift from one of his friends, and they were from France. I did see them. I did meet them. Jeffrey bragged afterwards, after he met them, they were 12-year-olds and flown over from France because they're really poor over there and their parents needed the money or whatever the case is. And they were absolutely free to stay and flew out. Those were the worst ones. He was constantly bragging about girls' ages or where he got them from or their past and how terrible their past was and how good he is making it for them. I have a feeling I know whose interview this is. Jack, the lawyer, asks, where were the 12-year-old girls flown to from France and where did they come to? She says, Palm Beach. Jack asks, the attorney asks, and were they flown in on Jeff's private plane or did they get transported? No, they were transported by somebody else. Jack, okay, was the sexual activity that went on the airplane conducted in such a way so that any of the crew was aware of what was going on? She answers, they were told to knock if they had to come out, if the crew had to come out. They were told, to come out as little as possible. If you see something, don't say something. She didn't say that. I'm saying that. So they weren't out there hanging out, watching everything, no, but it doesn't take an idiot to put two and two together to say, well, there's a whole bunch of half-dressed teenagers on board with this old man who is constantly being massaged by them, and he wants me to keep the door shut. For what reason? I mean, only they could put that together, but yeah, they knew. The attorney asked, did Mr. Epstein ever talk to you about people of power and influence owing him favors? She says, he would laugh about it, I never really knew what to take serious from Jeffrey because he was such a funny character at times. You never knew if what he was saying was true or not. Yeah, lots of people owed him favors from what he told me. He's got everybody in his pocket, and he would laugh about how he helps people for the sole purpose in the end they owe him, if for the sole purpose in the end they owe him something. That's why I believe he does so many favors in the first place. The attorney asks, when and how did you first become aware that Mr. Epstein was in trouble with the law? She says, I was first informed by, I think someone from the FBI called me first and started to ask me questions, and I started to answer the questions, but then fear took over, and I just said, look, I don't know what's going on. I got a young family, and I don't want to risk, please don't bother me about this again. It was real short, simple conversation, and within a week or two, I had gotten a call from Jeffrey's attorney, then a week later, Jeffrey himself. Okay, I think we know who this is and when this is. The attorney asks, okay, well, let's back up before we get to those conversations and tell me approximately when it was that you were contacted by the person who you believe was with the FBI. She says, okay, it's hard for me to pinpoint, but if I had to pinpoint it, it would be 2007 sometime. Oh, we know that, okay, we have some clues. This was entered onto the docket, FLSD. What is that? What does SD mean? What, FLSD? Florida Southern District. Okay, January 20th. Oh, look at that. 2015. So this is a later half of the aughts case. Okay. Okay. All right. And you were living in Redacted at that time, correct? She says correct. He says you were contacted by telephone? ? She says that's correct, by my cell phone. He asks, okay, and do you have any idea how your name came up leading to that contact? She says, no idea whatsoever. When I did ask, I was told that some girls had revealed my name, I guess, and that's how everybody, the FBI, knew to contact me. He says, okay. But I don't know offhand or sorry, I just walked into the wrong room. He says, okay. She says, sorry, go on. He says, yes, and I'll never tell her you said that. Blank. How long was it after that phone call from the FBI person were you contacted by Mr. Epstein's lawyers? She says, like a week. It was back to back to each other. I remember being so scared after talking to the FBI thinking, what's happening? What's going on? It's been 6 years, 7 years at that stage. How did they find me? And what do I have to do with this? So yeah, I do remember that very well. And it was only about a week later I was called by his attorney. The attorney asked, who was it that contacted you? Do you remember? She says, and this is ironic, I want to say Bill Riley, but he might have been from the FBI. No, it was Bill Riley. Bill Riley. Not sure if that's his correct name, but that's what's coming to mind. The attorney asked, what do you remember about that conversation? She says, I remember a Mr. Goldberger as well. I remember there might have been 2 of them. He says, all right. She says, I can't remember which one it was. I want to say Bill Riley is the good one. The attorney asks, all right, so either Bill Riley or a Mr. Goldberger or both of them contacted you, and what do you remember about that? She says, I don't know if it was the same guy who contacted me that week later who put me in touch with Jeffrey. I think he was on the phone and he put speakerphone on with Jeffrey. So he connected me with Jeffrey. I don't know if it was the same guy or different, but I definitely know that Bill Riley was the first guy to contact me. I'm pretty sure about that. The lawyer asks, okay, tell me about that conversation. She says, he asked me what I knew about what's going on with Jeffrey, and apparently there was an investigation being held about some of the girls who had come out and said that Jeffrey had sexual contact with them under the age of a minor, and that he was discrediting a lot of these girls and making them out to be drug addicts and prostitutes and what have you, so they wouldn't be looked upon as worthy in the court's eyes, so to speak. And he says it out loud. And he told me in the first 5 minutes that, if I stay quiet, I'll be looked after. And that was the exact way it was said. It wasn't like, I'm going to pay you $1 zillion or anything if you be quiet, but if I stay quiet, I would be looked after. And I remember saying, I don't want any part to do with this. This is not something I want to be part of. I've got a young family. I wish the best for everybody in this, take care kind of thing. A week later, I wish the best for everybody in this, take care kind of thing. She pushes him off. A week later, I was called after the hearing by one of Jeffrey's lawyers. I can't tell you exactly which one it was, but he had Jeffrey on the other line, and he connected Jeffrey and I, and Jeffrey tried to make some simple conversation. How are you? How have things been? You know what I mean? Catching up. That's so how they do it. The lawyer asks, the attorney interviewing her asks, did the lawyer stay on the line while Jeffrey was speaking to you? She says, I'm pretty sure he did. That's why I think Jeffrey was on speakerphone, because it sounded a lot different. And I was never taken off the line to begin with or connected to another line. So I was pretty sure Jeffrey was on speakerphone and the lawyer was making the call. After the simple conversation, it led to what was going on again. And, Jeffrey couldn't believe it. He thought he helped all these. Okay, so she's basically saying that Jeffrey's surprised that people are upset that he was assaulting them and while they were underage. Okay. After the simple conversation, it led to after the how are yous and bullshit, it led to what was going on again. And, Jeffrey couldn't believe it. He thought he helped all these girls out. He didn't think he was wrong in any circumstance here at all. A lot of these girls were drug addicts and just after drug money. He was really putting down these women, or these girls, I should say, not giving them the credit they deserved. And then he exactly repeated what the lawyer said the week before, that he would look after me if I stayed quiet. And if I need any help, his lawyers would represent me and he would get legal help for me. Whatever I need, he would do. And I told him exactly. I said, Jeffrey, I'm the mother of 2 children at that stage. I'm away from everything here. I'm away from everything there. I don't want to be part of it. I'm not going to speak to anybody, and I don't want to speak to anybody. I don't want to be involved. That was the last time I heard from him. And the next thing I knew, I was sent my victim's letter, my notification of being a victim through the U.S. Attorney's Office. And that's when I knew it was well out there enough not to have Jeffrey's lawyers come back on me and discredit me in the same way he had done to all the other girls. So I called up Joseph Bird, who was the recommended lawyers on my paperwork that they had given me. So the U.S. Attorney's Office suggested a lawyer for her. And she started going from there. So the attorney asked her, so you contact Mr. Joseph Berg's office, and then you were dealing with his office from that point forward. She says, that's correct. He asks, tell me about the ending of your relationship with Jeffrey. That is, at what point in time did your full employment end, and how did that happen? Eliza, I have a question. Since all of this information, we know the story, we know who this is, can I say, even though it's redacted? Okay. So this is Virginia Giuffre's interview. And I, just for in case anyone's following, and because I haven't been saying her name until now. So, yeah. I mean, she's told this is the story, and I'm about to basically read her story that she tells. Okay. So she says, Okay, he asks, how did you end your relationship with Jeffrey, the last time? She says, okay, so it hadn't really ended. I walked away from it all. Jeffrey sent me to Thailand, where I met my husband and escaped to Australia, never to return back to the States. About 6 months prior to that, he came up with a proposition that I thought was really disgustingly sick. And it really showed me for the first time in 4 years, in the 4 years I'd been with him, that nothing was going to change, and I was always just going to be used by him, which I did not like. He offered me a mansion and some of his money every month. Who else did he make that bargain with? I forget what he called it, a monthly income of what he made to a monthly income to bear one of his children. The proposition was that if anything ever happened between Jeffrey and I, that I would have to sign my child over to him, basically, and that the child would be his and Ghislaine's, who might get a pardon. And I would be looking after it, and I would be looking after her child, as long as nothing happened between Jeffrey and I. So she gets to keep her child as long as she's in Jeffrey's good graces. So I was kind of freaked out by all of that. I pushed Jeffrey more to please get me some more training. She means masseuse training. And I was getting older and not of as much interest to Jeffrey anyways. That's disgusting. I was 19 now, and he likes a female a lot younger. So he sent me to Thailand in September 2002. I was first supposed to meet a girl there and bring her back with me, but I never met up with her. I proceeded to get a short course in Thai massage, so that was to shut me up about my training, so I went there. And one of my friends from school invited me to watch a fight, like a Muay Thai fight, which is like a form of kickboxing. So I went and watched it, and I saw this guy that was a really good fighter, and a girl's word looked really hot. So I asked my friend who knew him to introduce me. We got introduced and fell in love immediately. 3 days later, Redacted proposed, and 7 days later, they redact his fucking name of all, whatever. And 7 days later, I was being married in a Buddhist temple. I called Jeffrey and told him, I'm sorry, I'm never coming back. I've gotten married, I've fallen in love. I thought he'd wish the best for me, but he was kind of rude, and he just said, have a good life, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him ever until all this started again. The attorney asks, is there anything else you would like to add to what you've told us? She says, I'd like to know that this time around something's going to be done about it, and that Jeffrey and a lot of his colleagues, no matter how rich they are, will know that there's a bunch of, there's an evidence list, and I'm trying to find the rest of the interview. Give me a second. It might have just, ended. I think it's just... It's not in order. So this is the them problem. So I'm now on a new page. It is I'm going to take some water. This is also from the Florida Southern District docket, we think. So it was entered in February and then again, February 2015, and then again in November 2015. So this is Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2. It's their declaration. Okay. Oh, this is Jane. Okay. This is in the case of Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2, and this is the declaration of Jane Doe 3. And it seems that this is the case where they're suing the Southern District of Florida because of this, the agreement, right? Because of the non-prosecution agreement. Okay, so that's what this case is. Okay, declaration of Jane Doe 3. 1. The court is familiar with me from my previous declaration in this case. I am currently 31 years old and want to become a part of the case to enforce my rights and possibly allow criminal prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein and others who abused underage girls. 2. I have seen a government filing saying that I waited too long before trying to become a part of this case. I don't think that the government's position tells the full story about me. In fact, I believe the government is hiding some of the things that it knows about me and about other powerful people involved in this case. I am filing this declaration so that the court will have more facts to make the decision about whether to let me come into the case. Okay, so they're telling her she can't be part of this survivor's case to come after the terrible non-prosecution agreement, and she's trying to say, here's why I should be part of it. 4. Okay. 3. In its latest filing, the government seems to be questioning why I was afraid and did not come forward to speak more quickly, since the issue is that she came forward too late. To understand my reasons, it's important that I share at least some additional information about why I was so fearful after my abuse by Epstein and others. 4. The court can best understand my situation by looking at my previous declaration and then understanding why I was afraid of Epstein, how I eventually escaped from him, and how I was forced to hide from him and others. By the way, I don't think this is the same as the last person's thing I just read. Just want to be clear. It might be, but don't assume that it is. Okay. 5. I first met Epstein when I was 15 years old. I've told the court about some of my sexual and physical abuse in my earlier declaration. 6. As a result of that abuse and my considerable interactions with Epstein and his friends, I knew that Epstein was connected to some of the most powerful people in the world, including a member of the British royal family, a former president of the United States, and other very powerful lawyers, politicians, and businessmen. I was afraid of what would happen if I tried to escape from Epstein and report him to law enforcement. It goes from 6 to 13. I'm just gonna let you know. So I don't know what 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 say, but they're not there. So we're going to go to 13, I guess. Okay. 13. Part of my fear comes from physical abuse that I suffered when Epstein forced me to have sex with other people. Without going into the details of the sexual activities I was forced to endure, there were times when I was physically abused to the point that I remember fearfully thinking that I didn't know whether I was going to survive. 14. Jeffrey Epstein knew about this physical and sexual abuse because I would detail it for him as part of my debriefing. Epstein didn't care. Epstein said things like, "You get that sometimes." I told him how much I hated having to be with some people, but Epstein still sent me back. I had no choice. I think I know who this one is too. 15. I give the court this information so it can better understand why I was so afraid of Epstein and what he could do to me. I could provide more details to the court if the court needs more details on this issue. I also wanted to provide this information to the court because I have been accused of being a serial prostitute. I don't think that's a fair way to describe my situation, given that I was so young and so many powerful people were forcibly abusing me. They skipped 16, and now we're on 17. After years of abuse and being lent out, I began to look for a way to escape. I had first been forced into all of this because I wanted to be a massage therapist. Epstein had taken me into his clutches through promises and talk, but once he had me under his control, I felt trapped. Oh, okay. This is the same person as before, actually. Okay. 18. I kept asking Epstein for my promised training and education. Epstein finally got me a plane ticket to Thailand to go to Chiang Mai to learn Thai massage. This sounded like my chance to escape. In September 2002, I packed my bags for good. I knew this would be my only opportunity to break away from Epstein. Okay, so this is also Virginia's story. 19. On September 22nd, 2002, I flew from JFK in New York to Chiang Mai, Thailand. I arrived around September 29th for my training, but Epstein was going to get something out of this as well. I was supposed to interview a girl to bring back to the United States for Epstein. 20. Exhibit 1 is a list of room charges in Thailand, with the charges going to Epstein's account. This exhibit shows Epstein's telephone numbers and is evidence that he paid for my hotel in Thailand. 21. Exhibit 2 is a set of documents showing my itinerary and flight plans for me going to Thailand, paid for by Epstein. 22. I did the massage training in Chiang Mai. I met a truly great and special guy and told him honestly what I was being forced to do. He told me I should get out of it. I told him that the people I was working for were very powerful and that I could not disobey them without risking my life. He told me he would protect me, and I had confidence in him. I saw my opportunity to escape and to be with someone who truly loved me and would protect me. To make a long story short, I married him and flew to Australia. 23. I called Epstein and told him I was not coming back. He asked why. I said I've fallen in love. And Epstein basically said, good luck and have a good life. I could tell he was not happy. I was very afraid of what he might do to me. I thought Epstein or one of his powerful friends might send someone to have me killed. 24. I stayed in Australia from that point on with my husband and away from the life I had been forced to live as Epstein's sex slave. I was in Australia from late 2002 to October 2013. To be clear, I was never in the United States during these years, not even for a short trip to visit my mother. And my absence from the United States, and this is important, and my absence from the United States was not voluntary. I was hiding from Epstein out of fear of what he would do to me if I returned to the United States. In around 2007, after not hearing from anyone for years, out of the blue, I was contacted by someone who identified himself with a plain-sounding name and claimed he was with the FBI. It seemed very odd for someone doing an official criminal investigation to just call up on the phone like that. I hadn't heard Epstein's name for years. I didn't know who this person was and what it was really about. I wasn't sure what was going on. The man said he was looking into Jeffrey Epstein. The man asked if I had been involved with Epstein. My first instinct was to say nothing because I wasn't sure he was really with the FBI or any authorities. I did answer a few basic questions, telling him that I knew Jeffrey Epstein and met him at a young age. The whole conversation didn't feel like it was right. This man never offered to come and meet with me in person. He instead asked me right off the bat about Epstein's sexual practices. I thought it would be strange for a real law enforcement officer to behave that way. I became increasingly uncomfortable and suspicious about who was actually calling me. Good instincts. I stopped reading the numbers. The way the conversation was going made me doubt whether I was really talking to an FBI agent. It did not seem very official. I became very uncomfortable, so I told him nothing more about Epstein. The conversation probably didn't even last 3 minutes. The conversation immediately triggered all of the fears of Epstein and his powerful friends that had caused me to escape the first time. If the call accomplished anything, it only put me back in fear and told me that I could be found quite easily and had nobody official protecting me. I suspected that the man who called me was working for Epstein or one of Epstein's powerful friends. If the man who called me was really an FBI agent or was interested in what I knew about Epstein, I thought he would have made some effort to see me personally. I believe that if this was really an agent who was investigating Epstein, that he knew who I was and how I fit into Epstein's sexual crimes in many different places. Such an agent would send someone to meet me in person and would provide potential protection from Epstein. He never did. I don't know if they would have done that, clearly. Getting a call from this supposed FBI agent made me feel very scared. I had left that old life behind me and started a new life in a new country in hopes that the powerful people whose illegal activities I knew all about would never find me. And now I had been tracked down by someone and was frightened. Shortly after this purported FBI call, I was contacted by someone who was clearly working for Epstein. This person discussed an investigation into Epstein and said that some of the girls were saying Epstein had sexual contact with them. After they made those allegations, they were being discredited as drug addicts and prostitutes. But on the other hand, if I were to keep quiet, I would be looked after. The fact that this call came in right after the FBI call reinforced my concern that the man I talked to earlier was not really working for the FBI, but was really working for Epstein. I didn't think that the FBI and Epstein would both be working together and would both get my phone number at almost exactly the same time. I played along and told this person that I had gotten a call from the FBI, but that I didn't tell them anything. The person was pleased with that. A short time later, one of Epstein's lawyers, not Alan Dershowitz, called me and then got Epstein on the line at the same time. Epstein and his lawyer basically asked again if I was going to say anything. The clear implication was that I should not say anything. The way they were approaching me, I was afraid what would happen if I didn't keep quiet. My thought was that if I didn't say the right things, I might get hurt. I promised Epstein and his lawyer that I would keep quiet. They seemed happy with that, and that seemed to me the way to most likely keep me and my family safe. I did what Epstein and his lawyer told me. I kept quiet. I now understand that Epstein reached a non-prosecution agreement with the federal government in 2007 and pled guilty to 2 state crimes in June 2008. She didn't even know. She didn't know about that. No one told me anything about those events until much later. In fact, nobody called or came to see me to explain what a non-prosecution agreement was, what crimes Epstein could have been charged with, why he was not being charged with the crimes he committed, or anything whatsoever about the case. I was never offered a chance to meaningfully confer with the prosecutor for the government, and I was never notified of any hearing that would affect me or my rights as a crime victim to ever bring charges. On September 3rd, 2008, the FBI sent a victim notification letter to me. This was the first written communication I had received from the FBI. The letter was attached as Exhibit 1 to my earlier statement. This kind of written communication on official FBI stationery is the way that I thought the FBI really communicated with people that they wanted to talk to. The fact that I got this official letter from them made me wonder even more whether the call that I had received earlier was really from the FBI. The letter that I got did not mention that anyone from the FBI had ever called me before. The letter started off with a sentence, quote, "By virtue of this letter, the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida provides you with the following notice because you are an identified victim of a federal offense." That sentence, among others, made it seem like this was the first time the FBI was officially contacting me. That was the first time I was told about my rights as a crime victim. I did not know what was happening about any criminal prosecution of Epstein at this time. I wanted him prosecuted, and given his constant illegal sexual behavior, I thought it was obvious that he should be prosecuted. Yeah. But after reading the letter, I was confused. The letter did not explain what was actually happening or what role, if any, that I could play. In fact, the letter thanked me for my assistance during the investigations, yet it wasn't clear what that was referring to. Also, the letter did not directly say that Epstein's crimes against me were not going to be prosecuted. It just said that, quote, "The United States has agreed to defer federal prosecution in favor of this state plea and sentence." I did not know what that meant. I don't either. The letter did not inform me how it applied to me. The letter also said that there was, quote, "litigation between the United States and 2 other victims regarding the disclosure of an entire agreement between the United States and Mr. Epstein." Understanding more about that case now, I realized that the letter did not explain that the real purpose of that litigation was not to get disclosure of the entire agreement, but instead to get criminal charges filed against Epstein and to uphold the rights of Epstein's victims. I wish the government had told me that was what was really going on. I saw on the letter that I could call a lawyer. The letter also mentioned Jack Goldberger, who I knew to be Epstein's attorney, which scared me. What the hell? I first got in touch with the attorneys at the Podhurst Orsic firm. My lawyers filed a lawsuit against Epstein for me, which mentioned that I was abused by Epstein and other powerful people. I was hoping that the information I gave as part of my lawsuit might help to put Epstein away in prison where he belongs. But the lawsuit ended up just being about money which Epstein paid to settle. They skipped number 39. 40. Sorry, I haven't been reading the numbers. At this point, since nothing else seemed to be working to get Epstein and his associates held accountable, I wanted to try by myself to get a message out to the public about what terrible things Epstein and his friends had done to me and other girls. I was very disturbed about how no one was prosecuting Epstein for these crimes. I was also very scared. It seemed that law enforcement was not doing anything with the information they knew about me, which left me and my family more vulnerable and scared. The journalist printed an article using some of the information I told her. Shortly after that article was published, I talked on the phone to Marie Villafana, a federal prosecutor from Florida. I had seen her name on the official letter from the FBI, so she seemed legitimate. Villafana seemed very interested in my case and seemed like she really wanted to do something. Within a few weeks of the newspaper article being published, 2 FBI agents also called me in Australia and then came to meet me. In around March 2011, they met me at the U.S. consulate in Sydney. They seemed to be very professional and hardworking. I thought to myself that I had finally gotten the attention of the people that I wanted and that these people would do the right things against Epstein and other criminals. I also thought that they could protect me. When I met with the agents, they mainly focused on Epstein. But while there, I provided them some information about some of the others who were involved in illegal acts as well. I was aware that a false statement to these law enforcement officers was a crime, and I told the truth, giving them the information that I could recall at the time about the individuals they inquired about. The agents were clearly prepared to meet me and already knew a lot about Epstein's crimes. The agents appeared to be very good at investigating and seemed like they really knew how to piece together the whole story. But at the same time, they seemed like they were being blocked from doing what they want to do, which I thought was to arrest Epstein and his powerful friends for all of their illegal sex crimes. During my interview with the real FBI agents, I told them about my contact from the purported FBI agent. They did not tell me that it had been a legitimate call from the FBI. So they didn't confirm nor deny her. Okay. The interview I did with these FBI agents was very stressful for me. My meeting lasted for several hours. It was not easy to talk about all of these difficult things, but I went through it. I was crying at points in the interview. The interview also placed stress on my marriage because my husband had to listen to all the terrible things that happened to me. It was very difficult for me to have to discuss being passed around as a sex object among powerful people. It was very hard for both of us. The agents had come from Florida to meet with me in Australia and took my information, which gave me reason to believe that Epstein could still be prosecuted for the crimes he committed against me. I was not told even at that point that he could not be prosecuted for crimes he committed in Florida because of the non-prosecution agreement. I was not told about the CVRA case, Crime Victims' Rights Act case, or that there was any other option for me to enforce my rights. In fact, by the agents meeting with me, I believed I was doing exactly what I needed to do to enforce my rights and assist in the prosecution. I have seen the government's recent brief trying to keep me from joining this case. In the brief, the government says about me, quote, "The government is aware that petitioner's counsel have been representing her," that is, me, "since at least as early as March 2011. This is completely untrue, and I think the government knows it's untrue. I was not represented by legal counsel in March 2011. The government has to know that I didn't have an attorney then, because I didn't have an attorney when I met the agents in Sydney. I don't understand why the government is giving false facts to the court." They skip number 49. 50. In around April 2011, as a follow-up to my earlier call with Brad Edwards, her attorney, that we were just reading the interview with, I got a telephone call from him and another attorney, Jack Scarola, who was also in the last interview. They just wanted general information about whether various people had information relevant to that lawsuit. They told me that they were taping the conversation, and I had no problem with that. I'm assuming that's what I was just reading. I cooperated with them and gave them information about which people had information relevant about Epstein's crimes. Because it was over the phone and we did not know each other very well, they were very polite and did not ask me a lot of details about specifically who I had sex with and what sexual activities I was forced to participate in. It was a general background interview. As the months following the FBI meeting in Sydney passed, I was trying to be patient, but I began wondering what was going on about prosecuting Epstein. I continued to be very confused about what was happening. I was hoping that some kind of prosecution would come out of it, but when nothing came of it, I got very upset. I wanted to do something to stop Epstein and the other people he associates with from sexually abusing girls, and he was at the time of this interview. Law enforcement had taken my detailed statements, but nothing seemed to be happening. I wasn't sure what to do. While I wanted to do all that I could to get justice for what had happened to me, it was very hard for me to figure out how to get something done in the United States while I was living in a foreign country, especially after I had already gave information to the FBI that I believe they were using to investigate and eventually arrest Epstein. In October 2013, I returned to the United States for the first time since I had left for Thailand. In April 2014, I decided to get back in touch with the FBI. In Sydney, the FBI had seemed like they wanted to be helpful to me, and I have great respect for the FBI agents who met me. It appeared like they wanted to do the right thing in this case, but my feeling was once the agents collected information about crimes committed against me, someone else stepped in and blocked them from getting charges filed. I also thought that Marie Villafana really wanted to do the right thing and hold Epstein accountable for the horrible crimes he committed, but it seemed like the hands of Villafana and the FBI were always tied by someone else with more authority. I have never been able to figure out who was, and still is, stopping a prosecution. I also haven't been able to figure out who is trying to stop me from being able to participate in a court case to have a judge determine whether my rights have been violated. It doesn't seem fair to me that the government can argue that I don't even get the opportunity for a judge to review the issue. To me, this is further verification of Epstein's power, which continues to make me very scared. I have asked the FBI to show me the video surveillance and other pictures of me that I believe they have in their possession. They said that I would have to go to the prosecutors to get them, but the prosecutors will not share anything with me. I believe that the prosecutors have lots of information that will support what I have been saying about Epstein and his associates. Based on my knowledge of Epstein and his organization, as well as discussions with the FBI, it's my belief that federal prosecutors likely possess videotapes and photographic images of me as an underage girl having sex with Epstein and some of his powerful friends. I don't understand why they aren't moving forward with what the FBI has given them. I also don't understand why these pictures haven't been given to me, nor why law enforcement officers from any other jurisdictions have never contacted me. It was not until 2014 that I first understood about the way in which Jane Doe number 1 and Jane Doe number 2 were trying to invalidate the non-prosecution agreement to allow prosecution of Epstein for crimes he committed against them and me. I had never really heard anything significant about this case while I was in Australia. and it was hard to get information about what was happening in Florida while I was overseas. Once I heard about the case, I quickly wanted to become part of it. In light of the way everything has played out, I believe that my rights as a crime victim have been violated. It was never my choice to become the victim of crimes by Epstein and the people he forced me to have sex with. Epstein dragged me into his web when I was very young, and after that, it was hard for me to escape. After I ran away to Australia, it appears that Epstein reached an agreement in 2007 with the federal prosecutors in Florida blocking him from being prosecuted for the crimes he committed against me. When Epstein pled guilty to 2 low-level crimes in 2008 as part of his agreement, no one told me what was happening or that this plea had anything to do with preventing prosecution of crimes against me or the hundreds of other girls he's abused. Nobody told me that I could speak to the judge or that a hearing was even taking place. Based on all the facts that I've described here, I believe some kind of major cover-up is going on to protect Epstein. As I look back on what Epstein and his friends have done, I see a lot of powerful people who knew what they were doing to me and other girls was wrong. But they also seem to think that they were above the law and they had nothing to worry about. From what I can see, that turned out to be true. There are less powerful people, like the FBI agents and Marie Villafana, that seem like they're trying to get the right thing done, but nothing happens. Because nothing is being done, it makes me think that Epstein was right when he told me he had so many people in his pocket. Maybe those people are still helping him escape being prosecuted for what he did against me. The justice system doesn't seem to respond to the victims in this case. Still, to this day. It seems to favor those who have the most money and power and influence. I'm also worried that this is a very dangerous circuit. By standing up for what's right, I'm worried that Epstein or others named here will come after me. I wonder where this is going to go if the United States government is not on my side. I'm intent on seeing this through so that Epstein isn't allowed to hurt other young girls. I can't stop abuse everywhere in the world, but if I help one victim, then I have made a positive difference. She did. In April 2014, I asked 2 good attorneys, Brad Edwards and Paul Cassell, to see if they could help me bring Epstein and his friends to justice. They agreed to add me to the existing case. They explained to me that the lawsuit was not asking to get money from Epstein or others. I understand and have always understood that the goal of this case is to simply enforce my rights as a crime victim, rights that were wrongly taken from me. I want Epstein and the others who committed crimes against me to be punished fairly, the way other less powerful people would be. I also want to be added to the suit filed by the 2 girls, Jane Doe number 1 and Jane Doe number 2, and I want to have rights the way a victim of a less wealthy and powerful criminal would have. Epstein and his friends sexually and physically abused many other girls. They did this in many places around the world. I personally observed this. There are also many people who could confirm what I'm saying. I hope that these people will come forward and tell the truth. I hope that they will call my attorney in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Brad Edwards, so that all of the information can be presented to the court about what has happened to me and others. Because of how often Epstein and others were having sex with young girls and how much it was a centerpiece of their lives, I doubt they have just stopped. It also seems to me, when I knew them, they believed that they were above the law. Too powerful to be prosecuted. That feeling has no doubt been reinforced by the fact Epstein has escaped real punishment with his plea bargain, and the others with whom he traveled have completely escaped. I hope that I can join this case and try to bring them to justice. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is correct and true. And then we have some room charges, some bills, taxes, plane tickets. Am I still going? You? Okay. How much more do you want me to do? Okay, I can do this next one. Okay, I think this is actually, no. Okay, this is from Florida Southern District docket, February 2016. Declaration of redacted. My name is redacted and I was born redacted. Too young for Jeffrey Epstein. 2. I was molested by Jeffrey Epstein as a minor on dozens of occasions in his mansion in Palm Beach, Florida, from around 2002 to 2005. I understand that evidence collected from Mr. Epstein's home showed conclusively that I was there as a minor, along with many other underage girls. Given how many girls Epstein was abusing, there could not have been any doubt in anyone's mind that he had access to the testimonial and other evidence that Epstein molested me and many others. I cooperated fully with the FBI while they investigated Epstein's illegal activities with minors. Water's so good. During the investigation, Epstein had investigators following and harassing me. I continued to cooperate with the investigation despite this intimidation. In late 2007, FBI agents met in person with me. During this meeting, the agents explained that Epstein was also being charged in state court and may plead to state charges related to some of his other victims. I knew the state charges had nothing to do with me. During this meeting, the agents did not explain that an agreement had already been signed that precluded any prosecution of Epstein for federal charges against me. I did not get the opportunity to meet or confer with the prosecuting attorneys about any potential federal deal that related to me or the crimes committed against me. My understanding of the agent's explanation was that the federal investigation would continue. I also understood that my own case would not move forward towards prosecution of Epstein. Confirming my understanding in about January 2008, I received a letter from the FBI that told me that, quote, "This case is currently under investigation. This can be a lengthy process, and we request your continued patience while we conduct a thorough investigation." My understanding of this letter was that my case was still being investigated, and the FBI and prosecutors were moving forward on the federal prosecution of Epstein for his crimes against me. At this time, I was not told about any non-prosecution agreement or any potential resolution of the federal criminal investigation I was cooperating in. If I had been told about a non-prosecution agreement, I would have objected. Criminal prosecution of Epstein for crimes against me was extremely important to me. I wanted to be consulted by the prosecutors before any resolution. In light of the letter I had received, I had confidence that I would be contacted by the federal government before it reached any resolution of the investigation into my case, and that I would likely be needed to testify if the case went to trial, which I was willing and anxious to do. When I had not heard from the prosecuting attorney for a while, I met with attorney Brad Edwards, wanting him to find out when Epstein was going to be federally charged and prosecuted for the crimes he committed against me and others. Epstein's investigators were harassing me, and that interfered with my life dramatically. My attorney, Mr. Edwards, was hired to make sure the prosecutor knew how eager I was to have Jeffrey Epstein prosecuted, and I understand that he did convey that to the prosecutors numerous times in around June 2008. At some point, I understood that Mr. Edwards was getting responses from the prosecutor that were making him suspicious of the motivations of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Florida. I then understood that Mr. Edwards' suspicions were that the prosecutors were conferring with Epstein and not with me and the other victims. I authorized Mr. Edwards to do anything possible to ensure that Epstein was prosecuted and that I was able to meet with prosecutors and participate in the process. I agreed to file a lawsuit against the U.S. Attorney's Office in Florida to get them to speak with me about any possible case resolution or the terms, and to answer questions about the case and generally treat me fairly, to notify me about any court hearing, and to otherwise enforce my rights as a crime victim. Towards the end of June 2008, I did not attend Jeffrey Epstein's guilty plea hearing in state court involving another victim of Epstein's abuse. I did not have reasonable notice of the hearing, and I did not have any reason to attend that hearing because no one had told me that this guilty plea was related to the FBI's investigation of Epstein's abuse of me. I had always understood generally that the state and federal criminal systems were different. I thought so too. And that one had nothing to do with the other. Based on what the FBI had been telling me, I thought they were still investigating my case. If I had been told that this plea had some connection to blocking the prosecution of my case, I would have attended and tried to object to the judge and prevent that plea from going forward. Many other victims would have done the same. I think that after hearing from me and some of the other girls who were abused by Epstein, a judge would not have allowed such a plea deal to go forward. I think they would. It is my belief that the U.S. Attorney's Office and Epstein's attorneys conspired to prevent my attendance at this hearing, as well as the attendance of many other victims. I learned about the existence of a secret non-prosecution agreement only in July 2008, after my lawyer had filed court pleadings trying to give me a chance to talk to prosecutors about my case. I would never have learned of that agreement if I had not authorized my attorney to sue the United States. Nobody would have. I wanted to cooperate in the prosecution more than anything else in my life. I was scared of Epstein. I was scared of what he had done to me and others, and of how he was continuing to harass me, and also what he could do to me and others. The criminal case against Epstein was my main focus in life. When I attended a court hearing with Mr. Edwards in federal court, I learned for the first time that my rights had been extinguished through a secret deal between the prosecutors and Mr. Epstein. I received no explanation about exactly how the deal occurred, or about whether my rights were gone forever. The prosecutors were at that time trying to even keep me from seeing a copy of the secret plea deal. I wanted to meet with the prosecutors and tell them why they should prosecute my case. But it became clear that without ever talking to me, they had bargained my case away. In about 2010, I had the chance to meet with U.S. Attorney Mr. Wilfredo Ferrer. I told him all about how I had been mistreated in the process. Mr. Ferrer seemed to be interested in this, but nothing ever came of that meeting. And unfortunately, it seems to me that Mr. Ferrer's office is continuing to try to block me and other girls from learning anything about the secret deal with Epstein or how our rights were violated, even though they know what they did was wrong. I later came to understand that crime victims in the federal system have the right to meaningfully confer with the prosecutor for the government in the case, with the prosecutor for the government in the case, which at least means to explain how my case would be concluded, the right to be heard at important hearings, and the right to be treated with fairness. I strongly believe that the way I was treated was unfair and violated my rights. I think that the secret non-prosecution agreement should be declared illegal, and that I should have the right to have crimes against me prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that Mr. Epstein should be treated the same as other defendants with less money and connections, are treated for these crimes. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. Okay, let's see what we got. You want? Okay, great. All right, thank you. This has been a doozy. Eliza, thank you for being here. I'm going to leave this for you.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Oh my God. You're incredible.
I can come back in the morning.
Oh my gosh.
I have the morning announcements.
Sammy is just amazing. How lucky are we? That was incredible. You really know so much about this. And so the editorializing was just cracking me up in the corner there. I mean, like you know all the things. So here we are almost 13 hours in, well over the halfway mark now. And so next up, I am very excited to introduce Lauren Peritra. Lauren is the host of her own show, The Lauren Peritra Show, where she has built a powerful, engaged audience by being sharp, smart, funny, and completely herself. And congratulations, Lauren, because she just hit 100,000 YouTube subscribers. She got her button. It's huge and so well deserved. But what I really love about Lauren is that she uses her platform with purpose. She understands why showing up matters, why using our voices matter, and why this moment deserves public accountability. And so here in the middle of the night in New York and in the late night in California, she is here to help us read the Epstein files into the public record to make sure these documents are seen, heard, and impossible to ignore. Lauren, thank you so much for being here, and congratulations on 100K.
Sammy, for staying up late and doing this important work. I'm starting off on page 300, and we'll get right into it. So it starts with an answer, which is yeah, and then it goes into question. There's two lines that look a little redacted. It says, right about that same time, he quickly identified a potential problem, and that was the commitment for the blank or the agreement that the U.S. Attorney's Office would identify the representative for the victims. Do you recall him raising that? So that was the question, and it follows by line 7, answer. I don't recall him raising that as an issue, but I know it was an issue. Then it goes to question. All right. It was an issue, and it was one that he raised as soon as he came back. So there was an effort, which he conducted then and then there's a block of text that is blacked out. space, and a longer block of text blacked out, absence to craft an NPA addendum to address that issue. Then there's a new line. Do you, space, line, are you, line, are you aware that redacted, black, then another separate line, longer, redacted, black, received a copy of the NPA in November when Ken Starr wrote a letter to redacted asking her to review the 22.55 portion of it. Do you, line, remember that issue? Question. The answer, I remember that issue was appealed to CEOs. Question. Okay, well, it was line, it was appealed initially by letter to black, redacted, raising an issue that was new to line, that had not been raised with you. And that is what led to your letter to Ken Starr on December 4. Then another answer. I will accept that timeline. Q. Okay. A. It is difficult without all documents. Line. Sure. Is what comes after Q. A. Space, but yes. Question. And at that time, redacted, then another redacted, saw the NPA. He had sent a message to redacted, space, redacted, about the line, about his view of the NPA. And you didn't see it, but I just wanted to name some problems that he identified with the disposition and get your reaction. A. Q. Line to it. So first, he says, I'm not thrilled about the agreement, but he acknowledged that's out of his hands. He says in terms of charging and sentencing provisions, he's getting Epstein, he's getting line. Epstein is getting a much better deal than the average defendant, with the exception of defendants who have done physical harm to their victims or abused very young children. We haven't seen more egregious conduct, because of its serial nature. The area we need to be most careful about relates to the victims. Then it's a new line. The U.S. should seek to ensure that the plea, which is not giving him serious jail time, provides the best means possible to address the harm he caused to the victims. That generally means restitution and or therapy. While the agreement provides facility for the victims, the relevant terms still seem pretty advantageous for the defendant and not all that helpful to the victims. Then it's a new line. They get an attorney who will be paid for by the defendant, which involves at least some conflict of interest, or they would hire their own attorneys on a contingency basis. And they get waivers from the defendant when his plea would facilitate their civil cases in any event. Then they still have to sue him to get anything. Then it's a new line. Most times with wealthy defendants, we make them agree to a restitution fund and then still provide that the victims can sue the defendants independently if they choose. We always make them clearly admit their guilt. No nolo pleas. Then a new line. This is incredibly important to the victims. I would have taken the guy to trial unless the victims were clearly against it, and I don't think most of them are here. He then says to blank, space, blank, a longer blank the second time, who by this time is working for them? Line. Then it goes into question, answer, and then Q, or A, and then answer, and then question, line, redacted, then A, right, and then Q. So that's the context in which he's addressing it. Redacted, space, redacted, specifies that, and it looks like there's quotes before this next redaction, blank wouldn't and shouldn't address the agreement, end quotes. So that line, so that the issue that was there before then, redacted, put there by Ken Starr, was the line, whether this 22.5 scheme or scenario set out in the NPA was appropriate. It appears that she then was sent back to you to address. And if the moderators are here, if there's something I should say in place of the line, please let me know in the chat. And then answer, right, Q. But as far as redacted commentary on the NPA, if you had been aware of this perspective at the time, you were, line, that you and your people were fashioning the NPA, would you have been helpful? Would that have been helpful to you in line in deciding how to proceed? Question, so may I, question mark, or that's under answer. So may I, question mark, and then question A, yes. And then A, assuming answer, okay, I assume you've read the whole thing, but let me just take a line. And then next question, I have A, and so a few comments. First, let me say he was a part of the September meeting. Q, A, and line, to my recollection, these perspectives, line, so at least the outlines of the agreement were line, were disclosed at that meeting, and I don't recall this type of communication at that time. Q, okay. A, I also recall that there were a lot of back and forth around this restitution fund concept, and our perspective was that the restitution fund puts the victims at a disadvantage, line. Q, A, line, because line, let me try to recreate. I don't recall the details, but I recall that there was a perspective that the restitution fund, line, Q, A, line, put the victims as a disadvantage, line. Q, A, line, and there is some reference to line. Q, it's the line. Was it an Alaska case, question mark? Q, it's called the redacted or blacked out case, Mr. Blank, then blank. The witness, I'm sorry, question mark, Mr. Blank, then another blank. The witness, blacked out, redacted, question mark, Mrs. Redacted, then redacted or redacted, period. Then another line, the witness, redacted, question mark, by Mrs. Redacted, parentheses. Yeah, A. And so to the extent that there were better ways of crafting this, that certainly would have been line, been highly relevant, because to my recollection, we were not wed to any particular way of crafting it. Then there's a new line. The line, the intent of the 22.55 was to come as close as possible to putting the victims in the line, in the position they would have been had he had been tried and convicted federally. And so the answer to your question is yes. Then there's a question. Is yes, comma, that would have been line. A, would have been helpful. Q, okay. Are you, as you set about addressing the 22.55, you consulted with, then redacted again. Do you recall that, question mark? A, I, line, recall consultations, period. I don't recall that it was specifically with blacked out, but line. Question, did you know her, question mark? A, yes. Q, okay. Do you recall the nature of your interaction with her? A, I, line, I don't. I know from contemporary review of the record that there is an email from her. Q, it's 41A. A, 41A. Q, and what I, line, what I want to ask is simply, what I want to ask is simply 41A is line, is an email in which you ask line, you note to redacted, then another redaction, comma, who was redacted line. A, right. Q, line, one of her deputies, and she oversaw CEOs. She, comma, redaction, comma, mentioned to you that redacted was looking at this, which is the line, A, 22.55. Q, line 22.55, comma, she contacts her counterpart in the civil division, comma, redacted, and then there's a space and a longer redaction, comma, and there's an email from him, which is the second page of this exhibit, which he copies you on. So my question is this the extent of your interaction with redacted, space, redacted on this issue, question mark? A, I, line, 12 years, line. Q, okay. A, after the fact, I don't remember. Q, okay, all right. The line in Exhibit 35, there is a letter from J. Lefkowitz, spelled Lefkowitz, in which line, I'm sorry, it's an email from J. Lefkowitz. Q, exhibit, question mark, A, exhibit 35 to you, and this is substantially later, comma, but it has a sentence that line, or a phrase that we'd like to ask you about, comma, and line, all right. It's highlighted at the top. It says back in the beginning of line, back at the beginning of January, when we both agreed that there were significant irregularities with the deferred prosecution agreement, you called out a time. Is that accurate? Question mark. Did you agree? Did you and he agree on that? Line. A, no. Q, line, there were significant irregularities, question mark. A, no. Q, okay. A, and if I could, there are line, several instances where not just comma to me, comma, but to other people as well, J recharacterizes conversations. Q recharacterizes them inaccurately, question mark. A, inaccurately, period. Q, or misleadingly, question. A, or misleadingly. Q, all right. All right, two different words. A, what I recall agreeing to at some point is there was an appeal to the DAG, or there was an appeal in place, and I basically said, line. I think there was a letter that I sent saying, if you want to appeal, go ahead. We're not concerned about this. Q, A, but that doesn't mean I agree there were irregularities. Line. Q, all right. A, line, or that there was a timeout. That's line. I'm part of a department. I'm part of a hierarchy. If somebody wants to overrule me, that's okay by me. Q, all right. So the NPA addendum was worked out, and the defense team continued its sort of multi-pronged assault. In the middle of the negotiations between redacted and Lefkowitz about the NPA addendum, that's when you had the much commented on breakfast line. A, correct. Q, line on October 12th. And you have stated publicly that at line perfectly accurately that the NPA was signed and that was a done deal. And so that line, this was not tied in any way to any effort to influence the terms of the NPA. Question or comma, fair, question mark. A, fair, because the way this was reported was that I negotiated it over breakfast. It was signed, and that's really important. Q, of course. There were, however, a number of open issues. Line. A, yes. Q, line, right? Question mark. And in Exhibit 28, J. Lefkowitz, on page 2, this is an email to you, acknowledges your line, your breakfast on Friday. This is dated October 18th, and line, and following line, following up on line, your conversation with him about the date for Epstein's plea. So he notes that, in quotes, you said you didn't want to dictate a schedule to the state, end quotes. So all I want to note is that when you had the breakfast, there was line, there was line, there were issues still open that were the subject of discussions between the defense and the U.S. Attorney's Office. And line. And so I guess my question is, while that was a meeting of convenience in a public place and a location where you had business later that day, comma, a speech, comma, I believe optically, comma, do you understand the public concern that this was sort of a one-on-one negotiation on pending issues? Question. A, so I, line, I understand how there can be concern. This, it is line. It was not unusual, line. In this case, I was actually very intentionally waited and tried not to have one-on-one meetings. But there are other instances where I might, from time to time, have one-on-one conversations with the opposing counsel. I don't remember the breakfast. I can speculate that one of the issues that was informing this was somewhere around that time. And I can't say with certainty that this was what it was, but somewhere around this time, there arose allegations that blank redacted had directed the designation to her boyfriend's partner or something along those lines. Q. I believe it was a former law school classmate of her former line of her then boyfriend. A. I don't line. Yeah. And so I don't remember what the details line. Q. Okay. A, line were, but I know that there was a topic that he wanted to raise, line. Q. A, line with me. Q. Did he at that breakfast? A, I honestly don't recall the breakfast. Q. Okay. A, you asked me about one characterization of what I said in the record, of that breakfast. I think I responded, line. Q. A, line through, or my counsel responded, and they're pointing out that I seem fairly perturbed at how he inaccurately characterized something that I said. And so we don't need to revisit that, but line, Q, all right. If you look at Exhibit 27, another sort of point just to kind of line. A, all right, Mr. Redacted, could we line before we line? Miss, MS, redacted, yes, question mark, Mr. Redacted, line, leave, line, are we leaving the breakfast meeting? Question mark, Miss, MS, redacted, no, this is line, the witness, okay, Ms., redacted, line, this is directly related, Mr., redacted, okay, by Ms., redacted, Q, and that is Exhibit 27. Exhibit 27 is the second email down, is from blank, redacted space, longer redaction, to J. Lifkowitz. The date is October 12th, so that's the same day as your breakfast. A, right, Q. And the date of it is not line, I'm sorry. The time is 9:48 a.m. Your breakfast was at 7. So this would have been pretty shortly after your breakfast. And redacted writes to J. Lifkowitz with a copy to you, and redacted, then a long space and a longer redaction, stating that he just got off the phone with you. That is blank, redacted, just got off the phone with you. And then he furnishes a revised paragraph 1, which suggests line. I mean, I infer from that that shortly after the breakfast, you had a phone conversation with redacted space, longer redaction about a revision to this paragraph. And that line, that was likely something that you talked to him about. Again, I'm not line. A, right. Q, line, suggesting that this line. A, again, I, line, I don't, line, I don't recall the breakfast. So I can't say one way or another. I, line, I take, line, I take your point. I don't recall seeing this. Q, all right. Well, it was line, A, but line, Q, line, you were copied on it. Okay, all right. Redacted, comma, you wanted to line by Mr. Redacted. Q, I just wanted to point to Exhibit 30. A, can line, we back up for a second. Ms. Redacted, sure. The witness, redacted, comma. I'm not sure whether your concerns are line, so line, question, or comma. I would line, I would only raise the question where line, or the point where, based on this, and I don't recall, so I can't speak, but redacted is saying, comma, J suggests the revision has been rejected. Here is our latest, comma, redacted, period. And so to the line, there are multiple ways to read this. One is that this was raised. Another is that we're rejecting something that Jay had proposed, and line. Ms. Redacted. The witness, line, because I was meeting with Jay, I asked that redacted not reject it until after I met with him. And I, line, I'm speculating because I don't recall the topic, but it does appear that way. It does appear that it says Jay suggested revision has been rejected. Here is our latest. Ms. Redacted, parentheses, all right, period, thank you, period, short redaction, question mark, by Mr. Redacted, parentheses, Q. Can we just go to Exhibit 30 quickly? Question mark. There's some highlighted language. This is a letter from Lefkowitz to you on October 23rd, 2007, where he recounts again the things that happened, or his version of the October 12th breakfast meeting. A, yes. Q, are you at that line? A, yes. Q, line. At that point, right there, Exhibit 30, question mark. A, yeah, I'm there. Q, okay. So in the highlighted language, if you could just take a look at that quickly, question mark. Yes. So he is recounting that you had assured him that the office would not intervene with the state attorney's office and line, or contact the civil complainants or intervene regarding the sentence that Epstein receives pursuant to a plea agreement. A, yeah, period. Q, so is he correct in his recounting that? A, can you line, can you find that for me? Question mark. Q, yeah. A, so again, I don't have an independent recollection. O, comma, no, comma, I'm looking. Miss, redacted, parentheses. Oh, you have it. The witness, line, for something. I don't have an independent recollection of that breakfast, but in the contemporaneous emails, in the contemporaneous record, there is correspondence between line, between redacted and I, and you all asked for this, comma, and I, line, I spoke with my counsel, who then responded, and there's an email exchange where there's an October 20th, line, this was an October 23rd email, line, October 23rd letter. And then there is a response that's drafted on October 25th. I don't know if we can find that from blacked out redacted to J that specifically addresses the point. And then I respond, line, redacted, runs that by me, comma, and I respond, line, I edit the letter and I move it line, I sort of emphasize line, like I will make it firmer. And my edit says our office cannot and will not agree to this. And then my comment to blacked out redacted is, what do you think of this rewrite? Is it too strong? By Mr. Blacked out, parentheses, Q, what day was that? A, that was 2 days after this. I don't know if we can find that in the line in the chronological record. That was October 25th. Let's just take a minute. Is that what you have? Mr. Blacked out. Sorry, apparently my ability to separate paper has failed. The witness, okay. So this is a line, Mr. Blacked out, parentheses. Oh, I see. The witness, so line, Mr. Blacked out, parentheses. So go ahead. The witness, so October 25th, I'm writing to Blacked out. It's a short name. What do you think of this rewrite? Question. Is it too strong? Question. And it says, Dear Jay, I'd like to take this opportunity to document our conversation of October 24th, which clarified some of the representations in your October 23rd letter. I write in particular because you indicated that your intent in writing the letter was to memorialize our conversation. Our agreement is limited to blank, comma, blank, comma, blank, comma, dot, comma, dot, comma, dot, period. I specifically want to clarify one of the items that I believe was inaccurate in the October 23rd letter. Your office claims that this office would not intervene with the state attorney's office regarding this matter or contact any of the individual potential witnesses or potential civil complainants and their respective counsel on this matter. And neither your office nor the FBI would intervene regarding that sentence Mr. Epstein receives. Then it's a new line. I'm quoting Jay's letter. As we discussed and hopefully clarified, and as the U.S. attorney previously explained in an earlier conference call, such promises equate to the imposition of a gag order. Our office cannot and will not agree to this. It is the intent of this office to treat this matter like any other case. Thus, as is typical, we do not desire or intend to intervene is in quotes, the state attorney's office. The non-prosecution agreement provides sufficient mechanisms to achieve the goals of federal investigation. You should understand, however, that there are some communications that are typical in these matters. And so I go on. And so my point is, this was pretty line, based on line. If you reviewed my line, my emails and my language, for me to write something up saying, what do you think of this rewrite? Is it too strong? Question. Q. A. And to edit blacked out redacted language, comma, our office cannot and will not agree to this, is not my agreeing with this characterization, but my polite way of saying this ain't what I said. Q. A. Let me be clear. Q. And then line A. Again, no independent recollection. This is just based on inferring from the contemporaneous emails. Q. Okay. By Miss Blacked out, parentheses. Q. What I would like to do is ask a couple of questions in a couple of areas about the main justice review. A. Okay. Q. Then take a short break, and then Blacked out redacted has some questions that are CVRA related. And then we have some summary questions. A. Okay. Q. Is that all right? A. Can I line before you move on? Can I address something that Blacked out was getting at, but it's getting late? So I'm going to circle back to line to line. Q, please. A. Line, something that I thought you would bring up. Ms. MS, Blacked out, parentheses, sure, period. Moderators in production, I am coming up on time, so I'm just going to take a quick note of where we are at right now. I'm reading, I just completed the bottom of Lauren, fully redacted 7 PDF, page 17. The bottom of the document reads EFTA 00009 132. That's EFTA 20 9132. I'll hang on until I'm told otherwise, and can continue on with the next page. Okay, thank you. So I'm continuing on the document read. Oh, I'm getting a little of an echo. Thank you. The document reads page 317. The witness, I think something to talk about is pre-agreement and post-agreement, I think are different. And one concern that I had, and I certainly shared with line with Mr. Redacted blacked out, was once it was signed, line, we had the initial issues with the case. Once the agreement was signed, we now have an overlying issue of, is there line, is the agreement binding, ? To what extent it's binding? And so you, line, your question was, why this level of process after the agreement was signed? And I said, I think you'll get back to that. And I think to some extent, there are two parts to that. One is the office shouldn't be afraid of review. We're part of the Department of Justice, and review, whether it's by main justice or now you all, is line, is part of the process. And so to the extent that they want to appeal to Maine, it would be unseemingly to sort of say, don't review us. And I don't think it would help reviewing this. But the second part of it is, if we were to walk away from the agreement, that not only are we litigating the underlying criminal case, but we are litigating a civil/criminal issue on top of that, which is, did the agreement bind? And that's something that did inform the exhausting amount of process that they line that they received, which didn't change any of the outcome. I'm just going to do a vocal break. And we'll continue on unless control room says otherwise. So just finish reading the document EFTA 00009133. Yeah, no. So I'm now starting on the top of page 318 by Ms. Redacted parentheses Q didn't bind what ? A. So if we were to walk away, we're line, could we still prosecute? Q, I see. A, right? ? Because having signed that, we were now parties to an agreement, and that would overlay any sort of prosecution. And so you had these collateral issues coming by Miss Redacted parentheses Q. Just to make sure we're clear, are you saying that there is line, there would have been difficulty in declaring a breach so that way you could then indict? Okay, I'm ending on line 10 on page 19 of 33 of the Lauren fully redacted and handing it off to the next reader. Thanks for the opportunity.
Hi, everyone. We are back. I'm going to read, and I know that we're reading in sort of a disjointed way. I recognize that, you've been hearing from different people. You've been hearing emails. You've been hearing financial records. You've been hearing grand jury testimony. You've been hearing indictments read. And I think while it may seem as though we are not doing this in a cogent way, the reality is the Department of Justice released this in such a way that is deliberately like this. It is deliberately not coherent. It is not this beautiful timeline like we have up on the wall here in the Donald J. Trump, Jeffrey Epstein reading room here in Lower Manhattan. It was released in such a way that it is confusing. It is deliberately done like that. And so I'm going to read from an early volume 11 of 3,437. And I'm going to be reading from the grand jury testimony in the United States of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell. This is testimony that occurred in the summer of 2020. And we were in a portion that the person who is testifying is a unnamed, redacted FBI agent. And to recap, there's been a description of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell meeting a young teenager, approximately 14, at Interlochen Camp in Michigan. And Jeffrey Epstein was a major donor to Interlochen. There's a letter that thanks him for donating. He flies on a private jet. We already went through the Traverse City, Michigan airport, which is 25 minutes from the camp. And Ghislaine Maxwell, initials GM, was on that flight. And then they meet a young girl at the camp and invite her mom in, and they start the mom starts calling him a godfather, and we were getting into the part where she was talking about grooming, and so I want to pick back up. I think it's around here, page 635, but it was really, partially through this testimony. So we were talking about how he would give her cash, and how Ghislaine Maxwell was like a cool older sister, and she wanted to be an actress and a model. We started talking about instances of abuse. Okay. Here we are. Question. Now, did Blank also describe that once the abuse started, Epstein would also bring her into his massage room in the house? Answer, yes. Question. And were there times where he did this, where there were other women present, including Maxwell? Answer, yes. Was Blank abused during those episodes? Answer, yes, she was. Question. During these group encounters, what were Blank and the adult women wearing? Answer, they were usually just in their underwear. Question. Once they were all in the massage room, how would these episodes generally start? Answer, they would generally start with one of the girls massaging Epstein. Blank was usually massaging his feet. Maxwell was kind of teasing the girls. She'd grab the girls' breasts and would direct the girls on what to do. Question. When these episodes would start, in general, was Epstein generally laying face down on the massage table? Answer, yes. Question. What would happen as things progressed, generally speaking, from what she described to you? Answer. When Epstein would decide he was kind of done with the regular massage, he would turn over to his back and he'd grab whatever girl he wanted to either touch him or whatever girl he wanted to touch. Question. Did these episodes include sex acts that over time, in various instances, included Epstein masturbating, Epstein receiving oral sex, and Epstein engaging in intercourse? Answer, yes. Question. You were describing for a moment what Blank told you about Maxwell's role during these group encounters. Would Maxwell sometimes guide the women and give instructions about what to do? Answer, yes, she would. Question. What would Blank typically do during these episodes? Answer. She would try not to look at Maxwell because she gave off that sister vibe, so it felt weird to her. She would try to be as invisible in that room so they would ignore her as much as possible. Question, in the beginning, when blank was approximately 14 or 15, would she generally begin by just massaging Epstein's feet? Answer, yes. Question, is that something she was told to do? Answer, yes. You mentioned that she tried to be invisible. I believe that was your testimony? Answer, yes. Question, and over time, has she described to you that over time she believes she became more involved in the sexual activity which varied in each encounter? Answer, yes. Question, were there times, let me rephrase that. You touched on this for a moment, but just to be clear, how did blank describe Maxwell's attitude during these incidents? Answer, it was very casual. She acted like this was normal. She gave off that vibe to her, and yeah. Question, did that make her feel more comfortable with what was happening? Answer, it did. Question, was blank sometimes fully nude during these episodes? Answer, yes. Question, and during these episodes, did the abuse include Epstein touching blank's breast? Answer, yes. Question, did it include directing blank to touch Epstein's genitals? Answer, yes. Beginning when blank was approximately 14, does she begin to travel with Epstein and Maxwell to New York City on occasion? Answer, yes, she did. Question, was that to the property you testified about earlier, the townhouse on the Upper East Side? Answer, yes, she did. Yes. When blank traveled to New York City, did she stay at Epstein's townhouse in New York City? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did she recall that Maxwell and Epstein took her shopping on one of her early trips to New York City? Answer, yes. Question, did she remember them buying her anything? Answer, she recalled them buying her white cotton underwear. Her description was that they were like little girls' underwear. From ages 14 to 17, did Epstein ask blank to periodically fly to New York for weekends at that townhouse in New York? I'm sorry, say it again. You testified that she began traveling to New York City at age 14. Did she then periodically travel to New York City in a similar manner from ages 14 to 17? Answer, yes. Were there times when she traveled on those trips when she flew on Epstein's private jet? Yes. Did she sometimes also fly commercially? Yes, she did. Question, was Maxwell sometimes present on the trips to New York? Answer, yes. Question, you testified earlier that blank was sexually abused in Palm Beach. Did she describe to you that she was also sexually abused on these trips to New York? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did Maxwell encourage blank to go on these trips? Answer, yes. Question, what did blank tell you about her memory of how these trips were arranged? She recalled that Maxwell was usually the one that would schedule her flights. If she was flying commercially, she would schedule the flights, sometimes calling her mother to schedule. Question, was that her general impression of how they were arranged? Answer, yes. Question, in addition to the trips to New York City that you just described, did blank also remember traveling at least once to Epstein's ranch in New Mexico? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did she remember whether or not she was sexually abused in New Mexico? Answer, she couldn't recall. She couldn't remember. Question, in general, how would blank get to the airport in Florida when she would fly on Epstein's jet? What did she describe to you? Answer, usually a driver. One of Epstein's drivers would pick her up from her house and take her to the airport. Question, now you testified earlier that you reviewed flight records for Epstein's private jet. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and have you reviewed records from the 1990s to see if whether there's a person named blank listed on the records? Answer, yes. Turning to the next slide, is this an excerpt from those records? Answer, yes, it is. Question, and does the red arrow point to, just one moment, does the red arrow point to a November 11th, 1996 flight? Answer, yes, it does. And does this flight log reflect that it was a flight from Palm Beach, Florida to Teterboro, New Jersey? Answer, yes. Question, is there a private airfield in Teterboro, New Jersey? Answer, yes, there is. What's it called? Teterboro Airport. Are the passengers listed on this entry JE? Yes. And do the entries also include blank plus friend blank, family blank, child blank, and blank? Answer, yes. Sorry. Was blank based on your awareness of blank date of birth and the date of the flight? Was blank 16 on that date of that flight? Yes, she was. Turning to the next slide, you testified earlier about Teterboro Airport. What are we looking at on this slide? Answer, this is directions from Teterboro Airport to Epstein's residence here in Manhattan. Question, so based on your review of this map, if someone were to fly into Teterboro Airport and travel to New York City, would the most natural route be to travel from Teterboro Airport and crossing into New York through Manhattan? Answer, yes. Question, turning to the next slide, is this also an excerpt from the flight records you've reviewed? Answer, yes, it is. Question, and does this show a May 9th, 1997 flight from Teterboro, New Jersey to Santa Fe, New Mexico? Answer, yes, it does. And are the passengers listed on this log J.E., G.M., and blank? Yes. Based on your knowledge of blank's birth date and the date of this flight, would blank have been 16 on the date of this flight? Answer, yes, she would have been. Question, turning to the next slide, is this also an excerpt of the flight records? Answer, yes. And does the red arrow point to a flight entry on May 3rd, 1998? Answer, yes, it does. Question, based on the airport codes, does this reflect that there is a flight on that date from Palm Beach, Florida to Teterboro, New Jersey? Yes. And are the passengers listed J.E., G.M., E.T., blank, Glenn, blank, blank, Manny, blank, blank? Yes. Based on your knowledge of blank's birth date and the date of this flight, would blank have been 17 on this date? Answer, yes. Question, am I correct that you testified earlier that in addition to sometimes flying on Epstein's private jet, she also traveled commercially on commercial airlines? Is that correct? Yes, it is. Based on your review of these flight logs, does every flight entry list the name of every single passenger, or are there times when a passenger is noted female? There are times when a passenger is just noted female. I'm going to talk to you about two examples of that. Turning ahead 2 slides, looking at slide 18, does this reflect a January 3rd, 1995 flight where the flight log says J.E., 2 females? Yes, it does. And do the 2 entries below also just list female next to the initials J.E.? Yes, they do. Turning to the next slide, slide 19, is this another example of an entry like that, focusing on the entry on February 12th, 1995? Yes. Does that entry also say female? Yes, it does. Now, you testified that blank sometimes flew on commercial airlines and that arrangements for her travel were made for her to fly commercially for these trips. Is that right? Yes. Have you been able to obtain commercial flight records? We tried. We were unable to obtain those records. Why is that? Airlines do not keep records past a certain year. Does blank recall group sexualized messages involving Epstein and Maxwell in both New York and Florida residences during the time period we've been talking about? Answer, yes. Question, you testified earlier about the time that Epstein and Maxwell would spend together and the activities they were involved in. During this time period, did blank have occasion to talk with Maxwell? I'm sorry, can you ask the question again? Question, during the beginning when she was 14, spending time with Epstein and Maxwell, and through the years, did blank often have conversations with Maxwell about her life? Answer, yes. Question, did they talk often? Answer, they did. Question, did Maxwell ask blank about her family, her classes, and other aspects of her life? Answer, yes, she did. Question, you testified earlier that just before she turned 18, blank moved to New York City. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question, did she go to school there in New York City for her senior year? Answer, yes, she did. Question, what school did she go to? Answer, she went to blank, 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 blank. The rest of the line is redacted. Question, what is blank, 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 blank? Answer, they cater to individuals who want to pursue careers in the arts. Question, have you reviewed records from blank, presumably the school? Answer, yes. Question, if you could turn to slide 17, can you please explain for the grand jury what we're looking at here? Answer, this is an excerpt from blank application to blank, blank, blank. On it is listed who is financially responsible for her, and that is Jeffrey Epstein. From what blank told you, did Maxwell encourage blank to accept Epstein's financial help? Answer, yes. When blank moved to New York City, who was she living with? Answer, she lived with her mother and brother in blank blank. Question, did Epstein help pay for her rent? Answer, yes, he did. Question, during that year, her senior year of high school when she was in New York City, did blank remain in contact with Epstein? Answer, yes. Question,
What was the nature of their contact like during this time period? Answer: during this time, he was still sexually abusing her. Question: did that continue to occur in his townhouse in Manhattan that year? Answer: yes, it did. Question: what happened at the end of her senior year of high school? Question: she moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career in acting. Question: did she get a job as an actress when she was 18? Answer: she did. Has blank lived in Los Angeles and worked as an actress on television ever since then? Answer: yes. Question: after she moved to Los Angeles, did she continue to being in touch with Epstein? Answer: for a short period of time. Question: did she ultimately break contact with him? Answer: yes, she did. Question: is blank currently pursuing a civil lawsuit against Maxwell and Epstein's estate? Answer: yes. Question: have you talked with blank about whether, when she was a teenage girl, when all of this was happening, whether she told anyone she was being sexually abused? Answer: yes. She said she didn't tell anyone. She felt like she couldn't. Nothing was talked about outside of that room, so it made it so that she couldn't talk about it. And then her mother is Middle Eastern, and her mother raised her that women are supposed to do what they're told, even if someone is beating you. And when she was 13 and her father passed, she went to a guidance counselor at school to talk about it, and her mother found out about it and smacked her. So she felt like she couldn't talk to anyone about it. Did blank's mother encourage her to accept Epstein's financial assistance? Yes, she did. Have you become aware that in 2005, police officers from the Palm Beach Police Department executed a search warrant at Epstein's house at the El Brillo Way address in Palm Beach? Answer: yes. Question: have you reviewed some of the materials seized during that search? Answer: yes. Question: did they find massage tables and sex toys? Answer: yes, they did. Question: did they find any photographs of blank? Yes. Was one of the photographs signed by blank? Answer: yes, it was. Question: did it say 2 lines redacted? Answer: yes. During your interviews with blank, did blank tell you how she felt about Epstein and Maxwell in the 90s when she was a young girl? Answer: she did. She expressed that she felt like they loved her. She felt like they were her family, that they supported her, and that she felt she was made to feel like that she needed to be grateful to them. Okay, did she tell you that she felt like they were trying to help her? Yes. Have you talked with blank about how she feels about this now? Yes. What was blank's demeanor like when she described to you what Epstein and Maxwell had done to her? Answer: she was upset. She recognized that now. It's affected her life to a great degree. She has struggled in relationships with opening up to people and trusting people, both personal and professional relationships. Question: did she tell you that she struggled to tell anyone what happened to her for most of her adulthood? Answer: yes. Question: when was the first time that you interviewed her? Answer: last fall. Question: was that the first time she'd ever reported this to law enforcement? Answer: yes, it was. Question: now, you testified earlier about your interviews with blank, who worked at Epstein's Palm Beach house. Did he remember a girl named blank coming to the house during that time? Answer: yes, he did. Question: did he recall blank, Maxwell, and Epstein being in the Palm Beach house together? Answer: yes. Question: what was his understanding of why blank was there? Answer: he thought that Epstein was helping her. That's what Epstein had told him, and blank had told him that Epstein was helping her. Question: did he ever observe Epstein interacting with blank physically? Answer: yes. Question: what did he see? Answer: he saw Epstein kiss blank's cheek and pat her on the bottom. Question: did he have any knowledge about what was happening with Epstein or Maxwell when he was not present? He didn't. Did blank ever recall picking up blank from her house? Answer: yes. And when he would pick her up from her house, would he bring her back to the Palm Beach house? Yes. Did he remember who in general would tell him to pick up blank from her house? Maxwell would be the one to tell him to pick her up. Did he recall ever driving blank to the movies? Yes. What did he tell you about that? That it would usually be Epstein, Maxwell, and blank. They'd go to the movies, and it would usually be late at night. Did he tell you about what his memory was about how old blank was? Answer: he said she was young, and that he knew that because he picked her up from school, and he knew that she was too young to drive. Switching gears, I want to talk to you about a different aspect of your interviews with blank blank. Based on what he told you about his job duties, were there ever times when he would have to clean Epstein's massage room? Yes. What did he tell you about that? He said he found sex toys in the massage room and he had to wash them afterwards. Aside from those experiences, was he aware of there being sex toys in the house? Answer, yes. There was a basket of sex toys that were in Maxwell's closet. Did blank stop working for Epstein in approximately 2002? Answer, yes. Was he told that he was being replaced? Answer, yes. Was he generally aware that the person who replaced him was much younger? Answer, yes. Did blank tell you that for a few months after he left working for Epstein, he became suicidal because of issues in his marriage? Answer, yes. Did he tell you that he went to Epstein's house and tried to take Epstein's gun? Yes, he did. Did he tell you that he took several $1,000s? Yes. Did Epstein discover this and confront him about it? Answer, yes, he did. Question, did blank admit to Epstein and the police what he'd done? Answer, yes. Question, did Epstein also tell the police that his gun was missing? Yes. Were there ever any charges filed? No. Was he ever arrested? I don't believe so. And did Epstein ever pursue any charges about this incident? No, he didn't pursue anything. Have you interviewed one of Epstein's former pilots? Answer, yes. Is that pilot named blank blank? Yes. Was he one of the pilots for Epstein's private jets in the 90s? Yes. Did he remember blank blank traveling on the jet in the 90s? Answer, he remembered her traveling, but he didn't remember specifics. Question, so just to be clear, it's your testimony that he didn't remember the specific dates of the flights, but he remembered her traveling on the jet during the 1990s? Answer, yes. And he did remember specifically blank as a person who traveled? Answer, yes. Do you want to pass me my notes? Question. Did you discuss with him the flight records that we talked about earlier that lists a person named blank as a passenger? Answer, yes. Did he have a specific memory of those exact flights? Answer, no. Question, but was he aware of any other blank flying on the jet besides blank blank in the 90s? Answer, no. No other blank at that time. Are we good? Okay. All right. We are approaching the 14-hour mark. I kind of can't believe it. But I think that a friend of mine is on from Los Angeles. Ravenna, are you there? She's there? She's ready? All right. Amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a wonderful activist who cares about these issues and who is taking time to read from the Epstein files to keep me company during this 24-hour live stream. I so appreciate you.
Thanks so much, Eliza. Hi, you guys. Like Eliza said, my name's Ravenna Coe. I'm a mother, an activist, a survivor, and I'm really glad to be here with you guys. Thanks for holding space and bearing witness with me. I'm picking up right at the top of page 366. I'm right in the middle of the sentence at this deposition, and we're just going to get right into it. It's a signed agreement, but based on the course of conduct, is that agreement really an agreement that will be honored? And so there was an ongoing investigation as well, because we didn't know if we'd go to trial. And I know that, I know. My recollection is that the judgment was until we know that this agreement is really going to be performed fully, that to inform victims of the possibility of civil recovery is problematic. And I can't say that that judgment's incorrect, that I think that's a valid judgment. Question. Fair enough. And then the last question on this email is at the bottom. Miss Redacted invites you to attend interviews with 4 of the girls who would be coming in on the following day. Did you attend? I did not. And as a U.S. attorney, I don't think I attended. That wasn't typical for our office. Question. Had you ever had that type of request come from a line assistant? Not to my recollection, but I also tended not to have communications come from line assistants in the first place. Question. Were you at all curious, given that you discussed the issues with the witnesses in this case, right? That potential impeachment and that that caused you to, that went into the negotiation phase. Did you have any interest in seeing these people, even interacting with them personally, so that you could make your own assessment? So, any interest is, would there be value in doing that? He asked. He answered, so we had very experienced prosecutors. It's not just interacting with the victims. The victims were in a really hard position. It's not how I would draw a distinction between a victim being interviewed by an agent and how a victim holds up in court in a public setting under cross-examination. And in that, I don't think anyone in the office was questioning the pain or the suffering of the victims. I think that the issues were how would they hold up in court, which are uniquely trial issues. Question. Okay, then let's move on to what was your understanding that the federal government was going to do as far as the notification about the resolution of the case? He answered, so my understanding is that once we believed that the case was going to be, that the plea was going to go forward, that we would notify the victims of the resolution and of the agreement and basically how it would play out. Question. Now, are you saying, now you had agreed to not notify, well, did you? I mean, one would read your December 12th to 19th letter as an agreement that the federal government is not going to notify the victims of the state pleas. And that will end that part of the case. Is that correct? Answer. So I would parse my letter differently, and this is 12 years after the fact, and so this isn't based in recollection, but on my reading and my understanding of the course of conduct in this case sitting here now. My understanding was that our office was notified. Was it on a Friday afternoon? Yes. That he would be pleading on a Monday, and that at that time, redacted, made efforts to notify victims that he would be pleading, and that that would terminate the federal resolution of this matter, and that the victim should attend that hearing, which wasn't the state resolution of the case. It was the federal resolution. So he clarified that. And then the question, and so you're saying that the state plea was also the federal resolution of the case. Based on my understanding of what happened, that's how my recollection, based on having reviewed the record, that's how I believe it proceeded, although I think redacted attempted to do so, couldn't reach some attorneys and exercised best efforts to let him know, but did not get a hold of all of the victims over the weekend. So that's the reasoning there. Question continues with, before we get too deep into that, let's please take a look at Exhibit 51. So this is an email forwarded to you from Redacted from January to June 25th, 2008. So that is 5 days prior to the plea in this case. He acknowledges yes. Continues, or the state court plea, and the attachment there, you'll notice a letter with a notification of identified victims, and the letter is written, would you disagree? It's written with, on June 30th, Epstein pled guilty. Do you see that? He answers yes. So the inference, as it appears to be, that this letter was to be sent after the plea. Answer, I see that. I also, based on my review of the record, where I think I'm recalling the redacted affidavit, where she said that she made an attempt to notify the victims as soon as she was made aware that he would be pleading in state court. Question, what the redacted says in the affidavit, correct, continues, I believe that she made notification and that the police department, chief redacted, police department made notifications. Is that correct? Does that ring a bell? Answer, aye. Mr. Todd says, do you have a copy of the affidavit so we can just look at it? Mr. Redacted, do you have redacted affidavit email? Miss Redacted, it's right here, one copy. The witness, I'll hand it back. Mr. Redacted, almost done. The witness says, so relevant to this paragraph 34, and then another paragraph, these and other attacks and efforts to avoid the NPA's terms led the FBI investigative team, the office, and myself to conclude that prosecution at trial remained a possibility and that we should prepare as such. This meant that the victim notification letters had to cease because, one, we no longer knew whether Epstein would perform under the NPA, and hence we did not know whether providing information about the NPA would be accurate. until we believe that Epstein, through his counsel, would attempt to use victim notification concerning the NPA to suggest that victims had been encouraged by the FBI on the office to overstate the victimization for monetary compensation. And then fast forwarding because you can read it on your own. On Friday, June 27th at approximately 4:15, I received a copy of Epstein's proposed state plea agreement, and I learned that Epstein's state court change of plea was scheduled for 8:30 a.m. on a Monday. The Palm Beach Police Department and I attempted to notify the victims about the hearing in the short time available to us. I specifically called to Attorney Edwards to provide notice to his clients regarding the hearing. I believe it was during this. I never told that the state charges involved other victims, and neither the state court charging instrument nor the factual proffer limited the procurement of prostitution charges to a specific cell. So that was what I was referring to. Again, I'm basing this based on my review of the affidavit and not on recollection of how this may or may not have proceeded 12 years ago. So he is saying over and over that he is speaking on behalf of what he knows from reviewing the affidavit, not from what he personally remembers. The questions continue. Okay, would it surprise you to learn that Ms. Redacted only communicated with Mr. Edwards that day? That's because she was under the direction from a manager to only contact Edwards regarding the potential plans for that Monday. Answer, the affidavit said that she attempted to notify the victims, so I can't speak to that. Okay. And I don't have an independent recollection of this going back 12 years. Question continues. Were you aware that Ms. Redacted was directed to have no communication with the state attorney's office and probably during the latter period of the case in 2008? Not to my recollection. Okay. Would you not recall hearing anyone directing her to not communicate with the state attorney's office? I can't speak 12 years later what role I may or may not have had. I question how, if there is an attempt to schedule a plea and all of that, how can there not be communication? But I can't say whether I did or did not, when I say I have no recollection, I mean that in the broadest sense of the word. Okay. In your December 19th letter, you did agree that the state attorney's office would notify the state's victims, right? Yes. And do you have any idea how that was to be accomplished? I can't speak to that now. And would you have any knowledge of the state victims now, or of who the state victims are? He answered, I would infer that our office would have had sufficient communication with the state attorney's office to communicate who the victims were in this case because it was an ongoing matter, but I don't know. Do you want to go on? Ms. Redacted. Okay, are you done with your portion at least for the moment? Yes, thank you. Question. I just want to clarify something you said in a moment. Sure. Ago, Mr. Redacted. You said you referred to the agreement, the NPA, as having been, as it was signed and being reviewed. Were you talking about Washington? Right. The criminal division, but we established earlier, did we not, that the NPA was not the subject of the criminal division review. They expressly declined to review it. He answered, I stand corrected. Okay, I just wanted to be clear on the record. Thank you. So we've had a lot of conversation about facts. We're fortunate in this case to have a plethora of documents upon which we can rely even 12 years or so after the fact. And we've tried to plumb the depths of your memory as to the events. Are there any facts, any conversations, any incidents, anything based on the questions that you've heard here today that you have recalled, that you want to tell us about, want to know? So give me a minute to just sort of think this through. Of course. I think we've covered most of the issues pretty well. I guess I would have two general comments. The first is whether folks agree or disagree with the initial 2 years, registration and restitution. The office's focus was on having Mr. Epstein go to jail at a time when, from our perspective, these cases were at least presented with these facts federally at least unusual, and at most, trafficking cases involved a different sort of nexus. It involved bringing individuals into the country or holding individuals against their will or doing something like that. And this will go to my second point, which is, sitting here, we now see several high-profile individuals who abused power and have now been prosecuted, who were known at the time to abuse drugs, like Bill Cosby. why is he talking about Bill Cosby? And there were rumors at the time, and and so looking back, maybe it was the right call. Maybe it wasn't the right call, but there was some degree of, I'm not sure what the right adjective is, frustration, that uncertainty. And certainly some of this goes to me, but I think a lot of this goes to Redacted and to the individuals involved, that the attempt to put someone in jail, as opposed to decline the case and to say that this is a state case, that the federal issues are too tricky, and that ultimately this is a sort of novel interpretation, that the attempt to come up with an outcome has rebounded in the way that it has. And I'm not saying, look, that's life, and I understand that. But I do understand that it's important to look back on this and try to be in the shoes of the thought process in 2006 and 2007, when traffic in prosecutions was fairly new, when more so than today, some jurors may have looked at this as prostitution and were perhaps more so than today, judges' tolerance for victim shaming may have both caused more hesitation on the part of victims, but also created more issues at trial. And so I think we've touched on that. But I think as we sort of wrap up this portion of it, it's important to just restate that, which it is. And to an addition, are there any facts or conversations or anything, fair, you did ask this, that we've not really elicited from you that you want us to know? And to be clear, you'll have an opportunity to supplement this. Right. Not that I can think of sitting here. All right. How do you respond to public criticism that the defense attorneys, the Epstein defense team, were gaining extraordinary access to an influence on prosecutors from the line level all the way up through the department? He answered, so I would point out early on in the case, when I said early, you pushed back, but from my perspective, early on in the case, well, not when it was first investigated, but when it first bubbles up for decision. And that would be mid-2007, he clarified. Yes, mid-2007, June-ish, May to June 2007, May, June, July. We determined here is what we need for that resolution. And I think I addressed some of this in the Daily Beast letter. I did look up and read that Daily Beast letter today, by the way, in preparation for this live stream with you all. Because we were receiving criticism back then, and I think the letter had been misconstrued to some extent, because it was not, oh, here are influential people, we're backing off. It was, we early on set 3 criteria: 2 years, registration, restitution. Despite all of these attorneys, despite all of these appeals, despite all of these efforts, the office did not budge, with the caveat of the 24 to 18 months, which we've discussed. And from my perspective, despite all of that, I backed the office in sticking by that resolution in all the various appeals to Washington. And so ultimately it was a year-long process, but we ended up a year later exactly where we started, with the caveat of the 24 to 18. And so to the extent that there was influence, there was no change in position. Clarifies. Well, my question was access, that this team of defense attorneys, right, had extraordinary access, that they asked for meetings, that they pressed for with communications, and that they had that access. Did that seem extraordinary to you? So they asked for a meeting with me before the agreement was signed. I granted that. That's not the first and only time that I granted a meeting to defense attorneys. I don't think it's a typical part, particularly as a case that is coming to resolution, for a U.S. attorney to sit down with opposing counsel. And I can think of several cases where that happened. There was certainly a lot of access in Washington. I would speak to, I think that's a question to direct to this building. Because this process here was lengthy and frustrating, but I think we successfully held firm in our positions despite all the process in this building. And again, my focus is not on your response, but on the access. And based on the prominence of the defense attorneys, if this had been local attorneys, your sort of average criminal defense attorney from, right where they hang out in, right, Miami, coming to you and pressing you for this, writ large the department, do you believe they would have had the same amount or comparable level of access? So I don't know the answer. I'm asking. He answered, yeah, so I guess I'd respond this way. If an attorney, after meeting with my management staff, asked for a meeting with me, I believe I did and would have granted it. And I could think of several matters on which these type of meetings were granted. And so that was not unusual. All right. With respect to the back and forth after the agreement was signed, this was an usual agreement, and to some extent, as a result, the back and forth quickly elevated, particularly because matters would elevate, in particular when they were being addressed at main justice. That would be one natural way for matters to elevate within the office. And so the fact that they were being addressed and reviewed and the letters were coming here would naturally elevate the way the matter was treated in Miami. Continued with question. In particular, Jay Lefkowitz had ready access to, of course, he was involved in the negotiations with Redacted, directly in creating the NPA, but after that, it appears from the record that he was often contacting you and running or going above the people who worked for you, and on numerous occasions, you, again, my characterization, reprimanded him or instructed him not to do that and to direct his communication to the line attorney or her supervisors. Is that a fair characterization? Yes, on I think several occasions I said direct them, and again, that was after the agreement that was signed, yes. But there were many issues still pending, correct? He answered yes. Okay, and that was his ability to reach out to you, and that was a function of your personal association. Is that fair? So I don't think that's a fair characterization. I think you could also say that it was the ability of, or a function of, his assistance in not doing what we asked, and the fact that this was the typical course. A Miami attorney would not have done this because they would have had to interact with the office on an ongoing basis. And so the repeat litigator behaves very differently than the one-time raised earth litigator. Raised, R-A-Z-E-D, he spells for clarification on vocabulary choice. He answers correct. Is it reasonable for us to understand that you've followed the media coverage of what happened in the Epstein case over the years? He answers yes. In your view overall, in whatever specific respect you wish to address, has it been accurate or not so? I think it has been inaccurate in several ways, and we can go through them, but he clarifies if you could just take those off. So I think it's inaccurate in that it has been characterized as our approving a state plea, and the complexity of this case was a state plea, and we were deferring to or in favor of a state prosecution has been lost, and it's something that I've attempted to correct, but it's very difficult to sort of explain that in the media. And this is a bad analogy, and so I haven't used it in the media, but I've thought about it, and so I'll share it. So after the Jussie Smollett plea in Chicago, there was some discussion of whether the federal government should bring charges. And I remember the media saying that, well, I haven't used this analogy because I don't want to compare, and I think it would be disrespectful to compare the facts of the case to what happened to those victims. And I don't want the comparison to be drawn, but there is a legal comparison, right? The U.S. attorney in Chicago could have stepped in and said, whether or not the state takes this plea, we may investigate this federally and sort of stop that plea from going forward, or at least put a wrench in those gears. And the U.S. attorney could have pursued that under the petite policy and did not. And so our stepping into this sort of reminded me of how many times cases are viewed as a manifest injustice. Cases that are viewed as a manifest injustice do occur, and yet the federal government does not step in. And the fact that we stepped in, it has been construed as this became a federal prosecution, and sort of instead going to, is it redacted, or he clarifies with the redacted. And then two words are redacted, sort of questioned earlier in the distinction between it was not manifest injustice versus if this was the right outcome, is something that I think has been lost in the coverage of the matter. I think the second issue that's been lost in the coverage of the matter is there were references to Prince Andrew and Alex Dershowitz and Governor Richardson and Bill Clinton and the thing happening in London and the so-called Lolita Express, where things may have happened on airplanes. And so this is viewed from the public as this international matter where the victims were local, the actions, to my recollection, were local. And so the distinction between this Palm Beach incident and what the media likes to cover, which is, did Mr. Epstein force a minor to have sexual relations with Prince Andrew, is a very different fact pattern, both in terms of the public perception of forcing a minor to have sex with a third party that they have, that is outside the solicitation matter. And that is outside the solicitation context. It's sort of, I'm traveling with these women and forcing them to have sex versus a more local matter that I don't want to say solicitation because I think we've covered that, but some may view as that. And I think those are two major elements that have been lost in the coverage. Right. Question, the case has been criticized as having involved improper influences or favors or payments that affected decisions that were made within your office, and you're aware of all of those. Yes. Allegations as well in connection with this case, were you yourself ever offered any payments, any favors, or any promises or job assistance or anything like that, or in connection with this case? No. And to your knowledge, was there any such offer to anyone associated with this case in your office? Not to my knowledge. It's been asserted also that the handling of this case in your office was affected by Epstein's wealth and influence in the Palm Beach community. What is your response to that criticism? Again, my response would be, sometime in May or June, we came up with these 3 points and we stuck to them. And, despite all of this, when people make these assertions, somewhere along the way that we stuck to these points is lost and not talked about. And so we did stick to these points, and questioned whether the case would have come to us in the first place. But I think that could also go the other way. He asked for clarification. I don't understand that. That it's highly unusual for a case to be brought to the U.S. Attorney's Office after the state attorney not declines, but clarifies, fails to fully prosecute. Right. And so the question is, one question that also doesn't get asked, to what extent was this case brought to us in the first place because of his profile? Question. So in other words, are you suggesting that his wealth and influence in the community affected the state authorities? I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is that the case came in, the case proceeded, and someone can make the argument that the only reason that Chief Redacted brought it to us was because it's had such a high profile. Are there other matters that take place in Palm Beach that a state attorney declines in the first place that isn't brought to the state attorney because it doesn't rise to that? You mean the U.S. attorney, he corrects. To the U.S. attorney because it doesn't rise to the profile? All right. Well, in fairness, but he might have done it because of the number of victims too, right? He may have. I don't know. What I'm suggesting is we tried to treat it fairly, not looking at, hey, how wealthy is he? But also not saying we need to do this because he is so wealthy. Continues with the question. What do you think about the media's treatment of the line assistant? Redacted, first and last name. I think I wish her name wouldn't be in the media. To some extent, U.S. attorneys, when they take the job, you realize that part of their job was to take the slings and arrows. There are instances where AUSAs were accused of misconduct, and I've always felt that was, I don't want to say below the belt, but that's not why they take the pay cuts they take to go into federal service, And I think the media coverage of the case has been unfair and has lost a lot of the complexities. It's not surprising because here we're talking about a lot of those complexities, but it takes a fairly sophisticated discussion, but I think it's particularly unfair on Redacted. The question continues. In your attorney's written response, he used the term relentless to characterize the team of lawyers, the defense lawyers, and in that Daily Beast article that you wrote, you referred to the year-long assault on the prosecution and the prosecutors. You noted that the defense was more, open quotes, more aggressive than any which I or the prosecutors in my office had previously encountered, close quotes. You noted that the defense investigated prosecutors and tried to disqualify 2. And I believe that those 2 are first and last redacted and first and last redacted. Is that he affirms that is correct? All right. Yeah. And you also noted or asserted that there were investigations into the family lives of individual prosecutors, accusations of bias and misconduct against individual prosecutors, and even the threat of a book on prosecutorial zeal. Do you still regard that characterization as accurate? He answers, I do. Whether I would use those same words now, we can spend a lot of time talking about it, and so he does his best to excuse it away. And we move on. He says, all right. To think about, but I do think that's accurate. I think this really was a raised earth type of matter. And in the office's typical interactions, the prosecutors know that they have to come back to the office. And so they would not the prosecutors. It's getting late, though, the defense counsel. So he clarifies that he is referencing the defense counsel, not the prosecutors, and that he's misspoken. And so I'm at the top of page 388 for those following along with me. And so it's not just the accusations against the attorneys, but the mischaracterization. I could go through the record and there's several instances with my words or other AUSA's words are being mischaracterized, or we're going back to one of the redacted emails. People walk out of the meeting believing that they have an agreement and then that's unwound. And that is not, I don't know if that's typical in Washington, but it's certainly not typical in the Miami office. Questions continue. All right. In that Daily Beast article, I think you also used the term picadillos. Yes. What did you mean by that in particular? Could I see that? I was afraid you'd ask that. I have it right in front of me and I don't at the moment. Clarification, are you talking about the to whom it may concern letter? Yes. The witness confirms yes. The court reporter confirms yes. Yes, thank you. And it's referenced to the second numbered page of this copy to personal peccadillos in the middle of this page. Also, individual prosecutors and their families looking for personal peccadillos that provide a, so one word redacted, was to my recollection, she wasn't investigated, 2 lines redacted, and I haven't encountered that in other cases. I recall it at one point, they also looked in redacted, which seems to be a location or city, and at redacted family and his background, and I thought that was a little out of line. I just finished line 7. The entire remainder of the page to line 25 is redacted. We move to page 390, where the first 4 lines are redacted, where I resume. At this point, I was trying to convey, is this not typical behavior by defense counsel? And despite all of this, my point was, despite all this, we did not budge. And again, that's not the focus of this question, is clarified. Then we have 8 more lines redacted, 1 question and answer before we resume with a question on line 20. All right, are there any other examples where defense counsel came to you that have not otherwise been addressed with allegations about someone? I'm hesitating just because I'm trying to think through, and again, not to my recollection, no. Continues with the questioning. Did they ever raise or imply that there was information regarding you of whatever respect that was in the nature of sort of a threat or a veiled warning? So the book reference was that I might be personally embarrassed by pursuing the matter because I would be the subject of a chapter in a book on prosecutorial overreach. And who is going to write that book? Do you know? Professor Dershowitz. Okay, do you consider him a professional friend at all? I had not, to my recollection, met him. I understood in the letter I sort of grouped him in. But I would say for the record that it's hard to know what my intent was in 2011, but that's for simplicity of grouping individuals because I did go to Harvard. I may have run into him at Harvard, but he was not my professor and I didn't work for him as a teaching assistant. I had some interest in criminal law, so I may have chatted with him, but that would have been it. Continues questioning. And did you consult with him at all in connection with your efforts, your interest in potentially teaching or be involved in sort of the law school world, either at Harvard or at Florida International or anyone else? Or anywhere else. Thank you. Not to my recollection. At some point when I applied for the deanship, I wasn't aware of the deanship until, so let's take this in part. I thought about looking at Harvard for a teaching position. To my recollection, I never followed through on that. I knew Elena Kagan and may have had a conversation with her that would have been a preliminary. How does this process work? But I don't recall taking it. If I took it that far, and I'm not saying I did, this was a long time ago. I never sort of went through. The way law schools hire is they call it a meat market. Take that for what it's worth. It's something that happens at the hotels here at the Marriott in Connecticut. And it's a very formalized process. And I never went through that. I don't recall any conversation with Professor Dershowitz about that. To the extent I was thinking about it, it'd be natural for me to talk to Redacted, but I don't recall talking to him. With respect to Professor Dershowitz, with respect to FIU, the dean process is very decentralized. To the extent a faculty member spoke to him, I don't know, to my recollection. And again, this is a long time ago. I did not ask him for a reference or a letter or something to that regard, although I may have. Again, he reiterates that it was a long, long time ago. I was also no longer active in this case at the time. All right, and what about with respect to that same process on your part? Ken Starr, who actually was a dean of law school at the time, did he provide you with a reference or advice? Not to my recollection. All right. And as the letter from Ken at the end, there was some, from the time it was over, there was some degree of tension between us on my resolution of this matter, but it also appeared to be tension that both of you were eager to leave aside. I'm a big believer and I had good relationships with the defense bar. I think lawyers can disagree and not be disagreeable, and we would be a better profession if we all learned to do that. So with the world, yes. There's a sort of investigative journalist author named Redacted. Yes. Do you know that name? Yes. Did you ever speak with her? So she was the recipient of the due to whom it may concern letter at the Daily Beast. Oh, really? Yes. All right. Thank you. We didn't know that. Did she comment back to you on it? It was a long time ago. I don't recall. So she wrote a book called Trafficking. Have you read that? About this case? She did. I haven't read it recently, but I read it a while ago. And she says, in that book that you told her a few years after the NPA that was signed, as she writes, he felt incapable of going up against the 8 powerful attorneys. He felt that his career was at stake. Did you say that to her? Not to my recollection. But what I tried to do was, for the record, provide this letter to her. The purpose of this letter was to say the exact opposite, which is, we have this, in the New York Times, and I think the New York Times called it, what's the word, like apologia. Does anyone know what apologia? That's apology. It's a fancy way of saying apology. Yeah, of explaining yourself. I looked it up, and it's a little more derogatory than explaining yourself, because I felt the need to look it up. But the New York Times called the letter an apologia, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And this was recently. And I say this because when folks read this letter, they read it as, this is why you had these. I think sometimes they selectively read language. The prosecutors and agents in this case, what followed was a year-long assault. I use the word assault as it was more aggressive than anything in which I or the prosecutors in my office had previously encountered. Excuse me, Mr. Epstein hired an army of legal superstars, Harvard professor Dershowitz, former judge and then Pepperdine Lodging Ken Starr, former deputy assistant to the president, then Kirkland and Ellis law partner Jay Lefkowitz, and several others, including prosecutors that formerly worked at the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Child Exploitation Section, I'm not sure who that was, of the Department of Defense, in the Child Exploitation and Obscenity Section of the Justice Department. Defense attorneys next requested a meeting with me, and they read that as saying that there were all these powerful lawyers on the case, and they don't let them go on to talk about, despite this army of attorneys, the office held firm to the terms first presented to Mr. Black in the original meeting. And I'm going to wrap up with this last question and confirmation at the top of page 397. And again, I thank you so much for bearing witness with me. His last question that I'll read with is, so is it what I understand you're saying is that the pantheon of attorneys did not have the influence on you that's alleged. And the purpose of the letter was to say, despite all this, right, that we held firm. So how can I say that there's influence if we held firm? And that what I would also note, and I think we talked about this, that these terms were developed before many of these individuals came on board. So it's not like these terms are developed now, because it's not like these individuals are on board. And I'll wrap there in the middle of page 397 and pass it forward over to Kurt. Thank you again. Bye, y'all.
I'm not. No, did you send it to me? Amazing. Yeah. Oh my gosh, we are almost 14 and a half hours in. Less than 10 hours to go. We are really making progress, and I am still here at the Donald J. Trump Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan, where we are in the midst of our 24-hour live stream reading the Epstein files. Thank you, everyone who has joined me thus far. Thank you for everyone who is going to continue to join me to get me through this terrible long night. But I am, it's so important, and we are really trying to bring attention to this. So continue sharing, continue donating. There's a QR code on screen for World Without Exploitation. But I am joined now by Kurt Mullett, political commentator and author of the Substack Hoosier Blue 63. Kurt, thank you so much for being with me here late into the night. I am tongue twisters. Words are escaping me now, but thank you for being here. Truly, I really appreciate you.
Well, thank you, Eliza, for having me. I appreciate you sending out an invite and allowing me to be part of this. My name is Kurt. I'm Hoosier Blue 63 on social media. Eliza and I are part of a chat group together. And when I saw that she was asking for help with this project, I said, this is something I can do. So I volunteered. I'm a feminist. I'm a son, a brother, a father, a husband. I'm an old boomer from Indiana, and I just couldn't pass this up. So thank you for having me, and I'm glad to be part of this project. So an excellent job to all of you. So I'm going to start on page 333. The first question, but there was nothing you could do to stop their appeal, right? Except indict. Answer. And so the department shouldn't stop an appeal to Main Justice by, by threatening. Question. Fair enough. Answer. Because Main Justice has a right to review. Question. I should have said that this appeal process was stymieing progress in resolving the Epstein case. Answer. It was. Question. And you had no way, you had no recourse other than, at least theoretically, you could have just said, we're answer. Right. Question. Going to tear it up and indict because you're in breach, in effect. Answer. Which would have raised civil litigation. Question. Litigation. A. Answer. Overlays, which is the point that I thought merited. Question. All right. Answer. At least flushing out by Miss redacted name. Question. So short of the department itself getting a move on and getting this thing through exponentially, do you feel like you just had to sit there and wait for everything to get done? Answer. I'm not sure sit there and wait, but ultimately the case did not get better with time, and there was frustrations on our part about the witnesses are not getting better, time. Question. They're not getting older. Answer. They're getting, which goes back to how a juror may see them. Miss redacted name. Right. The witness, and I do recall conversations of they're getting older. This case is not getting better. We now have the civil overlay that we need to deal with. And so, yes, that there was process. But while there was, should we just call it a day? All of that factored into, well, if the department is receiving, the department is reviewing by Miss redacted name. Question. Okay. What is your view of whether the criminal division's review encompass the MPA itself? Answer. So the criminal division, by its terms, did not encompass the MPA. I would say that's different than the deputy's review that encompassed the totality of the circumstances. Question. Okay. Did you discuss this? Did you have conversations with the DAG, with Mark Phillip about this case? Answer. Not to my recollection. Question. Okay. And we've already talked about the submission that redacted name, two redactions, it's a name, made on behalf of your office. Answer. Which I thought was a fulsome submission and included the draft indictment, the MPA. I believe it included the term sheet and other documents. Question. Did you or anyone else, to your knowledge, ask ODAG to review or assess the MPA or approve it? Answer. Before its signature, not to my recollection, but it was part of the ultimate review when submitted. The matter of the deputy, he included the question. It was. Answer. The agreement. Question. It was included. Their very brief letter, you remember? Answer. Mm-hmm. Question. The letter that two redacted. Answer. Yes. Question. That he authored, addressed really only the issue of the appropriateness of the case for prosecution in your office. It did not in any way reference the disposition, the plea agreement, or the MPA. Answer. So it was a brief letter based on redacted name submission. I would have read that letter as they had all the material in front of them, and they were saying that there was no misconduct, or abuse or discretion. Question, that's correct. But they did not say that they contacted, that they addressed or assessed, reviewed even. They didn't say they reviewed or approved the NPA. Answer, again, if the letter is here, I don't know. But question, yeah, I have it right here. It's not marked as an exhibit, but this is redacted name, letter to J. Lefkowitz and Ken Starr, dated. Answer, right. Question, June 23rd, 2008. It states that this office, meaning the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, has completed a thorough review of the U.S. Attorney's handling of the matter involving your client. Answer, and question, and addresses or states that they've received and reviewed submissions from the parties, and then states that the Deputy Attorney General will intervene in the most unusual of circumstances. In a U.S. Attorney's matter, and we do not believe such intervention is warranted here, even if we to substitute our judgment for that of the U.S. Attorney, we believe that federal prosecution of the case is appropriate. Moreover, having reviewed your allegations of prosecutorial misconduct, sorry about that, and the facts underlying them, we see nothing in the conduct of the U.S. Attorney's Office that gives us any reason to alter. Answer, right. Question, our opinion. Answer, and so if I could point out, this office has completed a thorough review of the U.S. Attorney's handling of the matter. And so handling is a broad term. And in reference to, we believe that federal prosecution of this case is appropriate. The way I recalled reading that is the federal prosecution of this case, the argument was that the agreement was inappropriate because this case should not have ever been prosecuted, and therefore that this disposition, the federal prosecution of this case was appropriate. And so the handling of the matter, we reviewed the handling of the matter, not the agreement, but the handling of the matter and the ultimate disposition, if, is at least not an abuse of discretion or is appropriate. Question, that's how you read it? Answer, that is how I read it. Question, and did you ever discuss that? Did you ever discuss with anyone in ODAG what the scope of their review was? Answer, not to my recollection. It was a fulsome submission. Question, correct. But but the issues presented by the defense were essentially federalism issues, right? Answer. So again, this is based on, as much recollection as contemporaneous record. The issue presented by the defense were, in essence, it was the heart of the non-prosecution agreement, which was it an abuse of direction to proceed in this case in the way that we did, on the grounds that there should not have been a federal prosecution in the first place, or that we were using federal criminal law to elicit a civil outcome. And so I don't think it's fair to sort of narrow. You can't say that our handling was, that their handling was reviewed without reviewing the non-prosecution agreement. Question, do you have any reasons to believe that that either ODAG or the criminal division did, that the ODAG, let's stick with that. Answer, right. Question, did in fact review the NPA other than to be aware it existed, whatever the status might have been? Answer. So again, It was clearly submitted. It was clearly referenced. Question. Answer. And it was clearly part of the complaint. The heart of the complaint about our office was that we were using this agreement to impose civil liability. And so I think it is fair to infer it in the complaint implicates the agreement, that the agreement would have been reviewed. Question. That's your inference. You don't have any. You didn't have any specific communications with ODAG. Answer. I don't. Question. So that effect? Answer. I don't recall a specific communication. Question. All right. Okay. I would like to take a short break. We're getting there. Answer. I hear you. Question. There is. Answer. I'm good. Question. One area that my colleagues, two redacted names, will take on. Answer. Question. Which has to do with the CVRA. Answer. Right. Question. And then we have some kind of wind-up questions. Answer. Okay. Mr. Redacted Name, can we, before we take a break, can I just Miss Redacted Name? Yes. Mr. Redacted Name. I'll try to cue up what's going to be coming up next. The witness. Mr. Redacted Name. And maybe that'll help us move through it because the witness, right. Mr. Redacted Name, you've been through a very long day. The witness, yes. Mr. Redacted Name, we appreciate the time you've put into this. You've been here for quite a long time. The witness, well, yeah. By Mr. Redacted Name. Question. The area that I want to discuss after the break has to do with the ultimate notifications to the victims about the resolution of the case, that the state plea and the result of the federal investigation, and we have documents that are that are already marked there that might be helpful if you take a look at a couple of them, so we don't have to go through maybe during the break, so we don't have to go through them one by one, or I can just give you a very quick review of sort of where we're going. I want to find out basically how you were getting from there. What would be the state asking for the U.S. Attorney's Office to make the notification to the victims about upcoming state pleas and happens in November of 2007. That would be document 32B. To the defense, then finding out that the government want to notify the victims by letter, and then demanding that they see the letter and have some kind of comment on it. That would be document 33, an email from Lefkowitz. Then we have an exchange of letters, but the one I'd like you to look at is document 37, which is a letter coming from Redacted Name to the defense. Not now, but during a break. So I want to find out how we get from that document 36, where Redacted Name is writing, Miss Redacted Name 36 by Mr. Redacted Name. Question. As letters saying that, citing the CVRA regulations saying that the government is obligated to notify the victims about the resolution of the case, and attaching a draft letter to the victims telling them the time and date of the state resolution and plea, inviting them to come. To ultimately a letter from you coming on the 19th of December, 2007, which is number 41B, agreeing to not notify the victims of the state plea and agreeing with the defense to have the state be responsible for putting out that notification. And then we are ultimately with a letter or draft letter that we have that goes out to the victims in the case on after the plea in July. Well, we have the draft. I'm going to show you, which comes in June, showing that the letter was clearly meant to be sent after the plea as per the agreement, and that is document number 51. Answer, okay, that's question. So it's a lot to A. That's a question. Unpack there. A, that's a lot to unpack. We probably take it a step at a time. Yeah, this is a lot to unpack. Question. Yes, I just wanted to. Answer. All right. Question. Give you an overview because I think that some of what you have mentioned earlier, and I know it's answer. Yeah. Question. Been a long time. So answer. Yes. Question. I'll try to orient you for the timeline. So if you just have I have highlighted the sections of those letters that we want to talk about. And if you have a chance while we're taking a break to look through them, that may help orient you and that we're not answer. Right. Question. Spinning our wheels on this. I don't want to waste any of your time. Answer. Fair. Miss, redacted name. All right. Off the record. And then off the record is in parentheses. Miss, redacted name. All right. Back on the record. Mr. redacted name. Are we back on the record? Miss, redacted name. Yes. By Mr. redacted name. I hope that made sense to you guys because anyway, question. Okay, great. So I know I gave you a lot to unpack over the short break we just had. One, basically, what we're trying to get to find out is how your decision-making process regarding the victim's notification issues. So maybe if you could just give us anything with your December 19th decision. Could you give us an explanation about how you got there? Answer. So I think we should probably take this in stages. Question. Okay. Answer. As a general matter, I recall that there was back and forth regarding, after the agreement, regarding how to notify the victims. And there was back and forth between redacted name, and Jeffrey Lefkowitz and redacted name around all of that. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I recall that was in the file. That wasn't me saying that. I recall there was an issue in particular that was raised that I tried to address in the letter. And I recall at the end of the day, it was my impression that once there was an agreement for him to plead, that there was an attempt by redacted name to provide notice to the victims. But it was it was, I think, on a Friday, and he was pleading on a Monday morning or something along those lines. And finally, I recall that the view of the office was that the CVRA did not apply. And so that this was a discretionary balancing that included consideration of what impact notification of the 22.55A would have at trial, the 22.55 provision if we had to go to trial. So we can unpack that, but those are my general recollections. Question. Okay. Answer. And look, let me add. I think it's important. So I came in and out of the case at stages, and I was involved in certain aspects more than others. And while we had a long discussion about the terms sheets and matters like that, while I was clearly involved in at least one dispute around the 2255, the nuts and bolts of how victims were notified is not something that I have a recollection about. Question. Okay, fair. Answer. But we can unpack it. Question. Okay. let's start with Exhibit 33. So there we have, and as you can see, it's an email from Lefkowitz. Answer. Question. To you and to redacted name, objecting to a letter being sent to the victims, unless the defense gets to review it, and later on in some of your other correspondence, you discussed that you extended to the defense the courtesy of allowing them to review these letters. Is this genesis of that courtesy? Answer. I can't. I don't have a recollection as to what the genesis might be. I know there was back and forth between our office and the defense about that letter. Question. Okay. But as you can see on 33, that you're not on the response from redacted name, but redacted name instructs redacted name to send the proposed letter to Lefkowitz, and answer. Yeah. Question. I assume that redacted name wouldn't have done that had you objected to it. Answer. Again, I don't recall any specific conversation. As a general matter, this is not something I was going to getting into the weeds on unless I had to. There was a lack of back and forth. Question. Answer. Redacted name is someone that I trusted. He was handling this matter. He's incredibly experienced. I know that there were concerns and issues around the impact that notification would have on the witnesses. I know there were issues around the language, and I trusted that folks were working those out. Question. One of the criticisms that come post, the CVRA. Answer. Right. Question. Litigation that's been the government allowing the defense to have review of these letters or potential victim notification letters coming out of the government, and that's unusual. Have you had any other case where you've let the defense review such documents? Answer. I have had no other cases where I'm aware of victims being notified, because I assume it all operates without it rising to management level. Question. Answer. And so this is the first and only time that how individuals are notified, to my recollection, was even in the executive suite. Question. Isn't that usually done, accomplished by almost a computerized task? Answer. I would assume so. So yes. Question. And it's given that the usual way that notifications are made by a victim witness specialist, who is usually that person? Answer. Yes. Question. Do I have that right? And so the FBI has their victim witness specialist? Answer. Yes. Question. In your office, the U.S. Attorney's Office has dedicated people who do that job as well? Answer. Correct. Question. So why in this case, not direct, this notification to that person to be done in the usual course? Why elevate to something that the defense is going to be able to review? Answer. So I can address the second half of that. But the first half is of that question, why was it elevated? I think redacted name addressed some of that in her, was it 2017 affidavit? And so we had an agreement that had been signed. And we also had substantial questions as to whether that agreement, whether ultimately Jeffrey Epstein could plea in court or not. And so one of the questions is, how do you deal with notification of a possibility where the possibility could be used to impeach potential future witnesses who are also the victims? And that is a matter that was being worked out by the AUSAs in the office. Question. And the impeachment is what? Answer. And so the impeachment, and I would believe redacted name went into it in some detail, is you miss victim stand to gain quite a bit of money if there's a conviction, correct? Isn't it? Weren't you aware of this agreement if you were to go to trial? Were you not aware of this agreement? And this isn't based on my recollection. This is based on the redacted name affidavit, where she says that she had concerns that the impeachment go along somewhere along the lines of, were you aware that if Mr. Epstein's convicted, you stand to receive substantial sums? Yes. Were you influenced by this? And there was some, according to her affidavit. This isn't my independent recollection. This is according to her affidavit. There had already been dispositions of the victims, of at least some of the victims, that raised these issues. And so I do think it was a valid concern by the AUSAs how these notifications took place. Question. Okay, but isn't that that type of line of cross-examination the same for any case when there's a super wealthy defendant? Answer. It may be. The 22.55 make it a little different because it's automatic, but ultimately these are the judgments that line attorneys make. And as U.S. attorney, I think it's appropriate to back up their judgment unless there was some reason for me to believe it was incorrect. Question. Was there any thought ever, by just giving the victims notification, that there will be proceeding that still in federal case, just separating that in a maybe a later notification about the 22.55? And this is where I'm going to end it. I hope I was clear enough for you. I know this is confusing to understand, but I want to thank everybody for inviting me and letting me be part of this process. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Julie and Brandy. So thanks a lot for having me. I appreciate it.
I am so excited and honored to be joined in these early morning hours by Julie Goldman and Brandy Howard, co-hosts of the Dumb Gay podcast. Julie and Brandy, thank you so much for being here and for reading for this incredibly important cause.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, we're going to keep reading this deposition.
So, this is Julie. I'm Brandy. I'm going to be the lawyer, read the lawyer's questions.
Yeah.
Julie's going to read the answers of the person being deposed. A question. Okay. After redacted names letter went out on the 3rd of August, you almost immediately, it appears, you received a telephone call from Kirkland and Ellis. Is that correct?
That I don't recall it independently, but that's what the record shows.
All right. And that's reflected in Exhibit 12. Do you remember who called you?
I do not.
Do you recall it apparently was from the context of this Exhibit 12? Maybe this is a court case. Anyway, not a deposition. The caption in Exhibit 12 says Epstein.
Right.
It appears that the call related to Epstein, correct?
Correct. Again, I don't remember the phone call, but from the email, I accept that it happened.
So what had been your knowledge and relationship with Ken Starr,
Gross.
Kirkland and Ellis?
Right.
up to that point?
So I'd been an associate at Kirkland. I think I indicated, what was it?
Mm-hmm.
From 94 to 90? What was it? Was it 96 or?
It's so hard not to do outlier commentary on this. So we're gonna try not to. A couple of years.
For a couple of years. I worked on at least one case that I recall with this. I was the junior associate on a merits brief that he argued. He, at the time, was also special counsel. And so he wasn't in the office nearly as much because he was double hatting as special counsel and partner.
All right. And what about redacted name?
So redacted name was a partner at the time. I don't recall working with him on any particular case, although I think I worked with him on at least a matter. He was on my hallway. He had an outside office. I had the typical inside office.
Had you had any interaction, any contact with them in the intervening years, socially or professionally?
Off and on, I was in Washington. Ken Starr was in Washington. I think Redacted had moved to New York, but then came back to Washington to be in the administration, and he was in the policy office. And we we likely interacted.
And while you were here at the Civil Rights Division?
Correct.
All right. And were you friends? Were you professional acquaintances? Were you what? How did you characterize that?
We were professional acquaintances that had worked together several years ago that continued to interact.
Is that true as the two of them? The two of them?
Well, it's hard to characterize these things. I think that's fair to say.
Did Ken Starr know who you were?
Yeah.
And obviously Redacted Name knew you as well.
Yes.
Okay, so what was your reaction to being contacted by them, by their firm, and then presumably one of them, perhaps?
So I don't know who called based on the email. I can infer that it was one of them. And, and I think my reaction is captured, but not my email, but by Jeff's comment. And when I don't have a clear recollection, but I'm going to infer that I heard they were being brought onto the case. And I probably walked down to Jeff's office and said, hey, Kirkland's coming onto the case. I bet they're going to come on to try to take this up to DC. And then I get a phone call and then I tell Matt, who tells Jeff, I didn't know, maybe Kirkland made a call to, you're right, unbelievable. And then I say they're likely to go to DC. We should strategize a bit. My concerns behind that are, will DC look at this as sort of legally troubled, going back to the earlier points that I made about the policy issues around the trafficking issues up here in DC. And I really do think he should go to jail. And so I want to strategize a bit.
So did you have concern about the fact that that the defense team was sort of appealing you to the big house?
I think based on this, I almost predicted this would happen.
Yeah.
And Jeff is saying you were right. Unbelievable. Where I, in some way, shape or form, predicted that someone would be hired or something would happen to take this all up to DC.
And had you experienced other instances in which defense teams went to DC while you were at the U.S. Attorney's office, while you were the U.S. Attorney?
Yes. Oh.
Okay.
Well, okay.
Shed some light. Was that a concern to you?
It wasn't a concern. It was how do we address this so that we can back our position in our office?
Did you have concerns about the disposition that was underway, about Main Justice scrutiny of the NPA scheme?
So I had no concerns about Main Justice scrutiny of the NPA scheme. In fact, I invited Drew to come down.
Right.
And he was part of the meeting where we discussed the NPA. And so I say that because if I had concerns, I wouldn't have invited him. If anything, my concern was, is Main Justice on board, or are we going to basically be told to drop this case when it goes up to Main Justice?
Well, in your email to Redacted Name, when Sloman's on vacation, you say that you make reference to a process foul, that the attorneys in the defense team want to go to DC on the case on grounds of a process foul, i.e., that I have not met with them and you express concern that would delay matters. Is that what led you to agree to meet with the defense team on the 7th of September?
It is. My concern was that My concern was that they came up to DC, and the first talking about was the U.S. attorney didn't even agree to meet with us. That's not the best. That's not the best foot to start with when you're having your case reviewed.
So what was your understanding of what the purpose of the meeting on September 7th was supposed to be?
They wanted to argue, they being defense counsel, wanted to argue why we should not pursue this case.
And in this case, it was Starr and Lefkowitz. Had they been redacting that name and then they accidentally unredacted it?
Yeah, I don't. Well, Starr they had kept in.
They kept Starr, but they didn't ever say Lefkowitz. Huh. Interesting. We're going to be Googling him later. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if it's Alex Acosta, but I wonder why they're protecting Lefkowitz. Okay, so in this case, it was Starr and Lefkowitz from Kirkland and Ellis and Lily Ann Sanchez, I believe, who met with you.
Fair. I remember it was Starr and Lefkowitz. I don't know if it was Lily Ann.
All right, and our information as it was you, Drew Oosterban, Sloman, redacted name, and John McMillan. Do you know John McMillan?
Vaguely.
All right. He was an AUSA as well.
Right.
Correct. In West Palm?
Right. And if I can just add again, I invited Drew.
Mm-hmm.
So Drew became fully aware of that. And my concern in getting Drew into the meeting was not to not have them appeal us and then having Drew say not a good case.
All right. So were you aware that Drew Oosterban had, in preparation for this, gone to West Palm and actually gone through the evidence and met with the case agent and the line? What is AUSA? Like attorney, state attorney? AUSA? Everyone's like, these idiots. Okay. AUSA.
I was not. Drew is an independent actor and could do what? Yeah. What he thought appropriate.
Does that seem like an appropriate thing for him to have done in your eyes?
Sure.
Okay. Would you describe the meeting? Oh, and two other people were there. Again, ASAC Val Parlov and Junior Ortiz.
Right.
The SSA.
Mm-mm.
So, and the meeting I think was in West Palm Beach.
Yes.
So what do you recall about the meeting? The dynamics? Who spoke? How did it go down?
I recall there were a lot of people. I think Mr. Starr spoke most of the time. I think my recollection as best I can, with the caveat I thought redacted, was there and clearly he wasn't. So presented several arguments. I then either left the room with my team or I think I most likely asked them to leave the room. I then went around and...
Who did you ask to leave the room?
Asked the
defense?
Defense. I then went around the table and I said, does anyone have any concerns or something to that effect? And then, hearing none, I asked them to come back in and I reaffirmed the position of the office.
In other words, you sort of decided you ruled from the bench, as it were. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Huh. Okay. You didn't take it under advisement. You gave them what your position was right then and there.
That's my recollection. I don't know if you have information contrary, but at least.
Is this a judge? Okay.
That's my recollection.
Okay. So is it fair to say it was more of a presentation on the part of Ken Starr and his side rather than a debate or a discussion?
I think that's fair to say. I may have asked a question or two, but my recollection was not a negotiation, but let's hear you out.
And so we understand it was mainly a federalism presentation as opposed to evidence. Is that accurate?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
And in your letter to Ken Starr dated, the letter is actually not dated, but we know that it was sent on the 4th of December.
Okay.
Of 2007, and it's in this package. You noted that.
Which exhibit? Oh, Mr. Gonzalez, 34 by redacted.
Thank you. Exhibit 34. You note on page 5. God, this guy stammers a lot too. He's kind of bugging me. You refer to the federalism arguments and you say that after considering the arguments and conferring with the FBI and Drew Oosterban, I'm totally Googling that guy, you decided to proceed with the indictment, but that you would delay presentation of the indictment to allow the defense to appeal to DC. Does that mean that you didn't find the federalism argument sufficiently persuasive to you to change your position?
Yes, with the position defined as some concern. But if we don't come to a resolution based on the sheet, then we indict.
And there's a letter of...
By...
Redacted? I'm sorry, when you say some concern about the federalism argument.
Yeah, going back to what we talked about with respect to the earlier conversation about solicitation versus trafficking and the federal nexus. But back in July, we had decided that we were going forward, that either there is this pre-indictment resolution or we go forward with an indictment. The September meeting did not alter or shift our position by redacted.
Even though you had some federalism concerns of your own, they didn't rise to a sufficiently high level. I'm sorry, what does federalism mean in this context?
I'm reading words, but they're not. I don't know what I'm saying.
I don't understand what that means.
I think that's
this context.
Like he's a federalist, I guess.
But it's not
like
capitalized, like it's a proper noun or a proper name.
I guess it's a legal situation. So the request was to drop the matter.
Right.
And
okay.
Going back again, understood there is legal risk. There is witness risk, all of these. If we can get pre-indictment resolution, good. If not, the indictment was not a bluff. It was real.
So is Ken Starr is of course well known.
Right.
He was a solicitor general. He's, etc. Did you find his arguments that he set forth impressive?
So you're asking for something that's 12 years. If I had to characterize by the time this meeting took place, there'd been a fair amount of thought around these. There'd been a fair amount of, and I at least felt comfortable that while there was some legal risk we needed, you've got to balance the legal risk and the precedent risk with outcomes. And Mr. Epstein should go to jail and should register. And I felt comfortable enough to basically reiterate our position that.
But my question was with respect to.
Right.
Did you enjoy and give and take with a man of Mr. Starr's
candor? No.
Standing?
No,
not at all.
Not at all, because.
All right.
It would have been easier to not have the meeting in the first place.
All right. Do you recall an exchange? Were you the person to whom he was directing most of his comments?
Most likely.
And do you recall any exchanges with him about the fact that sort of an observation that the two of you and he, were the only two people in the room who had been presidentially nominated and Senate confirmed to any position, so that the two of you had kind of that commonality? Does that ring?
Do you mean
a bell?
Was he trying to butter me up?
Was he? Was he?
I don't look. This was 12 years ago. I don't recall. I think as we talk about this, it's important to note that the position did not change. Whatever exchange there may have had, our position did not change.
12 years ago, we were hosting the Vanderpump Rules after show, and I pretty much recall every single thing I said and did up there. So you can remember 12 years
lawyers ago. And judges and ASAUs do have good memories.
Right. After this meeting, within a few days, in furtherance of the resolution that had been offered, redacted, and redacted, Lori met with, I think, is that one name like the first name? Anyway, redacted Lori met with the state's attorney's office to sit down and try to work out how this thing would work. And mind you, this was well before the NPA is actually formulated. Did you learn what happened at the meeting? Do you know how it devolved?
I may have. I don't recall, sitting here today.
Of course not. All right. It's at this meeting that somehow the 3 charges that you specified, your office specified in the term sheet, became 1 charge. So suddenly Epstein was to plead only to 1 charge, and this was agreed to by the U.S. Attorney's Office folks who were there. Do you know how or why that happened?
I haven't the slightest idea.
If you had known, if they had called you on the phone sort of mid-trial, called to the boss asking what you wanted them to do, what would you have said?
So from my perspective, when I said, when I indicated I approved this term sheet, this is the minimum. I meant what I said. I also recognize that AUSAs in the usual course need some degree of discretion to negotiate. And so my assumption after that September meeting, I think I indicated that there was a deadline.
Oh man, they are good at jargon, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Words. Okay.
That was fairly short. Was that redacted and some working together would go back and work out an agreement based on those terms. And, in the give and take, if they think that this is an important concession, that's within their discretion. But I would have been comfortable sticking to that.
With
charge sheet, with something that drove me is when I said something, as a general matter, I didn't bluff. I really meant what I said.
So in that term sheet, to be fair, what Menschel's letter says is 2 years.
Right.
is the minimum. If the decision to agree to let him plead to one as opposed to all three had no impact on that 2 years, would you have cared?
Fair enough. And so going back to where I, to an earlier discussion, can I get another Red Bull? I mean, going back to earlier discussion, I think I indicated that the state charges I wasn't familiar with. And so if in the give and take those charges changed, my focus was on 2 years registration and restitution, as long as those charges were captured the conduct in some appropriate way.
Absolutely vulgar to be discussing this man getting 2 years. It's just absolutely preposterous.
Yeah.
So later, much later, the defense counsel admitted that at this meeting, they thought that under misinformation from the state's attorney's office, that the charge that they got, the U.S. attorney's office, or somehow the U.S. attorney's office approved, the 79603 charge was not sex offender registerable, and that's a pretty major mistake, right?
It is.
I mean, that goes to the heart of you
and
one of your major concerns.
And they tried to get us to change that. And I said, no.
The defense tried to get you off sex offender registration.
Pretty vigorously.
Right. But at this point, the focus is on the charge, and the defense is one might characterize it as trying to pull a fast one. Oh, one might. Sorry. Right. But at this point, the focus is on the charge, and the defense, one might characterize it as trying to pull a fast one by agreeing wholeheartedly to plead to one charge, knowing or at least believing incorrectly that it was not registerable as a sex offender, and the U.S. attorney's office not having that belief, but thinking it was registerable. So there's a disconnect. There's an error, and the error stems, as they later learned, from the ASA herself. That dumb bitch. Just kidding. I just added that. So we look at that and wonder whether that shouldn't have raised some concern that this plan to put things back in the hands of the state, which had kind of mishandled the case to begin with, is at the point even not a good idea, because they were at this point even not a good idea because they were continuing to be, well, I won't characterize it, but less than reliable. Was that a fair comment of concern?
So one question I would have is, at what point did we become aware that there had been, first, the error was in our favor, not the defense's favor, because Redacted got it right as opposed to the ASA?
Correct.
And secondly, at what point did our team become aware of them trying to pull a fast one? Was it before or after the signing of the NPA?
It was well after.
Right.
But the point here is that the U.S. attorney's office were not as familiar with the state procedure, the state criminal procedure, and the ins and outs of the sentencing and incarceration, as you learned later. So didn't this put the U.S. attorney's office at a substantial disadvantage in trying to play in the sandbox in which both the defense, local defense counsel, and the ASAs were very, very comfortable?
Possibly, although I would point out that it was the AUSA who got it right.
Eventually.
Not eventually. The AUSA was correct in her analysis.
So in this case, she was more familiar than the state attorney.
That's me.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
my line.
Okay, sorry about that. I got mixed up. Right.
So in this case, she was more familiar with the state attorney.
Not by practice, but by research
And so,
right.
My point is, we had good people that were able to, if they weren't familiar with something, the research clearly worked.
But it took you, as you saw in the process of dealing with the work release and all of that, it took a lot of work to keep up with those errors.
It did. Which is why I say, in hindsight, if given all the effort that took place after this defer to the state was reached, if all that had been known, I really think the analysis would have proceeded differently, because that was what was a lot of work. That was probably as much work, if not more, than a trial.
Right. Meanwhile, we'll talk about the actual text of the NPA in a moment, but following that, before it was finalized, Redacted was working to identify a federal charge, as we discussed before. In that process, we know Redacted is a she came up with a plan that would have resulted in cobbling things together in an 18-month sentence instead of 24 months. somehow that became the new floor, the new standard. Do you know how that came about? How it went from 24 to 18?
I don't. I referenced the one email where I think redacted says he argued 12.
Right.
I said 24. We agreed to 18. I assume in the give and take, this was an agreement that was reached, and
but that was 18 as to the potential federal charges. It somehow became imported into the state disposition.
I can't speak to that. This was something that the trial team was negotiating. And from my perspective, there were the terms that we wanted. These were the terms that I expected if they came back and said, no deal. Disappointed, but go forward. But they tried to get a deal and.
The defense tried?
No, but our prosecutors.
Oh.
And to some extent, they, and the give and take of any negotiation, I don't think it's unfair for an AUSA to give up some things.
But you had stated clearly to not only the defense team through the Menschel letter, but also, I believe, at the end of the September 7th meeting, that 2 years was the deal. So did somebody come to you and say, look, it looks like it's going to be 18 months, and allow you to then approve that? It keeps getting shorter and shorter.
I don't recall if someone came to me separately or independently of the final language. I clearly approved it at some point.
I know. I need a Kleenex too. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Wait. Oh, right. And so, no, don't judge us. It's midnight here. And so
it's 3 a.m. for some of these people.
That's true. And so to the extent it was approved, that's on me. But I would argue that, someone's negotiating. One side says 24, another side says 24, another side says 12. They say, let's agree to 18. So to some extent, as U.S. attorney, I think I have to back the negotiating discretion of my AUSAs.
But you explained quite eloquently the reasoning for the 2-year plea as being what Epstein would have faced if he'd been prosecuted.
Right.
So annoying and so frustrating. Absentia by the state appropriately and then suddenly, without any apparent relationship to that analysis, the 18 months pops up from an effort to try to get federal charges. And so how does that not undercut the basis for the 2 years?
So I can provide the reasoning for the 2 years. Excuse me. I also, though, think as a supervisor, as U.S. attorney, it's important to understand that when individuals go out into the field, negotiations take place. And if every time there is some give, they need to come back to the U.S. attorney, or there is a fear that the U.S. attorney will not back us. I think there's a management issue there, and that if an AUSA speaking on behalf of the U.S. makes an agreement, as long as that agreement is within a certain range, the U.S. attorney should back that, because they're the ones that are on the line. They're the ones that are managing the case, and it's a sort of unfair to consistently second guess those late night. I don't want to characterize it as a late night negotiation, but those that give and take that happen sometimes in a conference room or on the phone.
Sounds like it was a late night negotiation.
Yeah.
I just added that. Do you know exactly what give and take occurred in this case regarding the 18 months?
I do not. I read that one document.
Okay.
But I do not.
All right. Any other questions on this one? Okay. Really quick. I agree with what you're saying in principle, but in this case, you had almost like a mandatory 2 years. Man, they're really drilling this in the minimum that the U.S. attorney will accept. Under those circumstances where you have come out and said this is the minimum we'll accept, would you have expected them to have come back to you to get approval for any kind of reduction in that amount of time?
Would I have expected them? I think Miss Redacted was in a tough position because opposing counsel was coming at her. It was a tough negotiation. Would I have wanted 2 years? Yes. Would I fault her for agreeing to 18 months? I don't think that's fair to her.
You could have said no, right?
I could have, but but she had agreed to it. The process had gone further down. And to some extent, I think there is a need to respect that process. That happens. I guess I was getting, this is not the only case where a supervisor sort of says, this is our standard. And at some point things move and you've got to provide some discretion.
All right. Do you think she misunderstood the priorities, that she thought you wanted to get to a resolution and so the 2 years could be undercut, versus taking your words literally and saying this is the line in the sand beyond which you should not go, even if it means kill this resolution?
So if I had to speculate, I don't think it was a misunderstanding of priorities. as opposed to opposing counsel was exhausting. And if you go through the full record, it really was an exhausting opposing counsel. And this case was very good at taking any slight millimeter and turning it into, oh, so you said we could do this. And in that back and forth, sometimes there is a, can't we just agree in the middle? Wow.
Roy.
Yeah.
And I understand what you're saying, but weren't they exhausted because the U.S. Attorney's Office would not say no to them? And so they always believed from the get-go, because they have a 2-year minimum, that the office is willing to then say, oh, we can go down from there. And that set the tone from then on, that they could continually chip away at you on virtually every single term that came about. So yes, they were exhausting, but isn't that because the U.S. Attorney's Office would not tell them no?
So I would push back. Because after the agreement was signed, I would argue that they did not chip away. They certainly kept appealing collaterally, and we can talk about that because there were other concerns raised there. But once we had that September meeting, between that September meeting and the signing of the deferment in favor of the state, that was all negotiated by the trial team. That wasn't a come back to the U.S. attorney or come to the first assistant. That's really, to my recollection, was go negotiate with the state with the line.
Well, but there were a number of things that came about later on. I mean, they continually griped about the 2255, and that got, that also got modified.
Later on, and I think later ons are different for some reason we could talk about now or later, but there was an attempt to work this out later on that was clearly there. Oh, the witness.
Say, but I think that's very...
but I think that's very different than how is the argument negotiated, and I think that's a very different sort of timeline.
So, in your mind, was she prepared to walk away from the deal if need be?
After it was signed?
No, before it was signed.
Before it was signed, it honestly was get a deal, or ultimately, if we have to indict, we indict, and that's what I said. And look at it this way: after having said that, if that really was a bluff, what would I look like? Right? I would look awful. And so for that reason, that was not a bluff. That was a thought through. This is what we will do. And if you don't agree to this, then we indict and we indict. Then you can't make those kind of statements and not follow through. The office loses credibility if you do.
Do you guys want us to keep going? I mean, we can finish our pages. We don't mind. Great. Okay. Where are we? Right?
Uh-huh.
Right, but wait, I need to get back in the town. Right, but you can keep giving on certain terms.
But my point is, we did not give, with the exception of that 24 to 18. We did not give.
Well, you also gave up 2 charges.
Again, I'm thinking of a 2 years registration restitution. And so with the exception of the 24 to 18, we did not give.
I want to go back. This morning we were talking about our tracks, and we talked about the legal track and a little bit about the evidence track. There's another aspect of the evidence track that is in play here, because there was a substantial type of evidence. And the question is, to what extent were you aware of this? In October of 2005, the local police executed a search warrant on Epstein's residence. And among things, okay, this is good. And among things they found, there were cables and cords where there had been computers, computer equipment, video surveillance, cameras, and CPUs, all of that computer-based stuff. It had been removed. Forgetting why necessarily, if you look at Exhibit 29, were you aware of that had occurred?
I was aware that the state had gathered evidence, but not much more.
Beyond that?
Beyond that.
Okay, so 29 is...
I'm sorry, I'm on 21.
Wait a minute, this is not the one I'm looking for. 73, let's do... You know what? Okay. This is not the exhibit I'm looking for, and the numbers are a little bit messed up. Okay. There's an email which I may or may not be able to put my hands on, in which redacted informs you that she really wants to get her hands on important potential computer evidence, that it's important potential evidence, and she had a plan to get it. So the question is whether you knew at the time that there was investigators that had identified this computer evidence as being out there, and that they believed in it contained a potentially very significant evidence against Epstein, computers, surveillance cameras, given his activity in his home.
He's not on it.
All right. She did not inform you. She informed someone else. that she informed Sloman and Menschel on July 3rd. My apologies, you're not on this email.
Okay.
Very, very organized, these people, where she advises them that she wants, quote, "We went to get the computer equipment that was removed from Epstein's home prior to the state search warrant as soon as possible," end quote. So there was stuff out there. And as of July, there was an abiding keen interest in getting it. And the defense team was resisting the prosecutor's effort to get it. Were you aware of that at all?
So I think you asked about that in your questions to me.
Right, I did.
I have no recollection of this computer evidence that.
Okay.
Did the question say that, without getting into specifics, that there was a grand jury issue around this?
It does.
I don't have that.
Is it addressed in the non-prosecution agreement if you look at the final
Yeah, I don't have.
It's referred to.
The question that you asked, what question was that?
The question was whether you were aware that was something that the prosecutors wanted to get.
Wait, can I have another Red Bull?
Yeah, the computer evidence.
I added that.
Nick. Okay.
Oh God, I don't have a recollection of some computer evidence.
Okay, all right.
But I think what was the question?
Oh my God. Are you aware that Redacted was instructed by her managers to delay her efforts to get this computer evidence because the defense were resisting those efforts and it became an issue that was in play in the negotiation?
I have no recollection of that. I don't. If you could give me 1 second.
I mean, it sounds like you actually need a second.
Literally, my note. I'm like having such a.
Should I mute this and you blow your nose? This is so embarrassing.
Let's just keep going.
Okay.
Pending federal, and so your question said that there was litigation pending in federal court relating to the U.S. Attorney's efforts to obtain computer evidence.
Without going into further detail,
I have no recollection of any litigation pending in federal court regarding that.
All right. And did anyone suggest to you and your team that getting to a plea deal was premature because you needed to get this evidence first so that you know whether you had potentially some very important evidence against Epstein?
I have no recollection. Who's Epstein?
Recollection.
And if anything, it's fucking.
This is unbelievable. We probably aren't allowed to cuss.
Sorry.
It's so hard not to.
Sorry. I think there was the desire to move quickly as opposed to slowly.
And do you know where that energy came from?
Red Bull. I don't.
Who was wanting to move quickly?
As I recall, so for example, when we were setting up the meeting in September, there was a request to set it up in August as opposed to September, and we had to push it back to September because of vacations or something.
All right. So in addition to not getting the computer evidence, the government curtailed the investigation to a large extent, despite finding more victims. There were witnesses who were not interviewed, things that were not searched, property that was not searched, target letters not served. So these all would have been steps taken by the FBI to enhance the federal investigation, right? As opposed to back to the state case that was sort of being returned to.
Right.
Was this...
Are you asking Alex if he's aware of all the things you just said? Okay.
Were you aware of all the steps that were being foregone or foreclosed?
No.
Alex, is that who that is?
It's got to be Alex.
It's got to be Alex Acosta. Yes.
Oh, great. Amazing. My assumption would have been we may have to go to trial, and so we should continue to develop the basis for trial. So if I could, for example, I think after Drew came on, is it Dr. Drew? I said it's not. I said, if we go to trial, can you be on the trial team? I cite that because I'm thinking we may have to go to trial.
Right.
Why not get Drew, who's from Miami, on the trial team?
Roy. So you're saying that like a rhetorical question. So is it your understanding that the federal investigation, notwithstanding the drafting of this NPA, was still continuing?
Yes, my understanding is you run these on parallel tracks. And again, I'm sitting here inviting the head of CEOs to be part of the trial team and thinking about how to formulate the trial team.
Okay.
That implies that I was clearly thinking we might be going to trial.
All right. When you first received the draft of the that's what that means. NPA, non-pros agreement. And this is 16A. It's a draft by redacted. Do you know, hey, Roy Black, do you know who came up with it sounds like you didn't, but who came up with the name or the moniker non-prosecution agreement?
I don't. I do not.
Do you know what this is modeled on? If anything, what the genesis was?
I do not. I noticed from the contemporaneous emails that initially it was done differently. And I think it was Redacted Lori who said, write it as a contract. Or I think there's an email to that effect. Someone may recall it better than I, but
this version of September 10, which is the first business day after that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
September 7th meeting from Redacted goes to her management up through you, and you do a rewrite almost right away, adding original state charges, which at that point were all still in play. And you also added, I despise Alex Acosta. I'm sure we all do. Anyway, and you also added, this is Exhibit 16B, a statement that it would be Epstein's job to move the state to add additional charges. And that letter piece is on page 3, just below paragraph 8. So you were...
Can I back up a second?
Sure.
When you say I did a rewrite, is there some indication of what I did a rewrite of?
Yes. If you compare the two.
Right.
There are things that are bracketed in yellow in Exhibit 16B, which represent the changes from 16A.
Right.
Okay, so those are the two things that are different, and they are referenced in your message at the beginning. We bracketed them just to make it easier for you to recognize.
Right.
So my point is that right from the beginning, you were participating in the process, in the drafting process.
So I would characterize that as not participating in the drafting process, but approving a draft, there is a slight
I did a small
difference.
Right.
Yeah. And so something comes, here's how I would distinguish someone that's participating in the drafting process is sitting at the table with 2 or 3 people drafting it as they go versus something goes through the management chain and someone in the supervisory chain says, can you change A, B, or C?
Okay.
I clearly, here and in places, it looks like I'm inserting the same themes, which is deferring to the state. Let's mention the state charges. And we can't force the state to do anything. And so I'm adding to this. I'm clearly aware of it.
Okay, so after Redacted's that was the first page.
Yep, that's it. Wow. Alex Acosta sucks.
I'm glad we figured that out, though.
Wow.
We definitely take this issue very, very seriously. So I don't want you guys.
Yeah.
We weren't making light of it. We're just having fun hating people that we hate.
Yeah. Okay.
So I am reading from the volume 11 of 3437. This is the United States of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell. This is the testimony of an unnamed, anonymous, redacted FBI agent. This testimony occurred on June 29th of 2020. Did he tell you whether he knew back then, when they were in high school, whether blank was being sexually abused by Epstein? Answer, he didn't know back then. Did blank ever meet Ghislaine Maxwell? Answer, yes, he did. Question, what did he remember about it? Answer, he remembered Epstein, Maxwell, and blank being near a movie theater, and he was approximately 16 at the time, and blank would have been 15. And just the little bit of interaction they had. And then after that, blank had told him, Maxwell had said something to the effect of, I could teach blank blank a thing or two. Is that something that he remembers blank telling him back that Maxwell had said back then? Answer, yes. Question, during the course of this investigation, have you participated with interviews with an individual named blank blank? Yes. So for today's purposes, I'm going to refer to her as blank. How many times have you interviewed her? Approximately twice. Now, does blank know blank blank? Have they met as far as you know? As far as I know, no. Turning to the next slide, are these photographs of blank when she was in high school? Answer, yes. And is her date of birth blank? Answer, yes. Question, when blank was approximately 16 and a junior in high school, where was she living? Answer, she was living in Arizona with her mother. Question, does she have any siblings? Answer, an older sister. Question, what did her older sister do? Answer, her older sister worked for Epstein. Question, where did she work for Epstein? Answer, here in New York. Question, did there come a time in approximately December 1995 when blank had a phone conversation with her sister about traveling to New York City? Answer, yes. What did they discuss? They discussed her coming to New York and meeting Epstein. What did her sister tell blank about why she should meet Epstein? Answer, she said that he could help her with college. And did the sister say whether her sister wanted to meet Epstein or say whether she wanted Epstein to meet blank? Epstein wanted to meet blank. Question, now let me pause here. You testified that this happened in approximately December of 1995. Just for context, the years that we were talking about with blank blank, that was 1994 through 1997. Answer, yes. Question, so is this approximately the same time period while what you described blank telling you happened? Yes. So in January of 1996, did blank fly on a commercial airline to New York City to spend a weekend with her sister and meet Jeffrey Epstein? Answer, yes. Question, did she tell you that? Answer, yes. Question, during the trip, did blank tell you that she met Epstein at his townhouse in New York City? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did she tell you that Epstein discussed her plans for college applications and offered to help her? Answer, yes. Question, what was blank's first impression of Jeffrey Epstein? Answer, she was very impressed by him. Question, what was her impression based on the conversation of what Epstein was going to do for her? Answer, that he was going to help her with future plans for college. Question, during that trip to New York City, did she stay at Epstein's townhouse or at her sister's apartment? Answer, her sister's apartment. During that trip, did she tell you that she saw Epstein a second time when he took blank and her sister to the movies? Answer, yes. Question, what did she tell you about what happened at the movies? Answer, she said that they were sitting in the theater and Epstein was between her and her sister. And Epstein put his hand on her leg, he rubbed her arm and held hands with her. Question, from what she told you, what was her impression about whether her sister could see what was going on? Answer, she felt like her sister couldn't see. Question, what was her reaction to this happening? Answer, she was uncomfortable. Question, after the movie, did she tell her sister what had happened? Answer, no, she didn't. Question, did she say why not? Answer, she said that she knew blank, her sister, really liked Epstein and that Epstein could help them, so she didn't tell her. After this trip, did blank go back home to blank? Answer, yes. Question, did Epstein contact her after? Answer, yes. Did he discuss with her ongoing college plans? Yes, he did. Did he invite her to a weekend at his ranch in New Mexico in the spring of 1986? Yes. Was she 16 at the time? Yes, she was. From what she told you, what was blank's impression of who would be on this trip to New Mexico? Answer, she knew Maxwell would be there. Was she told anyone else was going to be present on this trip? She said that there would be other students, her kids her age. And what was her understanding of who these other kids were and why they'd be there? Sorry, let me rephrase the question. You testified that she was told that on this trip there would be other students. Was she under the impression that they would also be other young students like her on a trip where they were also being mentored by Epstein? Yes. Now, you testified just a moment ago that she was also told Maxwell would be there. Are you referring to Ghislaine Maxwell? Yes. At the point that she was told Ghislaine Maxwell would be on the trip, had she ever met Ghislaine Maxwell? No, she hadn't. Had she heard her sister talk about her? Yes. From what she described to you, how did her expectation that Maxwell would be on this trip make her feel about the trip? Answer, it made her comfortable. Her sister spoke highly of Maxwell. Did blank tell you that she flew to New Mexico that spring when she was 16? Answer, yes. Question, did she meet Ghislaine Maxwell when she arrived in New Mexico? Answer, yes, she did. Question, how did she describe Maxwell's demeanor and attitude when she met her? Answer, she described Maxwell as being very charming. She gave her a tour of the house, and Maxwell took blank shopping, which made her feel special. Question, what does she remember talking about with Maxwell? Answer, they talked about school, homework, trips. Did she talk with her about applying to college? Yes. Did she talk about her classes in high school? Yes. Did she talk about her homework she had to do that weekend? Yes. Did she talk to Maxwell about her family? Yes. Did she talk with her about her home life and living with her mother? Yes. From what blank told you, when she got there, who else was at the ranch besides Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein? Answer, it was just them. Question, it was just the three of them the entire weekend of the visit? Answer, yes. Were there any other school kids there? No. When they were at the ranch, from what blank told you, did Maxwell say anything to blank about massages? Answer, yes. Question, did she say anything to her about foot massages? Yes. What did she tell you about that? Maxwell told her to give Epstein a foot massage, and then she showed her and instructed her how to do it. Blank was a little uncomfortable, but Maxwell was joking around, and so she just followed her lead. Did blank tell you what Maxwell and Epstein took her to the movies that weekend? Answer, yes. What did she tell you about that trip to the movies? She said when they went outside the theater, Maxwell was joking a bit and pulled Epstein's pants down a little bit. And then once they went inside the theater, when they were sitting down, Epstein touched Blank's leg. He rubbed her arm, held her hand. And this time, Blank felt he wasn't trying to hide it from Maxwell. What was Blank's reaction to all of this? She was uncomfortable. During the same weekend, was there another occasion when Maxwell talked about massages? Answer, yes. Question, what happened? Answer, Maxwell had asked if she ever had a massage, and Maxwell told her she could give her one. So Blank was on her back, and Maxwell had pulled the sheet down, exposing her chest. She was nude from the top up, and proceeded to massage her around the chest and breast area. From what Blank told you, when she was describing to you what you just described to the grand jury, how did she feel while this was happening? Answer, she felt really uncomfortable. Did Blank also tell you about an incident that happened one morning when she was in New Mexico? Answer, yes. Question, what did she tell you happened? Answer, she said she was in bed and Epstein came into the room and told her he wanted to cuddle. So he lay down next to her and spooned her. She told him she had to go to the bathroom to get out of the situation. Okay. Should I pause there? How many minutes have we been? Okay. What was her reaction when Epstein got back into her bed? Answer, she was uncomfortable. She didn't know what to do. Question, did Blank go back home to Blank when the weekend was over? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did she tell anyone when she got home about what happened? Answer, no. Question, is that for the same reason you described earlier? Answer, yes. Question, did Jeffrey Epstein end up paying for Blank to go on a trip to Thailand that summer? Answer, yes. Did Blank have any contact with Maxwell or Epstein after that trip? Not that she recalled. When you interviewed Blank, what was her demeanor like when she described her interactions with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Answer, she became upset, emotional. Is Blank currently pursuing a civil lawsuit against Maxwell and Epstein's estate? Answer, yes, she is. Question, what does Blank do for a living now? Answer, she's a psychologist who works with trauma victims. Question, during the course of this investigation, have you interviewed someone named blank blank? Answer, yes. Okay. For today's purposes, I'm going to refer to her as blank. How many times have you interviewed her? Approximately 3 times. Turning to the next slide, is this a photograph of blank that she provided to you? Yes. And did she tell you this was taken when she was approximately 16 or 17 years old? Yes. Is blank's date of birth blank? Yes. Did blank grow up in England? Yes, she did. Did she tell you there came a point when she met Ghislaine Maxwell when she was about 17? Yes. Did she tell you how they met? She said they met through a mutual friend. Did she tell you that this would have happened around 1994 or 1995? Yes. Is that the same time period that we've been talking about today? Answer, yes. What happened after she was introduced to Ghislaine Maxwell from what she told you? She said Maxwell treated her like they were sisters. Her quote was, like naughty schoolgirls is how Maxwell treated her. Did she tell you that Maxwell seemed to immediately take an interest in her? Answer, yes. Did she tell you they began spending time together in London? Answer, yes. And just to be clear, was Maxwell in her 30s while this was happening? Answer, yes. Did blank ever remember Maxwell talking about having a boyfriend named Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. What did she tell you about that? Maxwell told blank that Epstein was going to like her. Did there come a time when she was 17 that blank described that Maxwell introduced her to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. How did she describe that occurring? Epstein had flown to London. He was at Maxwell's residence in London, and Maxwell called blank over. So blank went over when she got there. Maxwell was saying to Epstein kind of the words blank used, was giving him a resume of her attributes, saying she's so pretty, she's so strong. And then Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage. Now, you testified a moment ago that blank describes you that Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage during this first meeting. Is that correct? Yes. Did Maxwell say to her in sum and substance, since you're so strong, I'd appreciate it if you give Jeffrey a massage because he needs a massage every day or I get in trouble? Answer, yes, she said that. Is that what blank said to you in sum and substance? Yes. So we have a number of folks joining us. I am so thrilled that joining us now is Dean Blundell, host of The Dean Blundell Show and co-host of Dead Air with Steve Schmidt. We also have back with us again tonight, writer, poet, speaker, and activist Robert Arnold. We're joined by best-selling author of Hellbent and public theologian Brian Recker. I am also honored to introduce my dear friend Jonathan Penner. You may recall him from Survivor because the two of us starved on an island together in Micronesia, but he is also an actor, filmmaker, writer, works at Tribeca Film Fest. Anyone who knows him knows he brings real heart, intelligence, and humanity to everything he does. So I'm thrilled that he is also going to be doing a reading for us. And finally, I am so excited. We have Gabi Zutro and Edna the Runt here to do a reading. They are phenomenal activists, and how many people have the pleasure of saying that they have a brilliant dog influencer who cares about these issues.
Hi, everybody. My distinct pleasure to be here today. I wish it was under better circumstances, but I cannot tell you how grateful I am to represent 1,400 brave, beautiful people that have come forward to tell their story, a story that nobody's willing to listen to that matters. So that's why we're here. I'm going to read to you from the Epstein files, as obviously part of the Donald J. Trump, Jeffrey Epstein reading room in the installation, and just an incredible opportunity. Very humbled to be here today. My name is Dean Blundell from deanblundell.substack.com and the Save America movement, and I am very thankful that I get a chance to be part of this for victims and for America. Answer, redacted. Yes, it did. What happened at the end of her senior year of high school? Answer, she moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career in acting. Question, did she get a job as an actress when she was 18? Answer, she did. Question, has redacted lived in Los Angeles and worked as an actress on television ever since then? Answer, yes. Question, after she moved to Los Angeles, did she continue being in touch with Epstein? Answer, for a short period of time. Question, did she ultimately break contact with him? Yes, she did. Is redacted currently pursuing a civil lawsuit against Maxwell and Epstein's estate? Answer, yes. Have you talked with redacted about whether, when she was a teenage girl, all of this was happening, whether she told anybody that she was being sexually abused? Answer, yes, she did. Yes, she said she didn't tell anyone. She felt like she couldn't. Nothing was talked about outside of that room, so it made it so she couldn't talk about it. And then she also, her mother is middle, redacted, Eastern, and her mother raised her that women aren't supposed to do what they're told even if someone is beating you. When she was 13, her father passed. She went to guidance counselor at school to talk about it, and her mother found out about it and then smacked her, so she felt like she couldn't talk to anybody about it. Question, did redacted's mother encourage her to accept Epstein's financial assistance? Answer, yes, she did. Question, have you become aware that in 2005, police officers from Palm Beach Police Department executed a search warrant at the Epstein house in the El Brio Way address in Palm Beach? Answer, yes. Have you reviewed some of the materials seized during the search? Yes. Did they find massage tables and sex toys? Yes, they did. Did they find any photographs of redacted? Yes. Was one of the photographs signed by redacted? Yes, it was, protecting yet another pedophile. Did it say redacted? Redacted, yes. During your interviews with Redacted, did Redacted tell you how she felt about Epstein and Maxwell in the 90s when she was a young girl? Answer, she did. She expressed that she felt like they loved her. She felt like they were her family, that they supported her, and that she felt like she was made to feel like she needed to be grateful to them. Question, okay. Did she tell you that she felt like they were trying to help her? Yes. Have you talked with Redacted about how she feels about this now? Yes. What was Redacted's demeanor like when she described to you what Epstein and Maxwell had done to her? She was upset. She recognized that now. It's affected her life to a great degree. She struggled in relationships with opening up to people and trusting people, both personal and professional relationships. Did she tell you that she struggled to tell anyone what had happened to her for most of her adulthood? Yes. When was the first time that you interviewed Redacted? Last fall. Was that the first time she'd ever reported this to law enforcement? Yes, it was. Question. Now, you testified earlier about your interviews with Redacted, who worked at Epstein's Palm Beach house. Did he remember a girl named Redacted coming to the house during that time? Yes, he did. Did he recall Redacted, Maxwell, Epstein being in Palm Beach house together? Yes. What was his understanding of why Redacted was there? He thought that Epstein was helping her. And that's what Epstein had told him. And that Redacted had told him that Epstein was helping her. Question, did he ever observe Epstein interacting with Redacted physically? Yes. What did he see? He saw Epstein kiss Redacted on the cheek and pat her on the bottom. Did he have any knowledge about what was happening with Epstein and Maxwell when he wasn't present? He didn't. Did Redacted ever call picking up Redacted from her house? Yes. And when he would pick her up from her home, would he bring her back to the Palm Beach house? Yes. Did he remember who in general would tell him to pick up Redacted from her house? Maxwell. Maxwell would be the only one to tell him to pick her up. Question. Did he ever recall driving Redacted to the movies? Yes. What did he tell you about that? That it would usually be Epstein, Maxwell, and Redacted. They'd go to the movies, and it would usually be late up at night. Question. Did he tell you about what his memory was about how old Redacted was? Answer. He said she was young, and that he knew that because he had picked her up from school, and that he knew she was too young to drive. Switching gears. Question. I want to talk to you about a different aspect of your interviews with Redacted based on what he told you about his job duties. Were there ever times when he would have to clean Epstein's massage rooms? Redacted. Answer, yes. What did he tell you about that? He said he found sex toys in the massage room and that he had to wash them afterwards. Question. Aside from those experiences, was he aware of there being sex toys in the house? Yes. There was a basket of sex toys that were kept in Maxwell's closet. Question. Did Redacted stop working for Epstein in approximately 2002? Answer, yes. Was he told that he was being replaced? Yes. And was he generally aware that the person who replaced him was much younger? Yes. Did Redacted tell you that a few months after he left working for Epstein, he became suicidal because of issues in his marriage? Yes, he did. Did he tell you that he took several $1,000s? Yes. Redacted. Did Epstein discover this and confront him about it? Yes, he did. Did Redacted admit to Epstein that the police what he'd done? Yes. Did Epstein also tell the police that his gun was missing? Yes. Were there ever any files charged? No. Was he ever arrested? I don't believe so. And did Epstein pursue any charges about this incident? No, he didn't pursue anything. Have you interviewed one of Epstein's former pilots? Yes. Is that pilot named Redacted? Yes. Was he one of the pilots for Epstein's private jet in the late 1990s? Yes. Did he remember traveling on the jets, redacted, in the 90s? He remembered her traveling, but he didn't remember specifics. Question. So just to be clear, is your testimony that he didn't remember the specific date of the flights, but he remembered her traveling on the jet during the 90s? Answer, yes. And did he remember redacted specifically as a person who traveled? Yes. Did you discuss with him the flight records that we talked about earlier that lists the person named Redacted as a passenger? Yes. Did he have specific memory of those exact flights? No. Question, but was he aware of any other Redacted flying on the jets beside Redacted in the 90s? No other Redacted at that time. Earlier, when we were looking into interlocking attendance records for the summer of 1994, you noticed that Redacted was one of the names on that record. Is that correct? Yes. Is that redacted? Yes. Have you interviewed Redacted? Yes, I have. Did he tell you that he remembered Redacted talking that summer at camp about having met Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. Did he tell you that he remembered going over to Epstein's house in Palm Beach when they were in high school? Yes. Did he remember that Redacted would often talk about spending time with Maxwell and Epstein during this time? Yes. Did he remember telling him when they were in high school about at least one trip to New York City that she took with Epstein? Yes. Did he remember Redacted describing Epstein's townhouse in Manhattan? Yes. And does he remember Redacted talking often about Ghislaine Maxwell? Yes. Now, based on your interviews with Redacted, did he, Redacted, tell you whether or not he knew back then when they were in high school whether Redacted was being sexually abused by Epstein? I think it's really important. And if you haven't gotten it now, most of the Redacteds here are for the perpetrators of crimes against this young lady. First and last names have all been taken out. He didn't know back then. Did Redacted ever meet Ghislaine Maxwell? Yes, he did. What does he remember about that? He remembered Epstein, Maxwell, and Redacted being near a movie theater, and he was approximately 16 at the time. He was approximately 16 at the time. And Redacted would have been 15, just a little bit of the interaction they had. And then after that, Redacted had told him that Maxwell had said something to the effect of, I could teach Redacted a thing or two. Is that something he remembers telling him back then that Maxwell had said? Yes. During the course of the investigations, have you participated in interviews with individuals named Redacted? Yes. So for today's purposes, I'm just going to refer to her as Redacted. How many times have you interviewed Redacted? Approximately twice. Now, does Redacted know Redacted, and have they ever met as far as you know? As far as I know, no. Turning to the next slide are these photographs of Redacted from when she was in high school. Yes. And her date of birth is obviously Redacted. Yes. When Redacted was approximately 16 and a junior in high school, where was she living? She was living in Arizona with her mother. Does she have any siblings? An older sister. What did her older sister do? Her older sister lived and worked for Epstein. Where did she work for Epstein? Here in New York. Did there come a time in approximately December 1995 when Redacted had a phone conversation with her sister about traveling to New York City? Yes. Question. What did they discuss? They discussed her coming to New York and meeting Epstein. What did her sister tell Redacted about why she should meet Epstein? She said that he could help her with college. And did the sister say, whether the Redacted sister wanted to meet Epstein, or did she say whether Epstein wanted to meet redacted? Epstein wanted to meet redacted. So let me just pause here. Question. Let me just pause here. You testified that this happened in approximately December of 1995. Just for context, the years that we're talking about here with redacted, that was 1994 through 1997? Yes. So this is approximately the same time period while you described telling redacted what happened? Yes. So in January of 1996, did redacted fly on a commercial airline to New York City to spend the weekend with her sister and meet Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. Did she tell you that? Yes. Yes, she did. During the trip, did redacted tell you that she met Epstein at his townhouse in New York City? Yes, she did. Did she tell you that Epstein discussed her plans for college applications and offered to help her? Yes. What was redacted's first impression of Jeffrey Epstein? She was very impressed by him. What was her impression based on this conversation, and what was Epstein going to do for her? He said that he was going to help her with her future plans for college. During that trip to New York City, did she stay at Epstein's house or at her sister's apartment? Her sister's apartment. During that trip, did she tell you that she saw Epstein a second time when he took redacted and her sister to the movies? Yes. What did she tell you happened at the movies? She said they were sitting in the theater and Epstein was between redacted and her sister. Epstein put his hand on her leg and rubbed her arm and then held hands with her. Question. From what she told you, what was her impression about whether her sister could see what was going on? She felt like her sister couldn't see. What was her reaction to this happening? She was uncomfortable. After the movie, did she tell her sister what had happened? No, she didn't. Did she say why not? She said that she knew redacted. Her sister really liked Epstein and that Epstein could help them. So she didn't tell her. After this trip, did redacted go home to redacted? Yes. Did Epstein contact her afterwards? I mean, the redacted part of this is crazy to me. Did redacted go home to redacted? We've already established this is in Arizona, so Trump has already doxed effectively the family. Did Epstein contact her afterwards? Yes. Did he discuss with her her ongoing college plans? Yes, he did. Did he invite her to a weekend at his ranch in New Mexico in the spring of 1996? Yes. Was she 16 at the time? Yes, she was. From what she told you, what was redacted's impression of who would be on this trip to New Mexico? She said there would be like other students her age, kids her age. Question. What was her understanding of who these other kids were and why they'd be there? Sorry, let me rephrase. Rephrase the question. You testified that she was told that on this trip there would be other students. She was under the impression that there would be other young students like her on the trip who were also being mentored by Epstein. Yes. Question. Now, you testified just a moment ago that she was also told, excuse me, that Maxwell would be there. Are you referring to Ghislaine Maxwell? Yes. At the point that she was told that Ghislaine Maxwell would be on the trip, had she ever met Ghislaine Maxwell? No, she hadn't. Had she heard her sister talk about Ghislaine Maxwell? Yes. How did, from what she described to you, how did her expectation that Maxwell would be on this trip make her feel about this trip? Answer, it made her comfortable. Her sister had talked highly of Maxwell. Question, did redacted tell you that she flew to New Mexico that spring when she was 16? Yes. Did she meet Ghislaine Maxwell when she arrived in New Mexico? Yes, she did. How did she describe Maxwell's demeanor and attitude when she met her? Answer. She describes Maxwell as being very charming. She gave her a tour of the house, and Maxwell took redacted shopping, which made her feel special. What does she remember about talking with Ghislaine Maxwell? They talked about school, homework, trips. Did she talk with her about applying to college? Yes. Did she talk about her classes in high school? Yes. Did she talk about her homework that she had to do on the weekend? Yes. Did she talk with Maxwell about her family? Yes. Did she talk with her about the home life and living with her mother? Yes. From what Redacted told you when she got there, who else was at the ranch beside Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein? It was just them. Was it just the three of them the entire weekend of the visit? Yes. Were there any other school kids there? No. When they were at the ranch, from what Redacted told you, did Maxwell say anything to Redacted about massages? Yes. Did she say anything about her foot massages? About foot massages? Yes. What did Redacted tell you about this? Maxwell told Redacted to give Epstein a foot massage and then showed her and instructed her how to do it. Redacted was a little uncomfortable, but Maxwell was joking around, so she just followed her lead. Question. Did Redacted tell you what Maxwell and Epstein took her to the movies that weekend? What Maxwell and Epstein took her to the movies that weekend? Yes. Did she tell you about the trip to the movies? Yes. She said that when they went outside the theater, Maxwell was joking around and pulled Epstein's pants down a little bit. And once they went inside the theater, Epstein, when they were sitting down, touched Redacted's leg, rubbed her arm, held her hand, and this time felt like he wasn't trying to hide it from Maxwell. Question. What was Redacted's reaction to all of this? She was uncomfortable. During the same weekend, there was another occasion when Maxwell talked about massages. Yes. What happened? Maxwell had asked Redacted if she had ever had a massage and told Maxwell told her she could give her one. So Redacted was on her back and Maxwell pulled the sheet down, exposing her chest, and she was nude from the top up, then proceeded to massage around her chest and her breast area. Question. From what Redacted told you when she was describing that to you, just described to the grand jury, how did she feel while this was happening? Answer. She felt very uncomfortable. Question. Did Redacted also tell you about an incident that happened one morning when she was in New Mexico? Answer. Yes. She was in bed and Epstein came into the room and told her he just wanted to cuddle. So he laid down next to her and spooned her. She told him she had to go to the bathroom to get out of the situation. What was her reaction when Epstein got into her bed? She was uncomfortable. She's 16. She didn't know what to do. Question. Did Redacted go back home or to Redacted when the weekend was over? Yes, she did. Did she tell anyone when she got home about what happened? No. Is that for the same reason you described earlier? Yes. Did Epstein end up paying for Redacted to go on a trip to Thailand that summer? Yes. Did Redacted have any contact with Maxwell or Epstein after that trip? Not that she recalled. When you interviewed Redacted, what was her demeanor like when she described her interactions with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? She became upset and emotional. Is Redacted currently pursuing civil lawsuit against Maxwell and Epstein's estate? Yes, she is. What does Redacted do for a living now? She's a psychologist who works with trauma victims. During the course of this investigation, have you interviewed someone named Redacted? Yes. For today's purpose, I'm just going to refer to her as Redacted. How many times have you interviewed Redacted approximately? Approximately 3 times. Turning to the next slide, this is a photograph of Redacted that she provided to you. Yes. And did she tell you that this photo was taken when she was approximately 16 or 17 years old? Yes. Is redacted's date of birth redacted? Yes. Did she grow up in England? Yes, she did. Did she tell you that there came a point when she met Ghislaine Maxwell when she was about 17? Yes. How did she tell you that they met? Answer: she said they met through a mutual friend. Question: did she tell you that this would have happened in four around 1994, 1995? Yes. And is that within the same period of time we're talking about today? Yes. What happened after she was introduced to Ghislaine Maxwell for what she told you? Answer: she said Maxwell treated her like they were sisters. Her quote was, "Like naughty schoolgirls is how Maxwell treated her." Question: did she tell you that Maxwell seemed to immediately take an interest in her? Yes. Did she tell you that they began spending time together in London? Yes. And just to be clear, was Maxwell in her 30s while this was happening? Yes. Did Redacted ever remember Maxwell ever talking about having a boyfriend named Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. Question: what did she tell Redacted about that? Maxwell told Redacted that Epstein was going to like her. Did there come a time when she was 17 that she described Maxwell introduced her to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. How did she describe that occurring? Epstein flew to London. He was at Maxwell's residence in London, and Maxwell had called Redacted over. So Redacted went over. She got there, and Maxwell was saying to Epstein kind of the words Redacted used, was giving him a resume of her attributes, saying she was so pretty, she's so strong, and then Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage. Question: now, you testified a moment ago that Redacted described to you Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage during their first meeting. Is that correct? Yes. Did Maxwell say to her, in sum and substance, since you're so strong, I'd appreciate it if you gave Jeffrey a massage because he needs a massage every day or I get in trouble? Yes, she said that. Is that what Redacted said to you in sum and substance? Yes. When that happened, did Redacted remember Maxwell leading her to a room in the house? Yes. What happened? Answer: when Redacted went in the room, Epstein was in a robe. He took his robe off, and she started massaging him, and then he touched Redacted and pulled her hand to his penis. Question: what does Redacted remember Epstein saying when he did this? Answer: don't be frigid. Question: was her reaction to this happening from what she told you? Answer: she was taken back by it. When this episode ended and Redacted left the room, did she tell you that she remembered Maxwell being just outside the room when she left? Yes. Did she remember Maxwell saying to her, "Did you have fun? Did he like it?" Yes. Does she remember Maxwell calling her several days afterwards or at some short period of time there afterwards? Yes, she did. Did Redacted remember Maxwell saying to her on the phone call in sum and substance, "Well, aren't you a clever girl?" Jeffrey was impressed. So, hard to read. Hard to read. And pales in comparison to having to go through this. I want to thank the victims for their bravery and strength. I want to thank my friends of the Save America movement, Eliza Orlins, and everybody that has put this together for allowing me to share in this. And I hope we don't look away.
My name is Jonathan Penner. I'm going to be reading from the partially redacted Epstein Files, Volume 28 of 3,437 theirs. These are Epstein accusations from press reporting. I will read the name, the accusation, and the location. Some of this is really tough stuff. Give you a trigger warning. The name is redacted. The accusation is from New York. They were recruited by an unidentified female brunette in her 20s outside of her high school in the fall of 2001 when she was 14. Joint visits with unidentified female for a month, then solo trips to Epstein's house. Regularly gave Epstein massages. Sometimes he masturbated. Manipulated into stripping down to her panties during the massages, was paid $300 each time. Quote, he would also like when I would play with his nipples. He used to get turned on by that, and then he would finish himself off, and then that would be the end of it. Over the next several months, redacted visits, followed by a familiar routine. Epstein's secretary would contact her by email, beeper, or her family's landline to set up a meeting, redacted said. When she arrived, she'd be escorted to the elevator and head straight to the massage room once or twice a week for a year. In the fall of 2002, which she was 15, Epstein said, quote, why don't we try something a little bit different, she recalls him saying. Quote, why don't you do the massage on top of me? The redacted name said she told him that she wanted to, quote, stick to the normal routine, but she ultimately removed her underwear. He fondled her privates, she said, and then he, quote, brought me up there, and it was very aggressive. It was forceful, she said. Said she was terrified and told him to stop. Quote, he was like, it's okay, you're fine, you're not doing anything wrong, added redacted, who said he did not use a condom. After it was over, redacted said she rushed out of the house, angry and shaken. Redacted names from Los Angeles. Met Epstein 1997 in Santa Monica, Los Angeles. He took her back to his hotel for a Victoria's Secret tryout. There he groped her buttocks against her will, told her to undress. Redacted name, Cape Town, New York City, Paris, New Mexico, and the United States Virgin Islands. Recruited by redacted and redacted in South Africa when she was 20. Within 2 weeks, redacted arrived in New York. A car picked her up from the airport, brought her to an apartment building on 66th Street where Epstein housed some other models who he was abusing. But redacted was not there for long. Shortly after arriving at the apartment, redacted, another of Epstein's co-conspirators, called and told redacted that redacted was going to the Caribbean. Redacted did not understand why she was traveling to the Caribbean so soon after arriving in New York City, but hoped it was for a modeling job. Redacted was taken on Epstein's private plane, and during the flight, Epstein began sexually touching redacted's leg. She felt trapped and terrified, feared that she would be killed. They arrived at Epstein's home in the Virgin Islands. Epstein's abuse of redacted there began when redacted sent redacted to Epstein's room to massage him. For the rest of the trip, Epstein repeatedly raped redacted by forcible compulsion. Redacted repeatedly sent redacted to Epstein's room where he would touch her, use massage devices on her, force her to perform oral sex on him, sexually force himself on her. Redacted also witnessed another young girl performing oral sex on Epstein in front of redacted while they were watching a movie. Epstein's abuse of redacted lasted for years. Epstein forced her to travel to the United States many times to see Epstein and be subjected to repeated sexual abuse for 1 or 2 weeks at a time, sometimes staying in his New York apartment. Redacted was also forced to travel to Epstein's home in Paris, where she had to stay with Ghislaine Maxwell, one of Epstein's main recruiters of young females, and where redacted forced her to be photographed nude for Epstein. During that trip, redacted witnessed that young females were on call to sexually pleasure Epstein. Redacted's final trip to the United States was 2004. She flew to see Epstein at his New Mexico ranch called, quote, Zorro Ranch. Epstein abused Redacted at Zorro Ranch. Epstein attempted to keep contact with Redacted through email over the years. For example, in 2016, Epstein emailed Redacted to ask if she knew Redacted, another woman who is a victim of Epstein's sex trafficking scheme. In June 2019, only 2 months before his death, Epstein sent Redacted an email asking her to send him nude photographs. Another name, Redacted, from New York. He was recruited by a woman named Rena in the fall of 2000, shown into a room with Alan Dershowitz and Epstein. Dershowitz left the room. Rena and Epstein took off their clothes. Quote, sexually assaulted by both Rena and Epstein. Quote, I remember thinking I've never done this before. What's going on? I just... don't know. Another woman's name, Redacted, from New York. That last one was sourced by the Miami Herald. This one is from the New York Post. 16 when met Epstein in 2000. Told her that he could make her Victoria's Secret model. Epstein took off his robe, started pushing her head towards his groin, saying, quote, you know what to do. If you want me to help you, then you have to help me. When he was finished, he allegedly told her to come back sometime with her 14, 15, 16-year-old girlfriends. I love girls your age. I love how young you are. You have a tight butt like a baby, he's quoted as saying. He also told her that, quote, I would love for you to come with me to Thailand to pick up other girls your age, and even, quote, took preliminary steps to take her there, the suit claims. Another redacted name, recruitment in New York City. First meet in PB, I'm not sure what that is. First rape in United States Virgin Island. This is from NPR, NBC News. This woman was recruited by Maxwell. 21 when she met Epstein, studying to be a massage therapist, flown down to PB. Redacted told her Jeffrey wanted a massage. In the massage room, he immediately stripped, asked Redacted a lot of questions. Flipped onto his back, asked if he could touch himself. I gave him the okay to touch himself because I didn't know what else to say or do in the moment. He finished, he jumped off the table, he got in the shower. He said, okay, that's all now, thank you. And I left the room, with my head spinning, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. Raped a few months later after a handful of massage sessions. In the United States Virgin Islands, tugged towards bed during massage, unbuttoned her shorts, pulling body onto his already naked body. She said, quote, please stop. He proceeded to rape her. Abuse would continue for the next 3 years, raped 3 or 4 times total. Redacted name, New York City, New Mexico, PB, United States Virgin Island, and Paris. This is from heavy.com news. 17 at the time, introduced in LA. Flew her to New Mexico during massage. He fondled her genitals. Quote, for the next 2 years, Epstein flew her around the world on his private jet, repeatedly raped and molested her at his homes in New York, Florida, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and Paris. Epstein raped her while she was sleeping at his Florida home in December 2002. He allegedly flew her out to Paris in 2003, shortly after her semester abroad ended, raped her again as she slept. Quote, virtually every few days, Epstein would bring Redacted to a different home of his, including his Manhattan townhouse, and throughout the country, where he continued to sexually assault her on a frequent basis. Redacted says Epstein arranged for her to live in an apartment at 301 East 66th Street in 2004, just blocks from his Manhattan mansion. Epstein tried to farm her out to other high-powered men. Redacted. New York City and New Mexico. This is from New York Times. Rubbed hand and leg in a movie theater in New York City. Foot massages in New Mexico with Maxwell. Pointers on how to do it, how Epstein likes it. Another round of movie theater petting and touching in New Mexico. Epstein climbs into bed with redacted, spooning and touching. Maxwell gives her a nude massage. Epstein does not participate, but redacted, quote, could feel his presence. Another name from Ohio. This is from the New York Times. On bed with Epstein and Maxwell, asked to give foot massage. Between the two of them, they started groping breasts, commenting on her features, twisting her nipples. Afraid of rape, I ran away. Nude photos missing. I think I've had enough. This is, needless to say, the most terrible thing I've ever read. Quietly or as loud. I don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of my day or week. This is truly appalling. And this is just out of the newspapers, articles. I don't even know what to say. I'm sickened. If you, I want to say if you get a chance to come to the reading room, come. But I'm not sure I can really wholeheartedly recommend that. It's the most upsetting, one of the most upsetting things I've ever done is just to read this out loud and to think about these young women. There's no reason to believe for a second that any of them are making this up. The fact that they were, if not coerced, felt compelled, allowed, needed to continue, if ever more than once, is so horrifying, terrifying, sad, and a terrible indictment. I don't want to indict their parents, but there's somebody. I'm not talking about a Justice Department indictment. I'm talking about an indictment of boundaries and how this man violated these young women's boundaries and violated these young women.
Okay, so I want to take you all downstairs to see the remainder of this exhibit because I think it's so important that you see what else is going on here. And we are doing a 24-hour live stream, yes, but we, in addition to reading and what's going on, I think everyone should really see what is happening. And all these people have left incredible notes, so I wanted to get an opportunity to show you these notes. Okay, so one of the things at this exhibit that you might not have otherwise realized because we were doing the live 24 hours from upstairs is there's an incredible ability for folks who come here to share their thoughts or feelings after experiencing the reading room. And so I wanted folks to have an opportunity to see the unbelievable ways in which folks who have come here are expressing themselves. So let's have a look. I just kind of want to show some of the things that people have written in these. You know, you have the opportunity when you're here. I don't want them to be on. Where's? Okay, so I think it would be meaningful to read some of these. This will go down as one of, if not the single most important things I have ever worked on. It's an honor to be here. Don't stop until he's in prison. Protect survivors, not rapists. To the victims, we hear you. To the ones who made them victims, we see you. Believe women, release the files. Fuck Donald Trump. "40 years of abuse and rape thousands of victims. Proof, so much proof. Convict Trump, 40 years of no justice, justice now. You are not alone. We see you. We believe you. Me too." This remarkable exhibition is very triggering. While my own case is very different, girls and women continue to be under attack. While I was an adult, I lost my career and life's aspirations at age 26 in 1981 on the job at NBC at 30 Rockefeller Plaza. I did not utter a word of what really happened until I was 55 in 2010. I financed my own retelling, which can be found at Etsy.com and Manhattan Attic in a book called Ask Me How This Happens. I will continue to rage for all victims of power, celebrity, wealth, and executive privilege gone wild. Fight. Believe women. Rest in peace, Virginia Giuffre. You are not pro-life if you don't support the living. Protect the Epstein survivors. So-called Christians. Wake up, America. Never expected to grieve a system that I was told I'm supposed to grow in. Speechless. We believe you. We knew. He told us, they told us. He's a rapist, yet here we are. Angry and shaking, words of a survivor read aloud from the files. As I write this, angry and shaking from the many memories with force I and my ancestors lived through. May they feel the earth beneath them quake from our collective rage. May it fall out below them so we can rebuild. Our vibrations birthing a world where survivors are honored and dignity protected. This space provides quiet and appropriate dignity for the victims. It is not enough. Wake up and resist. In 2005, Trump pushed Natasha against a wall and forced his tongue into her mouth. 1999, my abuser did the same thing to me. To every survivor, thank you for speaking out and showing us who you are and who are still afraid. What bravery looks like. Do not let go of that anger inside. We must not accept that this is how things are. Doesn't seem like a smoking gun yet, does it? I am so deeply sorry for the young girls and women involved. There will never be enough justice. Be kind to everyone, be strong for yourself. The reading room is a reminder to stand up for what's right. Girls, I think we need to start being violent. What do you need him to do more than this to hold the POTUS accountable and liable for his crimes? He destroyed this country, and you legitimized all of his power-related perversions. He had no consequences, and he will not stop until you make him. Don't be complicit for all of the victims of his horrible crimes, and get him out of this. Get those of his presidency. Please get him out and hold him accountable of his lies and crimes against the American people and the whole world.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gabi Zutrow. I am a Brooklyn-based digital strategy advisor, and this is Edna the Runt. She is a dogfluencer, and we're here to read some of the Epstein files today because we can't stop talking about this. I know that I have a lot of people on both sides of the aisle and all over the country following Edna, and what we all have in common is that we love Edna. But also, I think what most of us have in common is that we believe that the DOJ needs to release the unredacted full Epstein files, and we cannot stop talking about this. And we need justice for the survivors, and the people in the files need to be held accountable for their crimes. So we're going to start reading. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents, Tuesday, the 7th of July, 2020. Great minds, ... Thanks much. Yes, I already told Redacted that we'd take possession tomorrow and FedEx it to him. I'll reply all. Can we offer to do this or have an agent deliver it? It seems rife with problematic possibilities. I'll see what we can arrange. Hello, our office is not open and I am still working from home. Is it possible to have this data sent to my home? Thank you. Also from the Epstein search warrant documents. Everything with the exception of a couple items are ready. I will get you an actual number before I send it over. We can send it over tomorrow. There will be README files included, so it will be easy to see where the items came from. I'm a little worried about how the email will present. While looking through on spot check, the attachments are not connected to the emails in the forensic tool. I believe this is a function of the email client they were using to begin with. I know that the attachment are a concern of yours. We may have to massage things a bit to get it right. Now that we are working every day and everything has been processed, it shouldn't be too big a deal. So far, the export is about 350 gigabytes. It copies slowly because it's a ton of pretty small files. You are getting a whole ball of wax here. Macs, Windows boxes, loose media, etc. There will be a few iPhone and iPad reports, but unsure if I can get you those tomorrow, as they very often take a long time to copy. Again, lots of small files. If not tomorrow, the next day. Redacted. Are you around tomorrow? Reach out to me when you get the production so we can correct any problems you might encounter. Thanks. Then this is still about Epstein search documents, July 7th. Redacted. I understand that some number of the devices are ready to come to us as early as today or tomorrow. Could you please let us know the following information so we can figure out who the hard drive should go to in the first instance? 1. How many total devices are coming to us in this initial production? Also 1. What are those devices, i.e. type of device, which ones, from the spreadsheets you've sent? What's the total volume of data coming in? What's the total volume of data coming in this round of production? Once we know that, I can let the agents know where the drive needs to go in the first instance. Thanks. All these emails are redacted. Someone responds, redacted. Checking in for the estimate of when we can expect to get all the USVI materials. Thanks, redacted. All these emails redacted. Okay, thanks. Good luck with the cardiologist, and you can let us know tomorrow. That would be great. Thanks again. Someone responds, when I'm in the office tomorrow, I will be better able to estimate. I'm at my cardiologist right now. Then somebody writes on June 29th, great, thanks. Is there even a rough estimate of when we will get the USVI materials, or an estimate of when you'll be able to see how many times to export, so we'll have a better sense when we'll get those? Redacted, redacted, redacted. Also June 29th. Okay, and I'm sorry to ask again, but to make sure, in this production, you're sending us new versions of what you previously sent? All the mails are redacted. The response is, you're getting both New York, both NY and USVI. The biggest stumbling block here are the newer Mac items that are in APFS. There are a bunch from the high range, so it is difficult to estimate how long those will take until I see how many items I have to export. Someone responds, okay, thanks. And just to clarify, a few days to finalize the New York materials, and then what about the USVI materials? I think that is quite a bit more. Just looking for an estimated completion date for everything. And on my other question, does this mean you're giving us a new complete copy of everything from both New York and USVI? Thanks. The response is, I'm in the process of exporting the materials, documents, spreadsheets, emails, etc., for your review as per my discussions with Redacted. Most of the New York stuff is done, just Mac items left. This might take a few days, as one item in particular has over 500,000 emails. We will be able to provide discovery once defense counsel has provided drives for us to copy items over to. This goes quicker as there is no processing called. I'll let you know when everything is complete. Then the response, following up on this, I understand from Redacted that she was able to provide you with a 12 terabyte drive last week. Could you please let us know when we will be able to get the materials? I expect a judge will ask us about discovery as early as this week. Also, the related critical question that I don't think we have clarity on is whether you're giving us a copy of everything underlined that was collected, including reproducing materials that you previously gave us but which are not searchable. Or have you and Redacted figured out a way to categorize the prior productions so that they're useful for us? We would strongly prefer to just get everything at once in a usable format, but please let us know if you expect to produce materials differently than that. Thanks. All the emails here are redacted. Redacted. We are going every other day now, ramping up to 75% a week after that. I need drives to put things like Redacted and I discussed earlier. Once I have those drives, it will take me a couple of days to copy stuff. LMK when I can expect these drives. Thanks. On June 19th. Following up on the below, please let us know. Given case developments in recent days, this has become urgent. Thanks. That's June 19th, 2020. Next email. Redacted. Wanted to circle back on this and check in, particularly because we desperately need to get the results from the July and September searches before moving forward with possible additional charges in the case. I know you had mentioned you needed to push back your prior estimate of complete production by early June. Push back your prior estimate of complete production by early June by a couple of weeks. So wanted to see what the current estimate is. I don't think we've started to get anything yet, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Will do. Redacted. On June 1st, 2020. Understood, and thanks for letting us know. Let's keep in touch, both on timing and also whether there's a way to identify and categorize what's already been produced, or if we'll need to just get all the raw data at this stage and go from there. Unfortunately, recent events and our staffing levels have conspired to put a kink in just about everything. If you can't make heads or tails of the stuff I've already produced, we'll do it again. They have told us that our staffing levels will be steadily increasing over the next few weeks, but I'm going to have to push back my estimate by a week or two. Sorry about that. My next day in the office is Thursday, so I'll be able to see if I can easily identify what I already gave you and marry it to a reliable identifier. Redacted. Thanks for the update. We'll take a look and circle back if any questions. Separately, to follow up on a question from the May 15th email below, the list has just 5 devices as still pending to be transferred to us, and I think it's right that the plan is to reproduce all the materials so that we can get them in searchable format, but just wanted to confirm. Currently, we aren't able to match any of our prior productions to specific devices, so if we're able to match them up by Bates number now, that might work. But otherwise, I think it makes sense for us to get everything. But let us know if any issue with that. And related to that question, are we still on track to get the full range of data in the next week or so? I don't think we've gotten any updates on that status in the past few weeks, and we're eager to be able to start reviewing. Updated item descriptions. Just side note, many thumb drives and SD cards will not have a serial number visible externally, but will report one through our tools. I included those electronically reported serial numbers. Any questions, let me know. redacted. Skipping this, all redacted emails. Redacted. Thanks for this. It's a helpful start. In terms of being able to write our search warrant, one additional piece of information we need is serial number or some other specific identifier, ideally for each device, at least for any devices that there is more than one of the same thing. So, for example, we need to be able to somehow differentiate the following devices. The 2 Dell PowerEdge T310 hard drives, NYCO24323 and NYCO24324. The Sony Vaio laptop / Fujitsu HDD, NYCO24336 and NYCO24337. The following loose storage devices: micro SD card, NYCO23402439, flash drive, generic, NYCO24340, thumb drive, MTech, NYCO24341, hard drive, loose, NYCO24342, verbatim thumb drive, NYCO24343. The 4 SanDisk Cruiser thumb drives, NYCO2434447. The 3 Seagate IDE hard drives, NYCO2434850, and the camera SD card, NYCO24351. I think the rest of the devices are either specifically distinguishable and or have an SN listed. By comparison, the USVI spreadsheet we have lists an S/N for about 20 of the 25-ish devices. The other thing we're looking for is the location in the house, an ideally specific location for each device, which the USVI spreadsheet we have lists an SN for about 20. Repeating. The other thing we're looking for is the location in the house, an ideally specific location of each device, which the USVI also has. Is that info available? The list also has just 5 devices as still pending to be transferred to us. And I think that's right, that the plan is to reproduce all the materials so that we can get them in searchable format. But just wanted to confirm, currently we aren't able to match any of the prior productions to specific devices. So if we're able to match them at my Bates number now, that might work. But otherwise, I think it makes sense for us to get everything. But let us know if any issue with that. Thanks very much. All email addresses redacted. Redacted. Here is the listing of all the evidence gathered in New York that I have. I've added some columns to guide you to the unique numbers Part NY uses for their evidence. The template wasn't a slam dunk over, so I did what I could to convey the information. If you're confused by anything, please let me know. In the column for the approximate size, it is in gigabytes, total at the bottom and converted to TB. In the materials contained column, I put what load file group the data was transferred over in Mac, Windows, News Media, IDE, or Blacklight. If there's no entry in that column, that data has yet to be transferred. There are 2 Macs and a DVR if you don't have, as well as an iPhone and an iPad. If the descriptions are a bit light, let me know. I'll do what I can to beef them up. I will get you the island stuff tomorrow. Redacted. Respectfully, I think that there are some miscommunications here. All we have asked is to receive the materials in a format such that we can view them using a system we have access to. We are not able to get web-enabled access through any FBI tool. So we asked for the materials to be transferred in a loadable format so we could put them on Relativity, which both we and the agents can access. We're required to have the files in a format that we can produce them to a defense counsel. I've done that in many other cases, and it hasn't previously been an issue. My understanding from Redacted is that the best way to do it is just for us, the U.S. Attorney General's office, to get the original files, which our vendor will process, by which I just mean converting into file formats that are loadable onto Relativity. It doesn't really have anything to do with the tape review. We have to have access to the docs in our systems for discovery purposes. And you were happy to get the materials as they were processed, but when we received 1.1 million documents earlier this year, they were in a format that wasn't usable for the reasons described in the email I sent on March 9th. Again, I understand that from Redacted, the best way forward is just to get copies of the materials in their original formats. I understand will be segregated and designated by device. That should work for us. I was just trying to understand the approach as well as the timeline. That's it for my time. Again, we need to keep talking about the Epstein files. No matter where you're at politically, it is so important that these files be released unredacted to get justice for the survivors and to make sure that everyone in these files is held accountable for the crimes in it.
Hi, my name's Robert Arnold. I'm going to be reading from a transcript with the participants of Jack Scarola, Brad Edwards, and one redacted person from April 7th, 2011. Hi, Jack. Hi, Brad. How are you guys doing? Jack Scarola. We're doing fine, thank you. I'm sorry for all the trouble, and before we go any further, let me tell you, if I had your permission, I have started a tape recorder, and I want to be able to tape this conversation from the very beginning. Is that all right with you? Redacted person, sure. That's fine, Jack, no problem. Jack Scarola. Okay, good, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me start off by introducing myself. I know that Brad has spoken to you about me, and I'm Brad's lawyer, and I assume that you can confirm that you and I have never had any communication before. Is that right? That's correct. Scarola, all right. I have, however, gotten some information from Brad about our conversations that you had with him, and that will enable me, hopefully, to make this a little bit more efficient and take up a minimum amount of your time while still getting the information that we think is going to be helpful to us and to any jury that might ultimately have to hear these facts. So let me begin by asking you first to tell us what your full name is. Redacted person. That's my maiden name. My married name is Redacted. Yes, he did. He did all the time. The worst one that I heard from his own mouth was this pretty 12-year-old girls he had flown in for his birthday. It was a surprise birthday gift from one of his friends, and they were from France. I did see them. I did meet them. Jeffrey bragged afterwards after he met them that they were 12-year-olds and flown over from France because they're really poor over there and their parents needed the money and whatever the case is, and they were absolutely free to stay and flew out. Those were the worst ones. He was constantly bragging about girls' ages and where he got them from, or their past, or how terrible their past was, and good he is making it for it. Scarola. Where were the 12-year-old girls flown in from? Where were the 12-year-old girls flown to from France? Where did they come to? Palm Beach. And were they flown in on Jeff's private plane, or did they get transported? Redacted. No, they were transported by someone else. Scarola. Okay, was there sexual activity that went on in the airplane conducted in such a way so that any of the crew was aware what was going on? Redacted person. They were told to knock if they had to come out. If the crew had to come out, they were told, to come out as little as possible so they weren't out there hanging out watching everything. No, but it doesn't take an idiot to put two and two together to say, well, there's a whole bunch of half-dressed teenagers on board with this old man who is constantly being massaged by them, and he wants me to keep the door shut. For what reason? I mean, only they could put that together, but yeah, they knew. Scarola. Did Mr. Epstein ever talk to you about people of power and influence owing him favors? Redacted person. he would laugh about it. I never really knew what to take serious from Jeffrey because he was such a funny character at times. You never knew if what he was saying was true or not. Yeah, lots of people owed him favors from what he told me. He's got everybody in his pocket, and he would laugh about the helps people from the sole purpose in the end they owe him something. That's why I believe he does so many favors in the first place. Scarola. When and how did you first become aware that Mr. Epstein was in trouble with the law? Redacted person. I was first informed by, I think someone from the FBI called me first and started to ask me questions, and I started to answer the questions. But then fear took over, and I just said, look, I don't know what's going on. I've got a young family, and I don't want to risk, please don't bother me about this again. And it was a real short, simple conversation, and within a week or two, I'd gotten a call from Jeffrey's attorney, and then a week later, Jeffrey and Shell. Scarola. Okay, well, let's back up before we get to these conversations and tell me approximately when it was that you were contacted by the person you believe was with the FBI. Redacted person. Okay. It's hard for me to pinpoint. If I had to pinpoint it, it would be in 2007 set time. Scarola. All right. You were living in Redacted at that time, correct? Correct. Scarola. You were contacted by telephone? Redacted person. That's correct. By my cell phone. Scarola. Okay, and do you have any idea how your name came up leading to that contact? Redacted first. No idea. No idea whatsoever. When I did ask, I was told that some girls had revealed my name. I guess that's how everybody, the FBI, need contact. Scroll. Okay. Redacted person. But I don't know offhand or sorry. I just walked into the wrong word. Scarola. Okay. Sorry, go on. Scarola. Yes, and I'll never tell her you said that. Redacted. How long was it after that phone call from the FBI person were you contacted by Mr. Epstein's lawyers? Like a week. It was back to back to each other. I remember being so scared after talking to the FBI, thinking, what's happened? What's going on? It's been like 6 years, 7 years at that stage. How did they find me, and what do I have to do with this? So yeah, I do remember that very well. And it was only about a week later I was called by his attorney. Scarola. Who was it that contacted you, do you remember? Redacted person. I want to say Bill Riley, but he might have been from the FBI. No, it was Bill Riley. Bill Riley. I'm not sure if that's the correct name, but that's what is coming to mind. Scarola. What do you remember about that conversation? Redacted. I remember a Mr. Goldberger as well. I remember there might have been two of it. Scarola. All right. Redacted person. I can't remember which one it was. I want to say Bill Riley is the good one. Scarola. All right. So either Bill Riley or Mr. Goldberger, both of them contacted you. And what do you remember about that? Redacted person. I don't know if it was the same guy who contacted me that week later who put me in touch with Jeffrey. I think he was on the phone and he put some speakerphone on with Jeffrey, so he connected me with Jeffrey. I don't know if it was the same guy or different, but I definitely know that Bill Riley was the first guy to contact. Pretty sure about that. Scarola. Okay, tell me about that conversation. Redacted person. He asked me what I knew about what's going on with Jeffrey, and apparently there was an investigation being held about Sophia girls. She'd come out and said that Jeffrey had sexual contact with them under the age of a minor, and that he was discrediting a lot of these girls and making them out to be drug addicts and prostitutes, and what have you, so they wouldn't be looked at as worthy in the court's eyes, so to speak.
Yeah.
He told me in the first 5 minutes that, if I stay quiet, that I'll be looked after. And that was the exact way it was said. It wasn't like, I'm going to pay you $1 zillion or anything if you be quiet. But if I stay quiet, I would be looked at. And I remember saying, I don't want any part to do with this. This is not something I want to be a part of. I got a young family. I wish the best for everybody in this, take care kind of thing. A week later, I was called after the hearing by one of Jeffrey's lawyers. I can't tell you exactly which one it was, but he had Jeffrey on the other line, and he connected Jeffrey and I. And Jeffrey tried to make some simple conversation. How are you? How have things been? You know what I mean? Catching up. Scarola. Do you know did the lawyer stay on the line while Jeffrey was speaking to you? redacted person. I'm pretty sure he did. That's why I think Jeffrey was on speakerphone, because it sounded a lot different. And I was never taken offline to begin with or connected to another line. So I was pretty sure Jeffrey was on speaker and a lawyer was making the call. After the simple conversation, it led to what was going on again. And, Jeffrey couldn't believe it. He thought he helped all these girls out. He didn't think he was wrong in any circumstance here at all. A lot of these girls were drug addicts and just after drug money. He was really putting down these women, or these girls, I should say, not giving them the credit they deserved. And then he exactly repeated what the lawyer said the week before, is that he would look after me if I stayed quiet. And if I need any help, his lawyers would represent me and he would get legal help for me for that. Whatever I needed, he would do. And he told him exactly. I said, Jeffrey, I'm the mother of 2 children at that stage. I'm away from everything there. I don't want to be part of it. I'm not going to speak to anybody. I don't want to speak to anybody. I don't want to be involved. And that was the last time I heard him. And the next thing I knew, I was sent my victim's letter, my notification of being a victim to the U.S. Attorney's Office. And that's when I knew it was well out there enough not to have Jeffrey's lawyers come back on me and discredit me in the same way he had done to all the other girls. So I called up Joseph Bird, who was on the recommended lawyers on my paperwork that they had given me, and it started going from there. Scarola. So you contact Mr. Joseph Bird's office, and they were dealing with his office from that point forward. Redacted person, that's correct. Scarola. Tell me about the ending of your relationship with Jeffrey. That is, at what point in time does your full-time employment end, and how does that happen? Redacted person. Okay, so it hadn't really ended. I walked away from it all. Jeffrey sent me to Thailand, where I met my husband and escaped to Australia and never returned back to the States. About 6 months prior to that, he came up with the proposition that I thought I was really disgustingly sick. And it really showed me for the first time in 4 years I had been with him, that knowing that nothing was going to change and I was just going to be used to it, which I did not like. He offered me a mansion and some of his money every month. I forgot what he called it, a monthly income of what he made to bear one of his children. The proposition was that if anything ever happened between Jeffrey and I, that I would have to sign my child over him, basically, and that child would be his and Ghislaine's, and I would be looking after as long as nothing happened between Jeffrey and I. So I was kind of freaked out by all of that. I pushed Jeffrey more to please get me some training. I was getting older and not of as much interest to Jeffrey anyways. I was 19 now, and he likes a female a lot younger. So he sent me to Thailand in September 2002. I was first supposed to meet a girl there and bring her back with me, but I never met up with her. I proceeded to get a short course in Thai massage, so that was to shut me up about my training. So I went there, and one of my friends from school invited me to watch a fight, like a Muay Thai fight, which is a form of kickboxing. So I went and watched it, and I saw this guy that was really good fighter, and a girl's word, I looked really hot. So I asked my friend who knew him to introduce me. We got introduced and fell in love immediately. 3 days later, redacted, proposed, and 7 days later, I was being married in a Buddhist temple. I called Jeffrey and told him, I'm sorry, I'm never coming back. Just got married, I've fallen in love. I thought he'd wish the best for me, but he was kind of rude, and he just said, have a good life, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him ever until all this started again. Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to add to what you've told us up to this point in time? I'd like to know that this time around something's going to be done about it, that Jeffrey and a lot of his colleagues, no matter how rich they are, will know that there is and then that's the end of that. This is a declaration of Jane Doe 3, United States District Court, Southern District of Florida, case number OA-0736-CIB-MARRA. Jane Doe number 1 and Jane Doe number 2 are petitioners versus United States of America respondent. And this is the declaration of Jane Doe 3. The court is familiar with me from my previous declaration in this case. I am currently 31 years old and want to become a part of the case to enforce my rights and possibly allow criminal prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein and others who have used underage girls. I have seen a government filing say that I waited too long before trying to become a part of this case. I don't think that the government's position tells a full story about me. In fact, I believe the government is hiding some of the things that it knows about me and about other powerful people involved in this case. I am filing this declaration so that the court will have more facts to make the decision about whether to let me come into the case. In its latest filing, the government seems to be questioning why I was afraid and did not come forward to speak more quickly. To understand my reasons, it is important that I share at least some additional information about why I was so fearful after my abuse by Epstein and others. The court can best understand my situation by looking at my previous declaration and then understanding why I was afraid of Epstein, how I eventually escaped from him, and how I was forced to hide from him and others. I first met Epstein when I was 15 years old. I've told the court about some of my sexual and physical abuse in my earlier declaration. As a result of that abuse and my considerable interactions with Epstein and his friends, I knew that Epstein was connected to some of the most powerful people in the world, including a member of the British royal family, a former president of the United States, and other very powerful lawyers, politicians, and businessmen. I was afraid of what would happen if I tried to escape from Epstein or report him to law enforcement. Part of my fear comes from physical abuse that I suffered when Epstein forced me to have sex with other people. Without going into the details of the sexual activities I was forced to endure, there were times when I was physically abused to the point that I remember fearfully thinking that I didn't know whether I was going to survive. Jeffrey Epstein knew about the physical and sexual abuse because I would detail it for him as part of my debriefing. Epstein didn't care. Epstein said things like, "You get that sometimes." I told him how much I hated having to be with some people, but Epstein still sent me back. I had no choice. I give the court this information so that they can better understand why I was so afraid of Epstein and what he could do to me. I could provide more details to the court if the court needs more details on the issue. I also wanted to provide this information to the court because I have been accused of being a serial prostitute, and I don't think that is fair in its way to describe my situation, given that I was so young and so many powerful people were forcibly abusing me. You may keep...
Yes, close it up. Now you can wrap it up.
Well, there's like 30 more in this section.
You're good. You could wrap it up. Just say something into the camera to kind of quiz it out.
That's the first 16 statements by Jane Doe number 3 in that case. There are 65 more.
Well, great back.
Okay.
Yeah. There's 65 more of it. And
Kind of give me a one clean wrap there.
How do you win it?
I just said there's more of this. Yeah. We're gonna keep reading it.
Yeah.
Just for letting me take part of this, and it's important to spread the message.
There are several more statements. Thanks for letting me be a part of this, and we'll continue to read this throughout the day.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. It is now 5:15 a.m. and we have been live for over 17 hours. Less than 7 hours to go to make it to our full 24-hour live stream. I am so grateful for all the folks who have joined me to read and all the folks who are coming on imminently in these bright, early, not quite bright, it's almost sunrise here in New York, on these early morning hours. But we are live from the Donald J. Trump, Jeffrey Epstein reading room here, reading the Epstein files live for 24 hours because it is so important that we continue to shine a light on everything in these files. We are not going to get through all of them, obviously, but we thought this 24 hours was extremely important because this is how we show the world what is actually taking place. We are also supporting World Without Exploitation. There's a QR code on your screen. Scan it. Donate if you can. It's an organization taking on sex trafficking and the powerful networks that protect it, networks that look a lot like what is in these pages. I am now joined by Mitch Ivan, journalist and author of the Xenocracy Substack. Mitch, you are here with me bright and early. Would you mind introducing yourself and telling everyone why you are joining and getting into the reading? Thank you so much for being here.
My name's Mitch Ivan. Thank you so much for being here and for being part of this really important filibuster effort. I'm just going to get right to it. These appear to be grand jury court documents. United States Grand Jury, Southern District of New York, United States of America, November 19th, 2019, additional. Ghislaine Maxwell, and there's a number, some sort of identification number under Maxwell's name. United States Courthouse, 300 Quattropi Street, White Plains, New York, June 29th, 2020, 10:04 a.m. Appearances, redacted, 2 words, somebody's name. The title of that person is Assistant United States Attorney. Second United States attorney is mentioned. Also, both first name, last name is redacted. Several lines down, or several spaces down, acting grand jury reporter, name of that reporter is redacted. Another redacted name at the very top of the documents, page 2, June 29th, 2020. In parentheses, colloquy proceeds, parentheses, witness enters the room. So it sounds like this is a play-by-play, what's happening in the courtroom. Time noted, 10:16 a.m. First name, last name is redacted. Called as a witness. Having been duly sworn by the 4 persons of the grand jury, was examined and testified as follows by Ms. somebody's name, last name is redacted. Question, good morning. Answer, good morning. Morning. Question, can you please state your full name for the record? Answer, redacted, that's the person's name. Question, so I recognize that you are wearing a mask and behind plexiglass. There's a microphone in front of you. If you could just make an effort to speak into the mic and keep your voice up, that would be great. Answer, no problem. Question, where do you currently work? Answer, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So it's an FBI agent. What is your title? Question, answer, special agent. Question, how long have you worked as a special agent? Answer, about 3 years. 3 years now. Question, are you currently assigned? Answer, I work for the violent crimes against, go to the next page, page 3. 2 redacted names, I think, at the top. Continuing on with the answer, I'll just read the whole thing again. I work on the violent crimes against children squad. Question, what are your duties and responsibilities as a special agent on the squad? Answer, we investigate crimes that have to do with child sexual abuse material, sextortion, exploitation, and enticement of minors, sex trafficking. Grand juror, maybe if she could take the mask off. Is anybody else having difficulty understanding her? That was a grand juror question. The grand juror is not identified. Ms. Redacted, thank you for letting me know. Would that be okay with you if the witness took her mask off? Grand juror, we're okay with the plexiglass, right? Grand juror, yeah. Ms. Redacted, thank you very much. Thank you. By Ms. Redacted. Question. All right. So I'm just going to go back and ask a few of those questions again, just to make sure that everyone can hear. You testified earlier that you're a special agent with the FBI. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question. Where are you currently assigned? Answer, I work on the Violent Crimes Against Children Squad. Question. And what are your duties and responsibilities as a special agent on that squad? Right above that line, there's 2 redacted words. No idea what they could be. Answer, we investigate crimes that involve child sexual abuse material, sextortion, enticement, and exploitation of minors, sex trafficking, international parental kidnappings. Ms. Question, let me just pause here. Can everyone hear the witness? Grand juror responds, yes. Ms. Redacted. Okay, thank you. And Special Agent, the name is redacted. If you could just try to keep your voice up, I really appreciate it. It's a little difficult under the circumstances. By Ms. Redacted. Question. Have you participated in an investigation of Ghislaine Maxwell? Answer, yes, I have. Question. Have you spoken to other people, including law enforcement officers, about the investigation? Answer, yes. Question. Have you reviewed reports and documents prepared by others regarding this case? Answer, yes. Question. Is your testimony today based in part on those conversations with other law enforcement officers and documents that you have reviewed? Answer is yes. We're going to page 5 now. Again, at the top of the page, like every page, there are 2 words that are redacted at the very top of the page. By the way, the date on this document is June 29th, 2020. Ms. Redacted, ladies and gentlemen, let me just give you a brief introduction. Some of the testimony that you'll hear today will include what's called hearsay. As you know, that means that the witness will not be testifying solely from her own observations, but she'll also be reporting to what others have told her and what she's read in reports and documents prepared by other people. Hearsay evidence is admissible in these grand jury proceedings, and you're free to rely on it in determining whether there's probable cause to indict the proposed defendant. If, however, you would like to hear the testimony of any other witness, you have the right to request it, and we will make reasonable efforts to bring that witness before you. By Ms. Redacted. Question, Special Agent Redacted. We placed on the desk in front of you a PowerPoint that is Grand Jury Exhibit 2, which we're entering into the record. Do you recognize this? Answer, yes. Question, what is it? Answer. It's a PowerPoint presentation to assist in testifying today. Question, did you participate in preparing this exhibit in connection with your testimony? Today, we're on page 6, same 2 words redacted at the top of the page that we've seen consistently. Answer, yes, I did. If you could, please turn to the first slide. Who are the individuals depicted in these photographs? Answer, the picture on the left is Ghislaine Maxwell, and the picture on the right is Jeffrey Epstein with Ghislaine Maxwell. Question, based on your participation in this investigation and your review of public source materials, have Maxwell and Epstein been photographed together many times over the years? Answer is yes. Question, based on your participation in this investigation and your review of public materials, where is Maxwell from? Answer, Maxwell was born in France. She grew up in the United Kingdom and was educated in Oxford and is from a wealthy family. Question, is she a citizen of France, the United Kingdom, or the United States? Answer is yes. How old is she currently? Answer, 58. Has the FBI investigated Maxwell and Epstein's conduct with minors during the 1980s? Answer is yes. We're on page 7 now. Same 2 redacted names at the top of the page. Question, generally speaking, what have you learned about the relationship between Maxwell and Epstein during the 1990s? Answer, Epstein and Maxwell had a romantic relationship, and she also worked for him managing his homes, hiring and firing individuals. Question, during that time period, was she one of his closest associates? Answer, yes. Question, during the course of this investigation, have you learned where Epstein maintained properties in the 1990s? Answer is yes. Question, where did he maintain properties? Answer, New York, Palm Beach, and New Mexico. Question, turning to the next slide, did he maintain an address in Manhattan located at 9 East 71st Street? Answer, yes. Question, does this slide fairly and accurately depict the residence? Answer is yes. Can you please describe the property for the grand jury? Answer, it's a 7-story home. It's located near Central Park. It's reportedly the largest residence in Manhattan. Question, based on your participation in this investigation, we're heading over to page 8 of this grand jury document. Did that house include a room that was used a massage room? Answer, yes, it did. Question, all right, we'll talk more about that later, but for now, Moving on to the other properties. Did he maintain an address in Palm Beach, located at 385 El Brio Way? Answer is yes. Question. Turning to the next slide. Does this slide fairly and accurately depict that residence? Answer, yes, it does. Question. Could you please describe that property for the grand jury? Answer. It's a waterfront estate. It has an in-ground pool and a detached dwelling or pool house on the property as well. Question. And from your participation in this investigation and your review of other materials, did the house include a room that was used as a massage room? Answer, yes. Turning to the next property. Did Epstein also own a ranch in New Mexico? Answer, yes, he did. Question. And turning to the next slide. Was the property located at 49 Zorro Ranch in Stanley, New Mexico? Answer is yes. You probably heard about this on the news. There's currently there's an open investigation into the ranch. Finally, we're heading on to page 9. Again, if you're just joining, this document is from June 29th, 2020. Same redacted 2 words at the top of the document. Question. Looking at the photograph on this slide, does this accurately depict that property? Answer, yes, it does. Question. And we've been talking about the properties that Epstein owned during this time. Did he also own a private jet? Yes. Question. Is it fair to say that he was a multimillionaire during this time period? Answer, yes. Question. During the 1990s, did Epstein have an employee, first name and last name of the employee are redacted, who ran his house in Palm Beach? Answer, yes, he did. What was his job? Answer. His job was making sure that everything in the house ran smoothly. He described that Epstein liked to have his house run like a 5-star hotel, that everything had to be in its proper place. So he was responsible for managing that. Question. Have you interviewed first name and last name of that person redacted? Answer, yes. Question. How many times? Answer is twice. Question. And is the information you're about to provide based on your interviews with, again, first name and last name of that person is redacted? Page 10. Question. Did blank, redacted name, begin working for Epstein in the early 1990s? I don't, let me just make sure I've read that correctly. Doesn't make sense. Did redacted begin working for Epstein in the number 3, 1990s? Answer, yes, he did. Question. At that time, redacted came to work for Epstein in Palm Beach. Was Epstein dating Ghislaine Maxwell at that point? Answer, not at that time. Question. Was it a few years before Epstein began dating Maxwell after redacted started working there? Answer is yes. From what, and this time the first name and last name is redacted. In the previous few sentences, it was just the first name. From what redacted told you, how did redacted work change once Maxwell arrived on the scene? Answer. Redacted, first name only, described Epstein as being more pleasant to work with prior to Maxwell coming into the picture. Once she came into the picture, he said things became more secretive. He wasn't allowed to be in the room with guests, wasn't allowed to talk with them, associate with them. It became a different environment. Question. You talked about some of the rules that were placed changing. Were there any rule changes about eye contact once Maxwell began staying in the Palm Beach house? Yes. Blank, redacted, wasn't allowed to make eye contact with Epstein and others. Question. In general, how did he describe what it was like to work for Maxwell? We've hit page 11 now of this grand jury testimony. Answer. He said she was very demanding. She was on top of him all the time. He described her as, quote, bitch. Question. Is that the word he used? Answer. That is the word he used. Question. Shifting gears. I want to talk to you about someone else that you've interviewed during this investigation. During the course of this investigation, have you participated in interviews with an individual named redacted, first name and last name redacted? Answer, yes. Question. So for these purposes, I'm just going to refer to her as redacted. One name, first name only, I would assume. Is that okay? Answer, yes. How many times have you interviewed redacted? Answer, approximately 5 times. Question, if you could please just page through the next 2 slides in front of you. Are these photographs of redacted? Answer, yes. Question, is it your understanding that these photographs depict redacted from approximately ages 13 to approximately 17? Answer, yes, it does. Question, okay, let's take a look at some of these photographs. I'm going to publish them. I'm going to publish the next slide. Is redacted, date of birth, and then the date of birth is redacted. We're on page 12. Answer, yes. Question, are these 2 photographs of redacted? Answer, yes, they are. If you could turn to the second slide of photographs, are these photographs of first name and last name, both redacted? Answer, yes. Question, based on your participation in this investigation and your interviews with redacted, first name only, where was she living when she was approximately 14? Answer, she was living in Palm Beach, Florida. Question, who was she living with when she was 14? Answer, her mother and her siblings. Question, what was her whole life like at that time? Answer, at that time, her father had passed away the year prior. So the family was struggling financially and having some difficulties. Question, where did her first name only father do what? I'm sorry, let me reread that. What did redacted father do before he passed away? What was his profession? He was involved in redacted, and then there's a period, and then there appears to be a second brief sentence that is completely redacted. Question, was redacted involved in redacted? Yes, she was. Were her siblings? Yes. What kinds of redacted were they involved in? We're heading to page 13 now. Same 2 things redacted at the top of the page that we've seen on every page. Question, singing. She was a singer. Question, like what kind of singer? Answer, opera. Question, in the summer of 1994, how old was redacted? Answer, she was 13 going on 14. Question, you testified earlier that her birthday is in redacted date. So did she turn 14 in redacted of 1994? Answer, yes. What did she do that summer? She attended an arts camp, and looks like there are several words redacted. There's another sentence underneath redacted, another, quarter of a sentence underneath redacted. Next line goes to probably a word redacted. No way to determine what that is. Question, did redacted meet Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell that summer? Answer, yes, she did. Did she meet them at summer camp? Answer, yes. What did she tell you about that? Answer, she said that she was sitting at a picnic table with friends when Epstein and Maxwell walked by. They stopped to talk to her, engaged her in conversation, asked her if she liked her classes, her teachers. During that conversation, they found that she was also from Palm Beach. We're on page 14 now of the document. And that he said that he gives scholarships to students. Question, how did they leave the conversation? Was there any contact information exchanged? Answer, they asked for redacted's phone number. As part of the investigation, have you attempted to gather records to corroborate that redacted, Maxwell, and Epstein were all at that summer camp that summer? Answer is yes. Question, if you could turn to the next slide, please. Have you obtained records from redacted for the summer of 1994? Answer is yes. Question, and what are we looking at on this slide? Answer, this shows who, some of the individuals that were there, were present for that camp in 94. Oh, here is, and then there are two redacted words, a comma, another redacted word, and redacted again. So I guess it's who was there. Question. And have you investigated whether Maxwell and Epstein were also at redacted that summer of 1994 as redacted described? Yes. Question. Based on your review of records from redacted, what is your understanding of Epstein's relationship with redacted? A. Answer. My understanding is that he was a donor to the school. We're on page 15 now. Did he make any substantial donations? Answer. He did. Question. Did he donate a lodge to the camp in the summer of the number 5, 1994? That's the second time there's just a number that seemingly doesn't make sense that's put into a sentence, but I'm sure is a reason for it. Answer. Yes, he did. Question. Did he have a long-standing relationship as a donor to redacted? Answer is yes. Question. Turning to the next slide. Is this an excerpt of a letter from redacted to Epstein? Answer, yes, it is. Question. And does this letter thank Epstein for donating a scholarship lodge? Answer, yes. Does it invite Epstein to visit in August of 1994? Answer is yes. In 1994, did Epstein have a private jet? Answer, yes, he did. Question. Have you obtained the flight logs for that jet? Answer, yes. Question. Do those logs include passenger lists and the airport code for the airports that the plane flew into and out of? Answer, yes. We're heading to page 16 now of the document. Question. Turning to the next slide. Is this a page of the flight logs that you've reviewed? Answer, yes. Question. And on this excerpt of the flight logs, where the red arrow is that a long entry showing an August 18th, 1994 flight to an airport with an airport code redacted? Answer is yes. Question. Is redacted the airport code for, and it looks like there are several words that are redacted in that question. Answer, yes, it is. Question. About how far is the airport from redacted by car? Answer, it's about 25 minutes, give or take. Question. And who were the listed passengers on this flight? Answer, Jeffrey Epstein, redacted, parentheses, the abbreviation PH in small letters, comma, and redacted, again, parentheses, PH with period in small letters, and that's the end of the sentence, or end of the answer. Question. Turning to the next slide. Is this the same excerpt, but just with a different arrow? Answer, yes. Question. Okay. So a few lines down. Is there a flight out of redacted just 2 days later on August 20th, 1994? The answer is yes. Question. Do the passengers listed in the flight out of redacted include the initials GM? Answer, yes, they do. Page 17. Question. Are those Ghislaine Maxwell's initials? Yes. Question. Have you obtained any records from redacted to indicate that Maxwell was at redacted in 1994? Answer, yes. If we could turn to the next slide. Can you please explain for the grand jury what we're looking at on this slide? This is a letter from redacted explaining, there's two hyphens there, addressed to Maxwell, telling her that they had found an envelope in the lodge that they had been staying in. Question. All right. We were talking a few minutes ago about how redacted described meeting Maxwell and Epstein at summer camp. And you testified that she provided them with her phone number. Did redacted explain to you whether or not she had any contact with Epstein or Maxwell after she returned home to Palm Beach? Answer is yes. Question. When was the next time that happened? Answer, shortly thereafter. And how did that occur? Answer, she was invited to his house. So her and her mother went to Epstein's house to visit. Question. What did redacted tell you about that visit to Epstein's house with her mother? We're on page 18. She said it was, wait, can you rephrase that? Question, of course. Did redacted go to the house by herself or with her mother? Answer, with her mother. Question, okay. When they went to the house, what did they do there? Answer, they had tea. Question, Who was there when they had tea in the house? Answer, Epstein and Maxwell. Question, what did they discuss as they had tea? Answer, they just talked about her life, what she wanted to do. Question, did Epstein make any offers? Answer, he said that he gives scholarships. He likes to mentor people. Question, how did Redacted's mother react when Epstein said this? Answer, she was happy for her daughter and oftentimes referred to Epstein as Redacted's godfather. Question, after that occasion, when they went over to the house, therefore, did Redacted subsequently begin regularly spending time with Maxwell and Epstein at Epstein's house in Palm Beach? We're on page 19. The first line says, it just says 14 question mark. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed a sentence on the page above. A question. And did that start when she was approximately at age 14? Answer, yes. Did it continue until she was about age 17? Yes, it did. And during those years, did she regularly go over to Epstein's house in Palm Beach and spend time with Maxwell and Epstein? Yes. What happened in the summer of 1997 when Redacted was 17 and was about to turn 18? Answer, she moved to New York City. Question, why did she move to New York City? Answer, she wanted to pursue a career in acting and modeling. Question, we'll talk about that in a moment. But for now, I want to focus on the years you talked about in Palm Beach from 14 to 17, when Redacted would regularly go to Epstein's house. In the beginning, in the first few months when she went there, what kind of things did she do when she would visit the house when Maxwell and Epstein were there? Answer, they'd hang out by the pool. They would take her to the movies, take her shopping. She described the behavior as grooming. When they say grooming, did she explain what we're going to page 20, meant by that? Answer, she meant that they were building a relationship with her, giving her things, taking her places. And then usually when grooming happens, an offender, once they gain that trust, they will make the relationship turn sexual. Question. Now, you testified just a minute ago that Redacted described to you that she felt at this time period they were grooming her. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question. Is that something that she realized at the time when she was 14? Or is that something that she's described to you now? Something she's described now. She didn't realize that at the time. Question. So we'll talk a little bit more about grooming in a moment. But just to give context, are you familiar with the term grooming based on your experience investigating crimes involving a sexual exploitation of minors? Answer is yes. Question, generally speaking, you were touching on this a moment ago, but if you could just explain in full, what is grooming? Answer, grooming is when someone builds a relationship with a child. They find a vulnerability or a need, and then they work gaining the child's trust, and then oftentimes gaining the parent's trust. Once they have that trust, they show that in ways they care about them, by giving them gifts and promises. And once that's established, they then turn the relationship sexual, oftentimes making sexual comments and normalizing the behavior. Question. Now, during these visits, you've been describing that Redacted told you about. Did Redacted say whether Epstein gave her anything? Answer, yes, she did. What did he give her? Answer, he gave her cash. Sometimes he'd tell her to give the cash to her mom because he knew they needed it. He paid for her voice lessons as well. Question. Now, you were describing how Redacted has characterized these visits now, but based on your conversations with her, at the time, did she feel that these visits were strange at all? Answer, she thought they were strange, but Maxwell normalized it for her. She was like a cool older sister and made comments like, this is what grown-ups do. Question. You used the phrase cool, older sister. Is that a phrase that Redacted used to describe how she felt about Maxwell at the time? And what Maxwell was like? Answer, yes. Those are her words. Question. Did there come a time, these visits, when Redacted saw Maxwell topless by the pool? Yes. What did she tell you about that? She was a little taken aback, but Maxwell just acted normal. Question, did Redacted tell you about the incident several months into this arrangement when she was alone with Epstein in the pool house? Answer, yes. Question, and when they were alone together, did Epstein ask Redacted what she wanted to do with her life? Answer, he did. Question, what did she say? Answer, she said she wanted to be an actress and a model. Question, how did Epstein respond? Answer, he told her that he was best friends with the owner of Victoria's Secret, told her that she would have to have photographs taken and that she got to be comfortable in her underwear and not to be a prude. When asked what that meant, he pulled her on his lap and masturbated. Question, what was your reaction? Answer, question, what was her reaction? Answer, she felt paralyzed. She froze. Question, after the incident, did Redacted encounters with Epstein begin to include sexual contact? Page 23. Yes. Question, over time, did the sexual abuse escalate? Answer, it did. Question, from what she's described to you, did the abuse include Epstein personally penetrating Redacted? Answer, yes. Question, did it include Epstein using a vibrator on her? Answer, yes. Question, did she describe to you that there were a time when Epstein would direct Redacted to massage him while he masturbated? Answer, yes. Question, did she describe to you that there were times when Epstein would direct Redacted to massage him while he masturbated? Answer, yes. Did Redacted explain to you what her memories are like of the abuse? Answer, yes. What did she say about them? Answer, she said that it happened so often that it all kinds. If all runs together, it all runs together for her. That's hard to separate out some of the different instances of abuse. Question, you were describing how Redacted explained to you that the abuse began. Did that occur based on what Redacted told you within the first year when she met Epstein and Maxwell? Answer, yes. Question, now did Redacted also describe to you that once this abuse started, Epstein would also bring her into his massage room in the house? Answer, yes. Question, and were there times when he did this where there were other women present, including Maxwell? Answer, yes. Was Redacted abused during those episodes? Answer, yes, she was. During these group encounters, what were Redacted and the adult women wearing? Answer, they were usually just in their underwear. Question, once they were all in the massage room, how would these episodes generally start? Answer, they would generally start with one of the girls massaging Epstein. Redacted was usually massaging his feet. Maxwell was kind of teasing the girls. She'd grab the girls' breasts and she would direct the girls on what to do. Question, when these episodes would start in general, was Epstein generally lying face down on the massage table? Answer, yes. What would happen as things progressed, generally speaking, from what she described to you? Answer, when Epstein would decide he was kind of done with the regular massage, he would turn over to his back and he'd grab whichever girl wanted to either touch him or, we're going on to page 25, whatever girl he wanted to touch. Question, did these episodes include sex acts that over time in various instances included Epstein masturbating, Epstein receiving oral sex, and Epstein engaging in intercourse? Answer is yes. Question, you were describing for a moment what Redacted told you about Maxwell's role during these group encounters. Would Maxwell sometimes guide the women and give instructions about what to do? Answer, yes, she would. Question, what would Redacted typically do during these episodes? Answer, she would try not to look at Maxwell because she gave off that sister vibe, so it felt weird for her. She would try to be invisible in that room, so they would ignore her as much as possible. Question, in the beginning, when Redacted was approximately 14 or 15, would she generally begin by just massaging Maxwell's feet? Answer, yes. Epstein's feet? Answer, yes. Question, if that's something she was told to do? Answer, yes. Did she? You mentioned that she tried to be invisible. Was I believe your testimony. Answer is yes. We're going on to page 26 now. And over time, has she described to you that over time she believes she became more involved with the sexual activity, which varied in each encounter? Answer is yes. Question. Were there times, let me rephrase that. How did you touched on this for a moment, but just to be clear, how did Redacted describe Maxwell's attitude during these incidents? Answer. It was very clear. It was very casual. She acted like this was normal. She gave off that vibe to her. And yeah, question. Did that make her feel more comfortable with what was happening? It did. Was Redacted sometimes fully nude during these episodes? Answer, yes. And during these episodes, did the abuse include Epstein touching Redacted's breasts? Answer, yes. Did it include directing Redacted to touch Epstein's genitals? Answer, yes. Beginning when Redacted was approximately 14, does she begin to travel with Epstein and Maxwell to New York City on occasions? Page 27. Yes, she did. Was that to the property you testified about earlier? The townhouse on the Upper East Side? Answer, yes. When Redacted traveled to New York City, did she stay at Epstein's townhouse in New York City? Answer, yes, she did. Did she recall that Maxwell and Epstein took her shopping on one of her early trips to New York City? The answer is yes. Did she remember them buying her anything? Answer, she recalled them buying her white cotton underwear. Her description was that they were like little girls' underwear. Question. From ages 14 to 17, did Epstein ask Redacted to periodically fly to New York for weekends at the townhouse in New York? Answer, I'm sorry, say it again. You testified that she began traveling to New York City at age 14. Did she then periodically travel to New York City in a similar manner from ages 14 to 17? Answer, yes. Question. Were there times when she traveled on those trips when she flew on Epstein's private jet? Answer, yes. Page 28. Did she also sometimes fly commercially? Answer, yes, she did. Was Maxwell sometimes present on the trips to New York? Answer, yes. You testified earlier that Redacted was sexually abused in Palm Beach. Did she describe to you that she was also sexually abused on those trips to New York? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did Maxwell encourage Redacted to go on these trips? Answer is yes. Question, what did Redacted tell you about her memory of these trips, of how these trips were arranged? Answer, she recalled that Maxwell was usually the one that would schedule her flights. If she was flying commercially, she would schedule the flights, sometimes calling her mother to schedule. Question, was that her general impression of how they were arranged? Answer, yes. Question, in addition, did the trips to New York City that you just described, did Redacted also remember traveling at least once to Epstein's ranch in New Mexico? Answer, yes, she did. Did she remember whether or not she was sexually abused in New Mexico? Answer, she couldn't recall, she couldn't remember. Question, in general, how would Redacted get to the airport in Florida when she would fly on Epstein's jets? What did she describe to you? Answer, usually a driver. One of Epstein's drivers would pick her up from the house and take her to the airport. Question, now you testified earlier that you received flight records for Epstein's private jet. Is that correct? Answer is yes. Question, and you have reviewed records from the 1990s to see if whether there's a person named Redacted listed on the records? Answer, yes. Turning to the next slide, is this an excerpt from those records? Answer, yes, it is. Question, and does the red arrow point to, just one moment, does the red arrow point to a November 11th, 1996 flight? Answer, yes, it does. Question, and does this flight log reflect that it was a flight from Palm Beach, Florida to Teterboro, New Jersey? Page 30. Is there a private airfield? Answer is yes. Is there a private airfield in Teterboro, New Jersey? Answer, yes, there is. What's it called? Answer, Teterboro Airport. Are passengers listed on the entry J period E period? Question. Answer, yes. Question. Do the entities also include Redacted plus friend Redacted, parentheses PH, family, comma, Redacted, parentheses PH, child, comma, Redacted, parentheses PH, and Redacted? Answer, yes. Question, was Redacted based on your awareness of redacted's date of birth and the date of this flight, was redacted 16 on the date of the flight? Answer, yes, she was. Turning to the next slide. You testified earlier about Teterboro Airport. What are we looking at on this slide? Answer. This is directions from Teterboro Airport to Epstein's residence in Manhattan. Questions. So based on your review of this map, if someone were to fly into Teterboro Airport and travel to New York City, would they? Would the most natural route be to travel from Teterboro Airport and crossing into New York through Manhattan? Page 31. If you're just joining us, by the way, this is grand jury testimony from June 29th, 2020. Answer is yes. Question. Turning to the next slide. Is this also an excerpt from the flight records that you reviewed? Answer, yes, it is. Question. And does this show a May 9th, 1997 flight from Teterboro, New Jersey to Santa Fe, New Mexico? Yes, it does. Question. And are the passengers listed on this log J.E., G.M., comma, redacted? Answer, yes. Based on your knowledge of redacted birth date and the date of this flight, would redacted have been 16 on the date of this flight? Answer, yes, she would have been. Question, turning to the next slide. Is this also an excerpt from the flight records? Answer, yeah. Yes. Question, and does the red arrow point to a flight entry on 19 May 3rd, on 19, I'm not sure why it says 19, on 19 May 3rd, 1998? Answer, yes, it does. Question, based on the airport codes, does this reflect that there is a flight on that date from Palm Beach, Florida to Teterboro, New Jersey? Answer is yes. Are there any passengers listed on this log? J.E., G.M., E.T., redacted, the name Glenn, parentheses P.H., redacted, parentheses P.H., redacted, parentheses P.H., Manny, P.H., redacted, P.H. Yes, and just I don't live far from Teterboro Airport. This is this is really hitting home because this is all happened. I'm so close to where I live. But for those who may be a little uncertain, Teterboro Airport, it's where private planes. It's not a commercial airport, but a lot of private planes, a lot of corporate planes for executives heading into the city, into New York, will fly into Teterboro as opposed to Newark or JFK, which are our large airports. Question. Based on your knowledge of redacted birth date and the date of this flight, would redacted have been 17 on this date? Answer is yes. Question. Am I correct that you testified earlier that in addition to sometimes flying on Epstein's private jet, she also traveled on commercial airlines? Is that correct? Answer, yes, it is. Question. Based on your review of these flights, does every flight entry list the name of every single passenger? Or are there times when a passenger is noted female? Answer. There's times where a passenger is just noted female. Question. I'm going to talk to you about two examples of that. Turning ahead 2 slides. Look at slide 18. Does this reflect a January 3rd, 1995 flight where the flight log says JE, 2 females? Yes, it does. And do the 2 entries below also just list female next to the initials JE? Yes, they do. Turning to the next slide, slide 19. Is this another, we're on page 33 now. Is this another example of an entry like that? Focusing on the entry February 12th, 1995. Answer, yes. Does that entry also say female? Answer, yes, it does. Question. Now, you testified that redacted sometimes flew on commercial airlines and that arrangements for her travel were made for her to fly commercially for these trips. Is that right? Answer is yes. Have you been able to obtain commercial flight records? Answer, we tried. We were not able to obtain those records. Why is that? Answer, airlines don't keep records past a certain year. Question, does redacted recall grouped sexualized massages involving Epstein and Maxwell in both New York and Florida residents during the time period we've been talking about? Answer, yes. You testified earlier about the time that Epstein and Maxwell would spend together and the activities that they were involved in. Does this time period, did redacted have occasions to talk with Maxwell? Page 35. Answer, I'm sorry. Can you ask the question again? During the beginning, when she was 14, when she began spending time with Epstein and Maxwell through the years, did Redacted often have conversations with Maxwell about her life? Answer, yes. Did they talk about that often? They did. Did Maxwell ask Redacted about her family, classes, and other aspects of her life? Yes, she did. You testified earlier that just before she turned 18, Redacted moved to New York City. Is that right? Answer, yes. Did she go to school there in New York City for her senior year? Yes, she did. What school did she go to? She went to Redacted. What is Redacted? They cater to individuals who want to pursue careers in the arts. Have you reviewed records from Redacted? Yes. Page 35. Question. If you could turn to slide 17, can you please explain for the grand jury what we're looking at? Answer, this is an excerpt from Redacted application to Redacted, and there's a longer sentence there. On it is listed who is financially responsible for her, and that is Jeffrey Epstein. From what Redacted told you, did Maxwell encourage Redacted to accept Epstein's financial help? Answer, yes. Question. When Redacted moved to New York City, who was she living with? Answer, she lived with her mother and brother in Redacted. Question, did Epstein help pay for her rent? Answer, he did. Question, during that year, her senior year of high school, when she was in New York City, did Redacted remain in contact with Epstein? Answer is yes. Question, what was the nature of their contact during this time period? Answer, during this time, he was still sexually abusing her. Did that continue to occur in his townhouse in Manhattan that year? And that is the end of that document. I'm sure that was hard to hear. It was really hard to read. If you haven't been following, those of us that haven't been reading the Epstein files consistently, I follow a lot of folks on social media who do read them and report them, and I know how broken they are from doing that. And I have a new admiration for them because that's not easy to read, but it's important for us to know. So thank you for the opportunity to be here with me, so we could, it was horrible stuff, but at least we know, right?
Actually, just don't do anything. I'll take care of it all on mine. And it's okay if I'm messing with stuff. Like, you're going to tell me when to go. So stand by. Hello. Good morning. Are we live? Nope. I think we're frozen. Feels frozen. Oh, yep. We are here. Oh, I meant to put a title. But we are reading the Epstein files live for 24 hours. It has been thanks for being here. I'm ready. Mitch, you are amazing. Thank you so much for joining and for reading. It is officially our 6 a.m. check-in. We are 18 hours into our 24-hour live stream event, reading the Epstein files out loud, 1,400 minutes for 1,400 victims contained in the Epstein files. As a reminder, we are raising money for World Without Exploitation, which is the country's largest national coalition dedicated to ending the commercial sexual exploitation of children and adults offline and online. So before we have our next guest, I'm going to go back to reading. I know that you were hearing from Mitch some grand jury testimony, but I think, I wonder where he ended. I think he was not exactly all the way through the document that we were reading earlier. But now I realize I should have been paying a little bit closer attention, but I don't think he was reading from this one. This is from an anonymous FBI agent, and I do think he was reading about the grooming. Do you know how far he got, actually? Sorry to break the fourth wall, guys, here. I know. We've been doing this for 18 hours, so I'm going to just break the fourth wall for 1 second just to see. Okay. Oh, you know what? Maybe our viewers can tell us. Can you hear me? 35? 35. Oh, okay, we got way past that. Yes, I see. So he was talking about, so this was, this is the grand jury transcript from June of 2020 in the case of the United States of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell. The testimony is that of an anonymous FBI agent who is testifying about their investigation and talking about a number of different victims who all had interactions with Ghislaine Maxwell over the time period in the early to mid 90s. And so, this is the person that I was up to, which I think is not who Mitch was just talking about, is a young girl who actually was from London. And, it's obviously hard with the redactions, but I'm pretty sure that these are all different people. And the one that we were up to was this is in London. So I'm going to go back to reading this as we wait for our next guest reader. So, question, did she tell you that they began spending time in London? Yes. Just to be clear, was Maxwell in her 30s while this was happening? Yes. Did blank ever remember Maxwell ever talk about having a boyfriend named Jeffrey Epstein? Answer, yes. What did she tell blank about that? Maxwell told her that Epstein was going to like her. Did there come a time when she was 17 that blank described that Maxwell introduced her to Jeffrey Epstein? Answer, yes. How did she describe that occurring? Answer, Epstein had flown to London. He was at Maxwell's residence in London, and Maxwell called blank over. So blank went over, and when she got there, Maxwell was saying to Epstein, the words blank was used was giving him a resume of her attributes, saying she's so pretty, she's so strong, and then Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage. Now, you testified a moment ago that blank described to you that Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage during this first meeting. Is that correct? Yes. Did she say to her in sum and substance, you're so strong, I'd appreciate it if you give Jeffrey a massage because I have to every day or I get in trouble? Yes. When that happened, did blank remember Maxwell leading her to a room in the house? Answer, yes. Question, what happened? Answer, when blank went in the room, Epstein was in a robe. He took his robe off and she started massaging him. And then he touched blank and pulled her hand to his penis. Question, what does blank remember Epstein saying when he did this? Answer, don't be frigid. Question, what was her reaction to this happening from what she told you? Answer, she was taken aback by it. Question, when this episode ended and blank left the room, did she tell you that she remembered Maxwell being just outside the room when she left? Answer, yes. Question, did she remember Maxwell saying to her, did you have fun? Did he like it? Answer, yes. Does she remember Maxwell calling her several days afterward or some short period of time afterward? Answer, yes, she did. Did blank remember Maxwell saying to her on the phone call in sum and substance, well, aren't you a clever girl? Jeffrey was very impressed. Answer, yes. Question, shortly after this incident, does she remember Maxwell asking her to come back over to the house? Answer, yes. Question, when she got there, did she tell you she remembered Maxwell saying to her in substance, thank God you're here. If it's not you or someone, it falls to me. Answer, yes. Does she remember Maxwell bringing her up the stairs to the house on that occasion? Answer, yes, she did. Question, what does she remember happening when Maxwell opened the door to the room? Answer, Epstein was standing there nude. Question, does she remember Maxwell then saying, I'll leave you guys to it? Answer, yes. Question, after these first two encounters, did Epstein and Maxwell invite blank to travel with them to Palm Beach, U.S. Virgin Islands, Paris, and New York for the next several years? Answer, yes, they did. Question, does she remember whether these trips began before her 18th birthday? Answer, she couldn't remember specifically. Question, before these trips started, you were describing earlier when blank told you about the time she spent with Maxwell when they first met when she was 17. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question, during these conversations when she would spend time with Maxwell, did blank remember talking with her about her life and her family and her personal circumstances with Maxwell? Answer, yes. Question, now, you testified a moment ago that blank told you at some point she began traveling with Maxwell and Epstein, and she wasn't sure whether or not these trips started before she was 18. Is that right? Yes. Did blank describe to you that Epstein sexually abused her during these trips, typically in the context of a sexualized massage? Answer, yes, he did. Question, did Epstein give her any money? Answer, yes. Sorry, this is working. Question, did she tell you that he would give her cash? Answer, yes. Question, did she describe to you that the abuse included, among other things, Epstein groping her and using a massager device on her genitals? Answer, yes. Question, and was the massager device like a vibrator? Answer, yes, it was. Question, from what blank told you, was Maxwell in the room during these encounters? Answer, Maxwell wasn't in the room. Question, what did she tell you would typically happen when blank left the room after these episodes? Was Maxwell typically nearby? Answer, yes. She was usually right near the room. Question, does she remember Maxwell asking her, after she'd leave the room from one of these sessions, how was it? Is he happy? Yes. Did she also tell you that she remembers Maxwell telling her at some point, in sum and substance, you know how he is when he's not happy, and you know what makes him happy. He has to have sex all the time, like he's a superhero. Answer, yes, she said that. Question, did blank tell you about an incident that occurred after she turned 18 in Palm Beach when she was staying at the Palm Beach house? Answer, yes. Did the incident she described to you involve a schoolgirl outfit? Yes, it did. Could you please describe for the grand jury what blank told you about that incident? Answer, blank said that Maxwell had shown her to a bedroom, and on the bed was a schoolgirl outfit, and Maxwell told her blank when blank confronted her about it, and Maxwell said, well, I thought this would be adorable if you gave Jeffrey his tea in this. So blank felt like she had to put it on, took Epstein his tea, and Epstein then slapped her on the buttocks and reached under the skirt and touched her. Question, what was her demeanor like when she described this incident to you? Answer, she was crying. She was very upset. When blank described seeing the schoolgirl outfit and talking to Maxwell about it, did she remember Maxwell telling her, don't be so frigid? Answer, yes. Question, does she remember that later in the day, after she had delivered Epstein his tea and he assaulted her, does she remember Maxwell telling her, quote, I heard you did well? Answer, yes. Question, during the years that blank was in contact with Maxwell and Epstein, did she remember whether Maxwell would ever ask her if she knew any other girls who could massage Epstein? Answer, yes. Question, does she remember Maxwell saying, in sum and substance, do you know anyone who can give him a blowjob today? I don't feel like it. Answer, yes. Question, does she remember Maxwell saying, when she asked her to bring other girls, they have to look young at least? Answer, yes. Question, from your conversations with blank, did she tell you whether or not she ever brought any other girls? Answer, blank didn't bring any girls. Question, did she tell you why not? Answer, she didn't want anyone else to go through that. Question, from your answers with blank, did she tell you that there came a time when she was in her early 20s when she stopped traveling with Maxwell and Epstein? Answer, yes. Question, was she struggling with substance abuse at that point? Answer, yes, she was. Question, did she tell you that she got sober in her 20s? Answer, yes, she did. Question, what is her current profession? Answer, she runs a nonprofit. Those emails very friendly in tone? Answer, yes, they were. Question, what did she say to you when you talked to her about those emails? Answer, she said she didn't at the time want to acknowledge what was going on to her, that looking back on it, it's different. Question, did your squad at the FBI execute a search warrant at Jeffrey Epstein's townhouse in Manhattan in July 2019? Answer, yes. Question, did you personally participate in the search of Epstein's residence? Answer, yes, I did. Question, did the townhouse include a massage room? Answer, yes. Question, have you yourself been in that massage room? Answer, yes, I have. Question, could you please describe for the grand jury what the massage room looked like? Answer, it was dark. It had dark draperies covering the windows. There was a massage table. There were oils. There was a handheld massager in there with handcuffs, a whip, and along the walls were nude photographs of young females. Question, I believe you testified a moment ago that blank told you that there was a time when Maxwell asked her to wear a schoolgirl outfit for Epstein when they were in Palm Beach. Did you find a schoolgirl outfit in Epstein's New York townhouse? Answer, yes, we did. Question, where did you find it? Answer, it was found in a room next to the massage room. Question, and to be clear, did the FBI find sex toys during the search? Answer, yes. Question, what was found? Answer, butt plugs, dildos, vibrators. Question, we've talked about 3 minor girls today, blank, blank, and blank. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question, have you reviewed the proposed indictment marked Grand Jury Exhibit 1? Answer, yes, I have. Is blank the individual referred to as victim 1 in the proposed indictment? Yes. Is the individual referred to as victim 2 in the proposed indictment? Yes. Is blank the individual referred to as victim 3 in the indictment? Yes. During all of Maxwell's interactions with the victims when they were underage girls, based on the time frame and your knowledge of Maxwell's birth date, was she in her 30s? Answer, yes, she was. Just one moment. All right, switching gears. Have you become aware that in or about 2016, Maxwell gave sworn testimony in a civil deposition in connection with a lawsuit? Answer, yes. Question, could you please explain for the grand jury what is a deposition? Answer, it is a statement made under oath. Question, and in the course of civil litigation, is it common for witnesses or the parties to the lawsuit to give a deposition under oath where they testify about the substance of the case? Answer, yes. Question, and is deposition testimony live and in person under oath? Yes. Question, is a court reporter present when a deposition takes place? Answer, yes. Question, now, before we talk about Maxwell's deposition testimony, I want to talk with you about the lawsuit the testimony was about. Have you become aware that in or about 2015, an individual named blank blank filed a lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell here in the Southern District of New York? Yes. And was blank suing Maxwell for defamation? Yes, she was. Was the lawsuit captioned blank blank against Ghislaine Maxwell with docket number whatever here in the Southern District of New York? Yes. Generally speaking, in broad strokes, what was the lawsuit about? What was the claim oops. That blank was bringing against Maxwell. Answer, blank had stated that she had been sexually abused by Epstein and Maxwell as a minor. Maxwell came forward publicly and called her a liar. So blank sued her for defamation. Miss blank. So just a small legal instruction on this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, I instruct you that the allegations in the lawsuit are not being presented to you as evidence that those incidents occurred. I instruct that you should not consider those allegations for their truth. Instead, the circumstances of the lawsuit are being presented to you so you can consider the context of the case and the circumstances under which Maxwell made statements under oath. Turning back to the deposition, did Maxwell's deposition take place over 2 different days? Yes. On both days, did she give testimony in Manhattan? Yes, she did. Is that where the deposition took place? Yes. And on both days, was Maxwell sworn under oath? Yes. If you could flip through the remaining slides in the presentation, do those slides contain true and accurate excerpts of the transcript of that deposition? Yes. Turning to the next slide, is this the cover page of the transcript of the first deposition that took place on April 22nd, 2016? Answer, yes. And does it have a case caption on it? Yes, it does. Turning to the next slide, is this an excerpt from the transcript? Yes. I imagine grand juries can't read from their seats, so if you could read it with me, I'll read the questions, and if you could read the answers. Question, did Jeffrey Epstein have a scheme to recruit underage girls for underage massages? And it appears there was an objection from a lawyer. Question, if you know. Answer, I don't know what you're talking about. Just to be clear with the question and answer, is the answer here Maxwell's testimony? Answer, yes. Question, just to be clear, you testified earlier that blank participated in sexualized massages with Epstein and Maxwell, is that right? Yes. And blank was a minor when that occurred? Yes. And you also testified earlier that that blank blank told you that Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage when she was a minor. Answer, yes. If you could turn to the next slide, please. Is this another excerpt from the same deposition? Yes, it is. All right, I'll read the question and you can read the answer. Question, list all the people under the age of 18 that you've interacted with at any of Jeffrey Epstein's properties. Answer, Maxwell's answer, I'm not aware of anybody who I interacted with other than obviously blank, who was 17 at this point. Just to be clear, you testified earlier about 2 girls under the age of 18 who interacted with Maxwell at Epstein's properties. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and those individuals were blank blank and blank blank who told you that, correct? Answer, yes, that's correct. Do we have our next guest speaker? Okay, great. So I will keep going. We have someone here. Great. I didn't. And again, was this Maxwell giving testimony as part of testimony under oath here in Manhattan? Yes. If you could please turn to the next slide. Is that an excerpt? Are these 2 excerpts from that deposition? Yes. Again, I'll read the questions. If you could read the answers, please. Question. Were you aware of the presence of sex toys or devices used in sexual activities in Mr. Epstein's Palm Beach house? There's an objection from the lawyer. Maxwell's answer, no, not that I recall. Question, do you know whether Mr. Epstein possessed sex toys or devices used in sexual activities? There's an objection for the lawyer. Maxwell's answer, no. Just to be clear, you testified earlier that blank blank told you he found sex toys in the massage room in Palm Beach, and also that he had seen Maxwell had a basket of sex toys in her closet there. Is that correct? Answer, yes, that's correct. And is it correct that you testified earlier that Epstein had used a vibrator on blank blank? Is that correct? Answer, yes, that's correct. Question, and did you also testify earlier that blank blank told you he did that as well? Answer, yes, that's correct. Okay. And did you also testify earlier that sex toys were found by the police in the Palm Beach house in 2005? Is that right? Answer, yes. And did you also testify earlier that the FBI found sex toys in Epstein's New York City townhouse in 2019? Answer, yes, that's correct. Question, if you could please turn to the next slide. This is on page 27. Are these also excerpts from that same deposition? Answer, yes. We good? Questions, other than yourself and the blonde and brunette that you've identified as having been involved in three-way sexual activities, with whom did Mr. Epstein have sexual activities? There's an objection from the lawyer. Maxwell's answer, I wasn't aware that he was... Okay. Having sexual activities with anyone when I was with him other than myself. Question, I want to be sure that I'm clear. Okay, so sorry. So this is, again, they're reading from the deposition. So the question, I should actually say question. So question. I want to be sure that I'm clear. Is it your testimony that in the 1990s and 2000s, you were not aware that Mr. Epstein was having sexual activities with anyone other than yourself and the blonde and brunette on those few occasions when they were involved with you? Maxwell's answer, that is my testimony. That is correct. Question, have you reviewed the full deposition transcript? Answer, yes. Now, the excerpt we just read has a reference to a blonde and a brunette. Are those individuals completely different from the individuals we've been talking about today? Answer, yes. Just to be clear, is it correct that you testified earlier that blank and blank told you Epstein sexually abused them repeatedly? Is that correct? Answer, yes. And did you also testify earlier that Maxwell was occasionally present when Epstein was abusing blank based on what she told you? Answer, yes, that's correct. Question, turning to the next slide, is this also an excerpt from the same deposition? Answer, I'm sorry. Question, I'm so sorry. Turning to the next slide on page 28, is this also an excerpt from the same deposition? Answer, yes. Are we good? Okay. Again, if we could read that together and take the question, I'll take the question, you take the answer. Question, quote, let's just tie that down. Is it your testimony that you've never given anybody a massage? Maxwell's answer, I have not given anyone a massage. Question, quote, you never gave Mr. Epstein a massage? Is that your testimony? Maxwell's answer, that is my testimony. Question, quote, you never gave blank blank a massage? Is that your testimony? Maxwell's answer, I never gave blank blank a massage. Question, just to be clear, as you testified earlier, is it correct that blank blank told you that Maxwell gave her a massage when they were in New Mexico? That is correct. Question, have you told the grand jury everything you know about this case, or have you just answered the questions that I've asked? Answer, I've just answered the questions that you've asked. Question, and when you testified about the documents you reviewed or the conversations you had with others, were you testifying to the exact words used or just the substance of the documents or the conversations? The substance. And are you willing to return to the grand jury if the grand jury has any further questions for you? Answer, yes. Miss Blank, with the foreperson's permission, I'd ask that the witness be excused at this time. Foreperson, you're excused. Miss Blank, thank you. Witness excused. Time noted, 11:41 a.m. Colloquy follows. And there is a certificate. I hereby certify that the foregoing is true, an accurate transcription to the best of my skill and ability from my electronic notes of this proceeding, signed by an acting grand jury reporter on July 6, 2020. Okay. We're good? Great. All right. Almost 18 and a half hours in. And joining me now is Dr. Anita Patel, a double board certified pediatrician and pediatric critical care attending at Children's National Medical Center. Dr. Patel, I can't thank you enough. I know how busy you are, and I so appreciate you joining us this morning.
Hi, everybody. I am giving Eliza a little break because I have tuned in for quite a bit of this, and that was a really difficult section that she just read. So let me start. Subject, forward, Epstein search warrant documents. Date, Monday, 18th of May, 2020, 14:29:50. Would one of you be able to please send me a spreadsheet for electronic devices seized from the New York residence with locations, seizure information, like the one you sent me for the USVI search? Thanks. Friday, May 15th, 2020, 7:57 p.m. Subject, Epstein search warrants documents. I can get you better identifiers Monday. I'll be in then. Redacted and redacted have access to better documentation to the search, as in location of findings. I don't have that. We'll get you the outstanding stuff as soon as I get the drives to put it on. Redacted, 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 cell, redacted, desk. On May 15th, 2020, 4:12 p.m., redacted, redacted, wrote, redacted. Thanks for this. It's a helpful start. In terms of being able to write our search warrant, one additional piece of information we need is the serial number or some other specific identifier, ideally for each device, but at least for any device that there is more than one of the same thing. So, for example, we need to be able to somehow, sorry, one second. We need to be able to somehow differentiate the following devices. The two Dell PowerEdge T310 hard drives, NYC 024323 and NYC 024324. The two Sony Vaio laptop, Fujitsu HDD 91C024336. And NYC 024337. The following loose storage devices: micro SD card NYC 024339, flash drive generic NYC 024340, thumb drive MTech NYC 024341, hard drive loose NYC 024342, verbatim thumb drive NYC 024343. The four SanDisk cruiser thumb drives NYC 024344-47. The three Seagate IDE hard drives NYC 024348-50. The camera SD card NYC 024351. I think the rest of the devices are either specifically distinguishable and or have an S/N listed. By comparison, the USVI spreadsheet we have lists an S/N for about 20 of the 25-ish devices. The other thing we're looking for is a location in the house, an ideally specific location for each device, which the USVI list also has. Is that info available? The list also has 5 devices. It's still pending to be transferred to us. And I think it's right that the plan is to reproduce all the materials so that we can get them in a searchable format. But just want to confirm. Currently, we aren't able to match any of the prior productions to specific devices. So if we're able to match them up by Bates number now, that might work. But otherwise, I think it makes sense for us to get everything. But let us know if any issue with that. Thanks very much. Redacted. From Redacted, Thursday, May 14th, 2020, 15:54 to Redacted, 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 CC, redacted, 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 redacted. Subject, re Epstein search warrant documents. Here's the listing of all the evidence gathered in New York that I have. I added some columns to guide you to the unique numbers CART NY uses for their evidence. The template wasn't a slam dunk over, so I did what I could to convey the information. If you are confused by anything, please let me know. In the column for approximate size, it is in gigabytes totaled at the bottom and converted to terabytes. In the material contained column, I put what load file group the data was transferred over in: Mac, Windows, loose media, IDE, or Blacklight. If there is no entry in the column, that data has yet to be transferred. There are 2 Macs and a DVR you don't have, as well as an iPhone and an iPad. If the descriptions are a bit light, let me know and I'll do what I can to beef them up. I will get you the island stuff tomorrow. Redacted, 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 redacted. From redacted, redacted, sent Wednesday, May 13th, 2020, 12:25 p.m. To redacted, 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 CC, redacted, 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 redacted. Subject, re Epstein search warrant documents, redacted. Respectfully, I think there are some miscommunications here. All we have asked is to receive the materials in a format such that we can view them using a system we have access to. We're not able to get web-enabled access through any FBI tool, so we asked for the materials to be transferred in a loadable format so we could put them on Relativity, which both we and the agents can access. We're required to have the files in a format that we can produce them to defense counsel. I've done that in many other cases, and it hasn't previously been an issue. My understanding from Redacted is that the best way to do it now is just for us, the U.S. Attorney's Office, to get the original files, which our vendor will process, by which I just mean converting it into file formats that are loadable onto Relativity. It doesn't really have anything to do with the taint review. We have to have access to the docs in our systems for discovery purposes. And we were happy to get the materials as they were processed. But when we received the 1.1 million documents earlier this year, they were in a format that wasn't usable for the reasons described in the email I sent on March 9th. Again, I understand from Redacted that the best way forward is to just get copies of the materials in their original formats, which I understand will be segregated and designated by device. That should work for us. I was just trying to understand the approach as well as the timeline. Thanks. Redacted. From Redacted. Sent Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, 13:03. To redacted, 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 CC, redacted, 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 redacted. Subject re Epstein search warrant documents. Just to be clear, the U.S. Attorney's Office or its contractors are not processing anything. You are taking files that I will be extracting from processed evidence and putting them into e-discovery tool, Relativity, to do a taint review. Relativity is not a forensic tool. It is incapable of dealing with many things that are found forensically on a computer, like free space, slack space, and systems files, to name a few. When we started this and you insisted you do the taint review in Relativity, I warned you that it was adding months of work on top of what was already done, and that Relativity was incapable of viewing everything. You insisted we do this way, so now Redacted and I have come up with a way to fit this round peg into this square hole. We will get it done. Sorry it has taken so long, but we are talking about terabytes worth of data over multiple formats of digital evidence: phones, tablets, loose media, cameras, DVRs, servers, laptops, and desktop computers. We have gotten past encryption on multiple devices. When we review devices on such large cases, we usually do it piece by piece as things are processed. I was unaware that you didn't want to review as things were processed, that you wanted to do it, quote unquote, all at once. So that added to the delay. Sorry for that, just a differentiation of methodology, I suppose. Redacted. And I feel confident that the method we have come up with will be more consistent and preserve the attribution of files to devices and links of emails to attachments that the load file generation that I did a while back was lacking. Redacted, 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 redacted. From redacted, redacted, sent Tuesday, May 12th, 2020 at 11:33 a.m. to redacted, 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 CC, redacted, 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 subject, Epstein files search warrant documents. Okay, so just to check, you both think that there's not a need to do a test run. You're both comfortable with just basically sending us copies of everything. I don't totally understand why we couldn't have done that 8 months ago, but regardless of the passage of time, I want to make sure we understand so we can report to our supervisors. I assume that means that we at the U.S. Attorney's Office and through contractors will therefore need to do all the processing ourselves, correct? And thanks again to you both. From redacted, sent Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, 11:30. To redacted, 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 CC, redacted, 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 redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Should I keep reading? I will keep reading. Like redacted said, should I pause? Should I pause? Okay. Okay. Like redacted said in his earlier email, it will be the raw data and it will be marked, so it's easy to attribute it to a particular device. Problem now is how to get the data to redacted since he's teleworking. Redacted, 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 redacted cell, redacted desk. On May 12th, 2020, 11:15 a.m., redacted, redacted wrote, I have no doubt you do, but can you please tell us what the plan is? Thanks. From redacted, sent Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, 11:11. To redacted, 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 CC, redacted, 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 subject Epstein search warrant documents. I will use the spreadsheet, no problem. Redacted and I ironed out all the details. We've got a good plan moving forward that will meet your needs. Redacted, 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 redacted cell, redacted desk. On May 12th, 2020, 10:34 a.m., redacted, redacted wrote, redacted, it would be very helpful for us if you could please use the attached spreadsheet in transmitting that info so we make sure we get all the info we need. I think you had previously sent us a list of certain information that unfortunately wasn't helpful for us. So we want to make sure we are all on the same page. In terms of data transfer, redacted, are you just sending a literal copy of all the raw data and we'll process and upload it on our end? I ask to make sure we don't lose any searchability. When FBI sent versions over, it had already been processed. I think that we talked about on the phone a month ago was getting, for example, data from one device to make sure it transfers correctly before sending over literally everything. Is that still the plan? Thanks, redacted. From redacted, sent Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, 10:27. 2, redacted, redacted, CC redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Hello. Me and Redacted just finished our phone call regarding the data. Redacted will put together a list of all of the data and where the data was collected. I will work to send some hard drives to Redacted so he can begin to copy the data and send it to us. I will need to figure out a way to get the data off of the hard drives. Please let us know if there are any questions. Thank you. From Redacted, redacted, sent Friday, May 8th, 2020, 2:15 p.m. To redacted, redacted, parentheses, USANYS, close parentheses, redacted, 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 parentheses, USANYS, redacted, CC, redacted, 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 redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Okay, thanks. Please do let us know if at any point that changes. Otherwise, we'll look forward to being able to review the returns in early June. Thanks again. From Redacted, sent Friday, May 8th, 2020, 4:14. To Redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, 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 parentheses, USANYS, redacted, CC, redacted, 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 redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. There has been talk of us returning to normal soon, so I don't think it will affect the timeline I initially gave you. If it does, I will let you know. Redacted, 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 redacted cell, redacted desk. On May 8th, 2020, 1:58 p.m., redacted, redacted wrote, understood, thanks. It will be great to get that list on Thursday. As a refresh, the info we are looking for is in an attached spreadsheet template. On the returns themselves, do the changes you mentioned mean that the estimates of a month from now for complete transmission of the search warrant returns is no longer likely? If so, could you please let us know what the current estimate would be so we can factor that in? Thanks very much. From Redacted, sent Friday, May 8th, 2020, 13:50 to Redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, 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 parentheses, USANYS, redacted, CC, redacted, 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 redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Sorry for the delay. They reduced us to 1 day a week. So things have been stretched out by a factor of 5. I will be back in the office on Thursday and will be able to get you the list then, as I have to access some of our systems to do so. Also redacted, please reach out to me at one of the numbers below so we can brainstorm. Thanks. Redacted, 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 redacted cell, redacted desk. On May 8th, 2020, 12:10 p.m., redacted, redacted, wrote, redacted. Following up on the below, I think you had said you expected to be able to get us a list of the devices seized from the search warrants at Epstein's residences in New York and the USVI, as well as from his person upon arrest. In about a month, during our conference call a month ago, so wanted to check if we can still expect that very soon. We're waiting on that list to be able to do an updated search warrant on all of those devices. Please let us know the current timeline and also the current timeline on producing the results from those August and September searches. I think you and Redacted were going to coordinate on that, and you had mentioned you expected we'd have it a couple months from our call, which would be about a month from now. Wanted to make sure we're still on track. Thanks, Redacted. From Redacted, sent. Oh, I got you. Sent Tuesday, April 7th, 2020, 1527. To redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted. Redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted. CC, redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Okay, let's plan on 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. I am trying to get an FBI line with a larger capacity, but I won't know until tomorrow a.m. I will push it out when confirmed. Thanks. Redacted. From redacted, mail to redacted, sent Tuesday, April 7th, 2020, 3:15 p.m. To redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Yes, I can do anytime tomorrow, and redacted can also join anytime tomorrow. So whenever is good on your end. Also, we can host a conference call, but only up to 6 lines at a time. So if FBI has larger capacity than that, let us know. Otherwise, I'd propose to do redacted. From redacted. Sent Tuesday, April 7th, 2020, 1413 to redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, USANYS, redacted, CC, redacted, subject, Epstein search warrant document, redacted. Are you available tomorrow for a conference call to discuss this issue? Redacted. On April 7th, 2020, 1:55 p.m., redacted, wrote redacted. Following up on this from a month ago, I know we're living in a different world than what existed 4 weeks ago, but are you at all able to assist while working remotely? This has been pending for almost 2 months, and we still don't have a very basic list of each device or item that was seized and searched, or for which of those we've received materials. We're happy to have a call if that would be useful, but as a first step, the most basic thing we're looking for is the info in the template spreadsheet we sent earlier that's also attached. Thanks, redacted. Sent Monday, March 9th, 2020, 1200. 2. Redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted. CC, redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents, redacted. Unfortunately, I don't think this is very helpful to us. Did you take a look at the example spreadsheet I sent on 2/24? The Excel file you sent has descriptions that don't match up to the items listed in the search warrant returns, parentheses, that we sent on 2/23. And we don't have the 1B or cart numbers to be able to cross-reference. We also can't tell what you mean by loose media, quote unquote, without a specific comparison to what was seized. We don't know which items you're referring to as Windows machines, and we can't tell whether the entirety of any particular item has been transferred or just partial. For example, it looks like we have gotten very, very few image files, which is surprising. We also encountered some very significant problems in trying to review the more than 1 million documents we recently received. The data we received has no way to put any emails and attachments together. So if an email says, see attached flight records, for example, we have no way of linking that up with the records themselves. Not only is that a big problem for us in review, it's going to be a huge problem for producing the documents to defense counsel. The load file has no link to the native file. So when we load the data to the database, there's no way to have the native files show up in the database. Because many of the files are too large to open in the viewer, it effectively means that there are many files that are completely invisible to us. Related, the control numbers in the load file don't match up to the native files, so we have two sets of numbers and no way to match up anything. That is, even if we were to try to go hunt down every individual large file in the native files, it would be impossible. So the data that we most recently got, we need to get in a form that addresses those issues. And we likely will need to get a similar reproduction of the data we received a couple months ago. Otherwise, we're sifting through more than 1 million documents without much rhyme or reason. I've reattached the spreadsheet we sent last week. I think that's a good place to start in terms of our necessary record keeping. And we need that info at the very least, as well as anything you think would be useful. Also attaching the SW returns for reference. And again, we're happy to meet up anytime and hash all this out in person if that's useful. Thanks. Redacted. From Redacted, sent Wednesday, March 4th, 2020, 1636 to redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, USANYS, redacted. CC, redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Here is a listing of what I have already handed over in load files to the U.S. Attorney's Office for taint review. Some points of clarification. There were 9 ID hard drives found in the Manhattan apartment. They turned out to be 3 copies of 3 drives, 9 drives in total. From a July 2007 search on one of his properties, I only processed 3, as they were all copies. All the loose media from the New York apartment is included. All the Windows machines from the New York apartment are included. Only 2 Macs from NY and 1 from the island are included. I will have to more closely coordinate with whoever is loading up relativity with the remaining Macs, as the tool they have to be processed with does not easily rename the load files. Spreadsheet is attached. Redacted, office, redacted cell. From Redacted, mailed to Redacted, sent Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, 12:25 p.m. to redacted, USANYS, redacted, USANYS, redacted, CC, redacted, subject, Epstein search warrant documents. I could do Thursday morning, but I think it would be helpful for us to get the accounting in advance of the meeting so we can figure out in advance what, if any, additional steps we need. Is this possible? From Redacted, sent Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, 9:59 to redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, CC, redacted. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Can we do Thursday morning? My network should be back by then and I can give you a good accounting. Redacted, cell, redacted desk. On March 2nd, 2020, 11:15 a.m., redacted wrote, doing the weekly check-in on this. Is there a time this week when everyone can meet on this? Thanks, redacted. From Redacted, sent Monday, February 24th, 2020, 17:38 to redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, USANYS, redacted. CC, redacted, subject, Epstein search warrant documents, redacted. Totally understand about the network issues, we can relate. I do still think it will be helpful to all sit down together to have an in-person discussion to make sure everybody is on the same page. Are folks available for the next week? And what I think would be most helpful to facilitate that would be a spreadsheet of each separate device referenced in the 2 search warrant returns, with columns for whether we dumped the contents, whether they've been reviewed and are transferred, what portions were transferred, etc. Something roughly like the attached with any other categories you think would be useful. And the info on the attached is mostly hypothetical, obviously just as examples. That will help us fully understand what's been reviewed, transferred, and received so far, and what remains. Parentheses, also just on the pictures, we do want copies of those as well, please, including from the disk and devices. I think FBI was going to do an initial screen to make sure no CP. And since I think that the answer was no, we'll need to get those to be able to review them as well. Many thanks. Redacted. From Redacted, sent Monday, February 24th, 2020, 9:24 to Redacted, parentheses, USANYS, redacted, 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 USANYS, redacted, CC, redacted, 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 subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Sorry for the delayed response. They are tearing out our old network and giving us a new one. They mandated we delete old stuff, about 400 terabytes worth. Now that they are working on replacing the network, we can do only local work. I should be able to give you an accounting of what is what. I can say off the top of my head that all Windows-based items from the New York search have been handed over, as well as all loose media. The CDs from NY only contain pictures, no documents. There are still some Apple items from New York that need to be produced. As far as the island stuff goes, the first item on your spreadsheet, the kitchen Mac, has been produced. Still working on the rest. Redacted, 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 redacted cell, redacted desk. On February 23rd, 2020, 12:21 a.m., team. Following up on the below from last weekend, I'm still not sure how we're addressing this, so I thought it would make sense for us to all schedule a hopefully relatively brief meeting to all get on the same page. We didn't hear back on which files had been previously been provided, but our tech folks did their best to differentiate. And we got access to the materials yesterday, and it's well over 1 million documents. And we don't have any idea what we're looking at, i.e., which devices the materials came from, whether it's full or partial results, how many devices we have coming, etc. Based on the attached search warrant returns, it looks like from the New York mansion, the PDF, there are approximately 40 devices that would have storage, computers, hard drives, thumb drives, etc. And that's not even counting at least 60 plus CDs. And then from the Virgin Islands, the Excel spreadsheet, at least more than 25 devices, including multiple servers, server racks. So we got to know what we've already received, what remains, anticipated schedule, etc. And I know it's a lot of moving pieces on all sides, so wanted to loop in everybody at once. The case team will be in California this coming week from Tuesday through Friday, but then I think generally around the first week of March, which will hopefully be plenty of time to schedule a productive meeting. Thanks all, Redacted. From Redacted, sent Saturday, February 15th, 2020, 16:30. Two, redacted, 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 CC, redacted, 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 redacted. Subject Epstein search warrant documents, redacted, redacted. I'm not sure who's the exact right person to ask this, so I wanted to get everyone on one email chain about it. I have the hard drive that Redacted dropped off that has new Epstein search warrant materials. But it looks like there are also old materials that I think we had previously received and uploaded, question mark, on the hard drive. And so I'm not sure what's new. Just generally, and Redacted and I talked about this last week too, but it's basically impossible for us to keep track of what we're getting and what has been completed without some kind of identification or labeling system, along with a list of which devices have been extracted and downloaded. So for example, on the hard drive currently, there are 38 labeled quote unquote load files through quote unquote 37 load files with a modified date of 11/14/19, which I think we may have already previously received, but I'm not sure because we haven't gotten any info on which folders match up to which devices, etc. And then there's another folder titled quote unquote NYC 024362, and that has a modified date of 1/27/20. So I think that maybe the materials we hadn't previously received. That folder by itself has more than 600,000 items. I don't want to give Redacted anything that we've already previously received and uploaded. I can't tell from the folder or file names whether everything on the drive is new or whether just additional materials were saved onto it, in addition to what we already have. Redacted, are you able to give us some guidance on this? Ultimately, what we really need is a spreadsheet of every device, whether it's been dumped or partially dumped, and then identifying the same info, which device and what materials from it are being given to us with each data transfer. Otherwise, I think organizationally and for review purposes, it will be a total disaster for us. We're happy to have a meeting on this if that's helpful, and thanks everybody for the assistance. Redacted, Assistant U.S. Attorney, Southern District of New York, Redacted. Redacted. Okay. State of New Mexico. Office of the Attorney General, Hector H. Balderas, Attorney General, September 17th. Okay, yeah, I can keep going. You let me know. Okay. September 17th, 2019, Redacted, Assistant United Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York, 1st Street, Andrews Plaza, New York, 10007. Redacted, via email and U.S. email, continued investigation into possible collaborators of Jeffrey Epstein. Dear Miss Redacted, thank you for speaking with myself and others from the New Mexico office of the Attorney General last week. Pursuant to our telephone conversation, this office is providing the enclosed materials related to the criminal investigation and potential prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. The enclosed documents include police reports, recorded witness interviews, correspondence among New Mexico state agencies, and documents related to Epstein's leasing of the New Mexico public lands. As previously discussed, all conduct described in our investigation occurred prior to 2008, the year New Mexico enacted its human trafficking statute. See NMSA 1978, sections 30-52-1 to -2.1. Should you have any questions, require any law enforcement assistance in New Mexico, or become aware of any criminal charges implicating New Mexico law not barred by New Mexico's statute of limitations, NMSA 1978, sections 30-1-8, I ask that you do not hesitate to contact me directly. Should further investigation reveal additional survivors of crimes occurring in New Mexico, know that this office intends to work in union with the United States Attorney for the District of New Mexico to ensure that these brave survivors have the opportunity to see that justice is achieved in a court of law. Again, please contact me personally if your investigation reveals survivors of crimes occurring in New Mexico not mentioned in the provided investigative materials. Redacted, 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 redacted. Lots of redactions. Okay. 49. Plaintiff incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. 50. Epstein and Maxwell coaxed plaintiff, then a teenage girl, into Epstein's home for a period of several years. They worked hard to groom her. Once under their supervision and influence, Epstein and Maxwell proceeded methodically to sexually abuse plaintiff. 51. Epstein and Maxwell's conduct was extreme and outrageous, breached a duty owed directly to plaintiff, endangering her physical safety, and caused severe and lasting emotional distress and serious injuries to plaintiff's mental health. 52. This cause of action is timely under the Child Victims Act, NYCPLR 214-G, McKinney 2019, because it arises out of conduct perpetrated against plaintiff when she was under the age of 18 that constitutes a sexual offense as defined in Article 130 of the New York Penal Law, quote unquote, Article 130, see NYPL 130.52, NYPL 130.55. Fifth cause of action, false imprisonment. 53. Plaintiff incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. 54. Defendants in perpetrating the above described non-consensual sexual assaults did, by use of threat and or physical force, willfully and intentionally confine, detain, imprison, and or restrain plaintiff without lawful authority to do so, against her will and without her consent. 55. Plaintiff was aware of and suffered the extreme effects of the defendant's unlawful confinement. 56. As a consequence of defendant's false imprisonment of plaintiff, she sustained conscious pain and suffering. Plaintiff's health was impaired. Plaintiff suffered great mental distress, shock, fright, and humiliation, and plaintiff's reputation and character were injured. 57. As a consequence of the conduct of defendants, plaintiff has incurred severe psychological trauma and damage, has suffered great humiliation, loss of esteem, mental anguish, and suffering. I think that's my section. So I'm going to hand this back over to the Save America movement. Thank you for having me. And as a pediatrician and pediatric critical care doctor and defender of kids, this showed the pure incompetence and cruelty of Epstein and the sincere attempts by our government to try to make this in a discoverable fashion. So thank you for having me. And Eliza, thank you for doing this and the Save America movement. This is, I don't know what to say, but it's needed, and these children deserve to be heard. Thank you all.
Dr. Anita Patel, you are amazing. Thank you so much. I couldn't be more grateful for you. And this is really heavy. We are officially 19 hours in. Oh my gosh, 5 more to go. We are exhausted over here, but also this is incredibly important. And so thank you for being here. If folks are just waking up and joining us, you are watching Cover to Cover Up, a public reading of the Epstein files for 24 straight hours from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan. I'm Eliza Orlins, and this event is collaborative with the Save America movement and the Institute for Primary Facts. Joining our live stream now is Katie McManus, author of the Stop Being a Weenie Substack. Katie, thank you so much for being here and for joining us today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Katie McManus. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it down to New York City to the library to do the filibuster, but I am joining you virtually from Cape Cod. I have been talking about the Epstein files and the need for justice since this started. So I am really honored to be a part of this filibuster, and I'm going to be reading some of the files along with everyone else. So let's get down to it, shall we? Okay. So first and foremost, all of the to and from is redacted. Subject, return, call tomorrow, return, search warrant documents. This is Tuesday, July 14th, 2020. Yeah, it's sometimes challenging to try to precisely relay redacted info on this. And given the importance, I think it'd be helpful. Thanks. I'll propose tomorrow at 1. And then the response, and it says USA NYS, July 14th, call tomorrow, search warrant documents. Sure, that would be helpful. 1 is better for me than 12, but I can make it work if need be. Morning, I can do 10 to 11. And July 14th, could you join a call tomorrow? Oh, apologies, this is reverse. Okay, so could you join a call tomorrow? I could do noon or 1 if that works. Or I could also do the morning if I get coverage for a couple of VOSR check-ins with Berman. Okay, from New York and then FBI to USA NYS contractor. CC, NY, FBI, and there's a bunch of redactions. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. I'll fill it out and get back to you ASAP. I'm available tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. till about 3:30 p.m. Just let me know when. And NY CART coordinator, senior forensic examiner, cell desk. Oh, okay. Okay, on July 14th, 2020, around 11:58 a.m., we've received and reviewed the hard drive you provided last week. Unfortunately, it's not possible for us to determine which devices have been fully 100% included in that drive. We're not able to tell based on looking at the contents because the devices do not all appear to have their own folders. The attached spreadsheet is the one you included on the drive, but it does not reflect which devices have been fully transferred. Could you please fill in the 2 columns I've added, L and M, indicating which devices have been fully transferred to us? And for the ones that are not fully transferred, that is estimated time for completion. If you could please let us know that today, it will be extremely helpful in figuring out how to proceed. And separately, could you please let me know what times you're available for a call tomorrow? It would be helpful to discuss why a number of the devices were combined together in folders on the drive rather than being provided separately. And also helpful to know how long it would take to correct that. Thanks very much. Okay. Wednesday, May 13th, 2020. Respectfully, again, everything is redacted. USA, NYS, contractor, New York, FBI, response, Epstein search warrant documents. Respectfully, I think there are some miscommunications here. All we have asked is to receive the materials in a format such that we can view them using a system we have access to. We're not able to get web-enabled access through any FBI tool. So we asked for the materials to be transferred in a loadable format so we could put them on Relativity. which both we and the agents can access. We're required to have the files in a format that we can reproduce them to defense counsel. I've done that in many other cases, and it hasn't previously been an issue. My understanding from Redacted is that the best way to do it now is just for us, the U.S. Attorney's Office, to get the original files, which our vendor will process, by which I mean converting into file format that are loadable into Relativity. It doesn't really have to do anything with the taint review. We have to have access to the docs in our system for discovery purposes. And we were happy to get the materials as they were processed. But when we received the 1.1 million documents earlier this year, they were in a format that wasn't usable for the reasons described in the email I sent on March 9th. Again, I understand from Redacted that the best way forward is to just get copies of the materials in their original formats, which I understand will be segregated and designated by device. That should work for us. I was just trying to understand the approach as well as the timeline. Thanks. Redacted. Okay, so we have the U.S. Attorney's Office. Great. All right, and then the email previously from New York to the FBI, or from New York and FBI, I guess. I'm trying to make sense of the redactions. Tuesday, May 12th, 2020. Response to the Epstein search warrant documents. Just to be clear, the U.S. Attorney's Office or its contractors are not processing anything. They are taking files that will be extracting from processed evidence and putting them into an e-discovery tool, Relativity, to do a taint review. Relativity is not a forensic tool. It is incapable of dealing with many things that are found forensically on a computer, like free space, slack space, and system files, to name a few. When we started this, you insisted you do the taint review in Relativity. I warned you that it was adding months worth of work on top of what was already done, and that Relativity was incapable of viewing everything. You insisted we do it this way. So now Redacted and I have come up with a way to fit this round peg into a square hole. We will get it done. Sorry it has taken so long, but we are talking about terabytes worth of data over multiple forms of digital evidence. Phones, tablets, loose media, cameras, DVRs, servers, laptops, and desktop computers. We have gotten past encryption on multiple devices. When we review devices on such large cases, we usually do it piece by piece as things are processed. I was unaware you didn't want to review as things were processed, that you wanted to do it all at once, in quotations. So that added to the delay. Sorry for that. Just a differentiation of methodology, I suppose. Redacted and I feel confident that the method we have come up with will be more consistent and preserve the attribution of files to devices and links of emails to attachments that the load of file generation that I did a while back was lacking. Redacted, FBI, New York CART Coordinator, Senior Examiner. Tuesday, May 12th, and of course this is from Redacted, to New York FBI, USA, NYS contractor. Subject, response, Epstein search warrant documents. Okay, so just to check, you both think that there is not need to do a test run. You're both comfortable with just basically sending us copies of everything. I don't totally understand why we couldn't have done that 8 months ago. But regardless of the passage of time, I want to make sure we understand so we can report to our supervisors. I assume that means that we at the U.S. Attorney's Office and through contractors will therefore need to do all the processing ourselves, correct? And thanks again to you both. From New York FBI, of course, the names are redacted, sent Tuesday, May 12th, 11:30. To USA NYS contractor, and then again, a bunch of redacted names, and a bunch of people are CC'd, they are redacted. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Like Redacted said in his earlier email, I will be the raw data. It will be the raw data, and it will be marked so it is easier to attribute to a particular device. Problem now is how to get the data to Redacted since he is teleworking. This is during the pandemic. Okay. New York CART Coordinator, Senior Forensic Examiner, and then redacted his cell phone and his desk number. On May 12th, 2020, 11:15, before that, I have no doubt you do, but can you please tell us what the plan is? Thanks. And this is in response to an email that, again, is between all these people. It's all redacted. I will use a spreadsheet, no problem. And I ironed out all the details. We've got a good plan moving forward that will meet your needs. New York CART coordinator, senior forensic examiner. It would be very helpful for us if you could please use the attached spreadsheet in transmitting that info so we make sure we get all the info we need. I think you had previously sent us a list of certain information that unfortunately wasn't helpful for us. So we want to make sure that we're all on the same page. In terms of data transfer, blank or redacted, are you just sending a literal copy of all the raw data and we'll process and upload it on our end? I asked to make sure that we don't lose any searchability. When FBI sent versions before, it had already been processed. I think what we talked about on the phone a month ago was getting, for example, data from one device to make sure it transfers correctly before sending over literally everything. Is that still the plan? Thanks. And then again, redacted, USA NYS contractor. Let me see, Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, about an hour earlier, 10:27. Hello, redacted. Me and redacted just finished our phone call regarding the data. Redacted will put together a list of all of the data and where the data was collected. I will, for sure. I will work to send some hard drives to redacted so he can begin to copy the data and send it to us. I will need to figure out a way to get the data off of the hard drives. Please let us know if there are any questions. From redacted, sent Friday, May 8th, 2020, to New York FBI, USA NYS. And of course, all the names are redacted, CC'd a ton of people. Subject, Epstein search warrant documents. Okay, thanks. Please do let us know if at any point that changes. Otherwise, we'll look forward to being able to review the returns in early June. Thanks again. From redacted New York to and FBI redacted, Friday, May 8th to redacted USA NYS. Again, this seems to be internal emails. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. There's been talk of us returning to normal soon, so I don't think it will affect the timeline I initially gave you. If it does, I'll let you know. And again, I imagine this is about the pandemic. New York CART coordinator, senior forensic examiner, and then his redacted cell phone and desk number on May 8th, 2020. Understood, thanks. It will be great to get that list on Thursday as a refresh. The info we are looking for is in the attached spreadsheet template. On the returns themselves, do the changes you mentioned mean that the estimate of a month from now for complete transmission of the search warrant returns is no longer likely? If so, could you please let us know what the current estimate would be so we can factor that in? Thanks very much. From redacted New York FBI, sent May 8th, 2020 to a bunch of redacted people who work for USA NYS and FBI and contractors. Sorry for the delay. They reduced us to 1 day a week, so things have been stretched out by a factor of 5. I will be back in the office on Thursday and will be able to get you the list then, as I have to access some of our systems to do so. Also, redacted, please reach out to me at one of the numbers below so we can brainstorm. Thanks. New York CART coordinator, senior forensic examiner, cell desk, redacted. On May 8th, 2020, following up on the below, I think you had said you expected to be able to get us a list of the devices seized from the search warrants at Epstein's residences in New York and USVI, as well as from his person upon arrest in about a month during our conference call a month ago. So I wanted to check in if we can still expect that very soon. We're waiting on that list to be able to do an updated search warrant on all of those devices. Please let us know the current timeline and also the current timeline on producing the results from the August and September searches. I think you and redacted were going to coordinate on that. And you had mentioned you expected we'd have a couple months from our call, which would be about a month from now. Wanted to make sure we're still on track. Thanks, redacted. Mm. From redacted New York FBI, redacted to redacted USA, NYS, and other FBI and contractors. All the names are redacted. Response Epstein search warrants documents. Okay, let's plan on 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm trying to get an FBI line with a larger capacity, but I won't know until tomorrow a.m. I will push it out when confirmed. Thanks. From redacted and redacted, sent Tuesday, April 7th, to a bunch of redacted emails, New York FBI, USA, NYS, contractors, etc. Yes, I can do anytime tomorrow, and redacted Rosler can also join me anytime tomorrow. So whenever is good on your end. Also, we can host a conference call, but only up to 6 lines at a time. So if FBI has larger capacity than that, let us know. Otherwise, I'd propose we do 1, redacted, 2, redacted, 3, redacted, 4, redacted, 5, redacted/redacted, 6, redacted/redacted, if either of you wants to join, and if not, one of redacted/redacted. You know, what strikes me about this is that there are so many people on this thread who are having this conversation, and they've redacted all the names. So I'm just wondering, as I'm reading this, you know, is there a question of whether someone on this list was complicit, was coordinating, was a mole? I don't know. Like, why redact this stuff? If these are people that work in the government who are investigating this, it does not make sense. The previous email, Tuesday, April 7th, 2020. Again, everyone's redacted. Everyone is either New York FBI, USA, NYS, and of course, there's one that's a contractor. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Redacted, are you available tomorrow for a conference call to discuss this issue? SSA, redacted, FBI, New York. On April 7th, 1:55 p.m., following up on this from a month ago, I know we're living in a different world than what existed 4 weeks ago. Oh God, this is giving me flashbacks to 2020. But are you at all able to assist while working remotely? This has been pending for almost 2 months, and we still don't have a very basic list of each device or item that was seized and searched, or for which of those we've received materials. We're happy to have a call if that would be useful. But as a first step, the most basic thing we're looking for is the info in the template sheet, in the template spreadsheet we sent earlier. That's also attached. Thanks. In the previous email, Monday, March 9th, 2020. Oh gosh, so this is before the pandemic. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. And again, all the same people that are redacted. I imagine they're the same people because they have the same departments listed next to them. Unfortunately, I don't think it's very helpful to us. Did you take a look at the example spreadsheet I sent on 2/24? The Excel file you sent has descriptions that don't match up to the items listed in the search warrant returns that we sent on 2/23. And we don't have the 1B or cart numbers to be able to cross-reference. We also can't tell what you mean by loose media without a specific comparison to what was seized. We don't know how which items you're referring to as Windows machines, and we can't tell whether the entirety of this particular item has been transferred or just partial. For example, it looks like we've gotten very, very few image files, which is surprising. We have also encountered some very significant problems in trying to review the more than 1 million documents we recently received. The data we've received has no way to put any emails and attachments together. So if an email says, see the attached flight records, for example, we have no way of linking that up to the records themselves. Not only is that a big problem for us in review, it's going to be a huge problem for producing the documents to defense counsel. To defense counsel. Okay. So of course, like, they're going to have to do all this and then in discovery, give it over to defense. Okay. It's interesting that that's their concern, and not building the case or finding out more information. Okay, back to this. The load file has no link to the native file. So when we load the data to the database, there's no way to have the native files show up in the database because many of the files are too large to open in the viewer. It effectively means that there are many files that are completely invisible to us. Related, the control numbers in the load file don't match up to the native files. So we have two sets of numbers and no way to match up anything. That is, even if we were to try to go and hunt down every individual large file in the native files, it would be impossible. So the data that we most recently got, we need to get in a form that addresses those issues. And we likely will need to get a similar reproduction of the data we received a couple months ago. Otherwise, we're sifting through more than 1 million documents without much rhyme or reason. I've reattached the spreadsheet we sent last week. I think that's a good place to start in terms of our necessary record keeping. And we need the info that, at the very least, as well as anything else you think would be useful. Also attaching the SW returns for reference. And again, we're happy to meet up anytime and hash all this out in person if that's useful. Little do they know the pandemic is about to hit like 4 days later with a lockdown. So before we continue reading, I just want to note what's going on in my mind is that these are investigative departments. They investigate crimes. They ostensibly have lots and lots of files that they usually need to process as evidence in the crimes that they are investigating. And the fact that it's going so slow, like this is months worth of interactions back and forth, just trying to figure out how to transfer the information. My mind goes to, was there someone involved who was just being some sand in the gears, who was just trying to slow things down and make it more complicated, right? Because if you're trying to just buy time, that's a way to do it. That is absolutely a way to do it. But like you'd think that, the FBI, who investigates crimes, like that is their job. You'd think that they would have a systematic process that they use to process this kind of information, to break it all down. And here they are. It's like they're just trying to recreate the wheel. It's insane. Okay. From New York FBI, sent Wednesday, March 4th, 2020. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Here's a listing of what I have already handed over in load files to U.S. Attorney's Office for taint review. Some points of clarification. There were 9 IDE hard drives found in the Manhattan apartment. They turned out to be 3 copies of 3 drives, 9 drives in total, from July 2007 search on one of his properties. I only processed 3 as they were all copies. All the loose media from the New York apartment is included. All the Windows machines from the New York apartment are included. Only 2 Macs from New York and 1 from the island are included. I will have to more closely coordinate with whoever is loading up Relativity with the remaining Mac, as the tool they have to be processed with does not easily rename the load files. Spreadsheet is attached. Redacted. NYO CART coordinator, senior forensic examiner. Redacted. Okay, from redacted and redacted, sent Tuesday, March 3rd. To everyone's redacted, again, USA, NYS. Oh, we actually do have a name here. Christopher Rozier at usdoj.gov. Okay, so we have one person whose name is visible here. Everyone else is redacted. That's exciting after not getting any names. Subject, response, Epstein search warrant documents. I could do Thursday morning, but I think it would be helpful for us to get the accounting in advance of the meeting so we can figure out in advance what, if any, additional steps we need. Is that possible? From redacted New York FBI, sent Tuesday, March 3rd to all the USA NYS, typical redactions. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Can we do Thursday morning? My network should be back by then, and I can give you a good accounting. New York CART coordinator, senior forensic examiner. Doing on March 2nd, 2020, 11:15 a.m., doing the weekly check-in on this. Is there a time this week when everyone can meet on this? Thanks. Redacted. Why are they redacting these names? If these are the good guys, if these are people who are genuinely trying to seek justice. Why are their names redacted? What purpose does that serve? Okay, previous email, Monday, February 24th, 2020, from redacted, you don't see anything, to redacted New York FBI, blah, 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 all redacted. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Redacted, totally understand about the network issues, we can relate. I do still think it will be helpful to all sit down together to have an in-person discussion to make sure everybody is on the same page. Are folks available for that next week? And what I think would be most helpful to facilitate that would be a spreadsheet of each separate device referenced in the 2 search warrants returns, with columns for whether we've dumped the contents, whether they've been reviewed and or transferred, what portions were transferred, etc. Sometimes something roughly like the attached with any other categories you think would be useful, and the info on the attached is mostly hypothetical, obviously, just as examples. That will help us fully understand what's been reviewed, transferred, and received so far, and what remains. Also, just on the pictures, we do want copies of those as well. Please including from the disks and the devices. I think FBI was going to do an internal screen to make sure no CP. And since I think the answer is no, we'll need to get those to be able to be reviewed, to be able to review them as well. So people have a very weird way of writing. Like, it's not conversational. Many thanks, redacted. The previous email, redacted, New York FBI, sent February 24th, 2020. All redacted to and CC. Response, Epstein search warrant documents. Sorry for the delayed response. They're tearing out our old network and giving us a new one. They mandated we delete old stuff, about 400 terabytes worth. Now that they're working on replacing the network, we can do only local work. I should be able to give you an accounting of what is what. I can say off the top of my head that all Windows-based items from the New York search have been handed over, as well as all loose media. The CDs from New York only contain pictures, no documents. There are still some Apple items from New York that need to be produced. As far as the island stuff goes, the first item on your spreadsheet, the kitchen Mac, has been produced. Still working on the rest. New York Heart Coordinator, Senior Forensic Examiner, redacted name. On February 23rd, 2020, team, following up on this, on the below from last weekend, I'm still not sure how we're addressing this, so I thought it would make sense for us all to schedule a hopefully relatively brief meeting to all get on the same page. We didn't hear back on which files had previously been provided, but our tech folks did their best to differentiate, and we got access to the materials yesterday, and it's well over 1 million documents. And we don't have any idea what we're looking at, i.e. which devices the materials came from, whether it's full or partial results, how many more devices we have coming, etc. Based on the attached search warrant returns, it looks like from the New York mansion, the PDF, there were approximately 40 devices that would have storage, computers, hard drives, thumb drives, etc. And that's not even counting at least 60 plus CDs. And then from the Virgin Islands, the Excel spreadsheet, okay, at least more than 25 devices, including multiple servers, server racks. So we got to know what we've already received, what remains, anticipated schedules. And I know it's a lot of moving pieces on all sides, so wanted to loop everyone in at once. The case team will be in California this coming week from Tuesday through Friday, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, as I'm reading through this, it just strikes me how either incompetent this team is in just sorting through evidence. I mean, this literally went from February through for months and months, and they couldn't figure it out this whole time. Or if they were someone on the team was intentionally being incompetent.
That's true. Those are delicious.
And it just strikes me that while all this is happening, there are still victims being victimized by this network of predators out there. Anyway, that is my reading, my part of the filibuster. So thank you so much. And I will kick it off to whoever is reading next. Thank you so much.
Katie, thank you so much for joining us. I can't believe it. We are approaching the 20-hour mark. We are so thrilled that everyone has been here with us for the last almost 20 hours now. We are live doing cover to cover up from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room here in Lower Manhattan, where we've been reading the Epstein files for almost 20 hours. We are going full 24 hours of live streaming the Epstein files. This event is a collaborative effort, the Save America movement. I have been here hosting the whole time, and we're exhausted, but this is so important. You know, we had the survivors here with us to kick this off, and they will be here with us again this morning to close us out. So it's just been an honor to have them. And as we wait for our next in-person guest reader, I'm going to get back into it. So I'm still reading from volume 11. You know, just for context, like I haven't even read the majority of this. You know, I've read some of it and other folks have read some of it. But, you know, despite the fact that we are reading for 24 straight hours, we're not going to touch a fraction of this. You know, there are over, you know, close to 3.5 million pages of documents here. And even if we read for 24 hours a day without stopping, and we read it like a pretty good clip, didn't take breaks, you know, really sped through it, it probably still would take us about 4.5 years to get through all of these documents. And mind you, there are more documents outstanding than the documents that are even here that the DOJ released. So just to put that in context. Now, I'm going to go back to the United States Grand Jury, Southern District of New York, USA versus Ghislaine Maxwell. This is the case they brought against her. And, you know, I read some of the testimony. There were a handful of young girls. I think that we heard testimony about 3 of them today. Or I guess in the last 24 hours. I don't know. Today is all relative. But there's a little bit more to this, including some of the exhibits that were referenced. So I want to go through some of this with you now. We heard the testimony from an FBI agent who was redacted, unnamed, where they testified about this stuff. So proceedings. This is dated July 8th, 2020. So we heard the testimony from June, but often the way that it works in a grand jury is the prosecutor will present evidence, you know, and then at the end they will present, they'll kind of go through the law again and then have the grand jury vote on whether to indict. You know, grand jury proceedings are typically secret proceedings, but then get revealed later on. So let's get back into it. So this is, the prosecutor is saying this. Let the record reflect that there are 17 grand jurors present and that the foreperson is present. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is blank blank, and I am an assistant United States attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. I see everybody's heads nodding. Thank you. I am here today to present for your consideration a proposed superseding indictment. Sorry, just to pause quickly. So in an indictment, you can, you know, that's the initial indictment, but sometimes there will be a superseding indictment when there was some error or something else where they want to add charges or change something. Then they'll vote on a superseding indictment, which means it supersedes, it overtakes the existing indictment. And so that's what that means. So this AUSA, Assistant U.S. Attorney, is saying, I'm presenting a proposed superseding indictment charging Ghislaine Maxwell in 6 counts. This indictment is virtually identical to the indictment that you returned last week charging Maxwell in those same 6 counts, except, oh, here we go. It corrects 2 clerical errors, 2 typographical errors that were contained in counts 5 and 6, which are the perjury charges. As a result, I will not be presenting any new evidence or new witnesses today. Instead, I will identify for you those 2 clerical errors in the indictment. I will point out the portion of the exhibits that you saw last week that provide the correct information. Then I will identify the corrected portion of the superseding indictment in the proposed superseding indictment. Before I do that, though, I must ask all of you the same preliminary questions we went over last week. And then this is kind of backgroundy, but because we didn't read the initial charge, it might be interesting to hear. First, do any of you believe that you personally know or have met the proposed defendant, Ghislaine Maxwell? I see no hands. Next, have you heard or read about or learned anything Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, or anyone else related to this case? Have you heard about or read about, etc.? If you could just raise your hand. I see a number of hands. Okay, virtually every hand is in the air. You can all put your hands down. Thank you. As you know, you must make your determination as a grand jury based on the evidence presented before you in the grand jury in this room alone. Accordingly, you must set aside any other knowledge you may have about this case or the people involved in it and base your decision solely on the evidence presented to this grand jury to determine whether there is probable cause to believe that the charges in the proposed indictment were committed. Is there any grand juror here today who cannot follow these instructions? I see no hands. Just to be sure, is there any grand juror here who would have any difficulty setting aside the outside information you may have about the defendant or the facts of this case? I see no hands. Finally, do any of you believe you know me in anything other than a professional capacity? I see no hands. Now, as I mentioned, I will not be calling any witnesses today. Instead, I will present you with the exhibits from last week, the transcript of the testimony you heard from last week, and the proposed superseding indictment. I will then walk you through the error that the superseding indictment seeks to correct. Please keep in mind, though, that what I say is not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses and exhibits are evidence. So as I'm walking you through these exhibits, your understanding of them and your understanding of the evidence controls. I am just trying to provide you with an overview. With that instruction in mind, I'm going to put up on the Elmo. For those who don't know, an Elmo, I forget what it stands for, but it's like a projector, basically. What was previously received and marked as Grand Jury Exhibit 1. This is the proposed 6-count indictment that you voted to return last week. A copy of it will be available for you to review when you deliberate. You also received what has been marked Grand Jury Exhibit 2, which I will not put up on the Elmo. That was a PowerPoint presentation containing photographs and excerpts of certain documents that was shown to you during the testimony last week. And you also heard testimony from FBI Special Agent Blank. That's what we were reading earlier. Today, I am marking as Grand Jury Exhibit 3 a copy of the transcript of that testimony. It is up on the Elmo now, and it will be available for you to review if you would like as you deliberate. I will not read it back to you now, but you could read through it as you deliberate. Finally, I am marking as Grand Jury Exhibit 4 the proposed superseding indictment, which I have now placed up on the Elmo. As I mentioned, this proposed superseding indictment corrects 2 clerical errors and is otherwise identical to the original indictment, Grand Jury Exhibit 1. I'm now going to walk you through the errors that we're going to correct on Grand Jury Exhibit 1. Page 15 contains the beginning of Count 5, which charges Maxwell with perjury. Paragraph 21 on that page refers to the civil case in which Maxwell gave deposition testimony on April 22nd, 2016 as 15 Civ 7344. That is the error we are going to correct. Similarly, page 16 contains the beginning of Count 6, which charges another count of perjury. Paragraph 23 on that page refers to the civil case in which Maxwell gave deposition testimony on July 22nd, 2016 under the same number. Turning now to Grand Jury Exhibit 2. Slide 22 of that exhibit contains the first page of the deposition transcript from the testimony that Maxwell gave on April 22nd, 2016. As you can see here, the docket number for that case is 7433, not 7344. Okay, so that's the first error. Similarly, slide 25 contains the first page of the transcript from July 22nd. The docket number is 7433, not 7344. Finally, I will turn to the proposed indictment, On page 15, again, paragraph 21 corrects the docket number to 7433. Similarly, on page 16, changes it to 7433. There are otherwise no changes to the substance of this indictment. That is my presentation. Before I leave you to deliberate, would anyone like me to read the proposed full superseding indictment out loud? I see no hands. I must advise you that you must independently find probable cause again for each count in the superseding indictment. The evidence before you in support of the charges in the superseding indictment is the same evidence that was before you when you considered the indictment last week. Does anyone have any questions about the evidence? I see no hands. The legal instructions that you received before voting on the indictment last week are the same instructions that apply to your consideration of the proposed superseding indictment. Would anyone like me to read those instructions again? I see no hands. Does anyone have questions about the legal instructions? I see no hands. I will leave you now with the exhibits to deliberate. As always, if you have any questions or concerns about the proposed indictment, please let me know before you vote so I may answer any questions you may have on the law or bring any additional evidence before you to consider. Thank you all. Matter concluded. Time noted 10:14 a.m. And then I hereby certify the foregoing is true and accurate transcription to the best of my skill and ability from my electronic notes of this proceeding. Signed, Acting Grand Jury Reporter. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, before I go into the exhibits, I'm actually going to give myself a little marker here because we have an in-person special guest here. And as we are heading into our 20th hour, almost there, so I am joined now by Laura Dunn, civil rights attorney and congressional candidate for New York's 12th District. Laura, so great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining this morning. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me here. What color? Anyone? So I'm a survivor of campus sexual violence, and I wanted to read today for several reasons, one of which is justice is still not the norm after sexual violence, and that's unacceptable in our country. And as someone running for Congress to investigate the Epstein files, I think it's essential that I be present and participate in this event today. I'll be reading from the file, but I just want to emphasize that we are here in New York in the reading room, and you can see behind me all the volumes. There are over 3,000 volumes physically present in this room. And we have so many dedicated survivors, advocates, and others who will be reading today as part of this filibuster. This issue is not going to go away, and I hope all survivors out there stand with the Epstein survivors and demand a full investigation. So I'll be reading from volume 3,113 of 3,437 that are present in this library. This is an email from Jeffrey Epstein to a redacted subject because they are redacting perpetrators, not just the victims as required by law. I guess organizing hours of singing lessons, TOLF exams, special doctors to get you more time so that you could enroll in school was forgotten. I understand. You appear to no longer remember that you were confident that you no longer wanted. And some of these words are not fully readable. When I met you, I am very sorry you feel this way, but wanted to wish you a happy birthday. No need to respond to me anymore. My mistake. There was a response back. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate things good happened. Thank you. Unfortunately, my impression is that becoming a mistress was the only one job proposition you were really serious about. I refuse, so it means all is over. Thank you for all your advices, but those were mainly related to my personal life, birth control, choosing cars, etc., not professional career I was interested in. My modeling is also completely over. And I'll just note that it seems this is an email exchange that may be with a survivor and not a perpetrator. My modeling is also completely over. The gap when I was rejected to jobs due to traveling to Ireland was too long. Besides, my agency knows where I was going from somewhere. I also had to remove my last year from my, and again, some words are not fully readable. People were asking uncomfortable questions on job interviews, and I never got a job afterwards. Meeting Gates or Woody was great. Thank you. We'll never forget it. Although nobody hire me just because I have a nice picture with them. I wish you well. Epstein replied, why? I always wish you well and have given you my best advice. I thought I provided you with opportunities to see things, meet people, do things, learn things, and grow. Maybe I was wrong. Response, it's a bit hard to believe that, but thanks. Epstein replies, I hope you are living well. And a response, I've stopped dreaming. I'm definitely too old for you. Epstein, does that mean I want to have sex with you? Response, illegible. Hope it's a great birthday, Epstein replies. There's also a note that there is an attorney-client privilege paragraph in this exhibit. There is also a note that says, destroy this communication and all copies thereof as part of that privileged note. David Ross sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein. Oh yeah, thanks. Response, lots of fun, playing a lot of music, loving, teaching graduate students, and really loving having a grandson. You can imagine how a sentimental fool like me would be over the moon. Where have you been keeping yourself? What video did you see? And that is an email from David. Response, so good to hear from you, Jeffrey. I've thought of you often. I miss you. How are you? Know us travel till fall, going to Japan to do a talk in Hiroshima in August. Otherwise, just up in Beacon till teaching before Labor Day. Jeffrey replies, I'm in Santa Fe for the month. Are you out west at all? Again, there are paragraphs about attorney-client communication requesting destruction of the emails. From Yabor Y to Jeffrey Epstein. I will let you know if I can do it. Yabor says, for how long will you be there? Jeffrey, come to New Mexico. It's beautiful here. Yabor, no, not really. I'm coming to New York in the 14th. Epstein writes, do you like Washington? Again, there are various paragraphs requesting to keep this attorney-client privileged communication confidential. Jeffrey to Richard Kahn, split. Richard Kahn, confirming that room will be light in cost when he stays at hotel on STT. Jeffrey replies, yes to Joyce. Richard Kahn says, please advise how I should respond. Thank you. Richard Kahn says, if I go to the island for the weekend, will I get reimbursed for my room? Also, if Joyce comes this week, can I show her property and residence or not allowed? Jeffrey messages to Kathy, how about a massage facial at the Peninsula? My treat. Leslie Groff emails Jeffrey Epstein, and the subject is Mark Wilczewski. Mark Wilczewski left a very long message for you, basically all the same, asking if you could please help him with some money. He has great things, and you could get anything you like. Stuart Pavar has helped, and others he mentioned, Woody, but it was hard to understand what he was saying. Mark has moved to redacted and asked you to please make an appointment and come see him and his things. From Jeffrey to Lighton, Ann, and Richard Kahn. Master bed floor, Cabana 1 and 2 showers. Cabana 1 smell, gym roof, roads, rhino seed, all in August. Jeffrey to redacted, asking, is school finished? Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein, sending a link to a Yahoo News article, Twitter shares climb, earnings surprise. Larry Vysotsky to Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey, SCT Customs wants us inside the building by 5:45 p.m. Should I pick you up on LSJ at 5:15 p.m.? Thanks. Jeffrey sends an email to LV Jet. It's a Lancaster Online article. It says company FAA working on Gulfstream jet fail-safe problem. From Jeffrey to Peter Thiel, Korean currency. From a redacted person to Jeffrey Epstein regarding Jeff Hawkins. I have talked to his second in command, Donna Dubinsky. In fact, she guest lectures for my Neuroventures class about their AI/brain startup, Numenta. She is CEO. Off the record comments. One key issue with their work is that it's a model that attempts to mimic brain maps. But again, as with European Brain Project, we don't have brain maps. So there are a lot of assumptions built into their models. Perhaps as a result, their models haven't done much. I think Numenta finally kind of gave up trying to develop big hits with their AI engine and open sourced everything, hoping others would sign on. A link is provided to numenta.org, but I'm not sure any major outputs have happened yet. Signed, Ed. From Jochi Ito, have you guys talked to Jeff Hawkins? Is his AI brain stuff interesting? Jeff Epstein email to Andrew Farkas, agreed. Andrew writes, does it matter, really? They all lie and never do what they say they're going to do. If you have one, you'll have one you like. I'll be all behind you, but not a single one since Turnbull has proven reliable in any way. Jeffrey writes, spoke to Matt for a while. An unlegible word is in bad health. Who is our candidate? From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein, I get there Thursday morning, staying with Elkus. Will you be there? From Leslie Groff to Jeffrey Epstein, subject Larry retest flight, August 3. Larry says he will have the final answer retest flight on Monday, August 3rd. He says it looks good, as the pilot seems to think it should be okay. L. Allen to Jeffrey Epstein, Ann Rodriguez, Richard Kahn. We will take care of this. Have a great weekend. This is in response to Jeffrey's previous email about master bed floor, Cabana 1 and 2 showers, Cabana 1 smell equals gym roof, roads, hydro seed, all in August. Jeffrey's email to a redacted question, take photos. Jeffrey to Barry Josephson. Subject is relativity files for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, Hollywood Reporter. Jeffrey writes the word Burkle. Barry Josephson had asked, I can take this over, restructure, cut staff and costs, and make the most of this asset. Who's going to buy it? Sending a link to HollywoodReporter.com about the relativity Chapter 11 bankruptcy. From Jeffrey Epstein to redacted, subject, you are next. A link is provided to Pornhub. From Jeffrey to Jeffrey, subject line says White House. Contents simply says, please note. Jeffrey Epstein to Tom Pritzker. Ranch. Tom Pritzker wrote, flying Aspen to Chicago today. New York, end of month, you? Jeffrey asks, Aspen? Jeffrey Epstein to Leighton Allenby, Richard Kahn. Going to Palm Beach before Island might make sense. You have an idea of what is going to happen at the property? Pebbles, seawall, in-house structure? Jeffrey Epstein to redacted, toys always available. There is the Napa dinner on Saturday and the science dinner on Sunday. I will try to go Saturday. Redacted wrote, Dean will most likely only stay Saturday. He is just getting back from Italy tonight. I wasn't planning to fly with him tomorrow, but if toys are involved, I may reconsider. Jeffrey writes, dinner on Sunday or that evening on Saturday. Should I bring you a toy? Redacted said, I think Dean is now planning to make it Brockman's dinner. Are you going? From Daniel Saba to Jeffrey Epstein. Note says classification confidential. Hi, do you have a moment to follow up on this? I am at blank. Redacted. Thank you, says Daniel. From Jeffrey, what is the name of the CO / not? Again, word is illegible. Daniel writes, classification confidential. Hi, Jeffrey. We want to discuss with you a private opportunity in DNA sequencing. Todd, whom I mentioned to you last week, would be on the call. It is a bit time sensitive. Do you have a moment to discuss today? Jeffrey emailed to Leighton Allenby. We should work on a schedule that minimizes the activity on the island when I am there. Jeffrey to redacted. Skype this weekend? Jeffrey to Michael Wolf. 1 month old? ? Jeffrey to redacted. Merely sends question marks. Kathy emailed to Jeffrey, starting to like my haircut now. Redacted to Jeffrey, did you connect with Dean at all? From Jeffrey to Richard Kahn, okay. Redacted wrote, Leighton submitted an expense report for the following. 1 week pay, July 27th through the 31st, $175,000, last 52, $3,365 and 38. Travel expenses, 2 airline tickets, cars, $1,786 and 90 cents. Health insurance, August 2015, $1,660. Relocation expenses, $5,339 and 87 cents. Total, $12,152 and 15 cents. Please advise if okay to send. Thank you. Note this amount will be 50% reimbursed by Russell as a reduction of his fees. Richard Kahn, HBRK Associates in New York. Redacted to Jeffrey, 11 p.m. Lithuanian time. Jeffrey to redacted, what time Wicked Skype? Redacted, okay, today equals we'll do it. From Jeffrey to redacted, go your knees, put your ass towards the mirror, and take a photo. Redacted says something like this. Redacted, check out tomorrow and then send Rich Kahn a note if you do not. Redacted, not yet. I am going to try Wicked Photo. From Jeffrey, did you receive all the money? Jeffrey to redacted, look at the Tomorrow Agency Milan. Jeffrey to redacted, useful to know. What is the idea? What does Dickie think? Redacted, you want someone based in Florida or New York? Jeffrey, Great idea. What do you mean about placed? Redacted. I'm thinking about going to work, but I'm not sure I'm ideally placed. Jeffrey, why? From Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, all construction projects going forward. Richard forwards an email from Leighton Allenby to Danny Vickers and Rodriguez Leighton Allenby. Hello, Anna and Danny. Going forward, illegible word. All of Epstein's buildings, patios, buildings, and pool. Listing 1, all floors, surfaces, lamps, etc. will be covered and protected. 2, dock surfaces to be covered when working on storing tools. 3, use of wonderboard. Illegible word. Blankets and clean tarps must be used to protect all. Illegible word. Please review this and inform all vendors, staff, and contractors that you will be holding them accountable, and I'll be holding you accountable. Please let the house cleaners know that they are to let Anna know if someone isn't complying with this request, and they can ask the vendors to stop and rectify the problem. The attached pictures show what to do. Shovel against wall and tile, tools on bathroom sink, etc. Please clean up areas and put down protection now. Thank you. No heavy equipment will be allowed on the paved roads without putting down plywood and ensuring that no damage is going to take place. Danny, please let's get together a list of items needed to make this happen and review with Anna and I. Anna and I also noticed items not organized in Mr. Epstein's bedroom for the demo. Please have the housekeepers organize the clothing and other items. The clothing should be hung up, not laid out. The outside tub should be covered when Mr. Epstein isn't in residence. Do you have a cover? If not, one should be fabricated. Thank you for understanding and cooperating. Please reply back to me with your confirmation that you understand. And this is from Leighton Allenby, Director of Properties. Jeffrey to Ramsey Elcoli. Subject, passport. We'll know tomorrow evening. Ramsey writes, okay, I'm in. Don't want to spoil the trip. Here's my passport information, which is redacted. Thanks, Ramsey. Larry Vizosky to Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey, Dave and I arrive at STT tonight at 9:45 p.m. We complete Dave as flight engineer and my PIC ride today. We are scheduled to complete Bill's sim ride tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. What passengers will travel with you for pre-clearance in STT tomorrow? Redacted says to Jeffrey, East Wing is being renovated, so no tours until September. And someone had previously wrote, I forgot to ask East Wing tour. Jeffrey to Kathy. When do you return? I'm so glad you went. Jeffrey to redacted. Subject line, my retirement just got delayed another year. Jeffrey writes, when do you need it? Redactor writes, hi Jeffrey, help. I'm in sticker shock. Please give me a strategy to turn 10,000 into 20,000 over the next few months. I'll do anything, including sacrificing my firstborn, but trade options because I can't do the N word is illegible no matter how hard I try. I just got back from the dentist where I learned that I need 9 crowns. I was aware that I might need to replace the 6 in the front because I saw some gum recession, but I was unaware that the fillings in my molars had cracked and there was not enough tooth left to refill them in a way that would last and not require root canals down the road. I put aside 10,000 prior to my visit and thought I was prepared to take care of this, but the work is going to cost an unbelievable $20,600. Seems like the price of crowns has gone up since the last time I needed them 40 years ago. Be happy and healthy. Love, redacted. Jeffrey to Kathy, is there a final of the doc for Ariane? I'd like to get it done. Kathy writes, true. Beautiful here at last. Jeffrey writes, no lions equals at least. Doesn't feel like home anymore, you know? Jeffrey wrote, "How does it feel to be home?" Alireza Ittihadi to Jeffrey, "Is Darren sending the LOI?" Jeffrey had emailed, "Fly or not." Jeffrey to Kathy, "I'm glad." Redacted wrote, "Starting to like my haircut now." Jeffrey to Larry Visovsky, "Ask if there's anything that changes. Feedback with error data computer at latitude. Does it modulate? The spoilers so that banking at altitude is different. We know that illegible word is at 28K feet. What else happens?" Jeffrey to G. Sierra, "Slow moving bank." Jeffrey to Jonathan Farkas, "Go up slightly in October, oil between 44 to 55. Jeffrey to Sunyi Priven, "Do you need anything? How is the house?" Larry to Jeffrey, "There is an attachment. It's Rockwell Collins audio system." Lawrence Cross to Jeffrey Epstein, subject possible times Caribbean. Lawrence Cross writes, "This is very generous. We still have to decide on things and we'll let you know. Will you be there at all during the time so we could see you?" Of course the answer is, "I don't know, won't know, will much sooner," smiley face. Lawrence Cross is a professor at Arizona State University. Jeffrey says, "I'll book you Ritz, my treat." Lawrence, "Hi, managed to get flight reservations for October 9th through 14th for St. Thomas. Don't need to purchase till September 5th. Looking at condos and hotels at the moment, but may hold off till know about island possibilities," smiley face. From Redacted to Epstein, subject, "Funny story, I think so anyways. I called the Roberta Bright Daycare Center on West 36th Street to get proof that I taught there, hoping to apply that towards my retirement. When I told them I worked there in 1973 or 74, they sounded shocked. They said there was no way they could get that information because those records were stored in a warehouse in New Jersey. I wonder why they have a storage facility if they won't retrieve records from it. But anyways, I hung with the phone feeling like a relic. Was it really that long ago? How did the world ever function before computers and the internet? Do you remember what year I lived on Ocean Parkway near the Broadway and worked on the Center Max? My next approach will be asking the IRS for copies of my W-2s. Should be interesting." Jeffrey writes back, "You owe me a photo." Jeffrey to Joy Ido, "Free to speak? ? Melanie Spinella to Jeffrey, "Can you please call Leon in 3 minutes? Then he goes into a meeting." Melanie is writing from Apollo Management on West 57th Street in New York. Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein, subject, "Deutsche Bank CEO is reportedly on his way out." Richard Kahn sends a New York Post link. Jeffrey Epstein to Nicole, all it contains is question marks. Eric Roth to Jeffrey Epstein, "I thought you do not drink or do drugs. Only 'cause it's you. Make sure you have Darren write me into your will. You can't leave it all to Harvard and the sciences. See you at 10 p.m. Have a safe flight. P.S. Earlier would be better, but for the moment, I'll figure 10 p.m. Best regards, Eric." Eric Roth is president. He does not list the company other than 2221 Smithtown Avenue, Long Island is listed as an airport. Jeffrey to Eric, "I'm thinking of landing at Islip at 10 p.m. tomorrow so you can play with the plane Wednesday, Thursday. Does that work?" Jeffrey Epstein to Oliver Colum, "Stay strong." From Ann Rodriguez to Jeffrey Epstein, subject, VI Daily News, Mr. John Woods, link to Virgin Island Daily News, trio charged in pay-to-play scheme. Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Reminder, toilet door, resurface pool, army tents. Kathy to Jeffrey. Obviously need to see contractual language. Perhaps they were relying on force majeure. Illegible word, but he should sue for breach of contract. Presumably, they are expecting him to do so and will negotiate a resolution. Lawrence Cross to Jeffrey Epstein, possible times Caribbean. Cross says thank you. Jeffrey says already done. Lawrence, hi Jeffrey, it looks like we will be doing this. Thank you so much. Should I make reservations at Ritz or will your people? Thanks again. Lawrence Cross, this is very generous. We still have to decide on things and I will let you know. Will you be there at all during the time so we could see you? Of course, the answer is I don't know and we'll know much closer. And then it's a repeat of the previous email where Jeffrey Epstein offers to book him the Ritz and they discuss dates. Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein, subject, my retirement just got delayed another year. This is the same previous email I read about the dental costs. From Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thomas Roth, tracking for shipment to Miami. Originally an email from Marianne Burton to Peter Thomas Roth says, hi Peter, was Jeffrey Epstein able to locate the shipment? Peter wrote to him, being Jeffrey Epstein, did you find it? Jeffrey says it's in Palm Beach and confirms yes. Jeffrey to Michael Wolf asking, how is it? Jeffrey to Joichi Ito, re Jeff Hawkins. I think IBM took Numenta in-house. And this is part of a forward of a previous email I read about Numenta. Ann Rodriguez to Jeffrey Epstein, subject Mr. John Woods. There's a link to viconsortium.com politics / former director of VI Public Finance Authority and others charged with conspiracy and bribery. Joshua Cooper Ramo to Jeffrey Epstein. Probably not. This is in response to Jeffrey's email, want to have lunch with me and Bannon. From Jeffrey Epstein to Naomi Chomsky. August 27th, New York might work with Ehud. You are closer in views than either would imagine. S. Hansen 900 to Jeffrey. Any chance you're in Palm? Question, you coming back to Palm this week? Jeffrey replies, Caribbean. S. Hansen 900 has a blank note simply saying it was sent from an iPhone. Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein. Trump widens lead in new poll. thehill.com/blogs ballot box GOP primaries. Trump lead widens in national poll. Thursday, June 23rd. Blank came here and said you are still here and don't feel well. That's from redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. It's been my honor to read part of the Epstein files for you this morning. We need a full investigation into these files, and we need Congress to take action. There are men who need to be prosecuted and others involved in this sex trafficking ring, and we need to understand better the influences on our government, its leaders, and all the foreign influences involved. Thank you again. I'm Laura Dunn. I'm running for Congress in NY12.
Laura, thank you so much for joining today. We are, oh my gosh, 20 hours, 22 minutes in. We have been at it. And so we have, I'm like, my mouth is so bad right now. I'm brain dead, but just over 3 hours left to go, 3.5 hours left to go. Is that right? But thankfully I have people here to join me so I can have help Look, I really am brain dead. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone watching. You know, we've seen comments from folks, especially in these early morning hours, people watching from Europe. So grateful for everyone who has tuned in, who has donated to World Without Exploitation, which is, if you see the QR code on screen, that's where you can donate. And, you know, they are doing such important work. They're an organization taking on sex trafficking and the powerful networks that protect it, networks that look a lot like what's in these files. So anyhow, I am so excited that joining me now is a dear friend of mine, an advocate, a writer, a mom, and a survivor, Lauren Lehman Carter of the Good Work Collective, whose work is rooted in empathy and truth-telling and using her platform to push people toward action. And she has built a community by saying the hard things, saying them plainly, refusing to look away while people in power want silence. And so, Lauren, thank you so much. I'm going to let you take over from here. You're amazing.
Good morning. As I get settled here, just additional thanks and appreciation to Eliza and the incredible production team putting this together. Sometimes I cry on the internet, so I can't make any promises about what's going to happen here today. I'm just going to pick up where we left off. It is an email sent Thursday, July 23rd, 2015 at 5:17 p.m. to Jeffrey from Redacted. Redacted came here and said that you are still here and don't feel well. Frowny face. Sent from my iPhone. Then from Anne Rodriguez to Jeffrey, Wednesday, July 29th, 2015, 5:14 p.m. Subject is Mr. Epstein. Leighton said that you don't like me to call you boss man and that you're not happy with how things are being done on Island. And he said he is here to help me. I guess me calling you boss man is just a comfort for me to you. I am really trying my hardest to keep you happy and comfortable at all times when you come home. I'm sorry. Frowny face. I'll make a note of everything and try much harder. I don't want you to be disappointed in me. From Jeffrey, sent on Friday, August 14th, 2015 at 3:23 p.m. to Ava Dubin. How's it going? And then at the bottom there's a disclaimer. Please note the information contained in this communication is confidential and may be attorney-client privileged, and so forth. From Jeffrey to Redacted, August 2nd, 2015, 2:30 a.m. Now that I understand, try to take some nude photos. Be open, brave, sexy, wild. Dance, jump, have fun, live. From Jeffrey to Redacted, Sunday, August 9th, 2015, 1:17 p.m. No subject. Great. On Sunday, August 9th, 2015 at 6:58 a.m., Redacted wrote, auto portrait for you. So the great was a reply to the auto portrait. From Jeffrey, sent Monday, August 3rd, 2015 at 12:41 p.m. to Kathy Rumler. No subject. I am so happy you are there and away from the real world. And it looks like this was a reply to Kathy, but there is nothing in that email originally. It just says sent from my iPad. To Joy Ito, Tuesday, July 21st, 2015, 9:36 p.m. Oh no, this is from Joy Ito to Jeffrey. And I'm going to read this chronologically so that it makes sense because it's a thread. So I'm going to start with Tuesday, July 21st, 2015. Joy Ito sent to Jeffrey. Yeah, in meetings too, but maybe call briefly around 5 p.m. And the reply is okay at 2:34 p.m. And then another reply, calling you now. Then Jeffrey responds at 5:23 p.m. Still in meeting, let's try 6:30. Okay, I'll call you at 6:30. But do you know whether you're coming to Boston or if you want me to go to NYC? Winky face. My assistant just started booking stuff for tomorrow. Joy. Then on July 21st, he says, I am trying to come. And then Joy responds, that's what she said. And the rest of this document is the disclaimer about confidential information. Okay. August 16th, Sunday, 2015 at 3:51 p.m. from Eva Dubin to Jeffrey Epstein, no subject. Yes, I miss Colorado. And this was a response to an email from Jeffrey. And I believe it says home. HO =E. Context clues tells me that's home. So then we have more emails from Jeffrey to Eliza, I'm going to mispronounce this, Idihadea. I am told the Malaysia BBJ went for 15 M, not 16. Is that not accurate? And this was a response to, is Darren sending the LOI? Fly or not? Tuesday, August 18th, 2015, 1:44 p.m. from Joy Ito to Jeffrey Epstein. It was great, actually. Bill did a good job, too. He had a chance to chat with Bill, which was good. I told him about Kevin Esvelt, and Bill told me he funded the original Mosquito Gene Drive stuff. Smiley face. And that was an email in response to, how was it? Wednesday, August 12th, 2015, 11:02 p.m. from Jeffrey Epstein to Ramsey Elkhali. East Wing being renovated, in all caps. No tours until September, and no clearance for at least a week on the West Wing. Sorry. Tuesday, July 28th, 2015 at 10:01 a.m. from Jeffrey Epstein to Shahzad Shabazz. Next step? Question mark. Saturday, August 15th, 2015 from Jeffrey Epstein to redacted, no subject. And this is a response to an email I'll read in chronological order. Saturday, August 2015, redacted, sent to Jeffrey. I'm sorry, I was a little bit lost when you asked me about sex and what I want to try with you. As you know, I am a virgin, so I know nothing about sexual life and cannot answer you. What I know, I want to try sex because maybe I will feel more confidence. Sometimes I think I am too shy for modeling. You are attractive for me, and that is why I told you, why not? And Jeffrey Epstein's response to that was, understood. On Saturday, August 1st, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein to Joy Ito, subject, FYI. And this is a thread, so I will read from the bottom up for chronological purposes. On August 1st, Jeffrey sent to Joy, if you have time, you should consider coming to my ranch this week as my friend is filming a big action Western. I think you might find it amusing. She responds, that sounds cool. Let me see when I'm done with my dive training. Thanks. Also, I'm arranging my pickup in LA. What's the airport and time for our landing? What are you doing after we land? Joy. And Jeffrey responds, Burbank landing at 10, taking a demo ride on a BBJ C2, then free for the day, drive to Bev Hills, leave Burbank around 7 for ranch. July 24th, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein to Anne Rodriguez. Please check master bed air vent. Seems to be failing. From Courtney Gelfond on behalf of Daniel Bloom to Daniel Bloom, Thursday, July 30th, 2015. Subject, K1. Dear investor, please note that the K1s you have just received are for Booth Bay Multi-Strategy Fund LP and not Booth Bay Absolute Return Strategy. I apologize for the confusion. Best, Daniel. From Anne Rodriguez, Wednesday, August 12th, 2015, 5:28 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, mechanical building. There is an image attached to this one. Hey, boss man. I was thinking maybe we could sell the mechanical building to the highest bidder. Then the buyer could come over to do the demo by taking it apart like a puzzle, put it on low boy, and go with it. It's still a great building, and I would hate to see it go to waste. We could probably do a trade-off with Andy over our bill with him. 2, we could sell it to Big Sam. 3, we could sell it to Better Roads. 4, we could sell it to Heavy Materials. If we can't find a buyer, then we crush it. What are your thoughts? Please advise. Ann R. From Anne Rodriguez, Monday, August 10th, 2015, 10:07 a.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. Carbon copy, Leighton Allenby and Richard Kahn. Subject, updates. Cecile said that we had to get it done while Jean was on vacation and that she had already spoken to you about it. Sorry, I should have double-checked with you. Ann R. That was in response to an email from Jeffrey Epstein at 1:40 a.m. that said Jim Roof should have taken priority over office. Who made that decision? And that was in response to an email on Sunday, August 9th, 2015 at 10:39 p.m. from Anne. And it is redacted who it's sent to. Gym roof. The carpenters will start on the gym roof tomorrow. The carpenters were over at ST last week building cabinets, cutting out drywall, and inspecting for mold. Master floor. Pokey had to replace the plywood underneath the old floorboards as well because it's too much moisture. Roads. Crusher run needed to continue project. I'll speak with Leighton, Danny, and Jeffers tomorrow morning. Waterfall. Peter will begin waterfall layers from top to bottom. I will send pictures as soon as he begins. Palms. Chris is planting palms tomorrow, and hydro seeding will begin on Thursday. Barge. Last update for barge completion was on August 10th, but that has changed due to new plans needed under the hill. I'll call Jean tomorrow for a new update. We'll send pictures tomorrow evening of everything. Ann R. From Kathy Remler, sent Monday, August 3rd, 2015 at 5:29 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. No subject. She wore a bikini and I wore a wetsuit. Did not want to get stung by jellyfish, and I was freaking out about the sharks the entire time, but I did it. Sent from my iPad. This was in response to an email from Jeffrey that said, "Sweet, and destroy this communication and all copies thereof, including all attachments." From Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein, Wednesday, July 29th, 2015 at 12:47 a.m. Subject, what do you think? Thanks. Hard to get used to it when I look in the mirror. And this was in response to an email that Jeffrey wrote that said, great. From Jeffrey Epstein, Wednesday, July 22nd, 2015 at 3:43 p.m. to Jess Staley. Tom Caleris, reputation, Barclay. From Peter Attia, Thursday, August 6th, 2015, 3:40 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. No subject. This is another one that is a thread, so I'll read from the bottom up. Thursday, August 6th at 9:23 a.m. Peter wrote, I use Prescript Assist, but to be honest, I think this entire space is a morass of nonsense. Why? Oh, I'm sorry. The first email was from Jeffrey to Peter on Thursday, the 6th at 8:22 a.m. And he asks, is there a probiotic you prefer? And then the response about Prescript Assist. And then Jeffrey responds to Peter at 8:26 a.m. and says, Harvard guys talking about biota. And then from Peter to Jeffrey, long discussion, maybe in New Mexico. Who's coming to New Mexico, by the way? Anything I need to do to prepare? From Redacted, on Sunday, July 26th, 2015, 8:54 p.m. to JEE vacation at Gmail. That is Jeffrey's email address. Subject, fun trip. So this is in a response to an email that Jeffrey Epstein wrote on July 26, 2015 at 4:35 p.m. He said, I think if you girls want, you should all go to China and Hong Kong as soon as Redacted has visa. You can shop for 3 or 4 days, easy. And the response is, thank you, Jeffrey. From Jeffrey Epstein, sent on Monday, July 27th, 2015 at 2:28 p.m. to Michael Wolf. No subject. It is part of a thread. So the original email, Jeffrey wrote, "How is it?" And Michael Wolf's response at 10:19 a.m. was, "Well, there's a reason people keep doing this." And Jeffrey's response to Michael was, "Nice." From Jeffrey Epstein, sent Saturday, August 15th, 2015 at 9:25 p.m. to Brad S. Karp. Any news? From Jeffrey Epstein, sent Wednesday, July 29th, 2015 at 5:35 p.m. to Ann Rodriguez. Subject, Mr. Epstein. Okay, and this is an email I read earlier is he's responding to. So she sent an email saying, "I guess me calling you boss man is just a comfort for me to you. I'm really trying my hardest to keep you happy and comfortable at all times when you come home. I'm sorry," frowning face. "I'll make note of everything and try much harder. I don't want you to be disappointed in me. Ann R." And he responded, "I never said that. Boss man is fine." From Gianna Sarazi, sent Wednesday, July 29th, 2015 at 3:21 a.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. No subject. It says, "For sure, is she in Milan? Thank you." And this was in response to an email Jeffrey sent to Gianna that says, "My friend, redacted, from Lithuania would like to try to model. Can someone see her on Thursday or Friday?" And then there is an email from Jeffrey Epstein to Jeffrey Epstein, Wednesday, August 12th at 2015 at 1:04 a.m. And there is nothing in that email. From redacted, sent Sunday, August 9th, 2015 at 1:21 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. "I am trying to improve in that. I hope you don't mind sharing. It's really important for me to keep connected with you. You teach me when you even don't know it. Big kiss." From Jeffrey Epstein, sent Tuesday, July 21st, 2015 at 9:36 p.m. to redacted. No subject. And this is another thread, so starting from the bottom. I'm seeing here that on this page, they redacted someone earlier in the pages, but have not redacted this person down below. So just for consistency, I'm going to keep that redacted. I don't know who this person is. On Tuesday, July 21st, 2015, the person whose name is otherwise redacted said, "Just finished with the boss. Got 30 minutes with him one-on-one, which was very nice. Still have Queen-style roots." And then Jeffrey Epstein responded to that email and said, "I'll come now. I'll wait." And then Jeffrey responded again at 5:21 p.m. "We are all here." And then the person whose name is redacted, it is a woman, I'll say, says, "Walking faster." And then at 9:36 p.m. he says, "Okay." From Greg Weiler, sent Wednesday, July 22nd, 2015 at 11:21 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, Who painted your plane? And this thread for consistency. I'll get you the details. FYI, I think you should consider a G4 instead of the Falcon. Better all the way around. That was sent from Jeffrey at 6:12 p.m. on July 22nd. Greg Weiler responds at 6:41 p.m. Was looking at that today. I'm paying $9.5 million for the F900 and another $2 million for more upgrades. F900 cost more than G4, I think, but OPEX is less. I am signing LOI on aircraft next day or two. Appreciate any input. And Jeffrey responds with a link to globalair.com. It looks like this is a Gulfstream. And then Greg Weiler responds, and go. From Paul S. Barrett, sent Tuesday, August 11th, 2015 at 6:09 p.m. to Brad Welsher, carbon copy Jeffrey Epstein, Barrett team, and Rich Jocelyn. Subject, forward, long USD, short KRW. Hi, Brad. Not sure if you saw, but CNH weekend, 3% overnight. KRW down almost 2%. We think this kicks off a currency war in Asia with a race to the bottom. We are still targeting 1250, 6 down from here. Paul. And it looks like that was in response to an email from Barrett Paul, or from Paul Barrett, sent Thursday, July 23rd, 2015 at 5:36 p.m. to Brad Welsher, carbon copy Barrett team. Brad, here is our latest piece on KRW, calling for more KRW weakness. And then down below, there is a little code here. And then it says, since MI 2012, JPY has weakened over 35% versus the USD, yet KRW has only depreciated slightly due in large part to a positive current account, chart 1. As a result, KRW has strengthened by approximately 35% versus the JPY over the last 3 years, significantly impairing the affordability of Korean exports. YOY exports fell for a 6th consecutive month in June. As an example, 33% of Korea's GDP is represented by Samsung and Hyundai, both heavy export-oriented companies. Source, Business Korea. In addition to an uncompetitive currency, Korea is suffering from low inflation, high levels of debt, and near zero interest rates. Sound like Japan? To combat these conditions, the BOK has been cutting rates now at 1.5%, but with rates already low, it's hard for that to have much of an impact. Recently, South Korea's National Pension Fund announced that it would diversify approximately 1% of its holdings into foreign assets, i.e. QE labeled as asset diversification. Source, FT. So, what does an export-driven economy do when its competitors have devalued their currencies? Rate cut impact is limited, and debt levels are already high. They have to weaken their currency, and arguably KRW has far more correct against JPY than the euro does against USD. Additionally, getting short KRW also satisfies several other goals: owning EM, downside protection exposure, owning a position benefiting from USD strength, owning a position that potentially benefits from China rolling over on its currency, the IMF review, and the SDR basket, October 9th through 11th. How does the trade go wrong? South Korean 8217's current account balance is +7 of GDP, representing one key element against KRW depreciation. However, the won is a controlled currency, trades through NDFs, and appreciation from trade flow is managed and arguably can be reversed in the event of the government 8217's desire to weaken the currency. Significant reversal in USD strength and or JPY weakness. The need for strength in South Korean government to step in. Sources: Bloomberg, as of July 15th, JP Morgan, Financial Times, Business Korea. The views and strategies described herein may not be suitable for all investors. Certain strategies may expose investors to potential risks and losses. So that whole thread was from Paul Barrett to Brad Welcher and the Barrett team. Moving to Wednesday, July 29th, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein. No subject, and it is sent to A. de Rothschild. Free now. From Zorro to J. Epstein, sent Thursday, August 6th, 2015 at 8:39 p.m. Subject: call. Darren called, responding to your email. No need to call. From Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein, Sunday, July 26th, 2015 at 9:30 p.m. From Jeremy: you're a sex goddess. You were sent to the planet Earth to change people's opinions of what sexy is. From Column Olivier, sent Friday, July 24th, 2015, 9:27 a.m. to Jeffrey Epstein, no subject. This is a thread. The original email was from Jeffrey Epstein to Olivier, and it says, stay strong. And his response is, thanks, I will. From Joy Ito, Thursday, August 6th, 2015, 3:41 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject: Jeff Hawkins. This is a thread, a forwarded message, so I will read it in chronological order. There are several redactions. Let's see. So it looks like this starts on Thursday, August 6th, 2015 at 9:30 a.m. Joy wrote, have you guys talked to Jeff Hawkins? Is his AI brain stuff interesting? Joy. And from Ed Boyden, subject Jeff Hawkins, to Joy, and another redacted email. Ed says, I have talked to his second in command, Donna Dubinsky. In fact, she guest lectured for my neuroventures class about their AI brain startup, Numenta. She is CEO. Off the record comments. One key issue with their work is that it's a model that attempts to mimic brain maps. But again, as with the European Human Brain Project, we don't yet have brain maps. So there are a lot of assumptions built into their models. Perhaps as a result, their models haven't done much. I think I don't know what this word is because there are some characters. I think Umenta finally gave up on trying to develop big hits with their AI engine and open sourced everything, hoping others would sign in. Oh, that word I was struggling with is Numenta here. There's a website, numenta.org. But I'm not sure any major outputs have happened yet. Best, Ed. And then this exchange was forwarded to Jeffrey Epstein, and he says, I think IBM took Numenta in-house. And Joy's response to Jeffrey on that email is, BTW, do you know Jeff Jonas? He's smart about data stuff. I'm using his boat for the next 3 days. He's an investor in my fund. He is the guy who busted the MIT blackjack team. He is at IBM, but he lives in Vegas and busts bad guys using data. Decoding Jeff Jonas, wizard of big data. And there is a link to a National Geographic article. Might be fun for you to meet. Joy. Moving to Wednesday, August 12th, 2015 at 3:04 a.m. from Jeffrey Epstein to Svet. Subject is just forward. There is no content in this email that was forwarded, but it is from Jeffrey Epstein to Jeffrey Epstein. No subject. Tuesday, August 11th at 9:03 p.m. So the day before. From Jeffrey Epstein, sent Sunday, August 2nd, 2015 at 3:45 p.m. to Eliza Etihadea. I apologize, I'm probably mispronouncing that. You told me yesterday that the chopping guys bought it. I don't care. I care about Burbank tomorrow. Aircraft is not old and still available for sale as far as we know. I'm going to wrap up after this. Further down in this thread, it says, I'm told the Malaysia BBJ went for 15 million, not 16. Is that not accurate? That was from Jeffrey to Ali Reza. And prior to that, Ali Reza said, is Darren sending? And Jeffrey said, fly or not. So I am stopping here. Thank you, friend. You are amazing. A lot of planes and...
No kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding. Okay, we have officially just hit the 21-hour mark. 3 hours to go. We have been at it for 21 hours. We are reading the Epstein files live here at the Donald J. Trump Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan, and we will be at it for the next 3 hours for a total of 24 hours. Oh my gosh. And while we read, we are asking you to do one thing. There is a QR code on your screen. Scan it. At that link, you can support World Without Exploitation, an organization that takes on sex trafficking and the powerful networks that protect it. And so give what you can and stay with us because we are continuing for the next 3 hours. I am joined now by writer and labor activist Talia Jane with Prism Reports. Talia, thank you so much for being here with us today. And would you mind introducing yourself and telling us why you're here? And then we'll let you take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is, can I adjust this at all or should I leave it? Okay. My name is Talia. I'm an independent reporter. Sure, yeah. I'm going to get a box. Thank you. Oh, a Pelican case, too. Wow. Is it the pink one? Yeah. There we go. This is Talia on the box. Oh my God. Holy cow. I see a lot of dust up here. All right. We're good? Thank you. Oh my God, I'm so tall now. This is amazing. My name is Talia Jane. I'm an independent reporter. I cover protests and social movements. I've reported for a number of outlets, including Prism Reports. And I have been doing that since 2020. And prior to that, I made some waves advocating for fair wages at Yelp in 2016. That was kind of where things started. And over the years, I've just been drawn towards spaces and voices that are speaking out against injustice. And so I'm very glad to be here. I reported on this space before it opened, and seeing the response to it has been pretty astonishing, you know, because I feel like a lot of times when you are witnessing injustice, it feels like you're yelling into the wind during a hurricane. And seeing people respond and understand that this is a huge injustice is happening. Even just the way that the files have been redacted has been so sloppy and harmful. And for people who are rising up and speaking out collectively and, you know, using what they can to advocate however they can, I think is important. And so I'm very glad to be here today reading somewhere from here. I'm not actually sure because the book got closed. Do we know? I'll just buy some time. Do you know where she was at? The white? Okay. Cool. All right. 9 a.m. on a Tuesday, and we are reading some really depressing stuff. So these are emails that were sent to and from Jeffrey Epstein. This one is from someone named John Brockman. I will come for SAT if okay with you. Certainly, here's some info below. Let's discuss in the AM. JB. Saturday, August 1st, 7 a.m. breakfast at Harvest Inn, 8:30 a.m. to 10:15 a.m. Class 1 at Spring Mountain, 8:30 a.m. to noon, Class 2 at Spring Mountain, 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. lunch, tour of Vineyard, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Class 3 at Spring Mountain, 3:45 p.m. to unknown, it's something 15 p.m. Class 4 at Spring Mountain, break, 6:30 p.m. dinner at Meadowwood Grill at Meadowwood Inn. Oakland Bay Bridge to Harvest Inn, and then there's a map link. 1 hour 15 minutes. Golden Gate Bridge to Harvest Inn map. 1 hour 13 minutes. Harvest Inn to Spring Mountain Valley Yard map link. 7 minutes, 2.7 miles. 6:30 p.m. dinner, the grill at Meadowwood, Napa Valley, 900 Meadowwood Lane, St. Helena, California. And then there's a link to the restaurant, which is apparently just slightly over an hour outside San Francisco. So that's good to know if you are ever in San Francisco and you want to visit a very niche tourist attraction. No. This is from Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Almost there. This is at 9:37 p.m., July 21st, 2015. Response from Jeffrey Epstein at 5:30 p.m., July 21st. I assume different time zones. Okay. On Tuesday, July 20-something, 2015, either talking or walking, ... faster. Sent from my iPhone, which you can disable in settings, by the way. It's really annoying, I know, to have that pop up. But you just go to your settings in your iPhone mail account and just delete the signature. And then you don't have 2015 era emails. July 21st, 2015 at 5:21 p.m., Jeffrey Epstein wrote, "We are all here." Same time, or same day. "Come now, I'll wait." This guy's desperate. Tuesday, July 21st, 2015. "Just finished with the boss. Got 30 minutes with him one-on-one, which was very nice. Still have Queens-style roots. ... I don't know who the boss is or why they would have Queens-style roots, but you can, I think, guess who that might be about. Please note, the information contained in this communication is confidential and may be attorney-client privileged. Yada, yada." And then that repeats 3 times. From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein's August 2nd, 2015 at 2:47 a.m. "I fly from Santa Rosa to Seattle tomorrow. You with Joy and Reed? Just saw both. XX. Co-authored with iPhone autocorrect." Now, that's almost even worse than sent from my iPhone, because that's someone who did that deliberately, that signature. That's heinous. Why we should unredact that name to find out who has that signature, because that's disgusting. August 1st, 2015, 7:15 p.m., Jeffrey Epstein wrote, "No, on the ranch. We'll be in Palo Alto tomorrow." August 1st, 2015, 9:38 p.m., and it has the name redacted but not the email address, so mail to Linda Stone. "I get there Thursday afternoon, staying with the Elkises. Will you be there? Co-author with iPhone autocorrect." Okay, so we know who did this terrible signature, and it's someone named Linda, which honestly, unfortunately, tracks. Sorry to the Lindas out there. And that is, again, it has the copy paste of the notice for confidentiality. From Michael Wolf to Jeffrey Epstein, August 9th, 2015 at 1:21 p.m. "Indeed, and already my old life forgotten. Where are you? NYC this week? Chat?" Response from Jeffrey Epstein at same day. "1 month old? Question mark. Another email, August 6th at 8:49 p.m. to Jeffrey. "Alex is coming to Miami August 21st for a week. All the best, comma, redacted name." Then there is a link to a Slate article from Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, this is getting juicy. August 2nd, 2015, to Noam Chomsky. It's a Slate article, and he's saying, "Here is a different form of matching to see if it is a song that you have already heard. Only 15 points of match with a hash function, quite insensitive to noise. Once laid down, a grammar could be established, leaving room for some hard wiring, i.e. alarm calls, etc., and mapped. A sentence might be seen to be grammatical or not." So this is apparently some linguistic nerd chatter. August 10th, 2015, 11:27 a.m. from Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein and Leighton Allenby. Re-updates. "Not sure how long Jim Roof will take, but Jan out of office July 31st to August 17th. August 10th at 6:06 a.m. Anne Rodriguez says, "Cecile said that we have to get it done while Jan was on vacation and that she had already spoken to you about it. Sorry, I should have double-checked with you. Anne R." And then Jeffrey Epstein responds, August 10th, "Jim Roof should have taken priority over office. Who made that decision?" And then August 9th, Anne Rodriguez wrote, "Jim Roof, : the carpenters will start on the Jim Roof tomorrow morning. The carpenters were over at STC last week building cabinets, cutting out drywall, and inspecting for mold. Master floor, : Pokey had to replace the plywood underneath the old floorboards as well because of too much moisture. Roads. Crusher Road needed to continue project. I'll speak with Leighton, Danny, and Jeffers tomorrow morning. Jeffers, okay. Waterfall. Peter will begin the waterfall layers from top to bottom. I will send pictures as soon as he begin. Palms. Chris is planting palms tomorrow and hydro seeding will begin on Thursday. Barge. Last update for barge completion was August something, but that has changed due to new plates needed under the hull. I'll call Jean tomorrow for a new update. So there's some renovations going on at a place that has a barge, a waterfall, a gym, and a master floor that Pokey had to replace the plywood underneath. And whatever a crusher run is needed. I don't know what that is, but... Oh, and then she continues, I will send pictures tomorrow evening of everything, which I assume at the state of affairs, it was pictures of a lot of stuff very chaotically strewn about. Jeffrey Epstein, earlier on this email thread, said, Leighton, Anna, please send me updates of gym roof, master floor, road, landscape, waterfall, trees, barge, etc. So she's responding point by point to his very poorly typed out request for updates on different areas of this property that is being renovated. And then we'll go backwards on this email thread that I don't fully understand. So this is from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Attia, August 6, 2015. Jeffrey Epstein writes, is there a probiotic that you prefer? And Peter Attia says, I use Prescript Assist, but to be honest, I think this entire space is a morass of nonsense. Why? Jeffrey Epstein responds, Harvard guys asking about biota. Peter Attia replies, long discussion, maybe an NM? I think New Mexico. Who's coming to New Mexico, by the way? Anything I need to do to prepare? Epstein responds, not sure yet, always flexible. So it started out as a conversation about probiotics and then became a trip to New Mexico. What a weird set of people. This is I don't know. Should I try and I'm gonna try and go backwards so these email threads make a little bit more sense. So February 26, 2014, 4:18 p.m. Gianni says thank you, and then Epstein says, what would you like to do, and why not take a new position at least for a while? No downside. Otherwise, present me a business plan. Someone else. No, it's the same person. Gianni says, I agree. Oh, wait. This is goofy. This is nonsense. I don't know. This is so poorly formatted that it's really hard to figure out where this starts and ends. I'm so sorry if I'm really sweaty. It's a little hot outside. It's like 90 degrees here. All right. I'm just going to do it straightforward instead of trying to be clever about this. Gianni Sarazi from Jeffrey Epstein. Can you please call me when you can? And Epstein, that's the subject line. And Epstein says, Golden Gate paid less than 30. And Gianni wrote, sure, here is the bridge. And then 1, the Excel is the budget, as you can see, from 18 months ago. 2, the data communicated to you yesterday is the actual of 2015 up to today. The 2014 budget was forecasting 45.90 tomorrow, 03.53 today, and 49.43 million, or sales without expenses, or invoicing, or re-invoicing to create a profit of 878,865, all in euros. For the actual for 2015 shows total invoicing without expenses of 37.03 million and about 4.4 million with expenses re-invoiced. The profit is 438K. I am attaching the file that I do every month as usual. So this guy, I guess, is doing accountant stuff. The underperformance is why I have to restructure Italy, as mentioned, to bring it to its full potential, and why I bought back and removed Giancarlo from leadership role that I will take. How convenient. I'm going to fire this guy and then take his job. Because, and he says, I know what to do and the root cause of it. We lost 2 of our biggest clients as they decided to move production abroad and internalize modeling. Then, Giancarlo fired last year our #1 director for personal reasons against my advice, but promised to still deliver on the budget. Clearly, these results did not materialize, and that's why he agreed to step down without any fight and to become just an employee. Oh, just an employee. This is the type of rhetoric that bosses use that tell you that you need to unionize. Third, the directors did not have responsibility to deliver, and Giancarlo's mother problems did not allow him to be present in the company more than just a couple of days per week this year. So a guy had to work a normal amount of time due to his mother problems, and he got fired and turned into just an employee. And then this guy took his job and is apparently explaining why he had to do that. Despite all of this, the company was not delivering the budget, but holding on. Since July, I have changed 2 directors out of 4, and now need to invest for a stronger director for the third table. The 4th director is perfect, he says in parentheses. And I'm going to wrap it up here, but leave it on this note midway through an email that is about the Italian markets. And thank you guys so much for your time, and please be sure to donate to RAIN and World Without Exploitation. Thank you. All right. Look at that. That's crazy. The difference there.
I know, right? Thank you so much. You are going to take it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Talia, for joining. Okay, almost 21 and a half hours down. Just to remind everyone, we are here at the Donald J. Trump Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan, live streaming for 24 straight hours. We are in the home stretch, but if you see the QR code on screen, make sure you scan it, because you'll be supporting World Without Exploitation, an organization taking on sex trafficking and the powerful networks that protect it. I am so excited that I am joined now by a political analyst and commentator, and someone I'm always excited to see pop up online, my friend Charlie Goldenson, who is also better known as Shay Chuck, if you follow him online. He has the rare ability to talk about serious things, and he does it in a way that actually makes people want to listen. So I'm really grateful. Charlie, thank you for being here with us today and doing some reading.
Hello. My name is Charlie Goldenson. As Eliza said, people online know me as Shay Chuck. I am a political strategist, political consultant, activist, but also, as of recently, a public-facing commentator. I try to break down political stories, political issues in ways that everyday people, everyday audiences can understand them. I want to make politics, social issues, economic issues more accessible to everyday people, which is one of the reasons I'm here, one of the reasons that I'm so thrilled about this exhibit. When we hear a number like 2 million, 3 million, it's exceptionally hard to have our brains to actually process what that looks like, what that means. In this space, we are able to see the actual physical layout of some sort of representation of the scale of the size of these files, which I think does an incredible job of getting folks like me to actually understand the size and scale and the impact of what we're talking about when we talk about the Epstein files. So I'm honored to be here to be a part of this activation, and I am going to start reading now. Thank you. That's nice to hear. All right, here we go. From Jeffrey, sent on Friday, August 7th, to Noam Chomsky. It is not too late to form a new domestic currency that exists alongside the euro. When I say currency, I mean accounting for exchanges. Food stamps are an example in the U.S. It's $80 billion, complementary currency. Much less comfortable on the subject than ants. Noam Chomsky then responds, there are plenty of warnings about currency, not heeded, unfortunately. Appreciate the invitation, but leisure time? Is that an English phrase? Okay for ants. But I hope it helps. Noam. Jeffrey responds, bad for them, good for you. No need to have only one currency. It's old-fashioned. You, of course, are welcome to use the apartment in New York with your leisure time, or to visit Mexico again. Ants find the shortest route to food by trying many and discarding what doesn't work. No algorithm, no input or output, only a goal. Sounds closer to our problems. Noam Chomsky responds on August 16th at 8:15 a.m. Bad news. We decided to go. I was invited to talk to the parliament, but what can one say? That aside, they've got plenty of people giving them bad advice. Jeffrey, August 5th, 2015. Only go to Greece if you feel well. I just had to send my plane to bring another lefty friend back from Athens to see a Jew doctor in New York. Tuesday, July 28th, 2015. Jeffrey Epstein to Steven Sinofsky. You should run his R&D. Thursday, July 30th, 2015, Jeffrey Epstein to Cynthia Tobiano. 1, I would like to get an agreement, though I know the logistics are complex, before the DOJ meeting, which is now set for August 27th. Ariane suggested it would be you and Emmanuel go to Luxembourg for a review. Is there anyone else you can bring? Kathy is going to Africa. Sat and bring documents. Sunday, August 2nd, Jeffrey Epstein sends to Misha Gromov. In category theory, is there a useful deviation of power laws, Pareto, Zip, etc.? August 17th, 2015. Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Will be delivered tomorrow. Wednesday, August 12th, Jeffrey Epstein sends to Lallamby. Thanks, 3 feet and more gracious. Anna showed us this area as transition from asphalt to dirt. Is this correct? That we're starting crushed runs now? Kite House? Jeffrey Epstein, on August 7th, 2015, sends to Cecile. Okay. July 29th, 2015, Jeffrey Epstein. Subject line, Daniel Saba. This is being sent from a redacted source to Jeffrey Epstein. Daniel Saba has called for you again. He also called the island looking for you, ... Please, give him a call. Thursday, July 30th, 2015, the day before my birthday. Faith Kate sends to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. Her name is Redacted. Okay, to ask for Redacted. He is the head scout for Europe. I work fast, faster than you. Can you say Harvard 2019? She's not that interesting, but she's the sister of a great friend. Let me see if someone is there, close to tomorrow, for the month. What time? July 30th, 2015. Faith sends to Jeffrey Epstein. My friend is looking for an agency in Milan. Is there someone to see? July 30th, 2015, Jeffrey Epstein sends to Kathy Rumler. Completely redacted. The entire thing. August 13th, from Jeffrey Epstein to Catherine Rumler. Redacted. Welcome to come, of course, if you want to visit. The only issue is that Redacted is flying out with me and meeting Redacted and the boys there on Sunday morning. I had a long talk with Ted about you, us, your behavior, ... He asked. Can you delay Seattle a day and fly Friday night? and then Sunday morning to Seattle. No urgency, but the weather here is amazing. Redacted. I would love to, but I meet a client in D.C. tomorrow. So boring. Railroad company. God. There is no plane nonstop tonight to Albuquerque. Why don't you take it? Spend the day on the ranch, see a Western being filmed, and then go to Seattle from there. Sunday, August 2nd, 2015. From Jeffrey Epstein to Rupert Sheldrake. Hope you are getting some rest. So far, I have not found any satisfactory derivation of the power laws, networks, and no's. I've come close, but no cigar. Sunday, August 16th, Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. Question mark, question mark, question mark, are you sure? Monday, July 20th, 2015, Jeffrey Epstein from redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Valdson will return boots tomorrow. Should I dispute the purchase of the belts in the amount of 6,850 euros with AMX's fraud? Please advise. Thank you, Bella. Have Valdson take them back to store. Say that a girl took my card, and that is not my signature. From Jeffrey Epstein. Back to Jeffrey Epstein from redacted. As per your request, receipts of the Hermes purchase on July 2nd for boots and belts attached. It was provided by the store per request. From Jeffrey Epstein. Get the details from Hermes, please. It was 2 pairs of ladies' boots, currently in a Paris apartment. Thank you, Bella. Thursday, August 13th, 2015. From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Estancia Fair tomorrow and Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., possibly later. Steer riding tomorrow from 5:30 p.m. to whenever they finish, approximately 1 hour from the ranch. Rodeo tomorrow, 7 p.m. to whenever they finish. Bull riding, approximately 15 to 20 riders would need to be there by at least 6:30. Approximately 45 minutes from Estancia Fair, approximately 1 hour from the ranch. Let me know how you wish to proceed, and we will go from there. Regards, Karen. August 4th, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein to Sierra. Subject line, camp, next year. Hi, Jeffrey. Jeffrey can go to Guadalupe and I can go back next year with a friend. Please and thank you. Smiley face emoji. Jeffrey, you have to work to get it. We will talk. August 12th, from redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. For clarification, 3 more feet of asphalt towards Kite House or away? August 18th, 2015, from Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein. Please advise where Marin shall place attached items that will be delivered today. Thank you. Tuesday, March 27th, 2018. From Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. When? Should I text her? Will you text her? Thanks so much. Monday, August 3rd, 2015. From Richard Kahn to Jeffrey Epstein. Please advise how I should respond. Thank you. From redacted to redacted. If I go to the island for the weekend, will I get reimbursed for my room? If I go to the island for the weekend, will I get reimbursed for my room? Also, if Joyce comes this week, can I show her property and residences or not allowed? Wow. Friday, August 7th, 2015. Jeffrey Epstein sends to redacted. Stay in my guest house, Parc Monceau. Take the car. Talk to Joe. Get the keys. Stay as long as you'd like. Monday, August 10th. God. Monday, August 10th. From Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. Bend over more. Spread your legs. Lay your elbows. To redacted. From redacted. Where is my ass photo? From Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. Get on your knees. Put your ass towards the mirror. and take a photo. From redacted. Something like that. From redacted to redacted. Did you receive all the money? Faith Cates, Thursday, July 30th, 2015, to Jeffrey Epstein. Let me see if someone is there. Let me see if someone is there. Are they closed tomorrow for the month? What time? Jeffrey Epstein responds, she's not that interesting, but she's the sister of a great friend. Faith Cates respond, okay to ask for redacted. He is the head scout for Europe. I work fast. Jeffrey responds, okay. Monday, July 27th, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein to Boris Nikolic. Redacted, 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 redacted. It is the only good hotel here. And it also has a nice spa and a gym and a great pool. I'm not aware of any good or even decent beach hotels nearby. Jeffrey Epstein, July 29th, 2015, sends to Shahad. Shahad says, can you detail me for the book of the value? I can't get your 1.2 billion with public information. My mistake. This is about the E1B. Jeffrey responds, is that before the sale or after? What about the insurance entry? August 2nd, 2015, from Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. Would you like to curate a conference on the island? Power, money, financial, political, intellectual, physical. Money, what is it? Has it undergone a phase transition? Mystery of money, etc.? Redacted sends, too many great people I know here. Haven't found anyone new that I'll be keeping in touch with. I love Neri Oxman from the Media Lab, but you've never met her. I'm still looking at technologies for automatic regulation. Also super interested in circadian rhythms and how tech, lack of natural light, etc. throw off circadian rhythms. Still following alternative currency. Have you spoken to Marvy and redacted? Or redacted is dating redacted? You've met Mark. Jeffrey responds, yes, did you find anyone new? Are you okay? What is your recent focus? I have become friends with Chomsky. Having fun. August 3rd, 2015, from Leighton Allenby to Jeffrey Epstein. Hello, Mr. Epstein. Joyce will be traveling to LSJ to visit me on the 7th to the 16th of August, as we discussed. Can I stay off of LSJ on weekends and get reimbursed for room? Nothing fancy for hotel. Can I show Joyce the island and buildings? She knows confidentially, and with a master's in fine art would appreciate your taste as I do. Can she use the kite pool while she is here? Except while you are in residence, of course. She'll clean up after herself, as I do. Besides, the gym, can I use the kite pool? Where are you on the island? And finally, last one from me. Monday, August 17th, from Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. What time exactly is your flight? My time here is wrapped. Thank you, everybody, for having me. I would encourage you to see this exhibit. It is beyond powerful. Thank you, Eliza.
Thank you, Charlie, and thank you, everyone, for joining us. We're rapidly approaching our 22-hour mark, which is very exciting. But we are here live streaming for 24 straight hours from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan. We are raising money for World Without Exploitation, and you can scan the QR code on screen in order to donate. We appreciate you being here. Again, I'm Eliza Orlins, and I'm working with the Save America movement, and we are putting this on, and really it has been a labor of, really a group project here. We are so grateful for everyone who has come in and been a guest reader, and so grateful for the folks at home who've been watching and sharing and commenting and donating. We are truly so grateful for all of you. I am so excited to introduce our next speaker, our next guest reader, the one and only Kate Justice, a dear friend of mine and author of The Epstein Report. Kate is an extraordinary reporter, investigative reporter. I mean, her work is just amazing. You have to check it out. Kate, would love for you to introduce yourself and then explain why you're participating and do a reading for us. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. Again, I'm Kate Justice. That's kind of a name that my husband coined for me. And I began really looking into the Epstein files last fall. And what I originally started with was just a piece of the puzzle that I thought was kind of confusing. And so I started to look into it. And along the way, I have learned more than I ever imagined I would learn. And I've been fortunate enough to meet a couple of the survivors and a lot of incredible people who have been doing very important work, like Eliza and a lot of the other people who have been reading the files today. And from what I do mostly, I have been focused a lot on the corruption side of things and more of the political alliances and trying to help people make sense of these really complicated things in a way where hopefully they feel empowered to go ask more questions. Because I feel like the more of us that feel like we can show up and demand accountability, the better off we are going to be in general. So with that, I'm going to read, and it looks like I have an interview of some sort between, I believe it was an agent of some kind who was interviewed. So I'm just going to read and we are going to listen. It starts out with 2 redactions and the date is 6/29/20. And this seems to be page 36. So it starts with an answer. A, yes, it did. Next question. What happened at the end of her senior year of high school? Answer. She moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career in acting. Question. Did she get a job as an actress when she was 18? Answer. She did. Question. Has redacted lived in Los Angeles and worked as an actress on television ever since then? Answer. Yes. Question. After she moved to Los Angeles, did she continue being in touch with Epstein? Answer. For a short period of time. Question. Did she ultimately break contact with him? Answer. Yes, she did. Question. Is redacted currently pursuing a civil lawsuit against Maxwell and Epstein's estate? Answer. Yes. Question. Have you talked with redacted about whether she was a teenage girl when all of this was happening, whether she told anyone that she was being sexually abused? Answer. Yes. She said she didn't tell anyone. She felt like she couldn't. Noting, or nothing was talked about outside of that room. So it made it so that she couldn't talk about it. And then she also, her mother is Middle Eastern, and her mother raised her that women are supposed to do what they're told, even if someone is beating you. And when she was 13 and her father passed, she was to a guidance counselor at school to talk about it, or she went to a guidance counselor at school to talk about it. And her mother found out about it and smacked her. She felt like she couldn't talk to anyone about it. Question. Did redacted did Redacted's mother encourage her to accept Epstein's financial assistance? Answer, yes, she did. Question, have you become aware that in 2005, police officers from the Palm Beach Police Department executed a search warrant at Epstein's house at the El Brio Way address in Palm Beach? Answer, yes. Question, have you reviewed some of the materials seized during the search? Answer, yes. Question, did they find massage tables and sex toys? Answer, yes, they did. Question, did they find any photographs of redacted? It's 2 bars redacted, so I'm not sure if it's a different person at this point because originally they were just redacting one name. So this makes me think it might be a second person that they're talking about. Answer, yes. Question, was one of the photographs signed by redacted? Answer, yes, it was. Question, did it say, and then it's completely redacted, whatever they were asking if it said the whole rest of that sentence. The other thing that I wanted to know about it is this particular file has reference numbers from the Epstein release, but then it also has reference numbers that it was also part of another case. So clearly this particular file seems to be important. Answer, yes. So whatever that photograph or whatever they asked was, if the photograph said this, yes, it did. Question, during your interviews with Redacted, did Redacted tell you how she felt about Epstein and Maxwell in the 90s when she was a young girl? Answer, she did. She expressed that she felt like they loved her. She felt like they were her family, that they supported her, and that she felt she was made to feel like that she needed to be grateful to them. Question, okay. Did she tell you that she felt like they were trying to help her? Answer, yes. Question, have you talked with Redacted about how she feels about this now? Answer, yes. Question, what was Redacted's demeanor like when she described to you what Epstein and Maxwell had done to her? Answer, she was upset. She recognized that now it's affected her life to a great degree. She's struggled in relationships with opening up to people and trusting people, both personal and professional relationships. Question, did she tell you that she struggled to tell anyone what had happened to her for most of her adulthood? Answer, yes. Question, when was the first time that you interviewed Redacted? Answer, last fall. Question, was that the first time she'd ever reported this to law enforcement? Answer, yes, it was. Question, now, you testified earlier about your interviews with Redacted. Now, again, there's 2 names redacted, so I imagine it's a first and last name. Now, you testified earlier about your interviews with Redacted, who worked with Epstein's Palm Beach house. Did he remember a girl named Redacted coming to the house during that time? Answer, yes, he did. Question, did he recall Redacted, Maxwell, and Epstein being in the Palm Beach house together? Answer, yes. Question, what was his understanding of why Redacted was there? Answer, he thought that Epstein was helping her. That's what Epstein had told him. And Redacted had told him that Epstein was helping her. Question, did he ever observe Epstein interacting with Redacted physically? Answer, yes. Question, what did he see? Answer. He saw Epstein kissing Redacted's cheek and pat her on the bottom. Question. Did he have any knowledge about what was happening with Epstein or Maxwell when he wasn't present? Answer. He didn't. Question. Did Redacted ever recall picking up Redacted from her house? Answer. Yes. Question. And when he would pick her up from her house, would he then bring her back to the Palm Beach house? Answer. Yes. Question. Did he remember who in general would tell him to pick up Redacted from her house? Answer. Maxwell would be the one to tell him to pick her up. Question. Did he recall ever driving Redacted to the movies? Answer. Yes. Question. What did he tell you about that? Answer. That it would usually be Epstein, Maxwell, and Redacted. They'd go to the movies and it would usually be late at night. Question. Did he tell you about what his memory? Did he tell you about what his memory was about how old Redacted was? Answer. He said she was young and that he knew that because he had picked her up from school and that he knew she was too young to drive. I mean, just sit with that for a second. I picked her up from school. Moving on. Question. Switching gears. I want to talk to you about a different aspect of your interviews with Redacted. Based on what he told you about his job duties, were there ever times when he would have to clean Epstein's massage room? Answer. Yes. Question. What did he tell you about that? Just let it sip. Excuse me. Answer. He said that he found sex toys in the massage room and he had to wash them afterwards. Question. Aside from those experiences, was he aware of there being sex toys in the house? Answer. Yes. There was a basket of sex toys that were kept in Maxwell's closet. Did Redacted stop working for Epstein in approximately 2002? Answer. Yes. Question. Was he told that he was being replaced? Answer. Yes. Question. And was he generally aware that the person who replaced him was much younger? Answer. Yes. Question. Did Redacted tell you that a few months after he left working for Epstein, he became suicidal because of issues in his marriage? Answer. Yes. Question. Did he tell you that he went to Epstein's house and tried to take Epstein's gun? Answer. Yes, he did. Question. Did he tell you he took several $1,000s? Answer. Yes. Question. Did Epstein discover this and confront him about it? Answer. Yes, he did. Question. Did Redacted admit to Epstein and the police what he'd done? Answer. Yes. Question. Did Epstein also tell the police his gun was missing? Answer. Yes. Question. Were there any charges filed? Answer. No. Question. Was he ever arrested? Answer. I don't believe so. Question. And did Epstein pursue any charges after this, or did Epstein pursue any charges about this incident? Answer. No, he didn't pursue anything. Question. Have you ever interviewed one of Epstein's former pilots? Answer, yes. Question, is that pilot's named redacted? Answer, yes. Question, was he one of the pilots for Epstein's private jet in the 1990s? Answer, yes. Question, did he remember redacted traveling on the JE in the 90s? The JE, I imagine, is Jeffrey Epstein's flight or his private jet. Answer, he remembered her traveling, but he didn't remember specifics. Question, so just to be clear, is your testimony that he didn't remember the specific dates of the flights, but he remembered her traveling on the jet during the 1990s? Answer, yes. Question, and did he remember redacted specifically as a person who traveled? Answer, yes. Question, did you discuss with him the flight records that we talked about earlier that lists a person named redacted as a passenger? Answer, yes. Question, did he have a specific memory of those exact flights? Answer, no. Question, but was he aware of any other redacted flying on the jets besides redacted in the 1990s? Let me read that one again. Question, but was he aware of any other redacted flying on the jets besides redacted in the 1990s? Answer, no. No other redacted at that time. Question, earlier when we were looking at Interlaken attendance records for the summer of 1994, you noted that redacted was one of the names on the records. Is that right? Answer, yes. That Interlaken was a school, and I believe it was a school camp, maybe. And that is a very prominent piece of the Epstein puzzle. I'm just gonna finish up with one or two more questions here and then wrap this up with me today. Question, is that redacted? Answer, yes. Question, have you interviewed redacted? Answer, yes, I have. Thank you. Answer, yes, I have. Thank you.
Kate, thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who has been able to participate in the last almost 22 hours. We have 2 hours left to go. So we are officially almost 2 hours left of our